As the apocalypse descends and the undead arise, Liu Yang finds himself trapped in a room with the aloof class beauty. The once indifferent class beauty, who had previously overlooked Liu Yang, is now on her knees, desperately pleading for his support. At this moment, Liu Yang awakens the multi-child blessing system, acquiring formidable abilities that propel him to the pinnacle of his life. Along his journey, he encounters various beautiful female survivors, rescuing them all and bringing them back to the sanctuary. Chapter 1. The Outbreak of the Apocalypse. Oh, Xiaoming. No, that's the place for urination. It's filthy. Don't bite. A female student, clad in a JK uniform with translucent white stockings adorning her perfect figure and exquisite features, emits a piercing scream. She trembles in fright, her stunning visage drained of color, as her boyfriend appears to have succumbed to madness. In a bizarre frenzy, he clutches the toilet and gnaws at it wildly, seemingly oblivious to the several teeth he has lost, as if the toilet were the most delectable delicacy imaginable. Upon hearing her cry, her boyfriend instantly turns, his eyes a ghastly white fixated on her, startling Tang Mingting into a state of shock. Meanwhile, Zhao Ming lunges at her with wild abandon. Just as Zhao Ming is about to pounce upon Tang Mingting, a figure suddenly rushes in, delivering a kick that sends Zhao Ming flying, followed by a swift strike to his head with a baton. Even with a concaved skull, Zhao Ming attempts to rise, but Liu Yang relentlessly continues to strike him with the baton until his head is a bloody mess, at which point he finally ceases. You've killed him. Tang Mingting exclaims in terror, pointing at Liu Yang. Take a good look. Is your wealthy boyfriend even human anymore? If he had bitten you, you would have transformed into a zombie instantly, you fool. Liu Yang replies coldly. He quickly secures and locks all the doors and windows of the villa. The girl he rescued, Tang Mingting, is a freshman at Donghai University and the class monitor, while her boyfriend, Zhao Ming, was also a class officer. Liu Yang, who is also a student in their class, differs in that Tang Mingting and her boyfriend Zhao Ming are homeowners in this villa community, while Liu Yang works as a part-time security guard here. Being an orphan, Liu Yang must labor diligently to afford his tuition, working as a security guard in this luxurious community. He arrives after class and stands watch until midnight, earning a meager monthly income of 3,000 yuan. Many of his affluent classmates reside in this community, and they often sneer at Liu Yang with disdain, something he has grown accustomed to. Some are born into privilege, while others are destined to toil, and that is the harsh reality, unjust yet unchangeable. Today, while Liu Yang was performing his regular duties, he was taken aback by a sudden scream and chaos erupting within the community. He soon witnessed a bloodied middle-aged man charging towards him, roaring in a manner reminiscent of a creature from a horror film. Without hesitation, Liu Yang drew his baton and delivered a fatal blow to the man, then prepared to retreat into the villa. Upon entering the villa, he observed Zhao Ming attacking Tang Mingting and swiftly dealt with him as well. Tang Mingting, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless, her complexion pale and body trembling as she involuntarily clutched Liu Yang's arm. What should we do? Liu Yang, what should we do? You must protect me. I'm so scared. The outside is terrifying. You are the security guard of this community, and you receive our wages. In the face of danger, you must stand at the forefront. Stand at the forefront? Are you out of your mind? Who told you that a security guard ensures safety? Oh, esteemed class monitor. You wouldn't expect me to risk my life for a meager salary of 3,000 yuan, would you? Weren't you the ones who mocked me as a mere watchdog? If I am merely a doorman, how can I safeguard your safety? Liu Yang retorted with a cold smile. Liu Yang, Tang Mingting, and Zhao Ming are all classmates. Tang Mingting is the class monitor and the belle, while Zhao Ming serves as the academic representative. Having been subjected to their scorn for being a security guard, Liu Yang now finds pleasure in Tang Mingting's newfound fear. Tang Mingting, stung by Liu Yang's words, fell silent. Liu Yang, uninterested in further conversation with this so-called aloof class beauty, approached the refrigerator to inspect its contents, only to discover a lamentably sparse supply of food. Merely 2 solitary bottles of milk. Liu Yang furrowed his brow. Doesn't your household stock any food? We hardly ever cook. We usually dine out for lavish meals. Hence, we have no provisions, stammered Tang Mingting, trembling. If there is no food, we might as well await our demise. The outside world is teeming with zombies, and attempting to break free is virtually impossible. Without sustenance and only water to sustain us, we can endure a mere 7 days before succumbing to starvation, Liu Yang replied, shaking his head. The residents of the villa district are predominantly affluent second-generation heirs, rarely engaging in the culinary arts themselves. The prospect of scavenging for food in other villas is fraught with peril, Aside from the uncertainty of whether other villas possess any supplies, the zombies that populate the journey present formidable obstacles. The risks are simply too great. Just as Liu Yang found himself at a loss, a mechanical voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Detection of the apocalypse initiated. The global human population is drastically diminishing. The host has been bound to the many children, many blessings system. By saving a beautiful girl and securing her agreement to become your partner, you shall earn system rewards. For the continuation of human civilization, the host is encouraged to procreate abundantly. Chapter 2. Punching? A slap sent her sprawling. The more children, more blessings system? As long as the other party agreed to become his woman, he could grow stronger? Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback, before a look of delight spread across his face. Initially, upon seeing the scant provisions in the villa, he had contemplated using tang mengting as a backup food source. In a dire situation where starvation loomed, he wouldn't have minded indulging in a beautiful distraction. Yet, it now seemed unnecessary. With the system support, survival should pose no challenge. This aloof class beauty had previously looked down upon him, often deriding him as a mere doorman. At school, she had been at the forefront of isolating him, while her boyfriend Zhao Ming had even led a group to beat Liu Yang on several occasions. He had often been the target of bullying from privileged students who found amusement in his misery. The female classmates also regarded him with disdain. It was an era where wealth reigned supreme, and people claimed there was only one affliction in the world, the malady of poverty. Being poor was the original sin. Liu Yang was, unfortunately, the most impoverished individual in the entire school. Consequently, he was the object of scorn and contempt from all his classmates. After all, they believed that someone who had to work part-time as a security guard to survive during his student years would have no future worth mentioning. Now, this high and mighty school beauty would likely never accept him as her own, even though he had just saved her from a zombie. She would only expect him to throw himself in front of her to ensure her safety. The pampered young lady had yet grasped the gravity of their current situation. How could she possibly regard a mere security guard as a person of worth? Liu Yang shook his head, deciding to set aside these thoughts for the moment. The issue of the system could wait. His immediate concern was food. Approaching the refrigerator, he seized all the milk within. Tang Mengting was instantly incensed by this scene. What are you doing, Liu Yang? You've taken all the food. What am I supposed to eat? All the provisions in this room belong to me. Give them back, she exclaimed, rushing toward him to snatch it away. Smack! Liu Yang's hand landed on Tang Mengting's cheek, sending her crashing to the ground. She was momentarily stunned, her face registering shock. Why you dare hit me? You, a filthy security guard, dare strike me. I am a class monitor. Do you believe I can have you expelled from school in an instant? Oh, dear class monitor, are you all right? What about the school? Everyone there is turned into zombies. What the hell is the school worth now? This is the apocalypse, do you understand? It's uncertain if you can even survive 3 days, and yet you still cling to your pathetic title as class monitor. Liu Yang retorted, his voice dripping with disdain. You're such a fool. People like you wouldn't last 3 episodes in a drama. Anger surged within him at the recollection of his past humiliations at school. I acknowledge that I made mistakes before, but I'm a girl, and you're a man. Can't you be a bit magnanimous? Being so petty. Do you have any semblance of masculinity? Putting facts aside, even if I were 99 wrong, doesn't that leave you with at least one culpability? Being so poor. Is that not your fault? Isn't it because you lack effort that you're in this state of poverty and scorned? Smack! Liu Yang struck her other cheek, instantly swelling both sides of her face, making her look like a pig's head. Now it was symmetrical. You dare to challenge me? Let me make it clear, don't try that nonsense with me. I'm no pushover. I want to be your loyal dog. Nor do I possess any moral obligation to be shackled by your ethics. If you keep whining, I'll toss you out to the zombies. He glared at her with contempt. You dare look down on the poor? Without exploiting us, could you maintain your wealth? Your riches aren't a result of your abilities, but rather a product of your fortunate birth. Do you understand? Furthermore, all this food is mine. If you dare touch it, I'll end you. Seeing Liu Yang's furious countenance, Tang Mengting finally fell silent. She had never witnessed him like this before. She had assumed he was merely a docile, weak-hearted coward. Who would have thought that he not only took down Zhao Ming, but would also resort to violence at the slightest provocation? There was no trace of the chivalrous gentleman she had imagined. She dared not provoke him further, settling on the ground, covering her face as she sobbed quietly. Liu Yang had no interest in her plight. He simply gathered the food and sought a room to lie down, locking the door behind him to leave her outside to starve. After being pursued by zombies and defeating one, then eliminating Zhao Ming upon entering the villa. He felt utterly exhausted. As he reclined on the soft bed, he couldn't help but stretch lazily. The luxurious bed in this villa was undeniably plush. Previously, with a monthly salary of 3,000, he would have never imagined sleeping on such a bed. Now he found himself here, all thanks to the apocalypse. Before long, Liu Yang drifted into slumber. When he awoke, it was already past 10 on the second day, and his stomach was growling with hunger. The first thing he did upon rising was to drink a bottle of milk. Only after that did he step outside to freshen up. Hearing commotion outside, Tang Mingting emerged from her room, her face no longer swollen, having regained her former beauty. She clutched her stomach, gazing at Liu Yang with longing. Liu Yang, we were wrong in the past. I apologize. I'm truly sorry. Please, give me something to eat. I'm really starving. I haven't eaten in over a day, and I feel like I might perish from hunger. The zombie outbreak had occurred the previous morning, and since then, Tang Mingting had not consumed anything. It had been a full 24 hours without food, and the gnawing hunger was becoming unbearable. Huh, now you realize your mistakes? Liu Yang replied with a cold smirk. Yes, I genuinely understand my errors. Please forgive me. I will never look down on the poor again, nor will I speak ill of you. Tang Mingting's face was filled with sincerity. All right, bring me a bowl. I can spare you a bit of milk. Really? Thank you so much. Tang Mingting's eyes sparkled with hope as she hurried to fetch a bowl from the kitchen. Liu Yang actually poured some milk into the bowl. Watching the milk in the bowl, Tang Mingting couldn't help but lick her lips. Then Liu Yang placed the bowl on the table. Tang Mingting looked at him with confusion. Liu Yang smiled and said, "Get down on your knees and beg me." Liu Yang, you. Tang Mingting's face flushed with anger. You're going too far? Oh, what is the matter? In the past, when you paid me a meager salary of 3,000, you treated me like a dog. Now, when I offer you life-saving food, I can't expect a little obedience. As he spoke, he pretended to lift the bowl from the table. Tang Mingting panicked. Wait. I didn't say I wouldn't kneel. She immediately knelt on the ground. Observing the once aloof class beauty, who had scorned him and called him a dog, now begging on her knees, Liu Yang couldn't restrain a cold laugh. Huh, is being wealthy truly so impressive? When the apocalypse descends, no matter how affluent one once was, one may still find oneself kneeling on the ground, pleading for sustenance. Chapter 3. Successfully Obtaining System Rewards. After Tang Mingting finished the contents of her bowl, a lingering desire danced upon her visage. With a face full of yearning, she addressed Liu Yang. Liu Yang, is there any more? I can eat like before, lying down. Could you please give me a little more food? As for dignity, she had long cast it aside. Following her initial experience, the sensation of being too proud to lower herself had vanished entirely. What was it to eat while lying down? What did it matter? As long as there was food to satiate her hunger, the method of consumption was of no concern. Having endured a night of starvation, Tang Mingting now comprehended that the identity and wealth she once possessed in the pre-apocalyptic world were but illusions. Dignity, too, was among the least valuable of treasures. Only food held paramount importance, for it was sustenance that ensured survival. However, the response she received was disheartening. Liu Yang shook his head and remarked, "There is no more food. That bottle of milk was the last. I intend to venture out in search of provisions. You may remain here and starve. No, I must accompany you to seek food. You have to protect me. I did as you said, lying on the ground like a dog, wagging my tail in supplication. Was that not enough?" Tang Mingting exclaimed, her urgency palpable. In the apocalypse, if she left Liu Yang's protection, she faced the grim prospects of either starving to death in this villa or succumbing to the gnawing hunger that would drive her to seek food outside, only to be devoured by zombies. There was no third option. Hence, clinging to Liu Yang's leg seemed the wisest choice. You pleaded on the ground, and I granted you food. I've already shown you kindness. If you wish to follow me and let me protect you, it is not without possibility, Liu Yang mused, sizing Tang Mingting up with a contemplative stroke of his chin. As the class beauty, Tang Mingting possessed exquisite features and an enviable figure, making her a rare gem among women. Thus, she had become the object of pursuit for countless wealthy heirs. In addition to her official boyfriend, Zhao Ming, she had at least a dozen devoted suitors in her orbit. To claim she was devoid of admirers would be a falsehood. Who in the class did not harbor thoughts about this beauty? Who did not dream of possessing her? Upon witnessing the glint of desire in Liu Yang's eyes, Tang Mingting's realization struck her like a bolt. She was all too familiar with such avaricious gazes, having a 100% rate of turning heads on the streets. She had encountered many men whose eyes sparkled with greed. No, it cannot be. You're merely a security guard. What are you thinking? Tang Mingting retreated a few steps. Her hand pressed against her chest. Her boyfriend, Zhao Ming, was a super wealthy heir, boasting a fortune of billions, arriving at school in a BMW and residing in similar extravagant villas. Even so, she had not easily succumbed to Zhao Ming's advances. Their relationship had lingered for 6 months, barely progressing beyond holding hands. Now, this lowly security guard, despised by all in school, dared to entertain such thoughts regarding her? Tang Mingting could hardly acquiesce. Indeed impossible? You disdain me as a mere security guard, deeming me unworthy of you? Very well, then starve here. If zombies burst in, they will feast upon you without mercy. Do you think those undead will spare you simply because you're a wealthy young lady? Liu Yang's words struck fear into Tang Mingting. She recalled the image of Zhao Ming, transformed into a zombie, ravenously gnawing at a toilet. The horror of being devoured piece by the undead was far more excruciating than any form of execution. The mere thought sent shivers down her spine. All right, I concede to your demands. I agree to be your woman. Tang Mingting gritted her teeth, seemingly arriving at a profoundly difficult decision. With her exceptional beauty, she had charmed numerous boyfriends, each utterly captivated by her, showering her with precious gifts. She navigated the realm of affluent heirs with ease, yet had never succumbed to one. Now, however, she had stumbled into the clutches of an unyielding security guard. Tang Mingting felt an overwhelming sense of grievance, her eyes instantly reddening. Liu Yang received a system notification, detected that the other party has agreed to be your woman. Congratulations, host. You have successfully obtained a novice reward. Rewards: 1. Future prediction ability. 2. Virus immunity ability. 3. All base attributes increased by 20 points. 4. Genetic enhancement. Good heavens, 4 rewards at once. Liu Yang was overjoyed and hurriedly examined the detailed descriptions of these rewards. 1. Future prediction. Level 1. You can simulate and predict the future within 1 hour. 3 times a day. 2. Virus immunity. Level 1. You can be immune to the viruses of ordinary zombies. Even if bitten, you will not be infected. 3. Attribute enhancement. Your all base attributes increase by 20 points. 4. Genetic enhancement. The system has strengthened your genetic lineage, ensuring that you can successfully propagate with your partner in one attempt, including but not limited to ordinary humans. Note: saving a girl and ensuring her agreement to be your woman can grant you new abilities or enhance existing ones. For every 10 zombies killed, you can earn 1 attribute point, which can be used to augment your own attributes. Upon reviewing the detailed descriptions, Liu Yang was elated. These 2 abilities were extraordinarily powerful. The future prediction ability would allow him to foresee the trajectory of events, thus avoiding peril. With this skill, he could steadily grow stronger. Moreover, the immunity to the zombie virus meant he would remain unharmed, while others would transform into zombies from a mere scratch or bite. As long as he was not directly killed by a bite, he would be safe. In a world ravaged by the undead, this skill was a veritable lifesaver. The genetic enhancement ability piqued Liu Yang's interest the most, ensuring successful reproduction each time, a clear indication of consummate prowess. However, what did including but not limited to ordinary humans imply? Were there, perhaps, non-ordinary humans in this world? No matter, he decided not to dwell on it too much. After the excitement subsided, Liu Yang checked his attribute panel. Name: Liu Yang. Age: 18. Height: 185 centimeters. Weight: 80 kilograms. Strength: 70. Speed: 70. Stamina: 70. Spirit: 70. Abilities: 1. Future prediction. 2. Virus immunity. With the system's enhancement of 20 base attribute points, all his attributes now stood at 70, indicating that the average adult male's base attributes are around 50. He was now superior by 40 points. Remarkable. At this moment, he could likely face 3 opponents single-handedly. Ordinary zombies would pose no threat, as long as he avoided being overwhelmed. Chapter 4. Attributes far ahead, commencing the scavenging of food. Witnessing the enhancement of his abilities, Liu Yang brimmed with confidence. On the second day, following the apocalypse, he had already acquired such formidable powers and bolstered his base attributes by 40. Compared to ordinary individuals, he had long since left them in the dust, ensuring a better chance of survival in this new world. Meanwhile, Tang Mingting remained curled up on the bed, her face a picture of grievance. Frankly, Liu Yang was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that Tang Mingting had yet to experience the pleasures of romance. It seemed he was indeed her first man. Zhao Ming had been dating her for several months, and frequently brought her to the villa. Were they merely playing board games there? Is Zhao Ming truly incompetent? This has turned out to be quite a fortunate stroke for me. Liu Yang cast a glance at her and remarked, "All right, enough of this charade. Get up quickly. We must set off in search of food. Why feign such a grievance? Just moments ago, you were quite vocal in your enthusiasm." Tang Mingting, her expression blank, rose to her feet and followed Liu Yang. Due to the earlier baptism by Liu Yang, she felt discomfort in certain areas, making her movements somewhat awkward. Before their departure, Liu Yang visualized the potential trajectory of their journey. A vivid sequence of images unfolded in his mind, akin to a film reel, strikingly realistic. During this mental exercise, they encountered no unforeseen obstacles, successfully acquiring food, and were thus prepared to embark. Prior to leaving, Liu Yang cautioned Tang Mingting, "From this point onward, adhere strictly to my directives. Remain silent. Any noise may attract zombies. When foraging for food, prioritize items that can satiate our hunger, avoiding unnecessary items. Do you understand?" "Understood." Tang Mingting nodded. The two donned their respective backpacks and stepped outside. The villa had fallen into a tranquil silence, devoid of screams or sounds, resembling a desolate wasteland. With no trace of life. Outside, zombies were absent, leaving only a few skeletal remains picked clean, the stench palpable from a distance. Liu Yang surveyed the surroundings and, finding no zombies in sight, exited and headed straight for the mini fire station. As the security guard of this community, he was intimately familiar with it. Inside the mini fire station, he found a fire axe, a formidable weapon capable of cleaving through a zombie-esque skull with a single blow. Soon, Liu Yang stood before the fire station, brandishing the axe, and proceeded towards the convenience store within the community. This was the sole food establishment in the villa area, stocked with a considerable supply of provisions. If they could scavenge a backpack full of food, it would last them at least a week. Upon arriving at the convenience store, they spotted several zombies wandering outside, alongside a few corpses that had been thoroughly devoured. Liu Yang charged forward wielding the fire axe. With a surge in his basic attributes by 40, he regarded the few zombies as inconsequential. The zombies, upon sighting Liu Yang, emitted a furious roar and lunged at him. Liu Yang swiftly struck the foremost zombie with his axe, cleaving through its skull, then withdrew the axe for another strike, felling yet another. In less than 10 seconds, he had dispatched 3 zombies. Tang Mingting, witnessing this scene, was left utterly astonished. Incredible. He is astonishingly fierce. Liu Yang, wielding the axe against zombies, is even more formidable than he is in other situations. Is he born for this purpose? Initially feeling aggrieved by being overpowered by a mere security guard, her perspective shifted upon witnessing Liu Yang's strength. In this apocalyptic world, a superhuman capable of dispatching zombies without hesitation was indeed a valuable ally. Clinging to Liu Yang's coattails seemed to offer a glimmer of hope for survival. Let us hurry and scavenge for food. Don't just stand there. The sounds of battle might attract more zombies, and we must act swiftly. Liu Yang alerted Tang Mingting, who appeared dazed. "Oh, right," she replied, and the two entered the convenience store. Inside, a lone zombie lingered at the counter, the former owner of the store. Liu Yang, familiar with him from frequent visits for refreshments, was saddened to see his fate. Without hesitation, he cleaved the zombie's head, putting him to rest, and began filling his backpack with food. Only take high-calorie items that can fill our bellies and are easy to carry, such as sugar, milk, sausages, and vacuum-packed chicken legs. Got it, Tang Mingting nodded. After a minute, both backpacks were filled to capacity. They then began to exit the convenience store, only to find a horde of zombies had gathered in the distance. At least a dozen of them. Run. With so many zombies, even I cannot contend with them. Tang Mingting gasped, startled by the sight. They bolted into the nearest villa, slamming the door shut behind them. The zombies, thwarted by the closed door, ceased their pursuit. Inside the villa, the former owner had transformed into a zombie, and Liu Yang dispatched him as well. Tang Mingting, puzzled, inquired, "Liu Yang, why did we just hide in the convenience store and lock the door? That way, we would have an endless supply of food. The survivors in this villa community are not just us," Liu Yang explained. "The convenience store is the only food source, and others may be too frightened of the zombies to venture out for food. However, hunger will ultimately compel them to seek provisions. If we remain in the store, we risk being discovered and attacked by other survivors." Despite his enhanced abilities, Liu Yang did not consider himself invincible. Remaining in the store, hoarding its resources, would undoubtedly attract the attention of desperate survivors. Faced with hunger, even the meekest individuals would take risks. Liu Yang believed it wiser to seek shelter in a nearby villa, allowing for multiple foraging trips rather than risking confrontation in the convenience store. He emptied the contents of his backpack and addressed Tang Mingting. We must ration the food. Only a limited amount can be consumed daily, or we won't last long. The recent skirmish has drawn a dozen zombies to the convenience store and our villa. Next time we search for food, it will be even more perilous, so we must conserve our supplies. Understood, Tang Mingting nodded. Having witnessed Liu Yang's capabilities, she dared not voice any objections. Chapter 5. The campus bell approaches. Liu Yang ascended to the upper floor, opened a window, and surveyed the zombies outside. They aimlessly lingered near the villa, awaiting the next prey. Despite having seen Liu Yang and Tang Mingting enter the villa, they did not continue their assault, indicating their lack of intelligence. As long as they were not provoked by noise or visible presence, they would remain dormant. The low intelligence of the zombies was indeed good news. While observing the zombies, Liu Yang caught a glimpse of movement in the adjacent villa. He turned his gaze to find a stunningly beautiful girl waving excitedly at him from the window. A survivor of beauty? Liu Yang squinted to get a better look. Although the distance obscured her features, it was evident that she possessed exquisite facial features and fair skin, an undeniable beauty. Upon realizing Liu Yang had noticed her, the girl's face lit up with joy. She turned away momentarily, only to return to the window, now holding a large drawing board. So, she's an art student? What's she up to? Going to draw me? Liu Yang stroked his chin, intrigued by this enchanting art student. Soon, the drawing board was turned towards him, revealing 3 words. I am so hungry. Liu Yang couldn't help but chuckle. I'm hungry too. Liu Yang exaggeratedly shaped his mouth as he addressed the beautiful girl across from him. The girl resumed scribbling on her drawing board. I just saw you with food. Could you spare me a little? She noticed. It seemed she caught sight of him retrieving food from the convenience store. However, Liu Yang shook his head in response, shaping his mouth to convey, not possible. A pitiful crying emoji appeared on the drawing board. This girl is quite amusing. Liu Yang was amused by the expression she had drawn. He gestured towards her, then pointed to his room, miming. If you can come over, I'll give you food. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, the girl instantly perked up. She leaned out the window to survey the situation outside, only to find zombies surrounding the entrance of Liu Yang's villa. Entering through the front door was impossible, but the window offered a viable alternative. Given that the villa area was inhabited by the wealthy, there were no security bars to mar the aesthetic appeal of the homes. The side window on the first floor was accessible for climbing into Liu Yang's villa. All Liu Yang needed to do was open the window in advance. There were no zombies between the 2 villas. As long as she could quietly approach the window, she could gain entry into Liu Yang's abode. Upon discovering this route, the girl quickly resumed writing on her board. Open the first floor window. I'll come in through there. Liu Yang, seeing this message, leaned out to observe. Indeed, both villas had windows on the first floor, approximately 50 meters apart, and no zombies obstructed the path between them. If they remained quiet, they wouldn't disturb the zombies at the villa's entrance. This girl was quite clever, and her swift decision-making indicated a calm and decisive nature. It was rare to find a girl possessing such resolute judgment. Liu Yang descended to the first floor and stood by the window, waving to her through the glass. Seeing that Liu Yang was ready, the girl swiftly made her way downstairs. Tang Mingting, observing Liu Yang at the window, curiously asked, Liu Yang, what are you doing? Waiting to greet a fleeing lamb, Liu Yang replied with a smile, not turning back. He couldn't help but find the art student intriguing. A girl capable of making such decisive choices in the apocalypse, rather than waiting to perish within her home, was indeed commendable. Unlike Tang Mingting, who would never dare to act so boldly. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Tang Mingting leaned over to glance out the window and spotted a girl running towards them. Despite the 50-meter distance between the 2 villas, the girl reached Liu Yang's window in mere seconds. Liu Yang promptly opened the window, and the girl climbed inside before he shut it again. Once inside the villa, Liu Yang finally got a good look at the girl. She was stunning. This beauty surpassed Tang Mingting in attractiveness. Her large, expressive eyes radiated purity, her high nose giving her an almost exotic allure, and her tall, voluptuous figure boasted an angelic face paired with a devilish physique. She was truly a rare gem. Tang Mingting instantly recognized her and exclaimed with wide eyes, You're Hiyushi, the goddess of Class 2 and one of the 4 campus flowers, aren't you? Hiyushi was an art student and among the 4 renowned campus beauties, pursued by countless male students who sent her love letters and confessed their feelings. Over 1,000 suitors, at least, If Tang Mingting had dozens of admirers, Hiyushi had hundreds. Thank you both. Hiyushi replied, yes, I am Hiyushi, and I appreciate your recognition. She patted her ample chest, gasping for breath. Though the distance was short, the anxious and fearful emotions had compelled her to summon every ounce of strength, exhausting her in the process. After regaining her composure, she said, I'm so tired and thirsty. I need to drink some water. With that, she headed straight for the kitchen, leaning over the faucet to gulp down water, completely disregarding her goddess-like image. Liu Yang found her actions rather entertaining. He had heard of Hiyushi and the other 3 campus flowers during his school days, but back then, he felt impoverished and insecure, too timid to consider them worthy of his attention, merely observing from a distance. He had also heard that Hiyushi was extremely aloof, with standards so high that no one could measure up, not even the wealthiest heirs. The male students at school spoke of her as if she were a deity, to be admired from afar and never approached. Just speaking to a beauty like Hiyushi felt like an incredible honor. Yet now, Liu Yang found those rumors to be exaggerated. Hiyushi appeared carefree and unconcerned about her image, her actions decisive and direct. Unlike other girls who tended to be cautious and timid, her demeanor and approachability defied the lofty image that surrounded her. Chapter 6. Can you read minds? After drinking, Hiyushi approached Liu Yang and Tang Mingting, tidying her hair, taking a deep breath, and extending her smooth, fair hand. Hello, security classmate. I'm Hiyushi. Pleased to meet you. I remember you. Your name is Liu Yang, right? The school says you've managed to avoid 30 years of detours by becoming a security guard while still in school, leading a life of retirement ahead of time. You've become something of a celebrity. Noticing her mischievous, beaming expression, Liu Yang understood she was trying to bridge the gap between them with humor. He extended his hand to shake hers, holding on to it afterward. I never imagined that even one of the 4 campus beauties, Hiyushi, would have heard of me. It's truly an honor. As he felt her smooth skin, he couldn't help but marvel at its jade-like softness and pristine quality. Was this the sensation of a goddess's touch? If this were before the zombie outbreak, a handshake with such a goddess would have been a topic of bragging from freshman to graduation. Anyone fortunate enough to hold Hiyushi's hand would likely hesitate to wash it for a year. Hiyushi, feeling a bit flustered by Liu Yang's grip, blushed and quickly withdrew her hand, then smiled brightly. Since we're both alumni and familiar with each other's names, I suppose we can consider ourselves friends? Friends can share a bit of food, can't they? Liu Yang's expression shifted to one of understanding. The beautiful campus flower was indeed trying to establish rapport, but she had finally revealed her true intention, to acquire food. However, Liu Yang's provisions were not easily relinquished. He shook his head. No, in this apocalyptic world, food is scarce and every morsel could be a lifeline. I can't just give it away, even if you were a campus beauty. Oh, come on, good brother, please. I'm really starving. If you don't give me something to eat, I feel like I'm going to starve to death. You would want to watch me perish, would you? Hiyushi immediately adopted a charming tone, her usual charm never having failed her in the past. Even the most aloof of male deities cannot withstand the allure of her endearing appellation, good brother. Yet, Liu Yang remained resolute, impervious to her charms. No, this is a matter of life and death. Your coquettishness will not sway me. Then what must I do to earn some food? Hiyushi implored, her eyes wide with innocence. It's quite simple. First, take a shower, and then come to my room, and I shall enlighten you, Liu Yang replied, a mischievous grin gracing his face. His gaze swept over Hiyushi, not only admiring her breathtaking beauty akin to that of a mixed-race goddess, but also her devilishly perfect physique, long, straight, and fair legs, a waist that could barely be encircled by a hand, and an astonishingly enviable waist-to-hip ratio. Such a flawless figure was undoubtedly a weapon of seduction. Had this been before the apocalypse, any man fortunate enough to experience Hiyushi's charms would likely have felt as though they had struck gold. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, a look of incredulity washed over Hiyushi's face. How could he speak of such things with such casualness? How shameless, she thought. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? We've only just met. She gestured toward Tang Mingting, and you've already shared food with her. Because she became my woman yesterday, Liu Yang stated calmly. What? Hiyushi exclaimed, her shock evident. Tang Mingting, the class monitor and beauty of the first class, had capitulated so swiftly to become the girlfriend of this mere security guard? Hiyushi found it hard to believe. I'll be waiting in my room. Think it over, Liu Yang said before retreating upstairs to rest. Lying on his bed, Liu Yang began to envision the future. Half an hour later, Hiyushi knocked on his door. She has indeed come, Liu Yang thought, a smile spreading across his face. The thought of her goddess-like visage and exquisite form ignited a fervor within him, a fire of excitement burning brightly. "Come in," he called, steadying his breath and suppressing the inner turmoil he felt. Yusher gently pushed the door open, her face still betraying a hint of nervousness. Clearly, she had just emerged from a shower, her long black hair, still damp, cascading over her delicate shoulders, appearing utterly enchanting. "Liu Yang, can we discuss this?" She stammered hesitantly. "We're both university students. Must we be so unyielding? How about this? You provide me with food, and I'll paint for you. My artwork is quite beautiful. I can create a portrait that makes you look handsome." The pangs of hunger in her stomach were genuine. Yet, she felt it beneath her dignity to acquiesce to Liu Yang's demands for the sake of mere sustenance. Once hailed as a goddess, she had turned down numerous exceptional suitors, including brilliant scholars, handsome men, and affluent heirs. Now, the thought of having to submit to a mere security guard was utterly unacceptable. That simply cannot be. You are so beautiful, one of the 4 campus beauties, a goddess revered by all. Any normal man would wish to claim you as his own. If I didn't harbor such thoughts, could I still call myself a man? Unless I were a eunuch, I would certainly have such desires. Liu Yang retorted with a chuckle. But, actions devoid of emotion are soulless. Yusher countered earnestly. Liu Yang stroked his chin. "You make a fair point, right? So, why not accept my offer for a painting?" Yusher's eyes sparkled at Liu Yang's words, only for him to continue. "Then you simply need to cultivate some feelings for me." Yusher was rendered speechless. She had not anticipated Liu Yang's audacity, nor his convoluted reasoning. Could feelings truly be forged so quickly? And to develop feelings for a mere security guard? The notion was almost unbearable. This is truly unreasonable, she thought, on the verge of despair. Observing her reaction, Liu Yang feigned a high-pitched voice, but to cultivate feelings for a mere security guard is far too challenging. Yusher's eyes widened. Liu Yang exaggeratedly continued. "Countless wealthy heirs, handsome men, and brilliant scholars have pursued me, and I turned them all down. How could I possibly accept a security guard?" "Wait, are you reading my mind?" Yusher exclaimed, astonished. "How do you know my innermost thoughts?" Liu Yang grinned triumphantly. "Not only can I read minds, but I also possess X-ray vision. There is a faint reddish birthmark on the left side of your chest, shaped like a heart." "Ah." Yusher's eyes widened in disbelief as she instinctively covered her chest. Chapter 7. The Art of Flirting, Winning Over the Campus Beauty. Yusher regarded Liu Yang as though he were a ghost. She could hardly fathom how he knew her innermost thoughts or the secret of her birthmark, an intimate detail known only to her parents. How on earth did Liu Yang come to know? Seeing her bewildered expression, Liu Yang wore a smug look. Before Yusher entered this room, he had already envisioned future events. In that foresight, he had forcibly engaged in indescribable acts with Yusher, who ultimately yielded, leading to a lengthy conversation that provided him with invaluable insights. Now, by revealing such information, she would naturally assume he possessed mind-reading abilities. This power of foresight, besides averting future dangers, proved remarkably effective in wooing women. With a self-satisfied confidence, Liu Yang proclaimed, "Since yesterday, I've dispatched several zombies. I can even read your thoughts and discern your secrets. Do you still consider me an ordinary man?" Still reeling from shock, Yusher couldn't help but reassess Liu Yang. His bravery on the first day of the apocalypse was commendable, facing zombies head-on, and on the second day, he was the first to scour a convenience store for food, showcasing his remarkable courage and strategic mind. Now, he not only comprehended her thoughts, but could even unveil her physical secrets. All of this indicated that Liu Yang, though previously a mere security guard, was undeniably an exceptional and reliable man in this new world, a far more valuable companion than those so-called scholars and wealthy heirs. Yusher found herself unable to resist the allure of Liu Yang's strength. Perhaps it was not so difficult to accept after all. Her inner turmoil began to waver. Just one final push was needed. Liu Yang understood this well. Is there an ability more formidable than mind-reading and X-ray vision? What other secrets does this man conceal? Yusher mused, captivated by the enigma that Liu Yang presented. Each utterance ignited her curiosity further. Liu Yang then asked, "So, do you agree to be my girlfriend?" She nodded slowly. Liu Yang received a system notification. Ding. "Congratulations, host. The target has agreed to be your girlfriend. You have gained a new ability, ice control." Upon reading the notification, Liu Yang felt a rush of exhilaration. Had he awakened an ice-based power? Liu Yang had previously indulged in numerous films, and even among the mutants depicted in cinema, the Iceman stood as an exceptionally formidable figure. Thus, it was reasonable to surmise that this ice-based ability must be at least an A-level power. He hastily perused the description. Ice Control. Level 1. The host can condense water into ice and manipulate ice shards to assault foes. Liu Yang tested this newfound ability. With a mere thought, the moisture in the air crystallized into a sharp ice needle. He swiftly launched the ice needle. Crack! A deep crater instantly marred the wall adjacent to the window. Witnessing the spectacle, Liu Yang was taken aback. What remarkable power! If it could create such a dent in a concrete wall. Imagine the devastation it could wreak if directed at a human head. He continued to experiment and discovered that at this moment, he could conjure a maximum of 5 ice needles. However, his mental energy was nearly depleted, necessitating a cooldown period of 15 minutes. So, it appeared that he possessed a mere 5 shots before needing to reload for a quarter of an hour. This skill could not be employed indiscriminately. It was best reserved for critical moments. Nevertheless, even with a 15-minute reloading time, the potency of this ability was undeniable, a guaranteed headshot skill, invaluable against both zombies and fellow humans alike. After absorbing the details of this skill, Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction, then shifted his gaze to Yushi, who lay beside him, resolving to reward her handsomely. An hour later, the storm had settled. Cradling the stunning campus beauty, Liu Yang felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. In times of peace, even exchanging a few words with one of the 4 school goddesses like Yushi was a luxury coveted by all boys. Yet now, this goddess in the eyes of others lay docilely in his embrace, having uttered her consent to be his woman. Liu Yang felt an exhilarating sense of bliss, as if he could wake from a dream with a smile. Chapter 8. Rescuing a woman today marked the 3rd day since the apocalypse erupted. Liu Yang assessed the remaining provisions. 250 milliliters of milk with 15 bottles left, 20 grams of sausage with 70 pieces remaining, 12 loaves of bread, and 8 vacuum-sealed chicken legs. If rationed judiciously, these supplies should suffice for the 3 of them for 7 days. However, Liu Yang was a man with a keen sense of impending crisis. Though food could last another week, he needed to expedite the gathering of more supplies. The longer time passed, the hungrier other survivors would become, increasing the likelihood of them risking a venture into the convenience store, the sole source of sustenance for the entire neighborhood. If he delayed, others might seize the opportunity. However, if he intended to continue gathering provisions, he first had to eliminate the dozen or so zombies blocking the entrance. Liu Yang stood at the window of the 3rd floor, surveying the zombies below. With a flicker of intent, an ice needle swiftly formed in the air. He aimed at one of the zombies' heads and launched it. Yet, to his astonishment, the zombie remained unscathed. Liu Yang's eyes widened. This ice needle, despite its formidable power, has a range that is far too limited. The zombie is merely 20 meters away, and I cannot strike it? He concluded that, with his current mental capacity and the 1st-level ice ability, the effective range of his ice needle was approximately 10 meters. Beyond that, he could not exert control. Unlike a bullet, the ice needle was too light, losing its kinetic energy, and thus its capacity to inflict harm once control was relinquished. It seemed this skill was not invincible. He would have to take a risk by opening the door and attacking from a narrow opening. Liu Yang shook his head. Fortunately, the zombies possessed low intelligence, and by stealthily attacking through a crack in the door, he might avoid detection. Calculating the scenario, he realized he could eliminate 5 zombies with his 5 ice needles, but would need to reload twice, taking a total of 30 minutes. In essence, he required just half an hour to eradicate all the zombies outside, after which he could safely proceed to the convenience store to gather food. Having devised his plan, Liu Yang began his simulation. He found himself behind the Grand Villa door, cautiously opening a crack to observe the outside world. The zombies had yet to notice him, continuing their aimless wandering. Liu Yang wasted no time in launching an ice needle. Crack! The ice needle struck a zombie with pinpoint accuracy, exploding into a myriad of ice crystals within its skull, instantly delivering a fatal blow. Energized by this success, Liu Yang unleashed a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th ice needle. 5 zombies fell lifeless to the ground, each a victim of headshots. The remaining zombies, oblivious to the fate of their companions, stood idly by, their intellect evidently lacking. At this juncture, however, Liu Yang found himself ensnared in a 15-minute cooldown. Concealed behind the door, A triumphant expression adorned his face. With this ice ability, confronting zombies had become significantly safer and more efficient. No longer did he need to engage in close combat. Even with enhanced attributes, facing a horde of zombies could lead to perilous outcomes. Moreover, in close combat, the sight of a living human would incite the zombies to frenzy, attracting even more of their kind. In contrast, utilizing ice needles for stealthy ambushes allowed him to eliminate them silently. Just as Liu Yang settled into his cooldown, poised to resume the fight once his mental energy regained, a woman stealthily emerged from a nearby villa. It was evident that, on the third day of the apocalypse, desperation had driven her to seek sustenance. Observing the absence of zombies at the convenience store entrance, she crouched low and crept forward. However, as she neared the door, the zombies outside Liu Yang's villa suddenly detected her presence, erupting into furious roars as they charged towards her. The woman, startled, let out a shriek and turned to flee back into the villa. Yet, how could a woman, starved for 3 days, outrun the frenzied zombies? Soon, the first zombie caught up to her, tackling her to the ground and gnawing mercilessly. Her anguished cries echoed throughout the neighborhood. In the distance, countless zombies were drawn to the commotion. Before long, the woman was devoured, leaving behind naught but his skeletal remains. Meanwhile, at the convenience store entrance, a throng of zombies had congregated. Witnessing this scene, Liu Yang couldn't help but curse vehemently. That foolish woman, in such dire circumstances. She dared to scream and attract so many zombies, rendering even my own attempts to scavenge food untenable. Initially, there had only been 15 zombies at the entrance of his villa, of which he had already dispatched 5. Had he waited just half an hour longer, he would have eliminated the rest and safely sought sustenance. Now, the woman's reckless actions had drawn dozens of zombies to the convenience store entrance. Liu Yang's ice needle skill had a mere 10-meter attack range. Concealed within the villa, he could not strike the zombies so far away. This predicament eliminated his stealthy approach to dispatch the zombies. To eliminate that horde would require him to confront them head-on, a prospect fraught with peril. Even Liu Yang could not guarantee victory against such odds. Should he be surrounded by zombies, he risked meeting a grim fate. All of this chaos stemmed from that foolish woman. With a heavy heart, Liu Yang concluded this simulation and initiated a second attempt. In the second simulation, after eliminating 5 zombies, he refrained from waiting through the cooldown period. Instead, he charged out wielding a fire axe. At that moment, both his strength and speed had been enhanced, and with the skill of immunity to the zombie virus, he felt confident even against 10 zombies. As long as he employed a nimble strategy, his chances of survival remained high. A few minor injuries would be inconsequential since he wouldn't turn into a zombie. Thus, brandishing the fire axe like a warrior, he swung at the zombies, dispatching 10 of them in less than a minute. However, the sounds of battle might attract more zombies from afar, so Liu Yang immediately dashed towards the woman who had ventured out to the convenience store in search of food. Upon seeing a robust man, drenched in the dark blood of the undead and charging at her with an axe, the woman froze in terror. Trembling, she stammered, Who are you? What do you want? I am your father. Now hurry up and come with me, you foolish woman. Liu Yang snapped harshly. If I were worried about you screaming and attracting zombies, would I have engaged in close combat with those 10? Look at me. I'm soaked in the stench of zombie blood. It's absolutely disgusting. His words left the woman speechless, and she was swiftly pulled back to Liu Yang's villa. Meanwhile, the commotion had attracted 20 more zombies, surrounding the entrance to the villa. Chapter 9. The desire to experience the joy of directing. The second simulation was a success. At least that woman didn't ruin everything. Yet, the arrival of 20 zombies at the door increased the difficulty of their next outing. Still, it was far more manageable than dealing with 50 zombies outside the convenience store. Thus, Liu Yang began to act according to the second plan. Once he successfully brought the woman back to the villa, as soon as she stepped inside, she forcefully shook off Liu Yang's hand. Get your filthy hands off me. How disgusting, she exclaimed, vigorously wiping the zombie blood clinging to her wrist, her face contorted in disdain. Liu Yang scoffed. How dare you complain about dirt? Do you not realize that if it weren't for me saving you, you'd be devoured by zombies, reduced to a pile of bones? Not a shred of flesh left on you. Who are you trying to fool? I don't believe you. If you hadn't been dragged away, you would have found food in the convenience store already. What do you want from me, you perverted security guard? I remember you. Every time I pass the gate, you look at me with those lecherous eyes. Don't think I don't know. The woman, Su Xiao, shouted, her expression dripping with contempt. As Liu Yang processed her words, he finally recognized her as the third-rate actress living in Building 12. every time he greeted her while passing the entrance. She would respond with a disdainful look and a dismissive snort. He conceded that she was indeed beautiful, her looks rivaling even Hiyushi's. Yet she possessed a more mature charm and an air of superiority. Her expressions, demeanor, smile, and even her gait suggested she had undergone special training, an essential curriculum for actresses, exuding a charisma and allure that ordinary women lacked. While Liu Yang occasionally stole glances at beautiful women, he never descended to the level of lewdness. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that, in her eyes, he was perceived as such a base individual. Regardless of her opinion, Liu Yang remained indifferent. This was the apocalypse, not a time of peace. So what if she was a celebrity? Did she not feel hunger? What's wrong? Have my words struck a nerve? And now you're at a loss for words? You filthy security guard. Hurry up and get me something to eat. I'm a resident of this community. Is this how you treat the owners? Su Xiao retorted aggressively. Liu Yang furrowed his brow and replied coldly. Who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that? I rescued you. And instead of gratitude, you look at me with disdain. Now you demand food from me in a commanding tone? Who do you think you are? I am your god. Your salary comes from the owners. Do you not understand? Is your brain muddled? Taken aback by Liu Yang's defiance, Su Xiao's fury escalated, and she pointed an accusatory finger at him. Ha! Tang Mengting, standing nearby, let out a cold laugh, fully aware of what would ensue. As expected, without further ado, Liu Yang delivered a sharp slap across Su Xiao's face, sending her sprawling to the ground. Her face instantly flushed red and swollen. Tang Mengting's smirk deepened, albeit with a hint of confusion. Why did she feel such satisfaction witnessing another get struck as she had been? Ah, you hit me. How dare you, you filthy security guard? Do you not know who I am? I am a resident of this community, a celebrity with millions of fans. You dare lay a hand on me? Su Xiao shrieked wildly, tears streaming down her face as the sting of humiliation and pain overwhelmed her. She had never imagined that a mere security guard would have the audacity to strike her. As a star, she was accustomed to being revered wherever she went, her fans eager to pay exorbitant sums just for a photo. Even her appearance fees were in the hundreds of thousands. Everywhere she went, she was treated like a goddess. Little did she expect that a lowly security guard would dare to challenge her authority. Celebrity? This is the apocalypse. Who cares about your status? So what if I'm a security guard? Since I saved you, you will listen to me, or I'll toss you outside where 20 zombies await, eager for a taste of your flesh. Upon hearing Liu Yang's menacing words and seeing his fierce expression, Su Xiao began to tremble with fear. She had seen the terrifying zombies pursuing her during their escape back to the villa. If they caught her, she would be devoured piece by piece, facing a fate worse than death. Then, at least give me some food. I'm starving. I can pay you. How much do you want? 100,000? 200,000? I can manage it. Money is no object for me. Su Xiao capitulated, recognizing that using her status to intimidate this security guard was futile. She could only resort to bribery. 200,000, an amount that a security guard might take a decade to save. Su Xiao believed this to be a considerable sum for someone in his position. Money is also not my concern. This is the apocalypse. What use is money now? It's just worthless paper. Dear celebrity, haven't you grasped the situation? If you continue to be so mindless, you will easily meet your demise. Liu Yang replied with a cold laugh. Hearing this, Su Xiao completely broke down. I don't want to die. I'm so hungry. If it weren't for my hunger, I wouldn't have risked coming out of the villa. I truly can't bear it any longer. It is entirely my assistant's fault for mentioning that I've gained a bit of weight recently, making me less photogenic and urging me to lose some pounds. The day before the zombie outbreak, I did not consume a single morsel, which means I have endured an entire day of hunger more than others. Woe is me. I feel as though I might perish from starvation. What must you do to provide me with sustenance? If you require no payment, that is acceptable. Once this calamity has passed, I can introduce you to a director, enabling you to become a star. Imagine, you could play the role of a hero in a film. How does that proposition strike you? Liu Yang merely shook his head. Don't be foolish. Over 70% of the global population has succumbed to becoming zombies. How could this disaster possibly come to an end? We're in the apocalypse. Have you not comprehended this yet? If you desire food, you could take a bath, cleanse yourself thoroughly, and then come to my room. As a celebrity, such actions should be quite routine for you. Surely you understand? For a star, the notion of unspoken rules is hardly out of the ordinary, is it? Even the most beautiful starlet must exert relentless effort and climb into the beds of numerous esteemed directors to achieve her dream of becoming a shining superstar. I suspect this Su Xiao has traversed the beds of quite a few prominent directors herself. So what is the harm in her climbing into the bed of a mere security guard like me? This star is undeniably stunning. Although Liu Yang has had relationships with school beauties, he has never been involved with a celebrity. He too yearns to experience the joy of being with a renowned director. What truly differentiates these stars from ordinary women, after all? Su Xiao was momentarily stunned, then quickly regained her composure, her expression shifting to one of indignation. You wish to exploit me? Impossible. I am a star, and you are merely a lowly security guard. In the past, I wouldn't have even glanced in your direction. Would I debase myself for a mere morsel of food? You can forget about it. Liu Yang smirked coldly. Oh, how impressive you are. I look forward to your performance. Ponder it here. However, I shall only grant you this opportunity tonight. After tonight, should you find yourself begging for my company, I shall not oblige. At that point, you may as well forget about receiving any food. Every woman makes such declarations. Yet in the end, they all timidly knock on their own doors, don't they? The celebrity looks down upon me, a mere security guard. But Liu Yang is not surprised. Nevertheless, he is confident that this starlet will soon yield. Chapter 10. Has someone entered the convenience store? Liu Yang paid no further heed to the so-called star, but instead joined Tang Mengting and He Yushi at the dining table, where they began distributing food. Each received a sausage, a bottle of milk, and a loaf of bread. This constituted their lunch for the day. Given the current scarcity of food, they had to ration their intake. Despite the limited provisions, Tang Mengting and He Yushi exhibited expressions of immense anticipation. As they cautiously unwrapped the bread and took their first bites of the soft texture, their faces radiated satisfaction. Delicious. It was truly exquisite. In this apocalyptic world, even a simple loaf of bread felt like a rare delicacy. The aroma wafted through the air and reached Su Xiao's nostrils, prompting her to involuntarily sniff. Ah, how delightful. I long to eat. Her stomach audibly growled, betraying her hunger. As a star, her daily diet was strictly regulated and meticulously planned. Especially since she had recently taken on a new role, she had been diligently controlling her weight and dieting. This had rendered her even hungrier than the others, with her reserves of body fat considerably diminished. Now, upon catching the scent of the bread, she felt her resolve wavering. It was as though countless ants were gnawing at her insides, causing unbearable pain. She cast a longing gaze at the others who were dining, only to find that none paid her any mind. How disheartening it was for a prominent star to be neglected. Su Xiao found it hard to bear such a disparity. Feeling a wave of grievance wash over her, and her eyes quickly welled with tears, Liu Yang, however, remained oblivious to the quietly weeping star. After finishing his meal, he commenced another simulation. This was to be his final opportunity for the day. He had to make the most of this chance. Once the simulation succeeded, he would seek out food. Otherwise, should he fail once more, he would be unable to procure any sustenance for the entire day. Liu Yang was a cautious individual. He would never venture out of the villa without first conducting a simulation. After all, with a system at his disposal, he was destined to rise to greatness and become a formidable force. Moreover, he was surrounded by several beautiful women, and he had yet to indulge in that pleasure. If an unexpected misfortune were to befall him and he perished prematurely, it would be an immense loss. The simulation commenced. Liu Yang once again arrived at the villa's entrance, stealthily opening a narrow gap in the door and utilizing ice needles to eliminate 5 zombies. Following a 15-minute cooldown, he dispatched another 5. After eradicating all 20 zombies, 45 minutes had elapsed. As the simulation could only predict 1 hour into the future, Liu Yang had a mere 15 minutes left to gather food and return to the villa. Fortunately, the convenience store was in close proximity. Under normal circumstances, barring any unforeseen events, 15 minutes would surely suffice, perhaps even less than 5. Liu Yang dashed out of the villa, crouching low as he sprinted toward the convenience store. No incidents occurred along the way, and he successfully entered the store. However, upon his arrival, Liu Yang sensed something was amiss. Clearly, the food within the convenience store had diminished significantly. He and Tang Mengting had previously visited the store, and at that time, the shelves had been fully stocked, untouched by anyone. He remembered precisely how much food they had taken. Now, with so much less available, it was evident that other survivors had also come to the convenience store. This realization caused Liu Yang's brow to furrow. It appeared that, driven by hunger, some individuals had begun to venture out in search of food, and soon, this convenience store would likely be frequented by an increasing number of survivors. He needed to devise a strategy to secure more provisions. Liu Yang immediately began stuffing food from the shelves into his backpack. This time, he focused on easily accessible, high-calorie items. After 1 minute of gathering, his backpack was filled to the brim, the zipper barely able to close. Only then did he exit the store. Once he was a dozen meters away from the convenience store, he turned back, picked up a stone from the ground, and hurled it at the glass. The sharp crack of sound instantly attracted the attention of the distant zombies, 3 of them rushing toward the convenience store. Satisfied, Liu Yang returned to his villa. With 3 zombies keeping watch over the store, other survivors would likely hesitate to enter and take food. For Liu Yang, dealing with those 3 zombies was no challenge. With his current strength, he could easily dispatch them. Thus, this tactic would raise the difficulty for other survivors. The food in the convenience store belonged to him, and they would have to contend with those 3 zombies first. Liu Yang mused. After successfully acquiring food, Liu Yang concluded this simulation. He then initiated actions based on the simulation's outcome. Once he completed the food collection from the convenience store and re-entered the villa, he emptied the contents of his backpack. Hiyushi and the others were immediately captivated by the sight of such an abundance of food. Hiyushi, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "What? Liu Yang, did you go out to find food again? Aren't there a dozen zombies outside? How did you manage it?" Liu Yang replied matter-of-factly, "Eliminate them, of course." "Eliminate? But that's a dozen zombies." Both Tang Mengting and Hiyushi exclaimed, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Su Xiao, the nearby star, displayed a look of incredulity. "Is it truly so difficult?" Liu Yang, without a shadow of a doubt, began to count the provisions, disregarding the astonished and admiring gazes of the girls around him. Upon completing his tally, he addressed the group. "This time, I have collected a total of 12 loaves of bread, 58 sausages, and 21 packets of beef jerky. Henceforth, for every meal, I can provide each of you with 2 sausages and 1 packet of beef jerky." "Wow, additional rations? How splendid." Hiyushi's face lit up with a joyful and surprised expression. "Thank you, Liu Yang. You are truly kind to us." Tang Mengting chimed in, equally elated. Once a lofty class monitor who looked down upon Liu Yang, she now realized he was entirely different from her previous misconceptions. He was a formidable individual, possessing a meticulous mind and a courageous spirit. In this apocalyptic world, he was undeniably an exceptional man. Consequently, her disdain gradually transformed into admiration and infatuation. In the distance, Su Xiao observed the scene with a complex expression, her heart in turmoil. Am I truly going to yield to this mere security guard? No, he's just a guard. I'm a major star. Yet if I continue to suffer from hunger, I will inevitably starve. Alas, what should I do? Su Xiao began to stifle her sobs once more. Chapter 11. The celebrity concedes and gains a new ability. After counting the supplies, Liu Yang returned all the provisions to his room. He then took a shower and began to rest. Having conducted 3 simulations that day and engaged in close combat with 10 zombies to save a useless female celebrity, he felt somewhat fatigued. Lying on his bed, he soon drifted into slumber. When he awoke, darkness had enveloped the world outside. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Liu Yang couldn't help but scoff at the sound. So much for the aloof celebrity. After just a few hours, she's already unable to bear her hunger. "Come in," he called out to the door. The female star, Su Xiao, slowly pushed the door open and entered, her eyes red-rimmed, clearly having cried for quite some time. Upon seeing Liu Yang reclined on the bed, tears welled up once more. At 25 years old, she had spent 7 years in the entertainment industry, possessing beauty that rivaled even top-tier stars. The reason she had only been cast in low-budget dramas, unable to ascend to the ranks of leading actresses, was her refusal to submit to the industry's unspoken rules. In terms of talent, looks, and physique, she surpassed many first-tier actresses. Yet what good was that? Without compromising her principles and climbing into a director's bed, she would forever remain a mere third-tier star, playing supporting roles. However, Su Xiao remained steadfast, believing that her talent would eventually lead her to success. It was merely a matter of time. Who said that in this murky world of showbiz, a pure and pristine lotus could not emerge? She, Su Xiao, aspired to be that singular flower. Yet, despite withstanding immense pressure and temptation from the industry, she could not withstand hunger and was now forced to knock on the door of this lowly security guard. The more she pondered, the more unjustly she felt. Observing her tearful demeanor, Liu Yang frowned. "What is the matter? Come to lament? If you haven't thought it through, just know that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Become my woman, and I shall provide you with food that is perfectly reasonable. Otherwise, why would I share my precious supplies with a stranger?" Su Xiao, chastened by Liu Yang's words, ceased her crying. I understand. I have thought it through, which is why I knocked on your door, she stammered, her voice thick with emotion. Yet, she still felt a pang of reluctance. After years of hard work in the entertainment industry to achieve stardom, she now found herself having to submit to a security guard earning a mere $3,000 a month. The disparity was too great for her to accept all at once. Liu Yang gazed at her stunning beauty and her enviable figure, particularly her unique aura as a celebrity, unable to resist licking his lips. Though Su Xiao was merely a third-tier star, she boasted millions of fans. Countless men idolized her, willing to die for a single night of passion with her. At this moment, as the star herself opened her door, Liu Yang felt a surge of excitement. Don't hesitate, come here quickly. Once we're done, I'll provide you with food. And as long as you become my woman, food will no longer be an issue, he confidently declared. At this juncture, he possessed formidable abilities, along with attributes surpassing even the strongest. In this apocalypse, while he might not be the most powerful, at least the issue of sustenance would never be a concern. Moreover, his strength would continue to grow. Reaching the pinnacle of life was merely a matter of time. All right, I understand. I agree to be your woman. Su Xiao bit her lip and finally made her decision in her heart. Liu Yang received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully convincing the other party to become your woman and gaining a new ability, Dark Space. Due to the host's success over 3 consecutive days, you have earned the title of Master of Expansion, with a reward of 30 points added to all attributes and an increase of 1 level for all abilities. Upon receiving this notification, Liu Yang was filled with exhilaration. Not only had he acquired a new ability, but he had also earned a title, increased his attribute points, and leveled up his powers. This was simply delightful. Liu Yang quickly examined his attributes. Name, Liu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Stamina, 100. Spirit, 100. Abilities, 1. Future Simulation Level 2, 2. Virus Immunity Level 2, 3. Ice Control Level 2, 4. Dark Space Level 2. Upon viewing this attribute panel, Liu Yang was elated. His base attributes had reached 100 points, effectively doubling those of an ordinary person. Especially the enhancements in strength and speed granted him significantly greater capabilities in combat against zombies. Currently, his speed was twice that of an average person, while a regular individual might run 100 meters in approximately 12 seconds. Liu Yang now accomplished it in just 6 seconds. Such speed surpassed even world records. Not only could zombies not catch up to him, but even sprint champions would struggle to keep pace. The enhancement in strength was even more crucial. Even without a weapon, Liu Yang could send a zombie flying with a single punch, given his current strength. As for the increase in ability levels, Liu Yang hastily reviewed the descriptions of each power. Future Simulation, Level 2. You can simulate the future within 2 hours, with 4 simulations available daily. Excellent. The duration has doubled, and the number of attempts has increased, granting Liu Yang more opportunities for trial and error. Virus Immunity, Level 2. You can be immune to the viruses of Level 2 zombies. Liu Yang paused at this description. Level 2 zombies? What on earth are those? Do zombies actually level up? Ultimately, he shook his head, setting aside these questions. Next, he examined the third skill. Ice Control, Level 2. You can more rapidly condense moisture into ice and control ice blocks to attack enemies. Seeing this description, Liu Yang shook his head. It revealed no special effects, merely an enhancement in the speed of ice production. He decided to test it out, upon discovering that he could originally wield only 5 ice needles. Liu Yang was astonished to find that, after advancing to Level 2, the quantity had doubled to 10. Furthermore, the speed at which the ice needles coalesced had accelerated. This meant that his magazine now contained 10 projectiles. Additionally, the range of his control had significantly improved, now extending to an impressive 20 meters. Overwhelmed with surprise at such formidable enhancements, Liu Yang realized that the upgrade of this freezing skill was of utmost importance. Not only had the number of projectiles increased twofold, but the attack range had also seen similar enhancement. This skill truly represented the most significant upgrade. Subsequently, Liu Yang turned his attention to the final skill, the most recently acquired one, Dark Space, at Level 2. Within him resided a cubic space measuring 20 by 20 by 20 meters, allowing for the unrestricted placement and retrieval of any items. What an extraordinary ability! This was a manifestation of spatial manipulation, likely among the highest echelons of powers. Liu Yang hurriedly extracted a sausage to test it. With a mere thought, the sausage vanished from his grasp, entering the dark space. Moments later, with another thought, the sausage reappeared in his hand. Witnessing the sheer strength and convenience of this ability filled Liu Yang with elation. How remarkable! With this power, I will no longer need to carry a backpack while scavenging for food. I could easily clear an entire convenience store in one go. Chapter 12. Scavenging for Food and Encountering Survivors. Liu Yang could hardly believe that after 3 consecutive days of successful expansion, he would receive an additional reward. Was this a reward for achieving 3 kills? If he were to achieve 4 or 5 kills, would there be even greater rewards? What if he managed a 7-kill streak? Would he attain divine status? The thought thrilled him. It appeared that the system was encouraging him to continually expand, ideally succeeding at least once a day without interruption. To maintain such a chain of kills, he would need to relentlessly search for female survivors. Liu Yang resolved in his heart that the following day he would venture out, not only to scavenge all the food from the convenience store, but also to seek out any remaining women in the villa area to rescue. After all, expanding with female survivors was the quickest path to enhancing his own strength. Regaining his focus, Liu Yang decided to reward the female star. Over an hour later, a satisfied smile graced his face. At that moment, the actress, Su Xiao, lay in bed with a vacant expression. Having been starved for several days and subjected to Liu Yang's antics for so long, she was on the verge of exhaustion. Noticing her condition, Liu Yang promptly produced a bottle of milk and a loaf of bread, offering them to her. "Please, eat something. I fear you might perish in bed." "Oh, thank you. Thank you." Su Xiao's eyes sparkled with life upon seeing the food, the emptiness in her gaze momentarily illuminated. She eagerly seized the bread and began to devour it. "Take your time. There's no one here to compete with you, and after joining me, there will be an abundance of food." Liu Yang chuckled, amused by her voraciousness. Once she had eaten, Su Xiao regained some strength, and the two embraced as they fell asleep, holding a breathtakingly beautiful actress in his arms. Liu Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Previously, such a star would not spare him a glance, yet now she had willingly climbed into his bed, resting peacefully in his embrace. He finally experienced the sensation of being a prominent director, a feeling that was utterly delightful. The next day, Liu Yang awoke feeling invigorated. He resolved to visit the convenience store and procure all available food, confident that his newly awakened spatial ability would allow him to carry everything without limitation. After refreshing himself, he approached the dining table where Tang Mingting and the others had already gathered. Liu Yang possessed the authority to allocate food, and despite their hunger, none could eat until he distributed the rations. This time, he provided each person with a bottle of milk, 2 sausages, a loaf of bread, and a packet of beef jerky. Upon witnessing this, Hiyushi's face lit up with surprise. "What? Another sausage? Our food supply is growing." "Liu Yang, you are amazing and so generous." Tang Mingting expressed her gratitude as well. Yes. Another sausage. Liu Yang, you truly are wonderful. Eat up, I promised you. As long as you follow me, food will never be a concern. There will be endless supplies in the future, Liu Yang assured them confidently. Shortly, he would clear out the entire convenience store, and they would no longer need to ration their meals. "Thank you. Being with you is so reassuring." Hiyushi eagerly nodded. Tang Mingting and Su Xiao also wore expressions of appreciation. After their meal, Liu Yang commenced his planning for the day, determined to thoroughly search for supplies, emptying the convenience store, and subsequently seeking out survivors. Female survivors could be brought back. As for male survivors, they would be promptly expelled from the community. As the simulation began, Liu Yang utilized his ice needles to dispatch the 20 zombies at the entrance in a mere 15 minutes. With his magazine, now containing 10 rounds, he only needed to reload once to eliminate all 20 zombies. After dealing with the undead, he charged into the convenience store wielding a fire axe. Upon reaching the entrance, he was taken aback to find that the 3 zombies he had previously attracted had been defeated, their skulls crushed, evidently the work of the fire axe. Liu Yang furrowed his brow. Those who came to gather food, noticing the 3 zombies guarding the entrance, had not retreated. Clearly, they possessed the strength and courage to confront the threat. They were likely one or several adult males. This realization put Liu Yang on high alert. These individuals were his competitors. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief that he had acquired his dark space ability early on. Otherwise, the convenience store might have already been looted clean. Entering the convenience store, he immediately began to scavenge resources. Previously, his backpack had limited capacity, restricting him to selecting only high-nutrition foods to fill his stomach. But now it was different. He could carry away everything the store had to offer. Breads, milk, sausages, bottled water. All of it was taken. Snacks, candies, cigarettes, fine wines. All of it was taken. Pots, pans, and household goods. All of it was taken. Rice, noodles, cooking oil. All of it was taken. Kitchen knives and utensils. All of it was taken. As for condoms, those could be left behind. In no time, Liu Yang had completely cleared the convenience store. Just as he prepared to leave, he was unexpectedly confronted by 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, each bearing large backpacks. The leading man even wielded a fire axe identical to Liu Yang's. Upon seeing him, they revealed expressions of astonishment. Liu Yang, you're still alive? Are you here for food too? Liu Yang, recognizing them, was equally surprised. It was their security team leader, Zhang Zhenfeng, accompanied by 2 other guards and a beautiful female resident. I came to search for food, but it's already been cleared out. Did he find anything to eat? Liu Yang replied casually. He had no intention of revealing that he had looted the entire store. Otherwise, they would certainly covet what he had. Although he was unafraid of them, it was best to avoid any unnecessary trouble. However, despite Liu Yang's assertions, the security personnel remained skeptical. Captain Zhang Zhenfeng entered the convenience store for a brief inspection and was met with the shocking sight of its complete desolation. Disbelief etched upon his face. His gaze fixated on Liu Yang, incredulous. The store has been emptied? Just yesterday, when we came for provisions, it was brimming with goods. How could it vanish so suddenly? Speak up. Did you have a hand in this? Mind you, I am your superior. It would be wise for you to refrain from deceit. Chapter 13. Eliminate the security captain and retrieve the female owner. Zhang Zhenfeng, lacking formal education, had served as the head of security in this community for a full 5 years. During Liu Yang's previous part-time tenure, he had always found Liu Yang distasteful. A young man taking on a security position seemed to him a clear indication of a lack of ambition, and he deemed Liu Yang unreliable, often grumbling about the personnel office's decision to hire a mere child. Most notably, Liu Yang was a student at Donghai University, while Zhang Zhenfeng only possessed a middle school diploma. He held a particular disdain for those with higher education, people who were not only more educated but also younger and more attractive, which irked Zhang Zhenfeng immensely. He frequently disparaged Liu Yang in conversations with his fellow guards, labeling him a fool and boasting, "What does it matter if he is a university student? Now he is just a security guard like us, serving under someone with my level of education. If I tell him to go east, will he dare to go west?" His comrades would echo his sentiments, dismissing the value of a degree. Exactly. What use is a university education? It all comes down to our captain's whims. That kid is obedient. He wouldn't dare to defy us. Otherwise, we'd have to teach him a lesson. Liu Yang had overheard such remarks before. To preserve his job, he had feigned indifference, but with the apocalypse now upon them, the worth of this position seemed trivial. Zhang Zhenfeng's audacity to revert to his previous condescending demeanor left Liu Yang frowning. He coldly retorted, "Your disbelief is your concern. The food from the convenience store has vanished, and how you choose to investigate is of no concern to me, as long as you do not pester me." At these words, Zhang Zhenfeng's expression shifted dramatically. How dare this lowly security guard speak to him in such a manner? He was the captain, a figure of authority in this domain. Especially now, with the world in chaos, he had reunited with several comrades and had even rekindled a connection with his favorite resident, Xiao Dan. Their relationship appeared to be progressing rapidly, and he envisioned a future where he would fully win her over. Yet here was Liu Yang, not only responsible for the disappearance of the store's food, but also daring to challenge him in front of Xiao Dan. Such insolence could not go unpunished. With anger blazing in his eyes, Zhang Zhenfeng stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Liu Yang. "How dare you speak to me like that? I am a security captain. You're superior. I have every right to oversee you. The food that was here just yesterday has vanished, and you reappear now. Who else could be behind this if not you? Take me to your residence. If I do not find the food there, we can leave it at that. But should I discover you have been hoarding it and deceiving us, you will face grave consequences." In response to his threats, Liu Yang could only laugh. Regarding Zhang Zhenfeng with the incredulity one might reserve for a fool. "Zhang Zhenfeng, has your mind become muddied? Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of consequence? You once wielded a modicum of authority, but now, in this new world, you still see yourself as a leader? I warn you to cease your harassment, or you will find yourself oblivious to your own demise." Zhang Zhenfeng could scarcely believe his ears. The once meek guard who had kept his head down and remained silent now dared to insult him, especially in front of Xiao Dan. He could no longer contain his fury, shouting back, "Liu Yang, how dare you address me in such a way? Even amidst disaster, we must protect the residents. Hand over the food, and we can forget this matter. Otherwise, I will not allow you to escape unscathed." The other two guards chimed in, "Liu Yang, what are you thinking? How dare you speak to Zhang Ge like that? Do you wish for death?" They were bewildered, having never noticed the rebellious streak in Liu Yang. Now, with the apocalypse upon them, he dared to be defiant, and they threatened, "Do you believe we wouldn't kill you without anyone to claim your body?" Liu Yang scoffed, "Oh, residents? In this apocalypse, where the majority are dead, you still cling to that title? Have you been a dog for so long that you cannot rise from the ground? Everyone in the security team knows you are merely a sycophant to Resident Chindan. How pathetic to still grovel at her feet in these dire times. You have this golden opportunity before you, and yet you squander it on flattery. What good are you? Women are not meant for servitude, understand? You have a woman and yet still choose to grovel. Alixbittle will meet a grim fate. You wish to kill me? Do you possess the capability?" Upon hearing Liu Yang insult Chindan, Zhang Zhenfeng's fury erupted. "You insolent fool! If I did not end your life today, I shall not bear the name Zhang." He charged at Liu Yang, brandishing a fire axe. But as he lunged forward, a deafening crack resounded, and his head erupted in a cloud of crimson mist. Liu Yang had dispatched him with an ice needle. If Zhang Zhenfeng sought death, Liu Yang was more than willing to oblige. Zhang Zhenfeng's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Resident Chun Dan let out a piercing scream at the gruesome spectacle. The other two guards stood frozen, dumbfounded. "What the hell, Zhang Ge? What happened to you?" They were utterly oblivious to Liu Yang's actions, as the ice needles were minuscule and nearly invisible in the air. They had not noticed Liu Yang's lethal strike. With a mere glance, their captain was felled. The two guards were left paralyzed by fear, trembling as they pointed at Liu Yang. "WH, what did you do? Do you truly need to know?" Liu Yang shot them another glance, and in an instant, the two guards met the same fate as their captain. These guards had long looked down upon him in their work, often targeting him, while fawning over the residents, a classic case of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. Did they not realize that their monthly salary of 3,000 yuan was earned through their labor, not through the generosity of the residents? Liu Yang felt no pity for them. Meanwhile, Resident Chandan had collapsed in shock, crouching on the ground and clutching her head, trembling uncontrollably. "Get up! Stop playing dead on the floor." Liu Yang's voice startled her further. 3 guards lay dead, and this young man appeared utterly unflinching in his lethal resolve. Fearful that she might be next, she pleaded with Liu Yang, "Please don't kill me. I beg you, spare me. I will do anything you want. I can be your woman. Just say the word, and I will obey you completely." In her eyes, Liu Yang was a heartless killer, slaying 3 guards without a second thought, executing them with brutal precision. She was terrified of meeting a similar fate. As long as she could survive, she was willing to do anything. Liu Yang gazed at the woman before him, rendered momentarily speechless. How astute she was. Before I could even hint at my intentions, she boldly declared her willingness to become my woman. A promising prospect indeed. Liu Yang addressed her, "Rise and accompany me. I have no intention of harming you. You have not wronged me." "Huh? You won't kill me? Then, where do you intend to take me?" A look of trepidation crossed Xiao Dan's face. This security guard, Liu Yang, was undeniably ruthless. He had dispatched 3 burly men without a second thought, employing a method that ended in brutal violence. Xiao Dan was thoroughly terrified. "Rest assured, I shall lead you to a safe haven. Did you not express your desire to be my woman? Now is your moment to prove yourself," Liu Yang declared, taking hold of Chun Dan and striding toward the villa. Chapter 14. Dare you voice an opinion? Liu Yang successfully brought back the owner, Chun Dan. In accordance with his strategic plan, the former head of security, Zhang Zhenfeng, often proclaimed, "I am but a security guard working to clock out, fond of little bear cookies," and enamored with the owner, Xiao Dan. Alas, he could no longer indulge in those cookies, as he had met a violent end, his remains grotesquely displayed. Xiao Dan had also been taken away by Liu Yang. "Your wife I shall care for, do not fret." Upon arriving at Liu Yang's quarters, fear etched itself upon Chun Dan's visage. Witnessing the brutal demise of 3 men was a shock from which she had yet to recover. Inside the villa, Tang Mengting, Hiyushi, and Su Xiao, upon seeing Liu Yang return with another female survivor, displayed a spectrum of reactions. Particularly, the renowned star Su Xiao's face contorted with disdain. The other 2 women had arrived at the villa before her, she could not concern herself with that. After all, she was the third. But what did this fourth woman signify? Irked, she confronted Liu Yang. I thought you were out searching for food. Instead, you've returned with another woman. Is your mind solely occupied with women? We already have 3 here, each a stunning beauty. Is that not enough for your indulgence? Are you a teddy bear? Food is scarce enough without adding another mouth to feed. Do you wish to starve us? Her pride as a celebrity and her confidence made it unbearable for her to accept that after a night spent together, he would bring back yet another woman. As if she had somehow failed to satisfy him. Am I not a grand star? Unable to please you? Unable to contain her frustration. She launched into an accusatory tirade against Liu Yang. Tang Mengting frowned, echoing indeed. You already have us 3, yet you bring back another woman. What are you trying to achieve? Are your thoughts consumed by such matters? Men truly think with their lower halves. Instead of focusing on finding us food, you bring back another person to share our rations, hastening our demise. Seeing Liu Yang return empty-handed, their displeasure had already begun to brew, only worsening upon the arrival of another woman to share their meager supplies. One more person meant another mouth to feed, exacerbating their already precarious situation. Yushi, observing the 2 women's tone towards Liu Yang, could not help but smirk internally. Clearly, they were oblivious to the reality of their circumstances. Should they part ways with Liu Yang, their fates would be sealed, while he would suffer minimal loss and could easily seek out another woman. To Liu Yang, their presence was entirely dispensable, yet they failed to comprehend their own positions and dare to speak to him thus. In terms of both intelligence and emotional acumen, these 2 women were woefully lacking. A sense of relief washed over Yushi. If Liu Yang surrounded himself with such dim-witted women, she would surely thrive in his company, perhaps even earning his exclusive favor. As expected, upon hearing Su Xiao and Tang Mengting's remarks, Liu Yang's brow furrowed and a frigid glare swept over their faces. Then, with a sharp crack, he struck both women across the face, eliciting shock and fear. Liu Yang's icy voice cut through the air. Who granted you the authority to speak to me like this? Did you truly believe that sharing my bed would elevate you to the status of mistress here? Providing you with food is merely an act of my mercy, not an invitation for you to become presumptuous. Do you dare voice your discontent? If so, leave this place immediately. I shall not hinder you. As they beheld Liu Yang's chilling gaze, Tang Mengting and Su Xiao finally recognized their missteps. Indeed, they had mistakenly thought that their intimate relations with Liu Yang would elevate their status. In truth, they were merely burdens, clinging to him for survival. The only contribution they offered him was the fulfillment of his desires. Besides that, they were nothing more than idle consumers. Liu Yang could easily replace them, whereas without his protection, they would soon perish, perhaps even fall prey to the undead. Realizing this, Tang Mengting glanced at Yushi. Among the 3, only Yushi had escaped punishment, and at that moment, a glimmer of satisfaction surfaced on her face. Upon noticing this, Tang Mengting's thoughts crystallized. Indeed, this school beauty had overshadowed her in both appearance and intellect. At that moment, Liu Yang turned his attention to Yushi, the school beauty, and inquired, "Why do you remain silent?" "Me?" Yushi exclaimed in surprise, pointing to herself, then flashing a sweet smile as she mischievously replied, "I'm free tonight." "Oh, I return with a new woman, and you have no objections?" Liu Yang asked, curiosity piqued. "What objections could I possibly have? This secure villa is yours. The food is yours, and everything here belongs to you. It is entirely your prerogative to bring whomever you wish." Yushi responded matter-of-factly. From the outset, she had never considered herself Liu Yang's girlfriend, nor had she ever contemplated monopolizing him. In this apocalyptic world, romance was but a fleeting notion. Everything was merely an exchange of interests. They were but extensions of Liu Yang's desires, not mistresses of any sort. Yushi was astute enough to grasp this reality long ago. Upon hearing Yushi's response, Liu Yang was taken aback. "You are indeed a clever school beauty." "Clever?" "So clever, yet still caught in your schemes." Yushi pouted, her lips forming a small frown. "Ha ha ha, that only proves I am even more clever than you." Liu Yang chuckled, ruffling the school beauty's hair. Engaging with an intelligent individual is truly a source of delight. Among the trio, Yushi stood out in both emotional and intellectual prowess. Liu Yang then turned his attention to the newly arrived owner, Chen Dan, and reassured her, "You need not fear. I will not harm you, for you have done me no wrong. My actions against those 3 security guards stemmed solely from their intent to kill me. I shall ensure your safety and provide you with sustenance. But what I require in return is your allegiance. Become my woman. And no problem. I will do whatever you say. Just please do not kill me. The owner, Xiao Dan, quickly replied. Chapter 15. Is the female owner a ballet teacher? After a refreshing bath, the female homeowner, Xiao Dan, arrived at Liu Yang's room, where he had been waiting for quite some time. The reason Xiao Dan was able to attract Zhang Zhengfeng, the devoted admirer, was her exquisite beauty and perfect figure. She was reputedly a ballet teacher. The mere thought of her graceful silhouette sent waves of excitement through Liu Yang. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhengfeng, that foolish sycophant, had pined after her for so long without success. Yet within a day, Xiao Dan had taken the initiative to seek him out. This was a clear testament to the folly of being a devoted admirer, particularly in the apocalypse, where such behavior was the epitome of foolishness. At that moment, Xiao Dan appeared quite anxious. Liu Yang, observing her demeanor, found it somewhat amusing. Why are you so nervous? Surely you've had boyfriends before? To his surprise, she nodded affirmatively. Yes, I indeed have never had a boyfriend, and I'm utterly clueless about how such things work. What? Is that true? How old are you? And you've never had a boyfriend? Liu Yang could hardly believe it. Xiao Dan, with her fair complexion, striking beauty, and tall stature, exuded the charm of a ballet instructor. It was hard to fathom that someone so breathtakingly beautiful had never captured a man's heart, especially when even the head of security, Zhang Zhengfeng, was utterly smitten and willing to be a mere admirer. Honestly, I've been so engrossed in my dance career these past years that I haven't had the time for a relationship. Moreover, I've never encountered a man who truly moved me, Xiao Dan confessed shyly. Well, you're in luck today as you've met me, Liu Yang replied with a mischievous grin. I'm certainly not an ordinary man, and I imagine your heart raced when you first met me. Wouldn't that count as being moved? Xiao Dan recalled their initial encounter, where her heart rate had skyrocketed, far exceeding 250. It wasn't just a matter of being moved. Her heart felt as though it might leap from her chest. His words brought a smile to her face. Seeing her reaction, Liu Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. Now, that is more like it. No need to be overly anxious. Although you haven't had a boyfriend before, I have plenty of experience with girlfriends. I can teach you, especially since I have a wealth of experience with women who have never been in relationships. Rest assured, I will be gentle. So, do you agree to be my woman? As he spoke, Liu Yang placed his hand gently on Xiao Dan's body, soothing her nerves. Xiao Dan nodded in response. At that moment, Liu Yang received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully convinced the other party to agree to be your woman. Reward received. All basic attributes enhanced by 10. Another reward? Liu Yang was elated. Although this reward did not enhance his abilities or increase their levels, it directly boosted all his attributes by 10 points. This was quite remarkable. Liu Yang's 4 basic attributes had already reached 100 points. With the additional 10, they now stood at 110, surpassing the average person's 120. Even without his abilities, he could easily contend with 30 to 50 burly men. Dealing with ordinary zombies would be a trivial matter. The speed at which his attributes were increasing was astonishing. It seemed that rescuing female survivors was indeed a wise choice. Tomorrow, he would continue his search for survivors. Today had brought Liu Yang considerable success. Not only had he gathered all the food from the convenience store in his dark space, but he had also acquired Xiao Dan as a survivor, further elevating his basic attributes by 10 points. Liu Yang felt quite content. He planned to take a rest before resuming his activities the following day. Before resting, he glanced at Xiao Dan, who lay beside him, her eyes vacant as she stared at the ceiling. Observing her expression filled Liu Yang with a sense of accomplishment. He offered her some food, saying, "Here, eat something to regain your strength. I'm going to take a nap." Upon seeing the food, Xiao Dan perked up and eagerly began to eat. After consuming all the food, Xiao Dan gazed at the sleeping Liu Yang, her heart awash with complex emotions. She had never anticipated that her first encounter with a man would be with a mere security guard. Yet this guard was unlike any other. He was resolute and powerful, capable of gathering such an abundance of food even in the apocalypse, and he showed no mercy when faced with enemies. Setting aside his identity as a security guard, perhaps following him was not so hard to accept after all. Well then, I've made up my mind to stick with him, she thought, gradually drifting off to sleep. Chapter 16. The ballet teacher can also cook. When the two awakened, night had fallen. Liu Yang stretched his back and felt a pang of hunger, ready to prepare a meal. At that moment, Xiao Dan also stirred awake, and they stepped outside together. Tang Mingting, He Yushi, and Su Xiao had been waiting for them on the first floor. All the food had been allocated by Liu Yang, and the others had not eaten dinner yet. Upon seeing Liu Yang descend the stairs, Yushi smiled and greeted him. Liu Yang, you're awake. We're quite hungry. It's time for dinner. Asn't it? Yes, I overslept. My apologies, Liu Yang replied with a smile. Yushi's face revealed a mischievous expression as she teased. You seem to have grown stronger. Did your intimate time with her last longer than with me? Does this homeowner have something special about her? Is she more exciting than I am? Hearing this, Xiaodan's face flushed, and she lowered her head, feeling so shy she wished she could disappear. Liu Yang was aware that Yushi and the others had overheard them on the first floor, but he paid it no mind. Instead, he affectionately ruffled Yushi's hair and boasted, she is a ballet teacher. After all, what do you think makes her special? Her shoulders can easily rest beneath her knees like a pillow. What's wrong? Are you feeling a bit jealous? Don't worry. Next time we can aim for 2 hours? What? Last time I nearly died in bed. 2 hours? Forget it. Yushi quickly fled, recalling the terror of being dominated by Liu Yang that night. Pleading for mercy had proven futile then. Watching her retreat, Liu Yang chuckled. He then began to prepare the evening meal. This time, he brought out a pack of noodles, a bag of rice, a bottle of cooking oil, along with chicken essence, MSG, salt, and even some fresh vegetables, all of which he had scavenged from the convenience store. The others were astonished at the sight of so much food. Liu Yang, where did you get all those items? Do you have a hidden stash? Yushi's face reflected disbelief. He had returned with only a female homeowner and no supplies. Yet now he produced such a bounty. How could he possibly carry all that, especially the bag of rice weighing at least 100 gene? It seemed utterly miraculous. Of course I do. As for where I keep it, that's a secret, he replied with a smile, then turned to the women and asked, does anyone know how to cook? Tang Mingting and Yushi shook their heads. Like Liu Yang, they were all first-year university students from affluent families. Accustomed to a life of luxury, they had never learned to cook. Su Xiao also shook her head. As a celebrity, albeit a third-tier one, the art of cooking has little relevance to her life. The food she consumes is primarily managed by her assistant. Not only does Su Xiao lack culinary skills, but she has never even set foot in a kitchen. At this moment, however, Chundan nodded and remarked, I can cook, though I am uncertain whether it will suit everyone's taste. Yushi's eyes lit up instantly. Wow. Sister Dan, you can cook? That's truly impressive. After enduring the apocalypse for so many days, subsisting on nothing but bread and sausages, my palate has grown weary. Your cooking would be a delightful change. Regardless of how it turns out, it must certainly taste better than sausages and bread. Indeed, Sister Dan, we can assist you. Just tell us what you need us to do. Tang Mingting chimed in eagerly. Even the renowned Su Xiao added, I can also try to help, although I may not be very adept at it. The monotonous diet of sausages, vacuum-sealed chicken legs, and similar fare had become tiresome. The thought of enjoying freshly cooked rice, paired with any dish, sounded utterly divine. All right, let us begin. You sure? You can wash the vegetables. Su Xiao and Ming Ting, you two can chop the ingredients. Today, I will prepare stir-fried noodles for you. Chun Dan instructed the three women. Yes, sounds good. They all nodded in agreement, rolling up their sleeves to get to work. Initially, they felt quite bored, confined by the outbreak of the apocalypse and surrounded by zombies, spending their days playing cards. Now, the prospect of cooking provided a welcome distraction, and it was their first experience in the kitchen, sparking a mix of curiosity and excitement. Before long, the kitchen was bustling with activity. Chun Dan began stir-frying the noodles, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air, reaching the living room. Liu Yang could not help but inhale deeply. That smells delightful. On the 5th day of the apocalypse, the prospect of savoring a long-missed home-cooked meal was immensely satisfying. No longer would they have to endure the taste of preservatives from packaged foods. Soon, Chun Dan emerged with the first bowl of stir-fried noodles. Presented to Liu Yang with a beaming smile, Liu Yang, give it a try. All right. Liu Yang took a pair of chopsticks and sampled the dish. The exquisite taste caused his eyes to widen in astonishment. He had not anticipated such deliciousness amidst the apocalypse. This is truly remarkable. Chun Dan, were you not only a dance instructor, but also a chef? Oh no, I merely enjoy cooking, Chun Dan replied, feeling a touch bashful as she lowered her gaze after receiving Liu Yang's praise. Seeing how much he relished her noodles filled her with a sense of worth. She realized she had something to offer after all. Can you prepare more dishes? That would be splendid. From now on, you can take charge of our meals. Liu Yang responded cheerfully. In this era, it was rare to find a girl who relished cooking, making Chun Dan an exceptional find. Not only was she beautiful and flexible, but she also possessed culinary skills, a combination of virtues that made her quite appealing. No wonder Zhang Zhenfeng had been so infatuated with her. Yet, it was Liu Yang who had won her heart, and one could only wonder how Zhang Zhenfeng would react upon learning of this. Chapter 17. It's you. Without a doubt. As Su Xiao, He Yu Shi, and Tang Ming Ting savored the stir-fried noodles, expressions of delight adorned their faces. After enduring countless packaged foods, they had long since grown weary of the taste of preservatives. A simple bowl of stir-fried noodles, which they might have overlooked in more peaceful times, now tasted far more exquisite than any gourmet meal they had previously enjoyed. The three young women could not help but exclaim, "Delicious. This is simply too good. I can hardly believe we can still enjoy hot stir-fried noodles in the apocalypse. I'm so moved. Nothing I've ever tasted compares to this. Thank you, Sister Dan. This is just like my mother's cooking. It brings me to tears." Seeing how everyone relished her dish, Chindan's face lit up with joy. It was truly wonderful to be appreciated. It affirmed her sense of purpose. After finishing their meal, He Yu Shi and the others rushed to wash the dishes and tidy up. After all, Chindan had cooked for them, and they felt a compulsion to contribute in some way. Each person harbored their own thoughts. Chindan was the fourth to arrive at the villa, yet she had already impressed Liu Yang with her culinary skills. It appeared that she was the most capable woman in their midst. The newcomers felt a sense of urgency. If this continued, they might become perceived as useless. They would need to devise a plan to make meaningful contributions. Before long, they had cleaned up and cleared the dining table. Liu Yang, feeling quite satisfied, sat back to digest his meal and addressed the group. "Now that we've eaten well, it's time for some rest. Who would like to join me upstairs? Is anyone willing to volunteer?" Liu Yang's room was located upstairs, while the four women resided on the ground floor. The following day, Liu Yang awoke to find the sun already high in the sky. It was past 10 in the morning. He Yu Shi lay beside him, still fast asleep. Unable to resist, he gently pinched her delicate, flawless cheek, adorned with a hint of baby fat, and said, "Hey, you sure it's time to wake up?" He Yu Shi murmured sleepily, clearly exhausted and reluctant to rise. "I haven't had enough sleep. I don't want to get up. Last night nearly exhausted me. Let me sleep a little longer." "Huh, you're quite amusing." Liu Yang chuckled at the beautiful schoolmate's response. His mission for the day was to scour the entire neighborhood in search of survivors while simultaneously eliminating zombies. Ideally, he hoped to clear the area and transform it into a safe zone. Once the gates were secured, the zombies outside would be unable to enter, allowing everyone within to move freely. This would create their first secure base. Chapter 18. The Pitiful Survivors. Thus, the search began. Liu Yang proactively ventured throughout the neighborhood. There were 45 villas and 10 high-rise buildings within the community. The villas were sparsely populated, likely harboring few survivors and even fewer zombies. However, the high-rises housed hundreds of households, with a minimum of 1,000 residents. At least 700 had turned into zombies. Among the living, many would likely have perished at the hands of the undead. The chances of infection were alarmingly high, with more than 2 out of 3 individuals in a household potentially becoming zombies. It was unlikely for a single person to fend off 2 zombies alone. The ultimate outcome is merely being devoured. Thus, among the high-rise apartments, the number of survivors is likely scant. Consequently, Liu Yang has shifted his primary focus to the villas. Each villa comprises 4 stories. Even if 2 members of a family of 3 were to transform into zombies, as long as they are not on the same floor, the individual on the upper level would not be consumed, thereby increasing the possibility of survival. Hence, Liu Yang has resolved to locate any survivors within the villa district and subsequently lock the doors of the high-rise buildings, effectively trapping the zombies inside to perish. Liu Yang commenced his search with the first villa. His objective was not directly to rescue anyone. Rather, he aimed to ascertain which villas harbored survivors and which contained zombies, creating a comprehensive inventory for a more efficient and targeted operation later on. The first villa yielded no inhabitants. The door stood ajar, evidently left open during the outbreak, or perhaps indicating that survivors had fled upon the emergence of the zombies. Thus, the villa was devoid of life, lacking both zombies and survivors, and there was nothing to consume, an utter void. Upon reaching the second villa, Liu Yang discovered 2 zombies and a gruesomely mangled corpse on the floor. It was apparent that this villa had once housed a family of 3. 2 had transformed into zombies, and the remaining member had been devoured by them. The corpse appeared to be that of a young girl, likely left to suffer at the hands of her zombified parents. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Liu Yang felt a pang of emotion. Parents, who should be the most devoted protectors of their children, had been stripped of their humanity, reduced to creatures capable of inflicting harm upon their own flesh and blood. This virus effectively transforms individuals into monstrous entities devoid of thought and emotion. At the moment of infection, they have already succumbed to death. Liu Yang wielded his fire axe, dispatching the two zombies to liberate them from their torment. He then proceeded to the next villa. The third villa similarly held no survivors or zombies. As he advanced to the fourth villa, he encountered no signs of life or undead presence. However, en route to the fifth villa, he crossed paths with two zombies, which he swiftly eliminated using ice needles, as he wished to avoid close combat and the potential to attract additional zombies. The fifth villa bore no survivors, prompting Liu Yang to move on to the sixth. The door of the sixth villa was securely locked from the inside, capturing Liu Yang's attention. He swiftly vaulted over the 3-meter-high wall and, upon entering, was immediately met with a pungent scent of fresh blood, distinct from the foul stench of zombies. Frowning, he wondered if there were still zombies inside, perhaps having just feasted on human flesh. As he ventured further, he stumbled upon the bodies of a man and a woman, their skulls crushed, evidently by a blunt instrument. The dried blood suggested they had been dead for some time, likely since the onset of the apocalypse. Continuing onward, Liu Yang detected movement emanating from the kitchen and cautiously approached. The sight that greeted him was shocking. Two men were viciously hacking at a woman with kitchen knives. The woman lay restrained on the ground, blood pooling around her, her feeble cries for help barely audible. They were indeed butchering a living human. Even Liu Yang, with his hardened demeanor, was taken aback by such brutality. The woman pleaded desperately, "Help, please don't kill me. I'll do anything you ask. Why are you treating me like this?" The faces of the two young men twisted with madness as one of them retorted, "Shut up. Just endure it a little longer. After consuming so much of our energy for days, it's time you repay us." The other added, "We haven't eaten in days. We're on the brink of starvation. Since you are mine, I can do as I please." Liu Yang, unable to bear the sight any longer, raised his fire axe and confronted the two men. "Hey, what are you doing?" Startled by his voice, the men turned to face him. One recognized Liu Yang and exclaimed, "You're the security guard from the entrance, Liu Yang, right?" The other man, his expression turning menacing, warned, "Kid, I suggest you mind your own business and scram, or you'll meet the same fate." "Oh, you think you can take me down too? I remember you. You were Li Zihao and Zhou Zixuan from Class 3, right?" Liu Yang narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy. Li Zihao, sensing the lethal aura emanating from Liu Yang, shifted from aggression to fear. Zhou Zixuan hastily intervened. "Liu Yang, we're all classmates here. Let us keep the peace. How about we share?" He gestured toward the barely breathing girl on the floor, perceiving her as merely an object to be exploited. They had once been a group of 3 men and 3 women enjoying a party in the villa, but when the apocalypse struck, 2 women and 1 man had succumbed to the undead. With no food available and fearing to venture outside, their gaze had turned ravenously toward the woman. Now that their illicit activities have been uncovered, they hoped to placate Liu Yang with a piece of their prey, believing that, despite their weakened state, they could not be overpowered by him. Chapter 19. Did he save a campus beauty? The 2 affluent young men realized that their strength alone would not suffice against Liu Yang, so they quickly adopted a strategy of appeasement. Observing the woman lying on the ground, Liu Yang expressed regret. "What a shame, such a beautiful girl wasted by you. She could have been a fruitful partner." The 2 men, however, showed no signs of compassion, treating her as mere sustenance. Seeing Liu Yang's expression of regret, the young men suddenly seemed to have an idea. "Hey bro, do you fancy her?" "No worries. She's just a plaything for me. If she's still alive, why don't we leave and you can take her while it's still fresh?" At this, the woman's already dim eyes filled with despair. Faced with imminent death, her captors were not contemplating her rescue. Instead, they were fixated on exploiting her further. The world felt like a desolate hell, with demons reigning among the living. In that moment, all she wished for was the sweet release of death, as only pain remained in her existence. To live another second for her was an excruciating torment. Liu Yang was taken aback by the words of these 2 wealthy heirs. He had always considered himself a person of inherent coldness, believing that since the world had not been kind to him, he owed it no kindness in return. He thought he was already sufficiently indifferent towards ordinary people. Yet he found that these affluent heirs surpassed him in their callousness. Despite being born into privilege, enjoying pleasures that many would never experience, they seemed to hold no reverence for life. To them, others appeared merely as playthings, objects to dismantle, discard, or even torment at will. While Liu Yang was indeed cold-blooded, He had yet to descend to such depths of perverse amusement. He coldly remarked to the two, "Frankly, you do not deserve to inhabit this world. So allow me to see you off." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the two heirs shifted, yet before they could retort, Liu Yang's fire axe had already cleaved into one of their heads. The other, wielding a kitchen knife, attempted to strike at Liu Yang. But as soon as he raised the blade, his head erupted violently. Within mere seconds, Liu Yang had dispatched both adversaries. He turned his gaze towards the woman, barely clinging to life. Upon witnessing Liu Yang's actions, the woman, who had initially been engulfed in despair, felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. It was as though Liu Yang had transformed into a savior before her. Grasping at this lifeline, she weakly implored, "Save me. Please, I beg you." Liu Yang regarded her with an unyielding calm, devoid of emotion, and replied, "Your legs have been severed, and under the conditions of this apocalypse, survival is impossible. You are merely prolonging your suffering, feeling your life ebb away slowly. All I can do is offer you a merciful end." As she absorbed Liu Yang's words and beheld his icy demeanor, the woman regained her composure. Indeed, without her legs and with blood rapidly draining, even in peaceful times, a delay in reaching a hospital could prove fatal. How could she expect salvation now, in the wake of a cataclysm? She closed her eyes. Liu Yang released an ice needle, ending the tragic existence of the woman. Having completed this grim task, Liu Yang began searching for the next villa. Along the way, he eliminated numerous zombies, but no survivors were uncovered within the villas. It wasn't until he reached the final villa that he noticed something unusual. A zombie was relentlessly attacking a bedroom door. This piqued Liu Yang's curiosity. Normally, zombies ceased their assault when they detected no survivors, becoming aimless wanderers. However, this particular zombie appeared to possess a singular purpose, persistently battering the door, even denting its surface with its head. Had the zombies begun to exhibit intelligence? Liu Yang brandished his axe and called out, "Hey!" The zombie, hearing the voice, instantly turned its head, revealing a grotesque expression smeared with dark blood. It then charged straight at Liu Yang, who swiftly darted into a room and shut the door. As expected, the zombie began to ram against the door. Liu Yang drew a final conclusion. The zombie's aggression had indeed intensified, and it was not merely due to the door's peculiarities. Now, on the 6th day of the outbreak, the zombies' desire to attack had escalated significantly. If this trend continued, they might even evolve to possess intelligence. After concluding his experiment, Liu Yang opened the door and dispatched the zombie with a single strike of his axe. He then approached the door that had been under attack. Slowly, he opened it to reveal 2 female survivors inside. Seeing Liu Yang enter, the 2 women's pale, weak faces registered surprise, followed by hope as they asked, "Are you the security guard at the entrance? Have you come to rescue us? Has the apocalypse ended?" Liu Yang shook his head. "No, the apocalypse is far from over, and I am no longer a security guard. I have come to search for survivors. You may tell me your needs. I can provide food, but you must submit to me." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, the light of hope in the 2 girls' eyes dimmed visibly. The disaster had not yet concluded, and this guard did not merely come to save them, but sought their submission. The 2 women hesitated, though their indecision lasted less than a second. Liu Yang's next statement further stirred their hearts. He could provide food. They had gone 5 days without sustenance. If food was attainable, what did submission matter? Thus, they resolutely chose to follow Liu Yang. After rescuing these final 2 survivors, Liu Yang concluded his search for survivors. As for the high-rise apartments, he had no intention of venturing inside. The density of inhabitants was too great, comprised of families. Unlike the villas which housed young, affluent heirs, if one member of a family turned into a zombie, the others would likely not escape. The chances of survival were too slim. Liu Yang planned to seal the doors, allowing the zombies within to perish. With the deductions complete, Liu Yang set his plan into motion. Following the outlined course of action, he successfully returned with the 2 women. Upon his arrival at the villa with the new female survivors, Tang Mingting, Su Xiao, and the others no longer dared to voice their opinions, merely whispering among themselves. Tang Mingting turned to Hiyushi, saying, "Did I see correctly? One of those 2 seems to be Zhao Lina, one of the 4 great school flowers." Hiyushi nodded. Indeed, it's Zhao Lina. As fellow members of the 4 great school flowers, Hiyushi was well aware of the other 3. The one Liu Yang had saved was none other than the academically accomplished Zhao Lina. A mischievous smile crossed Tang Mingting's face as she proposed to Hiyushi. "Shall we make a bet? Let us wager on whether Zhao Lina will get slapped by Liu Yang." Among all the women present, Tang Mingting had endured 3 slaps from Liu Yang, the highest count among them all. She had long harbored a grudge over this incident. Now, she secretly hoped that Zhao Lina would maintain her aloof demeanor from before the disaster, only to be put in her place by Liu Yang. Hiyushi's expression changed, and she quickly shook her head. A bet? I won't gamble with you. Having been outsmarted by Liu Yang once already, she had developed an aversion to betting. She continued, while I won't bet, I can predict one thing. Zhao Lina will not be slapped. As an academic prodigy and school beauty, she won't be that foolish. I refuse to believe she would yield so easily. She must at least endure a slap from Liu Yang. Tang Mingting confidently retorted. Chapter 20. The Academic Prodigy? Liu Yang paid no heed to the whispers of the women, addressing Zhao Lina and her friend, Zhou Kaiuping, directly. Go take a shower. If you wish for food, you can find me in my room afterward. The 2 women lowered their heads in silence, nodding before seeking out a vacant room to settle in and then proceeding to wash up. After their showers, they lay on the bed. Zhou Kaiuping's face manifested a look of dissatisfaction. A mere security guard. How dare he act so arrogantly? Just a few days ago, he was still receiving the wages we provided, and now he has the audacity to issue commands to us, even demanding our submission. It's utterly infuriating. Enough. Refrain from speaking too loudly. We must be cautious, Zhao Lina advised Zhou Kaiuping. Let them hear. What is the big deal? Zhou Kaiuping scoffed, disdain etched across her features. Oh, so you'd prefer to return to that wretched confinement in the bedroom, starving to the point of desperation? Zhao Lina retorted. At those words, Zhou Kaiuping shivered. They'd been trapped in that room for a full 5 days, and from the 3rd day onward, the relentless banging of the zombie against the door persisted for 2 entire days. During that harrowing time, they were deprived of sustenance and sleep, enduring a dual torment of body and spirit. The mere recollection of that experience sent shudders through her. See, you're afraid, aren't you? If we hadn't come to this villa, do you honestly believe we could have slept soundly? Though he may be just a security guard, we must cast aside our former occupations and identities. This is the apocalypse. Everything has changed. We are no longer wealthy young ladies. Our homes are gone, and with them, our fortunes. You must grasp this reality, Zhao Lina stated calmly. Having been trapped for so many days, Zhao Lina's mind had been in constant turmoil. While confined, she pondered ways to escape, contemplating where they might flee and how they could survive. Ultimately, she concluded that even if they managed to escape the room, 2 frail women like themselves would struggle to survive. Should they encounter malevolent survivors, they could face assault, death, or even be consumed as food. Zhao Lina had long prepared for the worst. To her surprise, Liu Yang presented a demeanor that was not overtly coercive, which exceeded Zhao Lina's expectations. In a world devoid of moral and legal constraints, one could easily envision the potential actions of a robust man towards vulnerable women. Upon hearing Zhao Lina's words, Zhou Kaiuping's expression turned even more resigned. I understand that, yet I cannot fathom it. Just days ago, we lived the lives of affluent young ladies, with everything handed to us on a silver platter, adored by our peers. I had dozens of suitors, and you had thousands. With a simple post on social media, a throng of admirers would rush to please us. But now, alas, the disparity is simply too vast. Zhou Kaiuping found it incomprehensible. Despite her family's circumstances, appearance, and even academic performance being inferior to Zhao Lina's, she still enjoyed the attention of numerous admirers, basking in the satisfaction that such attention brought. Now, however, to be threatened by a mere security guard demanding her submission was unbearable. It was only natural for her to harbor some resentment. Yet, what puzzled her most was Zhao Lina's apparent tranquility in the face of an even greater disparity. Lina, do you truly wish to yield like this? You once rejected lavish gifts of sports cars worth millions from wealthy heirs, and now you are willing to concede to a security guard? Zhou Kaiuping gazed at Zhao Lina in bewilderment. That was in the past. Times have changed. Back then, I had my own plans and aspirations for my life, which I would not compromise for the likes of those wealthy heirs. Gifts, handbags, and sports cars are mere trifles, irrelevant to my ambitions and plans. Thus I remained unmoved. But now, without food, we shall perish. That is an undeniable reality. Once dead, all else becomes meaningless. From a biological perspective, even the humblest organism, such as a bacterium, resists death. All living beings strive to survive, and I am no different. First, we must live, and only then can we discuss ideals and futures. Zhao Lina articulated with calm resolve. Zhou Kaiuping's eyes widened in astonishment at Zhao Lina's insight. This level of awareness was beyond her imagination. Ultimately, she shook her head and sincerely remarked, "Lena, I truly admire you. You possess an unwavering calmness that allows you to maintain clarity of thought, unclouded by emotions. Perhaps that is the mark of a truly exceptional individual." Zhao Lina's composure earned Zhou Kaiyuping's respect. It seemed this was the rationality characteristic of a science prodigy. Your emotions are merely those of an ordinary person. Do not dwell on them too much. After another night of hunger, you'll come to terms with it. I must go speak with him now, Zhao Lina reassured Zhou Kaiyuping. However, this comfort felt rather awkward to Zhou Kaiyuping. Another night of hunger? Can I not choose to avoid hunger? Yet before she could voice her thoughts, Zhao Lina had already departed the room, ascending to the second floor. Zhou Kaiyuping opened her mouth, but ultimately remained silent. It seemed she was destined to endure hunger tonight, having been outpaced by Zhao Lina. Her academic overachiever friend was, indeed, always a step ahead. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Liu Yang lay resting on his bed. After clearing the entire villa area, he felt utterly exhausted. Yet, rescuing 2 female survivors made it all worthwhile. Soon, there was a knock at his door. "Oh, have you come to a decision so soon? It appears hunger indeed sharpens the mind. I wonder which of the 2 it is," he called out, when the door swung open to reveal the visitor. Liu Yang's eyes brightened. So beautiful, truly stunning. He had not anticipated that the survivor he had casually rescued would possess such striking beauty, in terms of appearance and figure. She could rival Hiyushi. As Liu Yang scrutinized her, a flicker of recognition crossed his mind. After a moment, he finally recalled who she was. You're the one referred to as the academic goddess, Zhao. What was it? It's Zhao Lina, the academic goddess replied, her cheeks flushed. Ah yes, Zhao Lina, I remember you well. Not only are you exceptionally beautiful, but you also consistently rank first in your year. The students at school often extolled your virtues, declaring you the most unattainable girl in the entire institution. I never imagined the person I saved would be you. Chapter 21. The academic prodigy's proficiency. It is not an exaggeration to state that Zhao Lina had far more suitors at school than even Hiyushi and the other 3 school beauties. This was not solely due to her beauty surpassing that of the other school goddesses, but rather because of her status as an academic goddess. With her consistent top rankings and stunning appearance, countless wealthy heirs sought to win her favor, eager to prove their worth and superiority over others. Wealthy individuals often crave validation. And although these heirs came from affluent backgrounds, their academic performance was generally lacking. After all, those with wealth frequently indulged in a life of leisure, neglecting their studies. However, the poorer their academic records, the more they desired a high-achieving girlfriend. Just imagine the prestige of dating the academic goddess Zhao Lina. One would not only gain the title of the most sought-after girl, but also the distinction of dating the top student. With both titles, one would undoubtedly gain significant social standing. As the saying goes, I may not be able to attend university, but I can date a university student. Similarly, I may not rank first, but I can date the one who does. Thus, Zhao Lina emerged as the goddess with the most admirers in the school, without exception. Even the other 3 campus beauties find it challenging to match her. Yet now, this top scholar and beauty of her year has taken the initiative to open her door and enter my room, a sensation that fills Liu Yang with exhilaration. Those wealthy heirs look down upon me, a mere security guard? Yet here I am, a security guard who has managed to win the affection of 2 campus beauties that they could only dream of. Not only Hiyushi, but even the elusive Zhao Lina. This realization fills Liu Yang with delight. Come now, let me observe how this scholarly beauty differs from other women, he mused, patting his bed. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Zhao Lina's cheeks flushed crimson. This guy's audacity is astounding. He speaks of such matters with such nonchalance. How embarrassing. Slowly, she settled onto the bed and said to Liu Yang, I need food. You know, I've been starving for days and have no strength left. Please give me something to eat. Only then can I serve you properly. This was Zhao Lina's clever ploy. After arriving at this villa, she discovered that Liu Yang was surrounded by several women. Given the scarcity of resources in this post-apocalyptic world, sustaining so many women is no small feat. Her request to eat first was a strategic move to sneak a glance at how much food Liu Yang truly possessed. If he had an abundance of food, she might not mind submitting to him. However, if his supplies were meager, then even allegiance to Liu Yang would likely be short-lived. What would be the point of living a few extra days at such a cost? Thus, she felt no need to sell her body. Liu Yang was somewhat taken aback by her request. It was the first time a woman had asked to eat before engaging in such activities. However, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Hadn't the scholarly beauty stated that eating was merely to regain strength, thereby allowing her to serve him better? With a shift in thought, he summoned a bottle of milk and a piece of bread from the dark space. Zhao Lina was utterly astonished by this display. How'd you do that? My goodness. Are you a magician? Producing food out of thin air? No, that contradicts the law of conservation of mass. As a top scholar, Zhao Lina firmly believed in science, and Liu Yang's actions defied any scientific explanation. How on earth did he accomplish this? Could it be that he truly has magical abilities? Indeed, even someone as scholarly as you finds it hard to grasp the principle behind this, doesn't he? Liu Yang said, a hint of pride in his voice. The dark space is a manifestation of spatial powers. Such phenomena cannot be elucidated by ordinary physical laws. Suddenly, Zhao Lina seemed to have an epiphany. Her eyes lighting up as she asked, could it be that you possess extraordinary abilities like those in the movies? Are you a mutant or perhaps a superhuman? Well, one could say that. Liu Yang nodded. Upon hearing Liu Yang's admission, Zhao Lina's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's wonderful. Rest assured, I will serve you well from now on. I will be your woman. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply, as long as you protect me. If Liu Yang were merely an ordinary survivor, the odds of her surviving alongside him would be slim. However, if he were superhuman, that changed everything. In a world fraught with peril, possessing such extraordinary abilities could lead to a prosperous existence. As long as she clung to him, her safety would be assured. You, the scholarly beauty, are quite perceptive. I've heard tales of your aloof demeanor. Why are you not acting high and mighty now? Liu Yang inquired curiously. My aloofness was reserved for those foolish wealthy heirs who, lacking any real ability, presume that their family wealth entitles them to every girl's affection. They should take a good look in the mirror. As for me, Zhao Lina, not only am I blessed with unparalleled beauty, but I am also a super scholar. The man I seek may not necessarily be the world's foremost, but he must at least excel in some field. If those wealthy heirs were global tycoons, I might consider them, but alas, they merely flaunt their wealth within our city and pale in comparison to true elite figures. As she munched on the bread, her cheeks puffed adorably, Liu Yang asked, and what about me? But you are the strongest man in the world. You are a superhuman. Perhaps you are the only one of your kind. Zhao Lina exclaimed. That alone makes you exceptional. Do not belittle yourself as a mere poor student. You are now a noble superhuman. Not only ordinary girls, but even a queen could be worthy of you. Listening to her words and witnessing the admiration in her gaze, Liu Yang felt a hint of bashfulness as he stroked his chin. No one had ever praised him so. The compliments made him feel slightly embarrassed. This scholarly beauty was indeed different from the rest. Her eloquence was impressive, and every word she spoke was grounded in truth. Liu Yang had a penchant for straightforward women. Tonight, he was determined to engage in a deep conversation with her. Chapter 22. Quintuple Kill. Attributes enhanced again. This scholarly beauty not only excelled academically, but was also extraordinarily beautiful. Her skin was as fair and delicate as porcelain, and she possessed a tall, statuesque figure with long, pristine legs that captivated the eye. Her slender waist, barely graspable, ignited a desire for conquest. Liu Yang asked, "Are you willing to be my woman?" Zhao Lina nodded. Subsequently, Liu Yang received a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully convinced the other party to become your girlfriend. You have acquired a new ability, zombie control. Base attributes increased by 50 points. Upon receiving this notification, Liu Yang was overjoyed. The quintuple kill indeed came with extra rewards. His base attributes, which had initially been 110 points, surged to 160, exceeding 3 times that of an ordinary person. His strength now surpassed that of 3 robust men combined. Moreover, his speed had significantly increased. He could now cover 100 meters in just 4 seconds. Liu Yang clenched his fists, feeling his power grow more formidable. Setting aside the extraordinary abilities, merely enhancing his base attributes had transformed him into a minor superhuman. He eagerly anticipated the rewards from the 7-kill superhuman challenge. He glanced at his new ability, Zombie Control, Level 1, enabling the host to command ordinary Level 1 zombies, control their actions, and gain access to their vision. This attribute was astounding. Liu Yang was utterly amazed. To directly manipulate zombies, capturing their perspective and directing their movements, this meant he could send zombies to scout ahead for him or even search for survivors and food. With this skill, many dangerous tasks could be delegated to the zombies, sparing him from direct involvement. Coupled with future foresight, These two abilities were akin to life-saving techniques. If he wished, he could utilize this power solely to command zombies in search of food while he remained safely ensconced within the villa, biding his time until the end. As long as there are no large-scale, indiscriminate weapons of mass destruction, Liu Yang has no reason to fret about his safety. Meanwhile, he took a moment to assess the attributes he currently possessed. During today's search for survivors, Liu Yang had dispatched 120 zombies, thereby earning himself 12 attribute points. These points could be allocated to enhance his abilities, although not as plentiful as system rewards. Every little bit counts. Thus, he resolved in his heart, today, he had successfully located all survivors within the villa area, and starting tomorrow, he would commence the extermination of the remaining zombies, striving to eliminate as many as possible to garner further attribute points. After all, in this apocalypse, rescuing survivors is indeed a noble act, and helping female survivors to bear children contributes to the perpetuation of humanity. Considering that the world has descended into chaos and exists in a parallel dimension devoid of legal constraints, who would be concerned about morality? Hence, tomorrow, he must continue the search for supplies and survivors, preferably female ones. Having reviewed his rewards, it was time to bestow a reward upon Zhao Lina. After an hour, Liu Yang bore a satisfied expression. He then embraced Zhao Lina, the campus belle, and fell into a deep slumber. The next day, after breakfast, Liu Yang returned to his room to strategize for the day's task of clearing the zombies. Zhao Lina joined them for breakfast, but he had set aside a sausage for her, noticing that she had not eaten half a piece of bread. Liu Yang kept this observation to himself. When he returned to his room to plan, Zhao Lina stealthily took the leftover food back to her in Zhou Kaiyuping's room. Upon seeing Zhao Lina, Zhou Kaiyuping's face lit up with excitement. "Lina, you're finally back." Zhao Lina presented the food. "Kaiyuping, this is the food I saved for you." At this, Zhou Kaiyuping's eyes brightened with gratitude. "Ah, food? Lina, you've saved me food. You are truly wonderful. You are indeed my best friend. Thank you so much." Zhou Kaiyuping had been starving for several days and immediately started devouring the food. Chapter 23. Clearing the Community. Zhou Kaiyuping was astonished by Zhao Lina's words and inquired, "Is he really that formidable?" "Yes, every word I say is true. Last night, I had eaten beforehand before. Well, and I nearly collapsed from exhaustion. That is why I saved food for you. I was genuinely worried you might be overwhelmed tonight." Zhao Lina nodded affirmatively. Zhou Kaiyuping's expression revealed a mix of fear and anticipation. Meanwhile, Liu Yang was contemplating the events that lay ahead. Today, he intended to clear every zombie from the villa area, having already eliminated a significant number during his search for survivors yesterday. All that remained were the scattered zombies wandering in various corners of the villa. Once cleared, the entire area would transform into a safe zone, allowing his women the freedom to roam. The villa complex boasted high-end amenities, a sports field, a swimming pool, a gym, and various exercise equipment. A grand artificial lake lay at the center of the community, perfect for boating and fishing. Once the area was cleared, they could fully enjoy the conveniences it offered, indulging in whatever activities they desired. After wandering the villa area for a while, Liu Yang had yet to encounter any zombies. The vast expanse of the villa complex meant it was sparsely populated, and since he had already dispatched a significant number while rescuing survivors, there were not many left. The zombies in the 10 high-rise buildings had been locked inside and could not escape. After a few minutes, he finally spotted the first zombie. Liu Yang's physical prowess had already surpassed that of an average human by more than double. He did not employ any special abilities. Instead, he charged at the zombie wielding his fire axe and easily dispatched it. The axe cleaved into the creature's skull, becoming lodged in its cranium. Stepping upon the zombie's head, he yanked the axe free. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Though each swing of the fire axe delivers a heavy blow, capable of penetrating armor, it is regrettably not sharp enough. The thick blade tends to get stuck in bone, requiring time to extract, which significantly hampers my efficiency." Liu Yang's base attributes had now exceeded twice that of an ordinary human. His close combat capabilities had greatly improved, even without utilizing his powers. He could single-handedly take down dozens of zombies. However, the inadequacy of his weapon hindered his ability to strike continuously. Each swing risked the axe getting stuck in a zombie's head, necessitating effort to pull it out. If confronted with a horde, such delays could potentially place him in peril. If only he had a superior weapon. With one, he wouldn't feel the slightest trepidation even if surrounded by 100 zombies. Despite his thoughts, Liu Yang did not pause, continuing to fell zombie after zombie. In less than an hour, he had eradicated all the zombies in the entire villa area. This swift clearance was partly due to Liu Yang's familiarity with the complex as a former security guard, and also because of the area's sparse population. The entrances to the 10 high-rise buildings had been securely locked, trapping the zombies inside. After all the zombies had been eliminated, as Liu Yang passed by the high-rise district, he heard a loud banging emanating from one of the building doors. Approaching, he discovered a zombie repeatedly ramming its head against the iron door. The cacophony attracted other zombies, and soon dozens were gathered around the door, effectively blocking it. Upon catching sight of Liu Yang through the barred door, the zombies became even more frenzied, crashing against the door and growling in rage. Some even bit at the iron, losing their teeth yet continuing their assault. The scene was utterly chaotic. However, Liu Yang remained unperturbed, exuding calmness. At this point, ordinary zombies posed no threat to him, even without the iron door as a barrier. He could effortlessly dispatch the horde within. Nonetheless, this phenomenon sparked contemplation. Under normal circumstances, if I had sealed the door, these zombies, unable to see a living person, would not attack. Yet now, some have begun to mindlessly assault the door, indicating that at least one zombie understands that this door is the key to their escape. Their level of intelligence appears to be increasing. Originally, Liu Yang had no intention of meddling with the high-rise buildings. His initial plan was to lock all 10 entrances, allowing the zombies inside to perish on their own. However, this strategy now seemed ineffective. With the zombies' intelligence advancing, there was a risk that the door could be breached, unleashing the horde within. That would lead to significant trouble. The villa area, while expansive, was sparsely populated. However, the high-rise district was densely crowded. Each building housed at least 100 households, and, collectively, the 10 buildings housed nearly 10,000 residents. The number of those who had transformed into zombies was certainly in the thousands. Should these thousands of zombies emerge, despite Liu Yang's enhanced abilities, he doubted he could eliminate them all. Thus, a plan must be devised to thoroughly eliminate the zombies within the high-rises. Just then, a robust zombie suddenly slammed against the iron door, letting out a furious roar at Liu Yang. At the same time, his eyes were filled with madness, yearning to rush out immediately and devour Liu Yang. Unfortunately, their intellect was still lacking. They couldn't even manage the simple act of opening a door. However, in a few days, that might change. Damn, you startled me. Liu Yang cursed, swiftly launching an ice needle that obliterated the head of the robust zombie. He then approached a luxury car parked outside the villa and retrieved a basin from his dark space, draining the gasoline from the vehicle's tank. Once the basin was filled, Liu Yang hurled the gasoline over the zombies through the gate, instantly saturating them. He ignited the gasoline with a lighter, and in an instant, a roaring blaze erupted. The zombies, unperturbed by pain, continued to exhibit their frenzied expressions as they relentlessly banged against the iron gate. The flames quickly engulfed them, spreading upward into the building, which soon ignited. The results were promising. It wouldn't take a day for the entire structure to be consumed, turning the zombies inside into charred remains. It seemed imperative to incinerate all 10 buildings to eliminate the zombies within. Otherwise, as their intelligence increased, they might directly breach the iron gate. Chapter 24. Unexpected Gains. Liu Yang employed this method to ignite the other 9 buildings as well. The flames blazed fiercely, causing the 10 high-rise apartments to crackle ominously. At that moment, from the top of one of the high-rises, a survivor leaped from a great height, crashing to the ground with a sickening thud, their brain matter splattering. Witnessing this scene, Liu Yang felt a twinge of surprise. Who would have thought there were survivors still clinging to life within a high-rise? Had they been besieged by zombies for days, only to resort to suicide due to the inferno? Liu Yang felt no sympathy, nor did he harbor guilt. When they had been trapped in the building, their lives had already entered a countdown. They were merely prolonging the inevitable. Starvation was a certain fate, and they would never break free. The eventual outcome would have been a slow death by hunger or being torn apart by the zombies while searching for food. By igniting the fire that compelled them to leap, he had inadvertently granted them an early release. Truly a noble deed. As the fire raged on, Liu Yang received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully eliminated 600 zombies, earning 660 attribute points. Upon receiving this notification, Liu Yang was overtaken with exhilaration. Had he truly dispatched over 6,000 zombies? He had only eliminated fewer than 300 in the villa area. The destruction of the residential buildings had propelled his count to 600, indicating that the zombies within those structures surpassed 6,000. with 660 attribute points. He could augment 4 basic attributes by an average of 165 points each. This would effectively double his attribute points. It was worth noting that he had only gained 30 points from a triple kill and 50 from a quintuple kill. Various rewards had cumulatively raised his attribute points to 160. Yet, the incineration of 10 residential buildings had granted him an astonishing 165, with all points successfully allocated. His 4 core attributes would soar to 325. This was 65 times that of an ordinary human, who typically possesses only 50 points. What a staggering notion. An average person requires 12 seconds to complete 100 meters, while Liu Yang could do so in under 2 seconds. He truly felt like a superhuman. Without hesitation, he opted to allocate his attribute points. Notification: congratulations, host. Attribute points successfully allocated. Current attributes: strength 325, speed 325, stamina 325, spirit 325. Upon reading this notification, Liu Yang clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming surge of power. With his current strength, he believed he could easily shatter a zombie skull with a single punch, even without relying on his abilities. Just by setting a fire, he had amassed such an impressive number of attribute points. What a delightful reward. Liu Yang contemplated. It seems I must eliminate even more zombies. Killing 10 zombies for a single attribute point is an incredibly tempting prospect. The university was in close proximity to the villa area, separated by merely a wall. A quick leap over the fence would grant him entry. This proximity explained why many privileged youths resided in the villa district. It appeared that his next course of action would involve scaling the wall to infiltrate the school, with hopes of igniting a few more fires. He also planned to ransack the school's convenience store and cafeteria, claiming all the food for himself. The 10 high-rise residential buildings had allowed Liu Yang to annihilate over 6,000 zombies, igniting a thrill within him. The university likely housed around 30,000 students. Aside from those affluent enough to rent accommodations off campus, the majority remained within the school. The disaster had unfolded on a weekend morning, meaning many students might still be sleeping in their dormitories. This suggested that the zombies in the school were primarily concentrated within the 10 dormitory buildings, 5 for males and 5 for females. If he could set those 10 dormitories ablaze, he might very well eliminate 20,000 zombies. Would that not yield him 2,000 attribute points? Just the thought of it sent a surge of excitement coursing through him. Thus, Liu Yang commenced his next foresight. In his vision, he arrived beside the wall, barely a barrier away from school. He crouched down and leaped with force, effortlessly clearing the 3-meter-high wall and landing smoothly within the school grounds. A few zombies were nearby, and upon seeing Liu Yang land, their expressions shifted to one of excitement as they lunged towards him. Armed with a fire axe, Liu Yang dispatched them swiftly, eliminating them in mere seconds. He then hurried towards the school cafeteria. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, he found it relatively empty, as the zombie outbreak had not coincided with meal times. Only a handful of staff members had turned into zombies, numbering in the dozens. Liu Yang wielded his axe and quickly dispatched all of them. He then proceeded to the kitchen storage area. Upon witnessing the shelves brimming with food, Liu Yang's excitement peaked. Goodness! There were over 50 bags of 50-kilogram rice and flour each. He collected them all. There were even several barrels of cooking oil, each holding 10 liters. He gathered them too. A bounty of fruits and vegetables. He took everything, various fresh meats and prepared dishes. He claimed them all. Induction stoves, and gas canisters. All were taken. In a pinch, the gas canisters could even be used to blow up zombies. Liu Yang thoroughly ransacked the school cafeteria, filling his expansive dark space with everything useful and otherwise. While some items might seem unnecessary now, who knew what might be of use in the future? After clearing the cafeteria, he made his way to the convenience store. The store was stocked with a plethora of packaged goods, bread, sausages, biscuits, vacuum-sealed chicken legs, milk, and various beverages. Liu Yang collected everything into his storage space. Such an abundance of food would suffice for him, Su Xiao, and others for several years. Having completed all this, he prepared to head towards the dormitory buildings to set all 10 ablaze. Prior to entering the school, he had filled numerous bottles with gasoline, storing them in his space. All he needed to do was pour the gasoline once he reached the dormitories. As Liu Yang made his way towards the dormitory buildings, he passed by the infirmary and noticed several zombies wandering outside, one of which was repeatedly ramming its head against the infirmary door. Liu Yang frowned. This was evidently concerning. Zombies typically only exhibit such behavior when attempting to attack survivors. Moreover, it was only the more intelligent zombies that would resort to headbutting doors. The wooden door of the infirmary had been battered to the point of splintering. Should the assault continue, it would likely be breached. The moment the zombies caught sight of Liu Yang, their attention swiftly shifted toward him, and they charged forward with unrelenting fervor. Without a moment's hesitation, Liu Yang brandished his axe and struck at the undead. In no time, 5 zombies lay vanquished at his feet. Approaching the infirmary window, Liu Yang peered inside. Sure enough, there was a female student trembling in fear. Liu Yang promptly opened the door and stepped inside. Upon seeing him, the woman's face betrayed a look of sheer terror as she cowered in the corner. Liu Yang reassured her, "Do not be afraid. I am not a zombie. I can escort you to safety. Just follow me." Are you part of the rescue team? Here to save us?" The girl's expression brightened with hope at Liu Yang's arrival. "No, I am merely here to scavenge for food. However, rescuing you is a fortuitous bonus," Liu Yang replied nonchalantly. The light of hope in her eyes dimmed instantly at his words. Noticing her disappointment, Liu Yang added, "I do have food, you know." At the mention of this, a glimmer of hope returned to her gaze. Liu Yang felt fortunate. He had initially come to the school to incinerate the dormitory for additional attribute points, and unexpectedly found himself in the company of a beautiful woman. What a serendipitous discovery. Chapter 25. Encountering the athlete, I have matters to attend to, so just stay behind me and remain silent. Attracting zombies would be unwise, and I am certain you do not wish to be besieged, Liu Yang warned her. As he assessed her, he noted her tall and voluptuous figure, her curves elegantly accentuated, although her complexion appeared somewhat pale and drawn. It could not obscure her exquisite features that radiated beauty. She was undeniably a stunning woman, particularly with her strikingly long legs, straight, fair, and perfectly proportioned, surpassing all other women Liu Yang had encountered. Her legs were indeed a pair of flawless jade feet. Understood, she nodded. For days, she had been holed up in the infirmary while the zombies relentlessly rammed the door, instilling a profound fear within her. "All right, let us make our way to the dormitory," Liu Yang declared. "Huh? The dormitory? It must be swarming with zombies. We should avoid it," she exclaimed, taken aback. The outbreak had coincided with a weekend, when all students and teachers were primarily in the dormitory. Now, whether in student or faculty accommodations, the dormitory had become a veritable stronghold for zombies, harboring at least tens of thousands of them. Wasn't he venturing their tantamount to seeking death? "I am precisely in search of zombies. Fear not. You will be safe with me. Let us proceed," Liu Yang said confidently. Observing the assurance on Liu Yang's face, the woman eventually acquiesced. The 5 zombies at the entrance had already fallen to Liu Yang, a testament to his capabilities. He did not fear the undead and had the strength to dispatch 5 simultaneously. Thus, her only recourse was to trust him. "Very well," she nodded, following Liu Yang as they set off toward the dormitory. Along the way, she introduced herself. "Hello, I have yet to learn your name." "I am Zhao Yuding." "I am Liu Yang, a student at this school," he responded. "Ah, a student?" The woman appeared surprised and continued, "I am Zhao Yuding, a teacher here. A teacher is supposed to protect students, yet here I am, relying on you for protection. How embarrassing." Upon hearing her words, Liu Yang scrutinized her. This female teacher appeared remarkably youthful. Initially, he had assumed she was a student herself. Now, with her white blouse and professional pencil skirt, paired with semi-transparent black stockings that had torn during her escape, she exuded a unique allure. Her attire was quintessential office wear, and upon learning of her role as a teacher, it seemed entirely fitting. "Who would have thought you were a teacher? You look so young," Liu Yang remarked. "Thank you," Zhao Yuding replied, her cheeks flushing as she lowered her gaze. At only 23 years old and newly employed, her flawless skin often led others to mistake her for a student. Each time this happened, she felt a surge of joy, reveling in the affirmation of her youth. As they walked and conversed, suddenly a group of burly men emerged, blocking their path. Armed with baseball bats, spears, and makeshift weapons, they confronted Liu Yang and Zhao Yuding. Liu Yang narrowed his eyes at them, recognizing their robust physiques and dark skin. They were clearly athletes from the school. When the outbreak occurred, these athletes had been practicing on the field rather than huddled in the dormitory, thus managing to survive. While some athletes had succumbed to the undead, they had dealt with them effectively. The expansive grounds of the field provided ample space for maneuvering, unlike the cramped dormitories, where escape would be nearly impossible. Upon seeing Liu Yang and the beautiful woman beside him, The athletes broke into sinister smiles. Hey, aren't you that guy? What's his name again? The one who became a security guard while still in college? Liu Yang, right? I can't believe a pathetic guard like you is still alive. Ha ha ha. Truly, a disaster that lingers for a millennium. It's astounding that a loser like you has made it this far. They mocked him, their laughter ringing out. In times of peace, Liu Yang's part-time security job had made him the subject of ridicule throughout the school. Almost everyone recognized him. Some even posted photos of him standing guard at the community entrance on the school forum for all to mock. Liu Yang found it perplexing. He had worked hard to support himself during his studies. What was wrong with that? Wasn't he better than relying on family wealth like those born with silver spoons? What shame was there in being a security guard? He was merely earning his keep through diligence. Faced with their scornful expressions, Liu Yang's demeanor grew cold. You fools! Are you tired of living? He warned. Had they confronted him in his own neighborhood, he would have swiftly dispatched them without a second thought. Yet at school, Liu Yang had no intention of making a scene, preferring to ignore their provocations. However, his words ignited their fury. 4 muscular athletes, each wielding weapons, scoffed at the audacity of a mere security guard speaking so boldly. What did you just say? I must have misheard you. You want us to die? Ha ha. Have the zombies eaten your brains? You're a worthless piece of trash daring to talk back to us? Seeking death. This is the apocalypse. There are no laws now. We could kill you without consequence. Do you understand? Kneel and apologize, hand over all your food, leave your weapon, and give us this woman. Then you may leave. The leader of the athletes snarled. Huh. Indeed, in this lawless world, killing you would be of no consequence, Liu Yang replied with a cold chuckle. Since they were seeking their own demise, he saw no reason to hold back. Liu Yang's attributes had been enhanced from battling zombies, and he had yet to engage in combat with humans. Now, he was eager to test how long these 4 stronger-than-average athletes could withstand him. What do you all want? Can't we, as classmates, speak to each other civilly? Why must there be a quarrel? Do not take advantage of your numbers to bully others. At that moment, the female teacher stood in front of Liu Yang, shielding him with her presence. To her, it was evident that these athletes sought to intimidate Liu Yang simply because they outnumbered him, and as a teacher, she felt compelled to intervene. Despite her trembling with fear, she resolutely stood her ground, protecting Liu Yang. This act of bravery stirred a sense of gratitude within him. The athletes, upon hearing Zhao Yuding's words, scoffed derisively. Huh, is this still a school in the apocalypse? You are quite naive. Zhao teacher, I've heard of you. You are the youngest and most beautiful teacher at our school. We've had our fun with many female students, but we've yet to play with a teacher. Come on, let us take you back to the equipment room. We'll have a good time together. Don't be like those girls who are done for in just a few days. The female teacher was taken aback by the lewd expressions on their faces, but she did not waver. At that moment, Liu Yang could no longer bear to watch. He seized a fire axe and charged at them with alarming speed. The athletes' expressions shifted in shock as they registered his swift approach. What speed? What is this guy? A piercing scream erupted as Liu Yang's axe severed one athlete's arm, blood gushing forth in an instant. Ah, my arm, my arm. The athlete collapsed, clutching his bleeding limb and wailing in agony. Damn it, this guy is strong. Tiger, do something. The leader of the athletes shouted. Suddenly, a whoosh echoed through the air. It was an ambush. Liu Yang, with his lightning-fast reflexes, snatched a sharp arrow from the air. Turning around, he discovered that another athlete was hiding behind a nearby tree. Bow in hand, the athlete's face displayed sheer astonishment. Trembling, he stammered. What the hell? You caught an arrow barehanded? Are you even human? Liu Yang replied with a cold smile. Whether I am human or not is irrelevant. Soon, you shall become ghosts. With that, he charged at them like a vengeful deity, swiftly dispatching all the athletes. Chapter 26. They Deserve to Die. The simulation concluded successfully. Liu Yang was somewhat taken aback by the female teacher's actions. Witnessing her stand up against the athletes who attacked him, he was surprised by her courage. Although she was no match for the 5 athletes, she did not cower or flee. Instead, she chose to protect him. This teacher was indeed a rarity, although this was merely a future scenario and not a real occurrence. Liu Yang etched her kindness into his memory. In the past, he had been impoverished, never experiencing anyone's goodwill. It is often said that after one achieves success, those around them become benevolent, treating them with utmost kindness. Yet, the moment one encounters failure, they're reduced to mere dust, with others eager to trample them. All one feels is overwhelming malice. Liu Yang had never felt anyone's kindness before. This female teacher was the first. It was precisely because of this that her goodwill was so precious, so deeply ingrained in Liu Yang's memory. Taking a deep breath, Liu Yang prepared to act according to the simulation. This time, however, he was resolute. The moment he saw those athletes, he would instantly eliminate them. The simulation commenced. Liu Yang successfully gathered all the food and rescued the female teacher. As they headed toward the dormitory, they encountered the 4 athletes once more. "Oh, isn't that little security guard Liu Yang? Who would have thought he'd show up?" they sneered. Faced with their contemptuous grins, Liu Yang wasted no words. Crack, crack, crack. 5 sharp sounds rang out as he swiftly dispatched the athletes. In their final moments, they were left bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Zhao Yuding let out a shriek, quickly covering her mouth with her hand. She remembered Liu Yang's warning not to make noise, lest it attract zombies. "Why did you kill them all?" Zhao Yuding asked, her voice trembling. "If I don't kill them, they will kill me," Liu Yang replied. "That's impossible. They're students from this school. How could they kill someone so casually?" Zhao Yuding said incredulously. Liu Yang smiled coldly and said, "Not only will they kill me, but they will also take you away, turning you into their object of release. You would become their slave. Those 5 athletes would have you dead within 3 days." "No, that can't be." Zhao Yuding shook her head repeatedly, unable to believe that humanity could sink so low. She maintained that teachers have a duty to educate and protect students, and that classmates should help one another, even in the face of an apocalypse, rather than resorting to violence against each other. Only through mutual assistance could they overcome calamity. Yet, she failed to grasp the harsh reality. Especially in an apocalypse, one must prioritize self-preservation. If one does not kill others, they will be killed instead. In a world where resources are scarce, everyone becomes a competitor. The more people searching for food, the harder it becomes to find any. "If you don't believe me, I'll take you to their lair," Liu Yang said, leading Zhao Yuding toward the equipment room. During the previous simulation, he had overheard the athletes discussing their plans to bring Zhao Yuding there. Clearly, their stronghold lay within the equipment room. Shortly, they arrived at the equipment room. Upon entering, they discovered a naked female student, chained by her neck to the security bars. Her arms severed and bound tightly to stanch the bleeding. The girl's face was pale, teetering on the brink of death, her skin marred with claw marks, bite marks, and burn scars from cigarette butts. Zhao Yuding gasped, covering her mouth, her eyes welling with tears as she witnessed the horror before her. She could hardly fathom that these athletes could commit such atrocities against a fellow student. How could this happen? Monsters. They are nothing short of demons. The female student, upon seeing Liu Yang and Zhao Yuding, opened her desolate eyes and weakly uttered, "Kill me, please just kill me." She had endured relentless torment at the hands of the 5 athletes. Initially, their cruelty manifested in violence and humiliation, deriving pleasure from her suffering. At first, she had thought surviving their torment was preferable to being devoured by zombies. But as hunger gnawed at her and food became scarce, the athletes, too fearful to venture into the cafeteria due to the presence of numerous zombies, turned their predatory gaze upon her. They consumed her arms. In that moment, she realized that humanity could be more terrifying than the undead. Thus, she yearned for death. Yet, despite her pleas, the athletes showed her no mercy, only deriving greater excitement from her mutilation, as though her disfigurement awakened their long-buried curiosity. Their sadistic pleasure in her suffering intensified. This female student had long been living worse than death. "We can save her. We can take her with us and leave together. Please, Liu Yang?" Zhao Yuding looked at Liu Yang with tears in her eyes as she begged him. But Liu Yang only shook his head. "Don't be foolish. Both of her arms are gone. She won't survive. The only thing I can do is give her a quick death." "No, she is still alive. We can definitely save her. We must be able to." We have to. Zhao Yuding burst into tears. A female student was gravely injured right in front of her, and she was powerless to help. As a teacher, this filled her with guilt and helplessness. She felt as if she had committed a terrible sin. "Kill me, please kill me. I know I want to survive. Kill me." The female student spoke weakly. Her eyes stared straight at Liu Yang as she continued pleading. "Can you give me a quick death?" Liu Yang nodded. "Thank you." A look of relief finally appeared on the girl's face. She closed her eyes. Bang! Liu Yang shot her in the head. Inside the equipment room, Zhao Yuding's painful scream echoed. Chapter 27. Bringing the beautiful teacher back to the villa. A female student had just been shot in the head right in front of Zhao Yuding. Although it was the studentess' own request, although Zhao Yuding understood in her heart that Liu Yang was giving the girl a merciful end, she still couldn't accept it. A student had died in despair right in front of her, a teacher. Those people are devils. They're not human. Sob sob, Zhao Yuding cried as she cursed. She had never imagined that those students could do something so horrifying, so inhuman. They were even more terrifying than zombies. Liu Yang warned the teacher calmly. So, Teacher Zhao, you must understand something. In the apocalypse, everyone's former identity is meaningless. Teachers are no longer teachers. Students are no longer students. Everyone has only one identity now, survivor. And when survivors have no rules restraining them, they can do things beyond anything you can imagine. If you had met someone else instead of me, you might have ended up the same as that girl. So protect yourself. Don't keep that saint-like compassion anymore, or you'll fall into endless hell. Sob sob, those people deserve to die. They deserve to die 10,000 times. Zhao Yuding cried. Let us go. We can't waste time here. I still have things to do. With that, Liu Yang walked straight out of the equipment room. Though heartbroken, Zhao Yuding obediently followed him. After what had just happened, she finally understood that the apocalypse was full of danger, not only from zombies but also from humans. At first, she had believed that everyone were classmates. When Liu Yang said that if he didn't kill the athletic student, that student would kill him, Zhao Yuding hadn't believed it at all. But after seeing the horrific scene in the sports equipment room, she completely believed him. If Liu Yang hadn't killed those athletic students, then perhaps Liu Yang would have been the one killed, and she would have been captured by them. Her fate might have been even worse than that girl's. She had finally recognized the cruelty of this world. Surviving in such a cruel world was incredibly difficult, and Liu Yang was now her only support. Soon, the two arrived downstairs at the dormitory building. What are you planning to do next? Zhao Yuding asked curiously. There are tens of thousands of zombies in these dorm buildings. Liu Yang said calmly. So I'm going to burn all 10 of them down. What? Zhao Yuding was shocked. But there might still be student survivors inside. If you burn the dorms, won't you burn them alive too? Liu Yang replied calmly. Whether it's the boys' dorms or girls' dorms. Most rooms house 4 to 6 people. The infection rate is about 70. That means at least half the people in every room have already turned into zombies. Do you really think the rest can survive? And even if they can, that is not something I need to consider. You've already seen how cruel the apocalypse is. If we don't burn these tens of thousands of zombies now, once they evolve intelligence, even more survivors will die. But Zhao Yuding wanted to say something more. However, when she thought of the tragic scene in the equipment room, she ultimately remained silent. Even if there were survivors who knew whether they were like those athletic students, harming other people, so she suppressed her compassion. Meanwhile, Liu Yang had already walked to the dormitory entrance. When the zombies inside saw Liu Yang, they immediately became excited and started slamming against the doors. Liu Yang took gasoline out of his storage space and began pouring it over them. Then he lit the fire. Flames instantly engulfed the zombies. Yet they felt no pain and continued smashing against the doors. The fire raged over their bodies, but they showed no reaction. Liu Yang ignored them and moved on to the next dorm building, pouring gasoline again. Soon, all 10 dormitory buildings were blazing with raging flames. Looking at the 10 burning buildings, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction. Let us go. The dorms are large. They'll probably burn for an entire day and night. We should head back to a safe place. A safe place? Zhao Yuding asked in surprise. In the apocalypse, is there really such a thing as a safe place? After witnessing the tragedy in the equipment room, she had begun questioning the entire world. Was this still the world she once knew? In this ruined world, was there really anywhere safe? Where could weak survivors like them possibly belong? Liu Yang said confidently, where I am, that's south the safe place. Then he grabbed Zhao Yuding and headed toward the villa district. When Zhao Yuding heard his words and saw the confidence in his eyes, she froze for a moment. Why was he so confident? It felt as though his entire body radiated a brilliance that was hard to look at. In the apocalypse, he was like a guiding beacon, bright, dazzling. For a moment, Zhao Yuding even felt that Liu Yang was the most outstanding and handsome man she had ever seen. He was so reliable, so full of security. Liu Yang successfully brought Zhao Yuding back to the villa. The mission was complete. Fortunately, nothing unexpected had happened during this trip. Liu Yang had successfully burned the school dormitories and safely brought Zhao Yuding back. When Zhao Yuding stepped into the villa, Hiyushi immediately came over. After seeing Zhao Yuding's face clearly, she was shocked. Zhao teacher Zhao. Zhao Yuding was their math teacher. She had never expected to see her teacher again in the apocalypse. Hiyushi was overjoyed. She excitedly grabbed Zhao Yuding's hand. It really is you, teacher Zhao. I'm so happy to see you. Liu Yang. Where did you find Teacher Zhao? As far as I know, she doesn't live in this villa area. I was hiding in the school infirmary, and Liu Yang rescued me. Yushi, I didn't expect to see you here too. I'm so happy sob, this apocalypse is so terrifying. I thought I would never see my students again. Zhao Yuding began crying again. The horrific scene in the sports equipment room had deeply scarred her heart. At the time, she kept wondering whether her own students might experience something like that. Just imagining it made her feel nauseous and miserable. But now, seeing Yushi alive and happily bouncing in front of her filled Zhao Yuding with emotion and relief. Chapter 28. You guys are so naughty. When Liu Yang returned with Zhao Yuding, the timing perfectly coincided with mealtime. The table was graced with the delightful dishes prepared by Xiao Dan, their aroma wafting enticingly through the air. Zhao Yuding had endured several days of hunger in the infirmary, surviving solely on glucose water. Now, upon catching the enticing scent of freshly cooked food, her stomach audibly protested. Blushing profusely, she lowered her head, attempting to muffle the rebellious sounds emanating from her belly. Teacher Zhao, please go ahead and eat first. I've set aside my portion for you. I'll just return to my room to take a shower. I'm covered in zombie blood, and it's quite filthy, Liu Yang remarked. Zhao Yuding was taken aback. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as she responded, Isn't that a bit inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Are you not hungry? If you are, please eat. I've assured you that this place is safe, and food is the least of your concerns. With that, Liu Yang ascended the stairs. He then pulled Zhao Yuding to sit beside the dining table, beaming as she began to introduce her to the others. This is Su Xiao, a big star. This is Sister Xiao Dan, the best cook among us. Every meal we have is prepared by her, and it's absolutely delicious. This is Tang Meng Ting, the class representative of Class 1, and this is Zhao Li Na. There's also Zhou Qiuping, but she hasn't come out of her room. Oh, how did T realize so many people lived here? How did you all end up in this place? Zhao Yuding inquired curiously. Just like you, Liu Yang saved us. He replied with a smile, serving Zhao Yuding a bowl of rice. They had initially prepared Liu Yang's meal, waiting for his return. But with him opting a shower, it was perfect for Zhao Yuding. As she gazed at the fragrant bowl of rice, Zhao Yuding felt an overwhelming wave of gratitude, nearly moved to tears. Before she began eating, she hesitantly asked, Didn't you mention there was a Zhou Qiuping? Why isn't she here for dinner? Well, she hasn't gotten close to Liu Yang yet, so how could she possibly eat? He explained matter-of-factly. What do you mean by that? Zhao Yuding felt a sudden jolt of confusion. Oh dear, teacher, why the surprise? It's exactly that. Or are you so impressive that Liu Yang couldn't wait to make you his woman? Truly, you are Zhao Lishi. He exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Zhao Yuding's mouth fell agape. As the implications of S words sunk in, she realized what they were alluding to. The other girls, Tang Meng Ting, Su Xiao, Chun Dan, watched her with curious eyes, surveying her from head to toe. Tall and voluptuous with fair skin, Zhao Yuding felt increasingly self-conscious under their scrutiny. Her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. She instinctively lowered her gaze. Having only recently graduated and never having had a boyfriend, she felt utterly out of her depth. These students were brazenly discussing such intimate matters, and she was aghast. My goodness, aren't you all university students? How can you be so lewd? Their expressions suggested that such inquiries were commonplace, as casual as asking what one had for lunch. Is it truly so easy for you to discuss such personal topics? Help! Someone, please rescue me. I'm about to die of embarrassment. Seeing Zhao Yuding's flustered demeanor, he chimed in, Oh, come on, teacher, don't be shy. Everyone here has been with Liu Yang in that way. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sharing meals together. Zhou Qiuping just hasn't made it to Liu Yang's room yet, so she has nothing to eat. We're all in the same boat. So why not share a bit with us? Right. Teacher Zhao, tell us about it. They urged, erupting into laughter. Zhao Yuding wished fervently for a hole to hide in. My goodness, Teacher Zhao, you're quite remarkable, exclaimed Tang Meng Ting. Does Liu Yang prefer someone more mature? Zhao Lina speculated. No way. Am I not mature enough? Su Xiao retorted. Flushed with embarrassment, Zhao Yuding listened to their incessant chatter, her face burning as she focused on her food, overwhelmed by the absurdity of all. After finishing her meal, Zhao Yuding hastily concocted an excuse to shower. Dashing into the bathroom, once cleaned up, she immediately sought refuge in a room, feeling that continuing the conversation with these girls would only drag her deeper into this ludicrous situation. She had never even dated anyone, yet their playful banter made it seem as if she had been battling with Liu Yang for hours. The embarrassment was unbearable. Chapter 29. The first time as a war correspondent at this moment, Liu Yang lay in his room, having just taken a shower, resting on his bed. After defeating numerous zombies and a few athletic students today, he felt quite fatigued. He retrieved some bread and milk from the dark space, munching on them while contemplating his next plans. The food from the community convenience store and school cafeteria would sustain them for quite some time. But one must maintain a sense of urgency in the apocalypse. What if fortune smiled upon him, and he discovered hundreds of female survivors? Such provisions would soon run dry. Moreover, the dark space of 202020 was still largely empty, only about a third filled, which left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He needed to fill it to the brim. Thus, he resolved to scour the area outside the community for supplies. A large supermarket over a kilometer away, on the very first day of being brought back. I knocked on my own door, thereby avoiding further hunger. This week, Zhou Kai-upping appeared somewhat dull-wit, and as a result, she ended up famished for yet another day. The disparity in intelligence among individuals was thus laid bare. Liu Yang chuckled as he addressed Zhou Kai-upping. So, have you finally come to a realization? Are you willing to be my woman? Yes, I am, Zhou Kai-upping replied, her cheeks flushed, her head bowed as she nodded twice. Chapter 30. You are truly remarkable. After 2 hours, Liu Yang received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. You have successfully convinced the other party to agree to be your girlfriend. Dark space ability has leveled up. Liu Yang was astonished to see that his spatial abilities had indeed improved. He glanced at the skill description. Dark space, level 3. Now contained a 30 by 30 by 30 dark space within him. Previously, it had been 20 by 20 by 20, now transformed into 30 by 30 by 27, nearly quadrupling in size. Having raided a convenience store and collected supplies from the school canteen, Liu Yang had only filled the space to about 1.3. Now, with the spatial volume increased fourfold, the supplies occupied even less space, dwindling to merely 1.12. It appeared rather pitiful, the entire area feeling quite desolate. Zhou Kai-upping, exhausted, had already succumbed to slumber. Her eyes closed in sleep. When they both awoke, night had fallen. After freshening up, Liu Yang brought Zhou to the hall, where Chun Dan and Hiyushi had already commenced cooking. Even the new teacher, Zhao Yuding, was assisting, washing vegetables in the kitchen. Upon seeing Liu Yang, everyone's faces lit up with joy, greeting him. Liu Yang, please take a seat and rest. Dinner will be ready shortly. I'll have a look at your cooking, Liu Yang said, heading directly to the kitchen. The women were bustling about in an orderly fashion. Liu Yang noticed that the rice and dishes from the convenience store were nearly depleted. They had been consuming rather bland meals lately, as the convenience store lacked fresh meat. Thus, he retrieved 2 bags of 100 pounds of rice from the dark space, along with some fresh meat scavenged from the school canteen's back kitchen. He placed them in the refrigerator, announcing, I've brought some more ingredients. You all need not be frugal. Just let me know when you finish. The women were taken aback at Liu Yang's actions. Hiyushi exclaimed, my goodness, am I seeing correctly? Is that beef? Tang Mingting remarked. The apocalypse has been ongoing for so many days. Where on earth did you find beef? The celebrity Su Xiao added, it seems there are even ribs. Tomorrow we can have braised ribs. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Chindan exclaimed, Liu Yang, you are truly remarkable. Where did you procure all this food? Zhao Lina chimed in, to eat fresh meat in this apocalypse is simply heartwarming. It's as if we have returned to an era of peace. Living in a villa and feasting on delicious food. It's simply wonderful. Thank you, Liu Yang. The group expressed their genuine gratitude towards Liu Yang. Liu Yang smiled. There's no need for thanks. I've always said, as long as you follow me, food will no longer be a concern. Additionally, I have cleared all the zombies from the entire villa complex, and the gates are locked. This means the entire villa area is now a safe zone. From today onwards, you may move freely within the complex. However, do take care not to approach the gates or walls, as being spotted by the zombies outside could provoke an attack. Wait, the entire complex is now a safe zone? We can move freely? The astonishment on their faces was palpable. My heavens, there must be thousands of zombies in the complex. How did you manage this? Liu Yang, you are truly incredible. The women's expressions were filled with disbelief, and their gazes towards Liu Yang brimmed with admiration. In merely one day, Liu Yang had not only procured fresh meat, but had also eliminated all the zombies. This was no small feat. How was he even human? Liu Yang wore a proud smile. You all have already witnessed how remarkable I am. So what is there to be surprised about? In any case, you will no longer be confined to this villa. Hiyushi was the first to display her joy. This is fantastic. I can't believe we can escape this villa so soon. I'm so excited. Amidst their cheerful laughter, dinner was finally served. Everyone gathered around the dining table. Zhao Yuding, initially indifferent, had become shy ever since the students had misconstrued her relationship with Liu Yang, now unable to meet his gaze. While everyone else engaged in lively conversation, she kept her head down, her face flushed, continuing to eat. Chapter 31. Had the plants mutated as well? The next day, Liu Yang awoke to find it was already past 10 in the morning, the sun having risen high in the sky. He stretched, relishing the luxury of waking up naturally every day. In his school days, he had to rise early for classes, even on weekends, where he stood guard in the community. He seldom enjoyed a lie-in. How different it was now, with the added bonus of residing with several stunning beauties. A pleasure surpassing that of emperors in ancient times selecting their favorites. After getting up, freshening up, and having breakfast, Liu Yang commenced his plans for the day. Just then, a system notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have killed a total of 22,000 zombies, earning 200 attribute points. Liu Yang was taken aback. What? 2,200 attribute points. He quickly realized it must be that the 10 dormitory buildings at the school were set ablaze overnight, directly incinerating over 20,000 zombies. This is exhilarating. At that moment, Liu Yang's base attribute stood at 325 points. Dividing 200 by 4. Each base attribute could be increased by 550 points. Adding it all together yielded a staggering 875 attribute points. Liu Yang's base attributes had reached 165 times that of an ordinary person, making him a superhuman among superhumans. With the dark space upgraded, it would be a waste not to utilize such a vast area. Thus, he needed to gather food from large supermarkets without delay. As time passed, the hunger among survivors would intensify, leading them to scavenge for food. If he delayed, the supermarkets might be stripped bare of supplies. Moreover, with his attributes and an astounding 165 times that of an ordinary person, it was time to venture out of the complex and test his combat prowess. Consequently, Liu Yang initiated his first simulation of the day. This marked his inaugural venture beyond the villa area onto the streets, where he had to exercise caution. After all, the 5 athletes at school had nearly overwhelmed him. The streets could very well be more perilous. As the simulation commenced, Liu Yang leaped, vaulting over the 3-meter-high villa gate. Outside, the road was choked with cars, blocking the entire thoroughfare. Some vehicles had collided with the roadside, even catching fire, reduced to charred remains. Inside, the drivers had become mere blackened skeletons. Some had perished in their vehicles, devoured by zombies before they could escape. Observing the grim sights of these corpses, Liu Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Hundreds of thousands of luxury cars, which many people would toil their entire lives to afford, were once symbols of the wealthy's ostentation. Now, they had transformed into moving coffins, becoming the final resting places for those who once reveled in their opulence. Liu Yang resumed his journey forward, with the supermarket merely a kilometer away from the villa area. Along the route, he encountered no zombies initially. However, as he neared the supermarket, the number of corpses littering the roadside increased significantly. Upon closer inspection, Liu Yang discovered that these zombies had all been severed in two. Some had their heads completely lopped off, while others had been bisected at the waist, their upper halves still writhing on the ground, desperately clawing at the earth. Some had even been vertically cleaved, their heads and bodies evenly split in half. Faced with such a gruesome spectacle, Liu Yang was utterly taken aback. Who could have done this? Was it another ability user? He had scarcely traveled far when he stumbled upon dozens of zombie corpses. This individual was indeed formidable. Moreover, what astonished Liu Yang the most was the weapon employed. Each zombie had been effortlessly cleaved, as if slicing through tofu, regardless of whether the strike was horizontal, vertical, or diagonal. Glancing at his own battle-worn fire axe, he suddenly felt a pang of inadequacy. Although his axe possessed the capability to penetrate armor, it invariably got stuck in the skull of a zombie with each blow, unlike the weapon that had effortlessly cleaved through flesh and bone. Thus, Liu Yang became increasingly wary. If this individual was indeed an ability user, they would be the first he had encountered, and he had no inkling of their strength. It was imperative to proceed with caution. As Liu Yang continued onward, he noticed the accumulation of zombie corpses increasing. Ultimately, beneath a large tree in front of the supermarket, he came across several more slain zombies, alongside a pitch-black katana embedded into the ground. Staring at this scene, Liu Yang was momentarily stunned. What on earth was happening? The corpses of the zombies ended here, and the weapon was drenched in their blood. Surely, this was the instrument used for their slaughter. Yet, why had the wielder abandoned it here? Had some unforeseen event transpired? Approaching to investigate, Liu Yang sought to pull the katana from the earth. After all, it was an exceptionally sharp blade, and such a treasure should not be left unclaimed. At that moment, however, he heard a faint voice calling for help. "Help, please!" Startled, Liu Yang quickly scanned his surroundings but saw no signs of survivors. "Help!" The feeble voice called out again, and this time, he discerned its direction. He looked up sharply, and his eyes widened in shock. A woman was suspended in midair, her hands and feet bound, while beside her lay an unconscious man. Surrounding them were dozens of zombies, also bound and suspended in the air. Some had already become mummified, while others struggled, indicating that they had been restrained for varying lengths of time. Instantly on high alert, Liu Yang stepped closer and inquired of the woman, "Who has bound you?" However, before he could finish his sentence, a vine shot out rapidly, ensnaring his feet and flinging him into the air. Liu Yang felt the world spin as he realized he was now bound and dangling helplessly. Alarmed, he recognized the formidable enemy he faced. He had not even perceived their presence before being ensnared. This was undoubtedly a super powerful ability user. Unexpectedly, the woman spoke weakly. "This tree has mutated and learned to capture prey with its vines to extract nutrients. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Had I not called for help, you wouldn't have been caught." A tree? Liu Yang was taken aback upon hearing her words. He had assumed that only humans turn into zombies in this apocalypse. Yet now he learned that even plants had begun to mutate. Furthermore, this tree was not only capturing humans, but zombies as well. A truly fearsome development. Just as Liu Yang pondered this, another delicate vine, resembling a tentacle, extended from the tree, aiming directly for his heart. Chapter 32, Acquiring a Treasure Blade. The vine surged toward Liu Yang's chest. However, in that instant, he enveloped himself in a layer of frozen armor. The vine failed to penetrate his icy shield, instead colliding with a thick, solid ice wall, causing the entire tree to shudder in pain, its leaves cascading down. The dark red, delicate vine recoiled, deterred from attacking Liu Yang further. Subsequently, the 4 vines that bound him were also compromised by the frost, becoming brittle and frail. With a swift motion, Liu Yang yanked his hand apart, snapping the vines with ease. He then performed a perfect backflip, landing gracefully on solid ground. Witnessing Liu Yang's escape, the female survivor's eyes widened in disbelief. You did it. Quickly save us. You must save him first. He is fading fast." Upon landing, Liu Yang seized the katana embedded in the ground and, with a few swift movements, severed the vines, ensnaring the man. The man crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Liu Yang then leaped again, cutting the vines, binding the woman. She fell but was caught in Liu Yang's arms. The woman was stunningly beautiful as he held her. Liu Yang could feel her slender waist, devoid of any excess flesh, her figure utterly perfect. Observing her closely revealed porcelain skin and exquisitely delicate features, unmarred by any blemish, her beauty rivaled that of Zhao Lina. She was undoubtedly a rare gem among millions. Having rescued both individuals, Liu Yang swung the katana once more, striking a tree trunk as thick as 2 people embracing. Boom! The massive, mutated tree toppled instantly. Dark blood oozed from the smooth cut, and Liu Yang was astonished. This blade was astounding. He had expected it would take numerous strikes to sever such a thick trunk, yet it had been cleaved in 2 as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. What an extraordinary weapon. A fine blade deserves a hero. Had this sword existed in ancient times, it would surely be wielded by a great general to unleash its full potential. He is not going to make it. Please save him. The woman's tears flowed freely as she looked down at the unconscious man. Her plea broke Liu Yang's reverie. "Who is he?" Liu Yang inquired. If the man were her boyfriend, he would certainly hesitate to save him. "He is my brother," she sobbed. "We have relied on each other in this apocalypse. I never imagined we would be captured by this mutated tree." Realizing it was her brother, Liu Yang hurried to the man's side. He found that the man had regained some consciousness, his eyes fluttering open. Yet a dark red vine had pierced his heart, and as Liu Yang severed it, crimson blood flowed profusely from the wound. I don't have much time left. Brother, take care of my sister. This sword is my last and most precious possession. Protect her at all costs." "No, brother," the woman cried out, her voice filled with anguish. Jingyu, don't cry. In this apocalypse, I have long prepared for this day. I fear not death. My only regret is that I cannot protect you any longer. As he spoke, the man coughed up a mouthful of blood. Eventually, his hand fell heavily, and he succumbed to silence. Brother. No. Zhang Jingyu clutched her brother's hand, calling out incessantly. Yet there was no response. He had departed from this world. Do not grieve excessively. The most crucial matter now is to survive, Liu Yang consoled her. Wah! He was my only remaining family, my brother, my own flesh and blood. Zhang Jingyu wept, her eyes brimming with tears, utterly heartbroken. Witnessing her sorrow, Liu Yang enveloped her in his arms, gently patting her back in a comforting gesture. However, Liu Yang's gaze soon fell upon a dark red vine, piercing through Zhang Jingyu's chest. A look of confusion crossed his face. Strange. Your brother was impaled by this dark red vine into his heart. Even rescuing him from the tree proved futile. Yet you too have been pierced by the vine. And yet you seem unscathed? Huh? Me? Zhang Jingyu finally realized, noticing a vine dangling from her chest, though it had already been severed and now appeared limp and powerless. She hastily peeled back her clothing to inspect the wound, inadvertently revealing herself, catching Liu Yang's eye. Goodness, far more impressive than Zhao Lina, he exclaimed. If she were to become a mother, her child would never know hunger. She could feed quintuplets in a single sitting. Oblivious to Liu Yang's gaze, Zhang Jingyu discovered that although the vine had pierced her outer garments, it had been thwarted by the thick bra beneath, never penetrating it fully before Liu Yang had rescued her. Liu Yang, observing this scene, found himself at a loss for words. If only her brother had worn a bra as well, perhaps he would have survived. Finally aware of Liu Yang's stare, Zhang Jingyu's cheeks flushed crimson. She grasped the vine and pulled it free, quickly fastening her clothing. After this brief interlude, her sorrow had lessened somewhat. Hello, I am Zhang Jingyu. Thank you for saving me. May I know your name? I am Liu Yang. I was out searching for food when I happened upon you. It was merely a small kindness. Now, let us bury your brother's body to prevent zombies from discovering it and leaving nothing but bones, Liu Yang suggested. Though saddened, Zhang Jingyu could only nod through her tears. The two found a spot to dig a grave and laid her brother to rest. While Zhang Jingyu mourned, she understood that in this apocalyptic world, there was little time for grief. From now on, you shall accompany me. Since your brother entrusted me with such a fine weapon, I will take good care of you. First, we shall search for food, and then I shall escort you to safety, Liu Yang declared, wielding the katana as he spoke to Zhang Jingyu. All right, Zhang Jingyu nodded, following Liu Yang as they made their way to the supermarket. As they walked, they began to converse. Liu Yang inquired, where are you from, and where were you headed? My brother and I are from the Black Tiger survivor base, seeking a new refuge. We encountered misfortune on the way, Zhang Jingyu replied, her voice quivering as she recalled the events. The Black Tiger base? Is it far from here? What were you and your brother's roles? How did he acquire such a fine weapon? Liu Yang pressed, frowning. If the survivors from this so-called Black Tiger base possessed strength akin to Zhang Jingyu's brother, they were not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the weapon her brother wielded was clearly no ordinary armament. Even in the peaceful 21st century, it would be difficult for anyone to forge such a sharp blade, let alone in this dystopian era. The Black Tiger base is about 20 kilometers away. It took us 3 days to reach here. I'm a first-year female student at the police academy, and my brother is a retired special forces soldier. We were originally survivors within the Black Tiger base, but due to my circumstances, we had to leave, Zhang Jingyu explained to Liu Yang. A police academy student? Such a beautiful student will surely become a dazzling police officer upon graduation, Liu Yang remarked with a bright smile, intrigued. Although he had already encountered several beautiful women, he had yet to meet an exquisite police officer. And no, that is not true, Zhang Jingyu stammered, her cheeks reddening at the compliment. Why did you leave the base? If you remained there, you should have been safe from danger, Liu Yang continued his inquiry. It's all because of me. The leader of the Black Tiger base, Hu, took a liking to me and wanted me to submit to him. However, he is old, dark, and unattractive, with 13 wives already. I could never agree. My brother was even angrier and had a falling out with them, so he took me away from the Black Tiger base. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have had to. Wah! Zhang Jingyu sobbed again as she recounted her past. Who is stronger, the leader of the Black Tiger base or your brother? Liu Yang asked, seeking clarity. The leader is likely stronger. His rank on the yellow list is above my brother's. However, in a life or death struggle, even if my brother were to be killed, the leader would not escape unscathed. he would surely suffer serious injuries. Once injured, others would seek to usurp his position, resulting in greater losses for him. Thus, when we left the Black Tiger base, he did not dare to hinder us too much, Zhang Jingyu recounted honestly. The yellow list? What is that? Liu Yang queried, taken aback. It is a ranking of ability users. It is said that only those who pass the test of the stone tablet can be listed. I am not an ability user and do not know much about it. I only know that each time someone passes the test, they receive a reward from the stone tablet. This sword is a reward my brother obtained after passing the test. Zhang Jingyu explained. Hearing this, Liu Yang felt a sense of astonishment. He had never encountered such information before. To think that merely a few days after the outbreak, a ranking of ability users had already emerged. Moreover, reward for passing the test? No wonder Liu Yang felt the sword was not merely a product of human craftsmanship. It was the creation of this so-called stone tablet. Where can we find this stone tablet? Liu Yang continued to inquire. If rewards were given for passing the test, he wished to try it himself. It is said that stone tablets have appeared globally. The Black Tiger base was built around one, and there is a prominent stone tablet at its center. However, I would advise against going there. The people within the Black Tiger base are malevolent and powerful. You would be better off seeking out a new stone tablet to establish your own base. Zhang Jingyu cautioned Liu Yang. Liu Yang nodded, I understand. Let us set aside that matter for now and focus on gathering supplies. As they spoke, the two arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. Before entering, Liu Yang reminded Zhang Jingyu, during the outbreak, there were likely many shoppers inside the supermarket, so there may be quite a few zombies. Once we enter, remain calm and do not scream. Understood? No problem. My brother and I have encountered numerous zombies these days, so I'm not as frightened anymore. Zhang Jingyu assured him, nodding eagerly. Good, Liu Yang replied, feeling reassured by her response as he stepped forward, katana in hand, into the supermarket. Inside the supermarket, they indeed found many wandering zombies. However, Liu Yang was no longer the same as before. His strength and speed had multiplied several times over. And with the addition of the extraordinary sword, he charged into the horde of zombies like an invincible warrior. With a swish, the black katana sliced through the air, instantly cleaving the nearest zombie in half. What a sword that cuts through iron like mud. Liu Yang grew more exhilarated, dispatching dozens of zombies within just a few minutes. Liu Yang's speed and strength were akin to that of ordinary individuals multiplied by a factor of 10. What he lacked was an extraordinary weapon. This very weapon, for him, was akin to wings bestowed upon a tiger. Liu Yang instantly felt an attachment to it, declaring it to be a treasure. This blade was undeniably tailored for him. How formidable, how powerful. It surpassed even my brother. Zhang Jingyu, observing Liu Yang's actions, widened her eyes in astonishment. It is worth noting that Zhang Jingyu's elder brother was a retired Special Forces soldier, possessing an inherently robust foundation, far superior to that of an average person. Following the apocalypse, he awakened to become a superhuman, further augmenting his prowess. Yet, even so, he paled in comparison to Liu Yang at this moment. Though Zhang Jingyu herself was an ordinary individual, she could discern the disparity in strength and speed. Clearly, Liu Yang effortlessly outclassed her brother in both regards. Within a mere 10 minutes, Liu Yang had dispatched over 300 zombies, nearly emptying the entire supermarket. He still felt a lingering desire for more. With this treasure blade, slicing through zombies was as effortless as cutting fruit, executed with grace and ease, reminiscent of a game of Fruit Ninja. These zombies were insufficient to satiate my thirst for slaughter. Once I eradicate them, I can proceed to gather resources. With a mere thought, Liu Yang caused the food from the shelves before him to vanish into his dark space. So much chocolate, so many candies, countless biscuits, and delectable treats. All were claimed. Milk, beverages, cigarettes, fine wines. All taken. Bulk rice, mung beans, soybeans, black beans, potatoes. All taken. Packaged foods, various breads, assorted vacuum-sealed items. All taken. Fresh meats, fresh vegetables. Fresh fruits. All taken. Various dried goods, cured meats, dried fish. All taken. In no time, Liu Yang had nearly cleared the supermarket of its contents. Zhang Jingyu, witnessing Liu Yang's actions, stared in disbelief. How are you accomplishing this? All the food seemed to vanish at a mere wave of his hand, as if by magic. Where is he transferring the food? That is my secret, Liu Yang replied with a smile. Although Zhang Jingyu was unaware of how Liu Yang achieved this feat, she became increasingly convinced that he was indeed a powerful superhuman, far beyond the capabilities of her brother. Soon, Liu Yang had nearly exhausted the contents of the supermarket shelves. Even taking items such as toilet paper, clothing, towels, various dishes and utensils, and everyday necessities. After all, his dark space spanned a colossal volume of 30,303,027,000 cubic meters. If entirely filled with water, it could hold 27,000 tons. If devoted solely to rice, it could similarly accommodate 27,000 tons. Should he ever manage to amass 27,000 tons of rice, he could sustain 1,000 female survivors for at least a century. Even if he filled his space with everything from the supermarket, it would hardly reach capacity. Furthermore, organizing items within his dark space was unnecessary. He merely needed to pile them together. When required, he could effortlessly retrieve any item with a mere thought, unlike the cumbersome task of searching through physical reality. Thus, stacking everything high would suffice. Before long, Liu Yang had effectively raided the supermarket shelves, and his sights were set on the storeroom. The storeroom contained far more resources than shelves. He simply needed to locate its whereabouts. Let us proceed to find a supermarket storeroom, Liu Yang said to the future police flower, Zhang Jingyu. Zhang Jingyu nodded obediently, following closely behind Liu Yang. Having witnessed Liu Yang's formidable abilities, she resolved to remain by his side, believing it to be her best chance for survival. Therefore, she complied with his every command, displaying utmost obedience. Chapter 34. The superhuman has arrived? As they explored the supermarket together, Liu Yang dispatched a few scattered zombies along the way. With the enhancement of his treasured blade, Liu Yang found the act of slaying zombies to be an exquisite pleasure. Of course, for the zombies, it was a calamity. To Liu Yang, the zombies' movements appeared as though in slow motion. Before they could approach him, they were cleaved in two. The sensation was as smooth as cutting through tofu, providing immense relief. This blade, even if Liu Yang were to exchange half of his current resources for it, he would gladly do so. Simultaneously, his determination to test himself against the stone tablet solidified. If Zhang Jingyu's brother acquired such a powerful blade from Singular Test, what rewards might he obtain from his own attempt? As he contemplated this, anticipation welled within him. After half an hour of searching, they finally uncovered the storeroom hidden within a rear passage. The storeroom was brimming with resources, divided into sections for clothing, perishables, grains, and frozen goods. The clothing section held a variety of attire for both genders, including undergarments, sleepwear, and swimwear, all of which Liu Yang unhesitatingly claimed into his dark space. The perishables section overflowed with an abundance of fruits and vegetables, all of which Liu Yang also collected. But what thrilled Liu Yang the most was the grain section. Neatly stacked, the storeroom contained thousands of bags of rice, each bag weighing 100 pounds, totaling 1,000,000 pounds. That amounted to a staggering 50 tons. 50 tons of food would be more than sufficient for him and Su Xiao to eat for 10 years. Not to mention the various beans and legumes, which collectively added dozens of tons to his bounty. We're rich. So many resources, enough to sustain an entire base of survivors. Liu Yang's face radiated with excitement. In the apocalypse, food was paramount, and this was merely one large supermarket. If he could raid several more, he could stockpile thousands of tons of food. Food was capital. It was the cornerstone of his strength in this post-apocalyptic world. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that, in a zombie-infested apocalypse, a mere 100 pounds of food could be traded for 10 beautiful maidens. And if those 10 maidens were to successfully establish their own branches, the rewards would far exceed even 10 tons of food. This created a transformation of resources and explosive growth. With a look of elation, Liu Yang began to deposit all his findings into his dark space. Watching as it filled up, now occupying 5 times its previous space, he felt jubilant. However, outside the supermarket, near the mutated tree Liu Yang had just felled, a group of over a dozen individuals had gathered. Each appeared weathered and menacing, their eyes filled with malice, clearly not of good nature. This seems to be a mutated tree. The cut is smooth, severed cleanly. It must have been that fellow's doing. One among them, with a pronounced nose and a red tip, sniffed the air as though filtering the scents within. The blood here is from that guy. After spilling so much, it seems he has sustained significant injuries in his battle with the mutated tree. This is advantageous for us. Following the trail of blood, he continued to inhale deeply, honing in on the scents in the air. After several attempts, he addressed the towering figure beside him, built like a black bear, saying, "Brother Giant Bear, that fellow is hiding over there." The group followed his lead toward a mound of earth. As they gazed at the mound of earth, everyone exchanged glances filled with trepidation. The yellow dog nodded solemnly and murmured, based on the scent, "He is indeed within." The burly man wore a grave expression. What could that fellow possibly be doing entombed in the mire? Yet, he commanded his subordinates to commence the excavation. Before long, the lifeless body of Zhang Jingyu's brother was unearthed. Dead? A look of astonishment spread across the burly man's rugged visage. Zhang Jinglin's prowess, even among the survivors at the Black Tiger base, was formidable, ranking at least in the top 3. It was unfathomable that he had succumbed to the mutated tree. Another individual rummaged through Zhang Jinglin's belongings. "Where's his sword? That was an exquisite blade I've coveted for ages. Perhaps his sister took it," a scar-faced man remarked. "Could it be that his sister buried him here? That seems implausible." Zhang Jinglin, as an ability user, should have been able to fend for himself. How could his ordinary sister have escaped? Another interjected. He likely perished while trying to protect her. Otherwise, with his strength, survival would have been a mere trifle. "That's for the best," the large-nosed man said nonchalantly. "With Zhang Jinglin dead and Zhang Jingyu fled, capturing her would suffice for our report, sparing us a fierce battle. I hope Zhang Jingyu is still alive," the burly man expressed with some concern. "With Zhang Jinglin gone, she has lost her means of protection and could easily fall prey to zombies. If she were to be devoured by the undead, we would have no explanation for Black Tiger." He turned to the red-nosed man beside him. "Yellow dog, hasten and sniff out Zhang Jingyu's location." Understood. "No need to rush. I'm on it," Yellow Dog replied, inhaling deeply. Suddenly, his expression turned serious. "There's an overwhelming scent of the ocean, besides Zhang Jingyu. Another man has been here, and perhaps a woman too, or the man carries the scent of other women." A look of confusion crossed Yellow Dog's face. "Regardless of gender, let us track them down. The man must be eliminated immediately, and as for the woman, we shall deal with her collectively before finishing her off." The burly man snapped impatiently. This operation was entirely under his purview, and he wished to avoid complications. He simply desired to locate Zhang Jingyu and return her to Black Tiger for the report. Very well, they headed in that direction. Yellow Dog followed the scent trail. Eventually, the group arrived at the entrance of a supermarket. They stepped inside. Yellow Dog pointed toward the supermarket's entrance. "All right, we shall enter as well. Yellow Dog, lead the way. Scarface Rat, stay close and remain vigilant for any movement inside. Everyone else, follow closely behind me." The burly man issued his orders. "Understood, Brother Giant Bear." The others nodded in agreement. Yellow Dog advanced alone, and as soon as he stepped into the supermarket, the stench of decay assaulted his nostrils, the unmistakable scent of zombie blood. What he beheld next left him astonished and a touch fearful. The supermarket was littered with the corpses of the undead, each one cleaved in twain. He inhaled sharply. This method of slaughter bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Jinglin's style. Hadn't that man already met his demise? The giant bear furrowed his brow. No, something is amiss. There's another skilled fighter. Someone must have acquired Zhang Jinglin's sword and brought his sister Zhang Jingyu here, slaying hundreds of zombies. This individual likely surpasses Zhang Jinglin in strength. Everyone exercise caution. Chapter 35, Eliminate them all. Upon witnessing the scene within the supermarket, all were struck with shock, their faces betraying heightened vigilance, for this supermarket resembled a veritable slaughterhouse, strewn with the remains of the undead. Initially, the mere dozen of them would have sufficed to confront Zhang Jinglin alone. However, now, the person wielding Zhang Jinglin's sword appeared to be even more formidable. This warranted serious consideration. As they delved deeper, the supermarket's desolate shelves left them even more perplexed. Yellow Dog was the first to voice his confusion. What on earth is happening? The entire supermarket is bare. Everything has been cleared out. This cannot be possible. Even basic necessities like clothing and utensils have been taken. Just how many survivors are in this vicinity? To clear an entire supermarket, how many survivors would it take? Moreover, the blood of the zombies on the ground is still fresh. These zombies were only recently slain. Could it be that someone raided the place before the zombies were dispatched? How is that conceivable? Everything felt exceedingly bizarre. The giant bear shook his head. Enough of this. Our priority is to locate Zhang Jingyu. His primary mission was to find her for Black Tiger, and he wished to disregard all else. Yellow Dog nodded in agreement, continuing to sniff as he traced the scent to the supermarket's storage area. At that moment, Liu Yang's keen hearing picked up the sound of approaching footsteps. He frowned. Having already dealt with the zombies outside, could it be that someone spotted the supermarket devoid of the undead and risked venturing out for food? He had no intention of sharing his provisions. Fortunately, He had already gathered everything from the warehouse, ready to confront these survivors. Liu Yang emerged from the storage room, carrying Zhang Jingyu and brandishing his sword, and the two parties collided instantly. Upon seeing Zhang Jingyu, the giant bear's eyes widened in exhilaration. Zhang Jingyu? Marvelous. You are alive. Now I can return with a satisfactory report. Ah, Zhang Jingyu involuntarily gasped, her face paling in fright. What is it? Who are they? Liu Yang asked, eyeing the newcomers warily while whispering to Zhang Jingyu. They're from the Black Tiger survivor base. That burly man is the third in command, nicknamed Giant Bear. He is an ability user, exceptionally powerful, only slightly weaker than my brother. The other two are Yellow Dog and Scarface Rat, also ability users. The rest are formidable members of the Black Tiger base. Before the catastrophe, some were mercenaries, others professional assassins, each boasting considerable strength. I can't believe the Black Tiger survivor base has dispatched 3 ability users and a dozen elites to capture us. Zhang Jingyu's face was etched with fear. 3 ability users? Liu Yang tightened his grip on the sword. This was his first encounter with ability users. Yet, judging by their demeanor, they did not appear overly formidable. A few ice needles should suffice to deal with them. However, Liu Yang was reluctant to dispose of them so swiftly. He wanted to gauge his own strength against that of ordinary ability users, thus allowing him to assess his ranking within the stone tablet tests. Therefore, he decided to refrain from using his abilities, opting instead to rely solely on his sword and close combat skills to eliminate them. As Liu Yang scrutinized Giant Bear and his companions, they too were observing him. Both parties were unfamiliar with one another, which prompted Giant Bear and his crew to refrain from making any hasty moves. Yellow Dog, however, noticed the sword in Liu Yang's hand. Kid, we are from the Black Tiger survivor base. Which base do you hail from? It's ill-advised to take someone else's possessions. Surrender the woman and that sword, and perhaps we will spare your life. Oh, and what if I refuse? Liu Yang replied with a sardonic smile. Then don't say we didn't warn you. Yellow Dog snarled, revealing his teeth in a menacing manner as he brandished a gleaming machete from behind him. Then let us see how you intend to be impolite. Liu Yang declared, already charging toward Yellow Dog, his sword slicing forward in an instant before the latter could react. Slash! The expression of the Yellow Dog, filled with fury, remained etched on its face, yet its head had already rolled to the ground. A fountain of blood erupted from its neck, and Liu Yang, with swift precision, dispatched several burly men beside the Yellow Dog. Such remarkable speed. Witnessing this scene, an expression of shock spread across the face of the Giant Bear. Simultaneously, the group hastily retreated, their eyes filled with palpable fear as they regarded Liu Yang. Why are you running away? Don't retreat. I haven't yet indulged in my fun. Liu Yang remarked with a cold smirk. The ebony blade of his katana dripped with blood, and the supermarket was saturated with the stench of carnage. On the ground lay 4 headless corpses. After a brief encounter, Liu Yang gleaned a rough understanding of the abilities possessed by these supernatural beings. Their fundamental attributes of strength and speed were approximately double that of an ordinary human. In contrast, Liu Yang's strength and speed surpassed that of an ordinary individual by a staggering 16-fold. The disparity between both parties was enormous to Liu Yang. Their movements appeared painfully sluggish. As for the nature of their abilities, Liu Yang was uncertain, but he surmised they were likely not formidable. Otherwise, they would not have fallen to him before even unleashing their powers. A cold sweat broke out on the Giant Bear's brow, while the faces of the other base members twisted with sheer terror. This man is astonishingly powerful, so much so that they could scarcely discern his movements. It was evident that even the leader of the Black Tiger base, Black Tiger himself, could not rival the might of the man before them. The Giant Bear's heart raced with dread. If his combat prowess stood at 800 and Black Tiger's at 1,000, then the man before him possessed a staggering power level of at least 5,000. They were not even in the same league. How could they possibly contend with him? Unless the entire Black Tiger base was mobilized, there was absolutely no chance of victory. With a face full of vigilance, he addressed Liu Yang. Brother, let's talk this over calmly. It's all just a misunderstanding. Take the women and weapons. We can leave now. What do you say? As long as you let us go, we shall never cross paths with you again. That simply won't do. I haven't yet had my fill of fighting. Liu Yang retorted before swiftly charging at the Giant Bear and his companions. The Giant Bear bellowed, run back to the base and fetch reinforcements. I'll hold them off. Bear strength. Roar. His body suddenly swelled, hair sprouting all over, transforming him into a true giant grizzly bear. Oh, so your ability is to turn into a bear? How utterly weak. Liu Yang scoffed. advancing with his sword and severing the giant bear's head in one swift stroke. His foe had no time to react. He then plunged into the crowd of fleeing individuals, relishing the slaughter. These mercenaries and professional assassins were like lambs to the slaughter before Liu Yang, utterly defenseless. In less than a minute, he had dispatched them all. Chapter 36. Back to the villa. Ugh. The overwhelming stench of blood made Zhang Jingyu retch repeatedly. The ground was littered with the corpses of survivors from the Black Tiger base. Simultaneously, Zhang Jingyu was astounded by Liu Yang's prowess, the third in command of the base. The giant bear had been effortlessly eliminated without even a chance to respond. Was this man a reincarnation of a war god? Liu Yang was not only her savior, but also exuded a formidable presence that instilled a sense of security. Truly, he was incredibly strong and strikingly handsome. Zhang Jingyu resolved in her heart to follow Liu Yang, hoping to become his woman. Upon seeing that no living souls remained, Liu Yang wiped the blood from his katana and turned to Zhang Jingyu, saying, "Let's go. We've finished gathering supplies, and it's time to return." Zhang Jingyu nodded eagerly, obediently trailing behind Liu Yang. As they left the supermarket, they failed to notice a large hole on the ground behind shelf. The two returned to the villa at the school. The simulation concluded. This time, Liu Yang reaped tremendous rewards. Not only did he acquire a close combat artifact, a katana, but he also secured the entire stock of a large supermarket. Most importantly, he gained the stunningly beautiful Zhang Jingyu, whose fair complexion and long legs rivaled those of Zhao Lina. It could be said that his haul was bountiful. To be frank, Zhang Jingyu's appearance perfectly aligned with Liu Yang's aesthetic preferences. From the first moment he laid eyes on her, he was captivated. This was the type of woman he genuinely desired. He resolved to swiftly bring this police academy goddess to his bed and propagate their lineage. Liu Yang promptly began executing his plans in accordance with the simulation's progression. Everything unfolded seamlessly. By the time he returned to the villa from the supermarket, he had indeed acquired a treasure of a sword and brought back the exquisite beauty of Zhang Jingyu. Liu Yang was elated. It seemed tonight would be the perfect opportunity to experience the allure of a future police flower. "Hey, Liu Yang, you're back. Come join us for dinner." Chen Dan and the others greeted him with cheerful smiles, inviting him to the dining room. Liu Yang nodded and turned to Zhang Jingyu, saying, "Let's have a bite to eat together. I believe you must be hungry too." "Sure," Zhang Jingyu replied, a bit shy, as she followed Liu Yang. She gazed at Chen Dan and the others within the villa, her expression revealing a hint of complexity. Initially, she thought Liu Yang was alone, having resolved in her heart to become his woman. However, she now discovered that he seemed to have several female companions, each possessing distinct beauty. Though she was confident in her appearance, she felt somewhat awkward about becoming one of Liu Yang's multiple women. Would these earlier arrivals accept her? Would they target her? Would they make things difficult for her? Zhang Jingyu silently consumed her meal, her emotions a tangled web of worry and fear. Across from her, Chen Dan, Tang Mingting, Zhao Yuding, and Zhao Lina observed Zhang Jingyu. Tang Mingting felt an intense pang of jealousy. What a stunning girl. In terms of looks, she could rival even the four great school beauties, Hiyushi and Zhao Lina. Where on earth had Liu Yang found this breathtaking beauty? Now, within this sanctuary, there were four women more beautiful than herself. The superstar Su Xiao, the long-legged teacher Zhao Yuding, the aloof school beauty Hiyushi, and the academic star Zhao Lina. Alongside this newly introduced, voluptuous beauty. With such exquisite looks, and a figure even more voluptuous than Chen Dan's, it was simply demoralizing. Tang Mingting felt on the verge of breakdown. She couldn't compete with Zhang Jingyu in terms of looks or figure. What was the point anymore? Yet, despite her internal turmoil, she dared not show it on her face. The fact that this beauty was just brought back to the villa and could dine with him indicated Liu Yang's special regard for her. Even Zhao Lina, as the academic star, had to wait on Liu Yang before she could eat, whereas Zhang Jingyu had no such requirements and could dive straight into her meal. This was a privilege not afforded to others. Chen Dan, fully aware of this, beamed as she served Zhang Jingyu a piece of meat. "Dear sister, please eat more. You look so slender. Apart from your ample bosom, you're petite everywhere else. I prepared these dishes. Tell me if they suit your taste." "Oh, it's delicious. Thank you." Zhang Jingyu replied nervously, surprised by their warm reception. She hadn't anticipated such kindness from them. Back at the Black Tiger base, relationships among survivors were anything but amicable. They were constantly on guard against each other, as they were competitors for scarce resources. In dire circumstances, they could even turn against one another. "Enjoy the meal. I'm thrilled that my cooking suits your palate. What's your name?" Where are you from? I'm Chun Dan, the former owner of this villa area, and I was a dance instructor, Chun Dan said, her face adorned with a gentle smile and a friendly tone. I, Zhang Jingyu, a former student of the police academy, encountered Liu Yang on the road. It was he who saved me, and I am profoundly grateful to him, Zhang Jingyu recounted earnestly. Oh, so you are a student from the police academy, Chun Dan replied, her tone warm. In truth, we all owe our lives to Liu Yang. Each one of us is immensely thankful. From now on, you shall join our family. And I assure you, we will get along splendidly. Chun Dan nodded in affirmation. Yes, yes. Thank you, Chun Dan, Zhang Jingyu said with a smile. Feeling a wave of happiness wash over her, she found Chun Dan to be exceptionally approachable, radiating a gentle and amiable aura. Observing the interaction between Chun Dan and Zhang Jingyu, Tang Mingting and the others displayed expressions tinged with complexity. They mused, as expected of Chun Dan. She truly knows how to engage with others. In just a few words, she has aligned the newcomer, Zhang Jingyu, with our collective cause. Experience speaks volumes. Consequently, Tang Mingting, Zhao Lina, and the others also donned warm smiles, addressing Zhang Jingyu. Indeed, indeed. As good sisters, please feel free to indulge. There is no need for formality among us. Everyone here is easy to befriend and speaks kindly. Consider this place your home. Relax and be at ease. Oh, okay. Thank you, everyone. I'm truly delighted that you all accepted me so quickly, Zhang Jingyu responded sincerely. Observing the harmonious camaraderie, Liu Yang nodded in contentment. Meanwhile, the striking teacher, Zhao Yuding, sat at the side, her expression a mix of complexity as she ate. After a day of inner turmoil, she had resolved to visit Liu Yang's room that night, hoping to engage in a deeper relationship, ideally one that would last for hours, as the rumor suggested. However, with Liu Yang bringing back a beautiful girl, her plans for the evening seemed likely to be postponed. She wondered when her turn would come. Alas, she felt like a fragile blade of grass in a desert, on the verge of withering and parched for rain. If this continued, she feared she might break. Chapter 37, Coming to Thank You. After dinner, the new police officer Zhang Jingyu found a room on the first floor to settle in. Liu Yang returned to his own room, took a shower, and lay on his bed, admiring his long, sleek black katana, utterly enamored. His foundational strength had been enhanced, and his close combat abilities surged. He had been in dire need of a melee weapon, and unexpectedly, a treasure had come to him the very next day after expressing his need. What extraordinary luck! He retrieved a new towel from the dark space and began to meticulously wipe the exquisite weapon. The dark blade gleamed with a chilling light, its sturdy form exuding sharpness and resilience, as if it could pierce through any adversary. After dispatching hundreds of zombies and a dozen survivors that day, the blade remained sharp enough to cut hair with ease. Liu Yang gazed at it, his eyes brimming with affection. A master once opined that one should treat their weapons as one would a lover, for a weapon may accompany you longer than a lover ever could. And while a weapon can save your life, a lover merely drains your energy. Just as Liu Yang was blissfully polishing his sword, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Knock! Knock, knock! Upon hearing the sound, Liu Yang calmly sheathed his blade. He had admired it enough. It was time to reveal his sword. Yet, he wondered who was at the door today. He hoped it was the police officer Zhang Jingyu. Liu Yang licked his lips in anticipation and called out, "Come in." The door swung open, and indeed, it was Zhang Jingyu. She had just bathed, her long black hair still damp, cascading smoothly over her fair shoulders. Her long, slender legs and curvaceous figure were undeniably captivating. Seeing Liu Yang's beaming expression, Zhang Jingyu's cheeks flushed a bright red as she stammered, I came to thank you for saving me today. Yes, yes, I know. Come, let us have a proper chat about the future, about ideals. Liu Yang said with a mischievous smile. All right, then let us discuss the future together. And being your girlfriend? Zhang Jingyu's expression reflected confusion. Once she processed his words, her cheeks grew even warmer. I thought we were just ordinary friends. I merely wanted to express my gratitude. Isn't it a bit too soon to start dating? What friends? Your brother entrusted you to me. How could I merely treat you as a friend? At the very least, I must be your boyfriend, Liu Yang declared, pulling Zhang Jingyu into his embrace. Zhang Jingyu shyly emitted a soft sigh. What is so great about being friends? As the saying goes, a friend will lend you a hand, but a girlfriend will lend you several. Hence, if we are to be together, we must be his girlfriend and boyfriend. Outside the door, as Zhang Jingyu entered Liu Yang's room, Su Xiao, Tang Mingting, Chundan, Zhao Yuding, and others in the corridor began to whisper among themselves. Indeed, she went in again. This woman thought she was so pure. And I heard sounds from inside. Liu Yang asked her to be his girlfriend? My heavens! How many girls here could become Liu Yang's recognized girlfriend? Only this Zhang Jingyu has achieved that. And it was Liu Yang who made the first move. Yes. Goodness. He treats Zhang Jingyu far too well. We must be kinder to her from now on. She has received exclusive favor. Listening to the chatter, Tang Mengting's expression darkened considerably. She had longed to be Liu Yang's girlfriend more than anyone else, and many times had envisioned herself in that role, yet she had been met with rejection each time. Liu Yang had never favored her. Yet this Zhang Jingyu, on her very first day, had managed to elicit Liu Yang's proposal to be his girlfriend. Such treatment was unprecedented for any girl. Previously, Tang Mengting had viewed Hiyushi, Zhao Lina, and Zhao Yuding as potential rivals. Now she realized her true adversary was this newcomer, Zhang Jingyu, whose position seemed unassailable. A sense of crisis filled the hearts of those present, coupled with envy towards Zhang Jingyu. The long-legged teacher, Zhao Yuding, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. She cared little for who held the higher status or who garnered Liu Yang's affection. Her only concern was when she would capture Liu Yang's attention. Her cheeks flushed as she returned to her room, her face aglow. Chapter 38. Will the teacher become a zombie? 2 hours later, Liu Yang received a system notification. Congratulations. Host, you have successfully convinced the other party to voluntarily become your girlfriend. The dark space's anomaly level has increased by 1. Due to the host's consecutive success in acquiring girlfriends over 7 days, an additional reward of 1 level increase for all abilities has been granted. Upon receiving this notification, Liu Yang was elated. He checked the details. The dark space had risen to level 5, transforming from volume of 30,303,027 cubic meters to a staggering 50,505,012, 500 cubic meters. It had nearly quadrupled. Previously, the resources he had scavenged from the supermarket had begun to accumulate significantly. Now, they seemed but a mere trifle. Liu Yang shook his head. It appeared that his rate of resource collection was outpaced by the expansion of the dark space. This vastness necessitated further resource gathering. Although Zhang Jingyu was incredibly tired, she was not yet inclined to sleep. Watching Liu Yang, who slept soundly beside her, her fondness for him only deepened. Her brother, Zhang Jinglin, had perished unexpectedly at the hands of a mutated tree. Had she not encountered Liu Yang, she would have undoubtedly fallen prey to the gigantic bears or others who would have taken her back to the Black Tiger base. The mere thought of the repugnant leader of the Black Tiger survivor base, with his yellowed teeth and rotund belly, filled her with nausea. In comparison to Liu Yang, that Black Tiger was nothing more than a heap of filth. She considered herself incredibly fortunate to have encountered Liu Yang and to be his woman. It felt like a divine blessing. Even amidst the apocalypse, at this very moment, Zhang Jingyu felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. With a gentle smile gracing her lips, she stealthily planted a kiss on the sleeping Liu Yang before gradually drifting into slumber. The following day, when Liu Yang and Zhang Jingyu finally awoke, it was already past noon. Su Xiao and the others had long prepared lunch, and upon seeing Liu Yang and Zhang Jingyu emerge, they greeted them with beaming smiles. Liu Yang, Sister Jingyu, come and have lunch. We just finished cooking as you woke up. Perfect timing. Liu Yang nodded in acknowledgement, and together with Zhang Jingyu, they made their way to Su Xiao's dormitory, which was nearly filled with girls. The moment they laid eyes on Zhang Jingyu, expressions of envy flitted across their faces. Zhao Yuding, upon seeing Liu Yang, flushed crimson and averted her gaze. Yet, Liu Yang noticed her unusual demeanor, her face flushed, eyes darting, head bowed, and her breath slightly hurried. This resembled the precursor to turning into a zombie, did it not? Furrowing his brow, he inquired with concern, Yuding, what's the matter? Are you feeling unwell? The others ceased their activities, their attention shifting towards Zhao Yuding, plunging the room into an abrupt silence. Zhao Yuding had not anticipated Liu Yang would speak to her directly. Startled, she looked up, only to meet Liu Yang's caring gaze, which sent her heart racing. The stillness of the air was most daunting. She dreaded the sudden concern from her friends. At that moment, a tumult of desire surged within her, twisting and aching, yearning for release. I wish to be your woman, Zhao Yuding longed to utter, but being a shy and traditional woman, she could only blush and shake her head. And no, it's nothing. Oh, that's a relief. Then let's eat. Liu Yang responded, feeling reassured. The zombies in the campus had been eradicated by him. So how could Zhao Yuding possibly be infected? It seemed he had overthought the matter. The adage about concern leading to chaos certainly applied to him. Liu Yang was grateful for Zhao Yuding's protection during his injuries, and he hoped for her safety. Hearing her say she was fine put him at ease. As Zhao Yuding's gaze shifted away from Liu Yang, her anxiety dissipated somewhat, only to be replaced by a tinge of disappointment. She feared Liu Yang's attention, yet craved it fervently. Caught in this conflicting emotion, her appetite waned. Despite Shan Dan's delectable cooking, the food tasted bland to her. Soon, Liu Yang finished his meal and returned to his dormitory, intent on further strategizing and scouring more large supermarkets. There were 3 more sizable supermarkets near the school, albeit farther than the first. Yet Liu Yang felt unperturbed by the distance, for his strength had grown significantly. After his fruitful night with Zhang Jingyu, his dark space had expanded to a staggering 50 by 50 meters, yet even that seemed sparse with the items from just one supermarket. This emptiness irked him. He would not allow his dark space to remain so desolate. It was simply not his style. Thus, it was imperative to fill it to the brim. Chapter 39. The abilities of Black Tiger. Meanwhile, at the Black Tiger survivor base, a middle-aged man with a long scar across his face returned, panting heavily. Upon arriving, he dashed directly to Black Tiger's quarters. Once outside the room, he collapsed onto the ground, shouting, "Boss Black Tiger! Boss Black Tiger! There's trouble. They've all been wiped out. What in the world is going on? Did Zhang Jingyu make it back? What about the behemoth?" A corpulent, dark-skinned, greasy man with a handlebar mustache emerged, taken aback by the sight of the scarred man in such a state. What had transpired to render the usually composed scarred rat so fraught with panic? The behemoth is dead. The yellow dog is dead. They're all dead. If I had to dub my way out quickly, I'd be dead too. Scarred Rat's face contorted with fear as he recounted the harrowing experience. What? The behemoth is dead. Black Tiger's expression shifted to one of disbelief, soon replaced by fierce anger. Is Zhang Jinglin truly that formidable? You had a dozen men tracking them, and yet you couldn't ambush them? How could they have been defeated? No, it wasn't Zhang Jinglin. By the time we arrived, he was already dead. It was another young man, incredibly powerful. He wielded Zhang Jinglin's blade and swiftly dispatched over a dozen of our men without even employing abilities. He relied solely on close combat to eliminate everyone. Even the behemoth didn't stand a chance and was killed in an instant. Had I not fled with all my might, I too would have met my end. Scarred Rat recounted, trembling with residual fear. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In close combat, my brother the behemoth is unmatched. Even I wouldn't be able to contend with him without using abilities. How could anyone kill him without employing powers? Black Tiger was evidently skeptical. The behemoth had been a professional mercenary during the peaceful times and had awakened the ability to transform into a giant bear, possessing immense strength. It was inconceivable that he could be so swiftly defeated. Suspicion flickered in Black Tiger's eyes. Was Scarred Rat exaggerating the enemy's power out of fear of retribution for failure? It's the truth, brother. I swear I'm not lying. Zhang Jingyu was taken away by that man, who also slaughtered hundreds of zombies, all with his blade. His power is terrifying. Even until the end, we had no idea what his abilities were. Scarred Rat's voice trembled with fervor. Upon hearing that Zhang Jingyu had been taken by this formidable foe, Black Tiger's anger flared. Damn it, a dozen men couldn't even handle one person. You can't even bring back a woman. What use are you? When Falcon returns, I'll have him assess the situation. I'll confront this so-called ability user myself and discern how powerful he truly is. Should it turn out you've exaggerated, you'll regret it. Black Tiger vowed menacingly. I'm not lying. Brother, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, send Falcon to investigate. That man is genuinely strong. If you doubt me, so be it. Scarred Rat retorted angrily, leaving the room in a huff. Having narrowly escaped death, he had taken to digging his way back for over 20 kilometers, exhausting himself greatly. Now, returning only to face Black Tiger's ire left him in a foul mood. As he departed from Black Tiger's quarters, Scarred Rat cursed under his breath, all for a woman, and we lost over a dozen brothers. Not a single word of concern, just scolding me. Damn it. If I could have overpowered him, I would have taken him down myself. Cursed fate. How have I awakened a pitiful ability to burrow? If only I had manifested a combat-related power, would I be enduring this predicament? After venting my frustrations inwardly, the burrowing rat gradually composed himself, contemplating potential escape routes. With the Black Tiger's loss of formidable allies, the Great Bear and the Yellow Dog, his strength had significantly waned. It was likely that the entire survivor base could not contend with that young man. Black Tiger, in his relentless pursuit of Zhang Jingyu, would probably clash with the youth, leaving me to await my demise here. Damn it, rather than lingering in this peril, I would be wiser to depart post-haste. Black Tiger regards his brothers as mere pawns. There lies no future in following him. With a firm resolve, the burrowing rat resolved to return to his dwelling, gather his belongings, and stealthily flee. Though his powers were not of a combative nature, they proved invaluable for escape. His diminutive stature allowed him to create small burrows into which others could not fit. Whenever he chose to flee, few could hope to pursue him successfully. As he traversed the Black Tiger survivor base, the common folk greeted him warmly. "Hello, Rat Grandpa. Have you had a bountiful day?" "Not too shabby," he replied with a smile. A grimy, frail little girl approached, lifting her gaze with wide, innocent eyes. "Rat Grandpa, where did you venture today? Did you encounter any terrifying zombies?" The sight of her adorable demeanor softened the burrowing rat's heart. Though he was an ability user, his power was deemed utterly useless by his peers. The others looked down upon him, always sending him to the front lines of perilous expeditions. Yet, the civilians regarded him with great respect. While the ability users called him the burrowing rat, the civilians honored him as Rat Grandpa. Thus, he treated these commoners with more kindness than his fellow ability users, who often held themselves aloof, quick to resort to violence against anyone who dared to provoke them. He knelt before the little girl and said, "I traveled to far-off lands today, and I've vanquished dozens of zombies. Quite impressive, wouldn't you say? Here, have a piece of candy." He retrieved a sweet from his pocket and handed it to her. The girl's eyes sparkled with delight as she clutched the candy tightly, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. "Thank you, Rat Grandpa. Thank you." Upon witnessing the girl receive a treat, other children flocked to him. "Rat Grandpa, you are so handsome. Is there more candy?" "Ha! I adore your honesty, little ones." "Yes, indeed. Everyone gets a piece." His heart swelled with joy as he distributed candy to each child, their laughter ringing through the air. "Candy. White rabbit milk candy. Mom, I've had candy again." The children beamed with unrestrained happiness, tears of joy streaming down their faces. "Rat Grandpa is the best. Long live Rat Grandpa." The children danced away, and in the distance, their parents bestowed grateful gazes upon the burrowing rat. To the ability users, a piece of candy might seem trivial, but for the civilians, each day was a struggle for survival, making such luxuries nearly unattainable. As he witnessed the survivors regarding him with reverence akin to that of Savior, the burrowing rat gritted his teeth, resolutely making up his mind. Chapter 40. Encountering the campus bell, just as the children reveled in their newfound sweets, another group of weary survivors entered the base through the main gate. Leading them was a burly man, an imposing figure with a majestic eagle perched upon his shoulder. Upon their arrival, the children fell silent, their faces betraying fear as they hastily concealed their candies and scurried back to their parents. As this group passed by the burrowing rat, the leader, the burly man, wore a mocking expression, tauntingly inquiring, "Burrowing rat? What is this? You look like you just crawled out of the ground. Have you completed the task assigned by the boss? Where's the great bear? Did you sneak back while others were fighting? Ha ha ha. I wouldn't be surprised. It seems you hide in your burrow during battles, only to emerge once victory is assured. An ability to burrow. What a waste of potential. You're no different from those commoners. It's no wonder you mingle with them." His companions joined in the derision. The burrowing rat had grown accustomed to such mockery, enduring jests from these individuals time and again. In the past, he would merely smile it off when in good spirits, but today, he was in no mood for their taunts. With his imminent departure from a base, he saw no reason to continue tolerating their insults like a timid turtle. "Enough of your nonsense. The boss has summoned you. Hurry along and stop your incessant prattling, or you'll find out soon enough." The burrowing rat retorted sharply. Why should he, a fellow level 1 ability user, be subjected to ridicule simply because his power was to burrow? What gave him the right? "You worthless lot. Your days are numbered. Black Tiger is about to lead you into a confrontation with a reaper. Prepare to meet your demise." "Oh, you dare to speak to me like that?" The burly man's expression darkened, a glint of menace in his eyes. "I'm speaking precisely as I wish." "What of it? Fool." The burrowing rat straightened his diminutive form, a fierce glint igniting in his gaze. The burly man was about to retaliate when one of his subordinates restrained him. "Calm down, Brother Eagle. This fellow usually cowers. Today he dares to speak back. Something feels off. Let us hear what the boss has to say before we act." The burly man pondered this. The subordinate had a point. The burrowing rat's behavior was indeed unusual. They had always bullied him, yet he had never dared to retaliate so boldly before. This change raised suspicions. Had he accomplished something significant, perhaps receiving a promise for Black Tiger? If that were the case, it would be prudent not to provoke him just yet. Just you wait. I'll get to the bottom of this with Black Tiger before I deal with you. The burly man scoffed, leading his companions away. Watching them depart, the burrowing rat smirked coldly, a bunch of short-lived fools. Await your doom. I shan't entertain you any longer. My escape is imminent. Returning to his dwelling, the burrowing rat commenced packing his belongings. He had originally tunneled here, having carved a passage over 20 kilometers long. Now, as he prepared to leave, he simply needed to continue through the tunnel, gaining speed without the need to dig anew. In less than an hour, he would reach the supermarket where the Great Bear had met his end. Meanwhile, Liu Yang was engaged in his own endeavors. He was en route to another supermarket. Approximately 2 kilometers from the school, armed with his treasure blade, he confronted zombies along the way, dispatching them swiftly, one by one. Within 10 minutes, he arrived at the supermarket's exterior, only to encounter a familiar pair of survivors, a man and a woman from his school. Though Liu Yang had limited interactions within the school, he was still familiar with some notable figures, namely the student council president Chun Hao and one of the 4 campus beauties, known as the goddess of sports, Zhou Kiki. Upon witnessing Liu Yang wielding a gleaming sword and vanquishing the zombies with an aura akin to that of a god of death, they emerged cautiously from their hiding place, eager to follow Liu Yang in search of sustenance. However, Liu Yang, noticing their presence, wore a frosty expression and warned, "What do you two want? Do not follow me." Liu Yang? Chen Hao's face lit up with surprise upon recognizing Liu Yang's visage. He had once been a prominent figure in school, and, as the student council president, he was well acquainted with Liu Yang. In the past, he had even looked down upon Liu Yang and led the charge in troubling him. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, who cared about bygone grievances? Seeing Liu Yang now, so formidable, they were old acquaintances, alumni of the same institution. Thus, it was imperative to cling to Liu Yang's coattails. "What do you want? Do you not comprehend my words? I told you not to follow me," Liu Yang reiterated, his voice imbued with annoyance. After laboriously dispatching the zombies, he was irked by their attempt to capitalize on his efforts without contributing anything. "Liu Yang, it's me, Chun Hao, the student council president. Do you not recognize us? That weapon of yours is impressive. I've seen you dispatch zombies with a single stroke. Here's the deal. Protect me and Zhou Kiki, and when I return home, I will reward you with 1 million. Chun Hao proposed, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Liu Yang regarded him with the incredulity reserved for the foolish. To think that someone would attempt to use money as a means of persuasion in this apocalypse. Was he deranged? Get lost. Liu Yang replied coldly. 2 million. How about 2 million? Chen Hao pressed, gritting his teeth. Are you a fool? What use is money in this apocalypse? You cannot even buy a loaf of bread. Liu Yang shot back. Still here, are you? Fine, I shall simply take Zhou Kiki back to the base. As the goddess of sports, she would surely be well suited for bearing children, he mused, stroking his chin with a playful smirk. Zhou Kiki was not only one of the 4 campus beauties, but also an athlete. She possessed striking features, a slender figure, and well-defined muscles on her long legs, exuding vitality and allure. It was said that active women bore healthier children, and with her athletic prowess, she would likely endure far better than others in strenuous activities. Liu Yang envisioned how he might expand his lineage without restraint. Chapter 41. A chicken leg for a campus beauty. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Chun Hao's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor growing wary as he instinctively shielded Zhou Kiki behind him. Liu Yang, what do you intend to do? You must not act recklessly. Zhou Kiki is my girlfriend. She will not go with you. Just a girlfriend, is it? Not even married. And even if you were wed, what of it? Even Chao fancied married women. Chen Hao, you may leave now. Zhou Kiki will remain with me, Liu Yang stated nonchalantly. No, that is impossible. She is my girlfriend. You wish to steal her from me? I am the student council president. My family has assets worth over 1 billion. How dare you think you can compete with me? What do you possess that surpasses me? Zhou Kiki would never look at you, Chun Hao retorted, his face flushed with anger. Though he feared the blade in Liu Yang's hand, the thought of Liu Yang attempting to take his girlfriend incensed him. As the student council president, he had been regarded with reverence by his peers, and he was a bona fide rich heir, arriving at school in a BMW. Previously, he had reveled in the adoration of his classmates, yet now this waste dared to confront him openly for his girlfriend? Chun Hao could hardly tolerate it. Were it not for the weapon in Liu Yang's grasp, he would have lunged at him. Impossible? What is impossible? If I, Liu Yang, desire a woman, do you truly believe you can hinder me? Oh, how impressive with your billion assets. Yet look at you, pale and emaciated, likely incapable of even lifting your subordinate spirits. What good is such a beautiful girlfriend if you cannot satisfy her? You appear as though you haven't eaten in days. Since the outbreak, you have not found food, have you? Liu Yang remarked, a hint of amusement in his gaze. Chun Hao felt the sting of Liu Yang's words, his awkwardness palpable. So what if I haven't found food? In any case, my girlfriend will not go with you. Our bond is strong. You can forget about it. He insisted. Is that so? Very well then. I had intended to take her by force, but now that you've declared your affection, I shall observe the depth of your connection. Look, what is this? Liu Yang produced a vacuum-sealed chicken leg from his pocket, revealing it with a flourish. Instantly, the aroma wafted towards Chun Hao and Zhou Qi, stirring their senses. Chun Hao and Zhou Qi inhaled deeply, greedily savoring the long-forgotten scent of food, swallowing involuntarily as their stomachs rumbled in protest. They had endured 4 days of hunger at school, and upon finally venturing out in search of sustenance, they had found nothing for 2 days, resorting only to 2 rats they had caught in the sewer, barely enough to stave off starvation. 1 chicken leg for your girlfriend. Do we have a deal? Liu Yang teased. Chun Hao, who had previously boasted about the strength of his relationship with Zhou Qi, now hesitated at Liu Yang's proposition. However, he quickly shook his head. Impossible. We have been together for a whole year. How can my girlfriend be traded for a mere chicken leg? Do you think I'm some kind of fool? My family has over 1 billion assets. What have I not seen? His face reflected unwavering resolve. Hearing Chun Hao's words, Zhou Qi felt a swell of emotion. Initially, she had perceived her affluent boyfriend as someone who merely toyed with relationships, and despite their year-long relationship, she had kept him at arm's length, never allowing him to cross into intimacy. Now, witnessing Chun Hao's steadfastness in the face of such a coveted delicacy, she realized just how sincere his feelings were. In this moment of dire hunger, he refused to trade a precious chicken leg for her. It was not an exaggeration to say that upon seeing and smelling that chicken leg, Zhou Qi felt a twinge of temptation to ally herself with Liu Yang. Yet, seeing Chun Hao's resolute expression made her acutely aware of how shameful her own thoughts were. How could she possibly betray her principles for a mere chicken leg? She resolved to emulate Chun Hao's steadfastness, vowing never to yield to the lure of food. As Zhou Qi resolved in her heart to steadfastly support Chun Hao, she was taken aback when Chun Hao extended 5 fingers towards Liu Yang and declared, if you wish to have my girlfriend, you must increase your offer. 5. Unless it's 5 drumsticks. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang was momentarily stunned. Initially, he perceived Chun Hao's resoluteness and assumed he would never agree. Little did he know, it was merely a ploy for a few extra drumsticks. Truly, Chun Hao was an astute negotiator. 3. Liu Yang insisted, leaving no room for discussion. Deal. Chun Hao quickly acquiesced, fearful of Liu Yang retracting his offer. Liu Yang promptly produced 2 more drumsticks from his pocket and tossed them at Chun Hao's feet. Chun Hao hurriedly bent down to collect the drumsticks, stuffing them into his clothing. The entire spectacle left Zhou Qi in a state of disbelief. Was her boyfriend truly willing to barter himself for 3 drumsticks? Just moments ago, she had felt a surge of emotion, yet now it seemed she had been overly sentimental. Angrily, she confronted Chun Hao. Chun Hao, what of it? If I don't eat soon, I might starve to death. Do you wish to watch me perish? Chun Hao retorted, are women in this apocalypse merely for men's gratification? Who I relieve myself with is inconsequential. I've been with you for a year, showering you with gifts worth over 1 million, and yet you refuse to share a room with me, pretending to be pure. I've long found you insufferable. Just days before the apocalypse erupted, I intended to take you by force, but you proved stronger than me. In the following days, hunger gnawed at me to the point where I considered consuming you. Had you not been an athlete, I would have discarded you long ago. Now, being able to exchange you for 3 drumsticks signifies your worth. Do you comprehend? Go ahead and enjoy it. After finishing his tirade, Chun Hao clutched the drumsticks and hastily retreated to the safe zone, fearful of Liu Yang's potential change of heart. The implications of Chun Hao's words shattered Zhou Qi's spirit. She never anticipated that in her boyfriend's eyes, she was merely a disposable object. Simultaneously, she felt a sliver of relief, grateful that throughout their year-long relationship, she had preserved her virtue. Had she succumbed to Chun Hao's advances, she might have been discarded long ago. This rich second-generation boyfriend was merely toying with her. She finally perceived the true nature of Chun Hao. Overwhelmed with disappointment, her face pale as ash, she walked step by step to Liu Yang's side. "Look, this is your boyfriend, sold for 3 drumsticks," Liu Yang remarked with a smile. "This is the apocalypse. This is reality. One moment, vows of eternal love, the next. A mere 3 drumsticks seal the deal. Give me 3 drumsticks too, and I shall sell myself to you." "Command me as you wish," Zhou Kiki said with hollow eyes. Having lost the light within her heart, she no longer cared about the consequences that awaited her. Satiating her hunger was the priority. Death was merely a possibility, one she could accept if it meant being well fed. "Here, take this." Liu Yang handed her a drumstick and added, "Rest assured, with me, you will have an endless supply of drumsticks. 3, I could provide you with 300. I shall never casually sell my woman. Now, let us scour the supermarket." With that, Liu Yang prepared to lead Zhou Kiki into the supermarket, first ensuring a zombie was stationed at the entrance to deter any intruders. Upon entering the supermarket, they were met with hundreds of zombies. Given the lack of hiding spots, an ordinary person would quickly succumb to the onslaught of the undead. However, Liu Yang navigated through the horde as if he were a wolf among sheep, encircling the zombies single-handedly. With each swing of his long knife, he cleaved a zombie in twain. Witnessing Liu Yang's prowess, Zhou Kiki, who had been despondent moments earlier, was now filled with astonishment. Incredible. So swift. So powerful. How is he capable of this? Hundreds of zombies stood before him like ripe crops awaiting harvest. His athletic ability was unparalleled. Even the most formidable athletes would struggle to match him. His speed and strength transcended the limits of humanity. Was he superhuman? As a fellow athlete, Zhou Kiki understood human limitations better than most. At that moment, Liu Yang's speed with the knife, his reflexes, and his mobility had undeniably surpassed human capability. Watching Liu Yang's movements, admiration graced Zhou Kiki's features. Being an athlete herself, she naturally held a greater appreciation for men with exceptional physical prowess. Yet Liu Yang was no longer merely athletic. He had surpassed the bounds of human potential. Such feats were worthy of reverence. What woman does not admire strength? In that instant, Zhou Kiki felt fortunate. Had she remained with Chun Hao, starvation would have been her fate. Only by aligning herself with someone as formidable as Liu Yang could she hope to survive. In less than 10 minutes, Liu Yang had vanquished every zombie. A look of unfulfilled desire lingered on his face. Wielding that knife against zombies was sheer ecstasy, a release. "Liu Yang, how are you so strong?" Zhou Kiki could not suppress her curiosity any longer. "Because I was always strong, and I possess even greater strengths. You shall witness them tonight." Liu Yang replied with a mischievous grin. Zhou Kiki blushed at his implication, her heart racing with both shyness and anticipation. Liu Yang teased her before beginning to gather resources, placing everything from the supermarket into his dark space. Once he completed this task, he led Zhou Kiki to the next supermarket, employing the same strategy to clear it thoroughly. After both supermarkets were emptied, Liu Yang returned to the villa district. The operation had been flawless, devoid of any unforeseen complications. And he had even gained Zhou Kiki as a surprising bonus. The goddess of athletics was a rare find. Liu Yang eagerly looked forward to the possibilities that lay ahead with her. Upon returning to the villa district, he found Su Xiao and others engaged in physical activities. The entire area had been secured, and they often enjoyed playing basketball and volleyball after meals. Consequently, the villa was currently deserted. Find a room on the first floor to settle in, then freshen up. Tonight, come to my room, and I shall reveal another of my talents," Liu Yang said with a sly smile. Zhou Kiki nodded shyly, fully aware that her return here with Liu Yang would lead to such an encounter. Yet, her heart fluttered with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Although she had dated Chun Hao for a year, he had never even held her hand. Now, she was about to engage in intimacy with someone else, and the prospect made her both nervous and eager. On the volleyball court of the villa district, Yushi and the others were fully immersed in the game, perspiring profusely and reveling in the moment. In the apocalypse, being able to partake in a game under the sun was a true delight. However, they were oblivious to the eagle soaring high above in the sky. Far away, over 20 kilometers from the Black Tiger base, the Falcon addressed Black Tiger, "Boss. Having located Zhang Jingyu in a villa district over 20 kilometers away, I also observed several other young women, presumably students from that area, each an embodiment of beauty." Upon hearing this news, the lecherous visage of Black Tiger blossomed into a grotesque grin, reminiscent of a flower unfurling, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Unable to contain his elation, he exclaimed, "Several female students? This is a windfall. Not only will I capture Zhang Jingyu, but I shall seize those other girls as well, all to become my little wives. Falcon, you may select one first." "Thank you, boss," Falcon replied, licking his lips with a similar depravity, immediately utilizing his eagle-like vision to begin his selection, pondering which would be the most appealing. Meanwhile, Scarred Mouse had traversed the underground passage to the supermarket where the giant bear had been dispatched. Upon emerging from the hole, he discovered the bear's corpse lying nearby, now foul and infested with maggots. Hastily exiting the supermarket, he followed the trail of slain zombies to the villa district where Liu Yang resided. The entrance to the villa district was firmly shut. Inside the guardhouse, two figures attired in suits, sporting sunglasses and masks, sat vigilantly. These were the zombies Liu Yang had controlled with his manipulation skills. Now that his ability had reached level 2, he could command second-level zombies, increasing his control to 2 at a time. The two zombies stationed in the guardhouse were specifically placed there by him to maintain watch. To avoid arousing suspicion, he had even outfitted them in suits, sunglasses, and masks, making them appear almost lifelike. Scarred Mouse, not paying close attention, called out to the zombies, "Brothers, open the door. I come bearing news." The zombies remained unresponsive. Yet Scarred Mouse's voice was transmitted to Liu Yang's ears. Liu Yang shifted his focus to this direction and, upon spotting Scarred Mouse, felt a twinge of recognition. "Wait, isn't this individual one of those survivors? I thought I had eliminated them all. Did I miss one?" Liu Yang felt a surge of confusion. He had dispatched all the survivors in an instant, believing he had eradicated them entirely. Yet here stood an unexpected remnant. His mind raced with questions about the purpose of this encounter. Was it revenge? In a swift motion, he grasped his blade and dashed toward the entrance of the villa district. Upon seeing Liu Yang, Scarred Mouse immediately raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, aware that Liu Yang could eliminate him in the blink of an eye. "Hero, I am not here to cause trouble. I come with a warning. Black Tiger has discovered your location and intends to retaliate." "Oh." Liu Yang narrowed his eyes. He opened the door, allowing Scarred Mouse to enter, and coldly demanded, "Explain the situation at Black Tiger's survivor base, and clarify why you have come with this warning. Be thorough. If you fail to convince me of your sincerity, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." Chapter 43. No time to waste. Once inside the villa district, Scarred Mouse pointed skyward at the eagle soaring above the volleyball court. That is one of Black Tiger's psychics, Falcon, utilizing his eagle vision to surveil this area. "You have drawn their attention, especially those female students. Black Tiger is notorious for his lasciviousness. Falcon has likely reported the situation here to him. Had it been merely a matter of vengeance, he might have refrained from coming, given the perilous journey. However, with so many young women present, his carnal desires will undoubtedly compel him to act. Is that so?" Liu Yang furrowed his brow. With a flick of his wrist, a shard of ice materialized in the sky, striking the eagle and bringing it crashing down. To Scarred Mouse, Liu Yang's effortless gesture appeared as if the eagle simply plummeted from the sky without any visible action taken. His face contorted in shock. Such formidable powers. The eagle had soared at least 100 meters high. The opponent had merely waved their hand to achieve such a feat, leaving Scarred Mouse unable to comprehend the means. Liu Yang's abilities were undoubtedly of at least an S-rank combat caliber. Scarred Mouse felt an overwhelming sense of relief at his decision to deliver the warning. It had proven to be the right choice. Otherwise, had he followed Black Tiger and his crew to confront Liu Yang, he might have met his end before even laying eyes on him. At Black Tiger's base, Falcon, who had been observing the situation, suddenly experienced excruciating pain, collapsing to the ground while clutching his head in agony. "What is happening, Falcon? Are you all right?" Black Tiger exclaimed, alarmed by the scene. "Damn it. My eyes on the field have been taken out. I was caught off guard. The pain surged through my head." Falcon's complexion turned pale, his lips quivering. The visceral sensation of being struck left him filled with dread. Your controlled eagle could soar hundreds of meters high. Even a sniper rifle would struggle to hit it. How could it have been shot down? Black Tiger's expression turned grave. "I don't know. I was merely observing those female students when it was suddenly eliminated. I didn't see who struck or what method they used," Falcon replied, trembling with fear. Black Tiger recalled Scarred Mouse's words. When Scarred Mouse had returned, he had mentioned that this psychic was incredibly powerful. A dozen elite fighters had fallen before him as if they were nothing. It seemed that the threat was indeed real. "We must summon him immediately to clarify the situation." He commanded one of his subordinates, "Go fetch Scarred Mouse." I have questions for him. The subordinate hurried to find Scarred Mouse, but returned in disarray. Boss, Scarred Mouse's room is empty. All his belongings have been taken. Black Tiger's expression darkened. What do you mean? Has he fled? Has he betrayed our base? A cold sweat broke out on the subordinate's back as he stammered it. It seems that way. Has he truly become strong enough to make Scarred Mouse turn against us? Black Tiger furrowed his brow, sensing that matters were more complicated than they appeared. A grave expression settled upon his face as he grappled with how to proceed. Meanwhile, within Liu Yang's villa district, Liu Yang questioned Scarred Mouse. So Black Tiger is a lecherous man who steals women, is he? Yet in this apocalypse, women are abundant. He needn't take such risks. Correct? Scarred Mouse nodded. True, he needn't take such risks. However, Zhang Jingyu is the woman he has set his sights on. The entire base is aware of this. He is determined to possess her. It is not merely about one woman. It concerns his pride and authority. If he cannot capture Zhang Jingyu, how will he maintain his status as the leader of the base? He may forego other women, but Zhang Jingyu is essential. Zhang Jingyu is my woman, Liu Yang stated coldly. Anyone who covets her shall meet their demise. How far is Black Tiger's base from here? If he intends to attack, how long will it take him to reach me? Black Tiger's base is over 20 kilometers away. I informed him of your strength. If he wishes to confront you, he will need to gather all the elites from his base, which will take at least a day. Some psychics are out searching for supplies and may not return until nightfall, so he likely wouldn't arrive until tomorrow, Scarred Mouse analyzed. Tomorrow? Liu Yang's resolve hardened. I cannot afford to wait until tomorrow. Allowing him to live until then, after plotting against my woman, is an affront to me. I shall set out for Black Tiger's base at once to eliminate him. You will guide me, Liu Yang declared with unwavering determination. Originally, Black Tiger had no intention of seeking trouble, nor did he plan to provoke anyone. However, upon hearing Black Tiger's lingering interest in Zhang Jingyu, Liu Yang could no longer contain himself. Nevertheless, the Black Tiger's base lay over 20 kilometers away, and reaching it would consume considerable time. Moreover, the base was heavily fortified, making an assault seem rather daunting. It would be more advantageous to confront them here, in a locale familiar to him, where he would possess the home field advantage. Scarred Rat hesitated, pondering the audacity of the young man before him. Youthful exuberance indeed spurred him into action without a second thought. It matters not where we fight. The outcome remains the same. His demise is inevitable, Liu Yang declared confidently. Scarred Rat continued to propose. Should we not at least devise a battle plan first? I've already formulated a plan. My strategy is to eliminate all who dare to resist. 20 kilometers? Even if it were 200, I would traverse the night to extinguish him. Anyone who dares to covet my woman shall meet their end. Not even a coconut shall remain. As Liu Yang spoke, he approached the volleyball court and waved to the girls playing below. They immediately rushed over, encircling him like stars around the moon. Liu Yang, you came to watch us play? What a delightful surprise. You've never come to see us before. Did you go out searching for supplies again? The girls, glistening with perspiration, chattered excitedly. At that moment, Zhang Jingyu noticed Scarred Rat beside Liu Yang, and her expression changed instantly. Aren't you Scarred Rat? It's fine. Don't be alarmed. He has come to ally with us. Today, I have some matters to attend to, so you all should remain indoors. It's a bit unsafe outside, Liu Yang advised the group. Upon hearing his words, the girls' expressions grew serious. All right, we'll return to the villa now. Liu Yang nodded in agreement. Yes, let us head back together. He then instructed Scarred Rat to wait outside while he escorted the girls back to the villa. Upon entering, he introduced them to the athletic goddess, Zhou Kiki, and urged them to stay put and not wander off. Finally, he retreated to his room to commence a battle simulation. The simulation posed no issues. Everything proceeded smoothly, and he effortlessly dispatched the inhabitants of Black Tiger's base. Furthermore, the simulation provided him with invaluable information, revealing why Scarred Rat had betrayed Black Tiger, as well as the layout and strength of the Black Tiger base. Now, even without Scarred Rat to guide him, he knew the path to take. Thus, he stepped out of the villa and addressed Scarred Rat. Let us commence our operation. You shall take the underground route while I proceed above ground. Scarred Rat was momentarily taken aback. He had yet to disclose his knowledge of the tunnels to Liu Yang. How could he possess such insight? Had Liu Yang intentionally allowed him to escape during their previous encounter? In that instant, Scarred Rat perceived Liu Yang as an omniscient deity. Nevertheless, he inquired, if I take the underground route, do you know the direction? Indeed, Liu Yang asserted confidently. During the first simulation, he had relied on Scarred Rat to guide him, but Scarred Rat's pace was too slow. The journey of over 20 kilometers had taken them an hour, a duration Liu Yang could not afford to wait. Should he proceed at full speed, he could reach the destination in under 20 minutes. He did not wish for Black Tiger to live another hour. Anyone daring to lay claim to Liu Yang's woman deserved no mercy. He found even a second of their existence intolerable, whether it was 20 kilometers or the other side of the earth in the empire of the White Eagle. Anyone who sought to harm his woman would find Liu Yang crossing the Pacific in pursuit of retribution. Thus, he resolved to go ahead alone while Scarred Rat utilized the tunnels. In truth, it mattered little whether Scarred Rat accompanied him. His sole concern was preventing any mischief while he was away. He had no desire for chaos to erupt in his absence. Chapter 44. I shall decide for you. After ensuring the safety of Su Xiao and the others, Liu Yang immediately set forth. Scarred Rat ventured into the tunnels alone. 20 minutes later, Liu Yang arrived outside the Black Tiger survivor base. This base resembled a spacious villa district, sparsely populated, with considerable distances between the villas, affording privacy to the affluent who once resided there. Thus, the number of zombies within this area was minimal, which is why Black Tiger had chosen to establish his base here. In peaceful times, each villa would command a price of at least 50 million. Those who lived here were either wealthy or noble. Unfortunately, at this moment, most had transformed into zombies, and those who had not had already been eliminated by Black Tiger and his crew. Liu Yang approached the entrance and leaped effortlessly over the 4-meter-high wall, entering the villa district. Next to the wall stood numerous makeshift tents erected by ordinary survivors who had joined Black Tiger's base. Being the lowest tier of survivors, they could only reside on the outskirts and were barred from entering the villas. When they saw Liu Yang jump inside, they were immediately startled. Shoo! Liu Yang, holding a knife in one hand and placing the other over his lips, gestured for silence. Do not make a sound, or you shall perish. Understood? They nodded vigorously in response. Anyone capable of leaping over a 4-meter wall was undoubtedly no ordinary person, but rather an ability user. To these ordinary individuals, ability users were akin to deities, and they dared not resist. Naturally, they complied with Liu Yang's every instruction. Satisfied by their obedience, Liu Yang nodded approvingly and, armed with the information gleaned from the first simulation, charged directly toward Black Tiger's residence. Meanwhile, the elites of Black Tiger's base convened in his dwelling, deliberating on how to confront Liu Yang. At that moment, Eagle was pressing a hot towel against his head, still recovering from the pain of having his informant's head blown off. Pale, he addressed Black Tiger. Boss, as you said, even the giant bear was dispatched in an instant. This fellow may prove to be a formidable adversary. Perhaps we should reconsider. Other ability users echoed his sentiments. The giant bear, the yellow dog, Scarred Rat. None of them could withstand him. Our strength has been severely depleted. If we engage him, it may prove futile. Furthermore, we would be fighting on his turf, familiar with the terrain and potentially facing traps. Perhaps, as Eagle suggests, we should let this go. It's merely a woman. We can find countless others in this base. Indeed, boss. Why not let it go? We can search for new survivors outside and bring back some beautiful women. Forget about Zhang Jingyu, they chimed in. Upon hearing Scarred Rat relay Black Tiger's words, they all turned anxious. The giant bear was one of the top fighters in this base. If he could be dispatched so easily, what would their fate be? Observing the fear etched on his comrades' faces, Black Tiger, too, felt troubled. He turned his gaze toward the only woman present in the room, the second in command of Black Tiger's survivor base. This striking woman, with her lustrous white hair, donned sleek, form-fitting tactical outfit reminiscent of a white-haired Black Widow. Her demeanor exuded competence and calm, a slight smile playing on her lips, a stark contrast to the terror exhibited by the other members. Black Tiger inquired, White Fox, what is your perspective on this matter? I am indifferent. I will heed your arrangements. I do not mind meeting him. To be candid, based on Scarred Mouse's description of the individual, I find myself somewhat intrigued about what he looks like. I wonder if he is handsome. White Fox licked her alluring crimson lips and remarked, What is there to discuss? Do not provoke him. White Fox, do not lead us astray. Perhaps we should reconsider. Indeed, let us forego this. The other members hastily shook their heads. Who does not know that White Fox is the most reckless? Though this woman possesses formidable strength, her intellect appears somewhat lacking. Her decisions are often made impulsively, leaving others utterly bewildered by her thought processes. In essence, she epitomizes a whimsical spirit. They certainly did not wish to follow this madwoman to their demise. Observing the tumultuous debate among the group, Black Tiger massaged his forehead, his expression one of exasperation. I will contemplate this further and make a final decision later. In truth, he himself was somewhat apprehensive. Zhang Jingyu was merely a woman, and his insistence on capturing her was not born from deep affection, but rather a matter of pride. Now that he discovered her formidable prowess, the risk of provoking her was indeed colossal. Internally, he was reluctant to proceed, yet as the leader, he felt it unwise to voice this directly. Hence, he sought the opinions of his subordinates. As the second in command of this base, White Fox's words carried significant weight, second only to his own. Thus, he had chosen to consult her. Little did he know that her lack of discernment would lead her to express a desire to go. Black Tiger inwardly chastised himself, wishing he had refrained from soliciting the opinion of this madwoman. Had White Fox echoed the sentiments of the other subordinates and declined to go, he would have readily acquiesced. Now, with her expressing a wish to proceed, as the leader, he found himself in a quandary. How could he abandon his woman when she was being pursued? How could he maintain his status as a leader if he did not retrieve her? Black Tiger was momentarily paralyzed. He resolved to delay discussing the matter until evening, hoping that it would dissipate with time. However, just as he contemplated this, a cold voice resonated from outside. No need to deliberate. I shall make the decision for you. Upon hearing this voice, everyone was taken aback. A handsome young man strode through the door, a pitch-black katana dripping with fresh crimson blood in his grasp. This blood was a remnant of the 2 guards he had dispatched at the entrance. Black Tiger stared in shock as the young man entered. Who are you? How did you get in? Where are the guards? They're dead. And soon, you shall meet them as well, for I am here to take your life. Liu Yang replied coldly. One of the members, witnessing Liu Yang's audacity in addressing the leader, immediately leapt to his feet, brandishing a machete and charging at Liu Yang, shouting, What audacity! How dare you speak to our leader, Black Tiger, in such a manner? With a swift motion, Liu Yang swung his katana, and in an instant, the man's head fell to the ground. The speed was so remarkable that the onlookers could scarcely comprehend when Liu Yang had struck. In the wake of this display, all present were engulfed in shock, their faces reflecting sheer terror. They soon realized that the katana belonged to Zhang Jinglin. And this man was indeed the superpower that Scarred Mouse had spoken of. Black Tiger's lips began to tremble. He pointed at Liu Yang, stammering, You're the one who killed the giant bear. Chapter 45, A Love-Struck Fool? Indeed, I am. You must be Black Tiger, the one with connections to the giant bear and Yellow Dog. Are you running a zoo? And with your appearance, you dare to covet my woman? Have you no self-awareness? Liu Yang remarked, eyeing Black Tiger with derision. This man was grotesquely rotund, with dark skin and a squat frame. His belly was larger than that of a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy. It was likely that even if he were to remove his trousers, he would not be able to see his own manhood, only his oversized belly. Yet, he had the audacity to take multiple wives, and he dares to set his sights on Zhang Jingyu. Isn't that tantamount to courting death? Black Tiger's face flushed with rage at Liu Yang's words. Although he feared Liu Yang's strength, being ridiculed in front of his underlings was a blow to his pride. He gritted his teeth and replied, Young brother, I advise you not to be too arrogant. While you may possess some strength, daring to act so brazenly within my territory, you may not leave this base alive. Moreover, Zhang Jingyu is a woman I had my eyes on first. You are the one who has stolen her from me, yet you still dare to flaunt your prowess here? Liu Yang could not help but laugh at the absurdity of the man's statement. Did he truly believe that a woman he merely fancied belonged to him? Who did he think he was? With a cold sneer, Liu Yang responded, A woman you had your eyes on? Just because you desire her does not grant you ownership. Do you think you are me? If you covet my woman, do you think I will leave here without dealing with you first? Furthermore, I have heard you have several wives. If you dare to pursue my woman, I shall pursue your wives instead. Should you perish, I shall take care of them for you. You're going too far. Black Tiger, do you dare to forego your abilities, truly believing me to be merely a lesser Kalamai? If you possess the courage, do not waver. Just wait. I shall relish witnessing your demise. Black Tiger declared with a fierce glare. He deliberately employed provocation to incite Liu Yang. The distinction between an ability user employing their powers and one refraining from doing so is monumental. An ability user without their powers only possesses attributes marginally superior to an ordinary human. This explains why Scarred Mouse, upon awakening a tunneling skill, is looked down upon by all. His ability contributes little to his combat prowess, rendering him akin to a mere super soldier, thus subject to disdain. Now, Liu Yang audaciously proclaimed he would rely solely on conventional attacks, effectively binding his own hands and transforming himself into a super soldier. With this, even if Liu Yang proved formidable, Black Tiger felt he stood a chance. There is no need for provocation. I have stated I shall not use my abilities. Should I choose to employ them, in the blink of an eye, you would all be dead. Liu Yang asserted confidently. Excellent. You possess spirit. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Black Tiger gritted his teeth, then extended his claw, raking it across his own arm, causing blood to gush forth, staining his fingers crimson. Bloodblade. With a swift motion, 5 bloody claws launched toward Liu Yang. This was Black Tiger's ability, to wield his own blood as a weapon, capable even of long-range assaults. This was the reason he stood as the mightiest ability user among the survivors. Yet, as the blood claws hurtled toward him, Liu Yang nimbly evaded them. His speed had reached 165 times that of an average person, while the fundamental attributes of a level 1 ability user were merely double that of an ordinary human. What appeared to be a rapid assault to a novice level 1 ability user unfolded in slow motion for Liu Yang. The blood claws struck the ground, carving deep gashes into the hard surface. Hawkeye and the others gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the ultimate move of Black Tiger? How powerful! If this were to strike a person, it could cleave them in 5. They had only known of Black Tiger's strength, never having witnessed his abilities. And now it was evident how formidable he truly was. However, the opponent also demonstrated remarkable prowess, dodging such swift blood claws with a mere sidestep. As they observed Black Tiger's formidable technique, his subordinates wore expressions of shock, beginning to voice their thoughts. Indeed, Black Tiger is unparalleled. If we were in his position, we would have been severed in 2 long ago. Yes, having never seen Black Tiger in action, it is clear he lives up to his reputation. The faces of Hawkeye and his companions reflected amazement, tinged with worry. Black Tiger was so powerful, yet they had disregarded his orders out of fear of Liu Yang. Launching an assault on him, what if Black Tiger triumphed? Would they still be able to enjoy their shares? Thus, they secretly hoped for Black Tiger's defeat, but equally feared Liu Yang's victory. No one knew if Liu Yang, upon besting Black Tiger, would turn his wrath upon them. Their ideal outcome was a mutual destruction, leaving both combatants severely weakened, at which point they could deliver the final blow and seize control of the base. Hawkeye and the others schemed in their minds. White Fox interjected, "You know nothing. Though Black Tiger's attack is indeed formidable, it has proven ineffective. This only serves to highlight that individual's strength, as he evaded it solely through his speed. Thus far, we remain oblivious to the nature of his abilities. The young man has yet to exert himself fully. I suspect he has not even utilized half of his strength. What? He may not have even used half of his power?" Hawkeye and the others wore incredulous expressions. If Liu Yang had yet to exert even 50% of his strength against Black Tiger's formidable attack, just how powerful was he? White Fox scoffed. "Mark my words. Even without his abilities, Black Tiger stands no chance against him. Not a shred of hope. The opponent is merely toying with him." As if to confirm White Fox's assertion, the moment her words left her lips, Liu Yang executed a sudden sidestep, appearing before Black Tiger and swinging his blade. With a swift slash, Black Tiger's right hand was severed, blood gushing from a wound. Pain etched upon Black Tiger's face as he cried out, "Bloodstorm." Instantly, the blood spraying from his severed arm coalesced into bullets, raining down upon Liu Yang. Liu Yang, taken aback by this ability, wondered if the more blood he shed, the stronger his attacks became. He swiftly retreated, evading this assault. The blood bullets struck the ground, creating deep craters, turning the solid earth into Swiss cheese. Planting his feet, Liu Yang launched himself toward Black Tiger once more, delivering another slash. Swish! Black Tiger's left hand was cleaved off as blood erupted anew. With both arms severed, Black Tiger let out a wretched scream, his face twisted in a frenzy, a look of madness as if he wished to consume Liu Yang whole. Observing the blood cascading into the air, Black Tiger bellowed, "Heavenly net." Crimson blood formed an enormous web in midair, descending upon Liu Yang. Yet, with his speed, now amplified to 165 times that of an ordinary person, such an attack appeared to him as mere slow motion. How could it possibly connect? With a casual sidestep, he evaded the blood net and charged toward Black Tiger once more, swinging his blade yet again. Swish! Black Tiger's legs were severed at the thigh, and he collapsed into a pool of his own blood. With both hands and feet rendered useless, Black Tiger was deprived of the ability to move. The spouting blood from his wounds ceased as he realized that his blood-based attacks were futile against Liu Yang. Continuing to assault would only squander his energy. Resolutely, he staunched the flow of blood from his 4 grievous wounds, his expression shifting from madness to one of despair and fear. In that moment, he truly felt the specter of death looming over him. Gazing at Liu Yang, he humbly pleaded, "I was wrong. Brother, I was wrong. Spare me. I relinquish Zhang Jingyu to you. You may take all within this base, just do not kill me. You may have your way." Witnessing this scene, Hawkeye and the others were left dumbfounded. Black Tiger's abilities were indeed formidable, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that none of the ability users present could withstand even a single blow from him, lest they be instantly annihilated. Yet, the very Black Tiger capable of obliterating them was utterly powerless before Liu Yang. Was the disparity between ability users truly this vast? They had never anticipated that such a formidable Black Tiger would be utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon Liu Yang, and within a mere 10 seconds. He found himself disarmed and pleading for mercy on the ground. The opponent was nothing short of a divine being. Even if all the individuals in this base were to unite, they would likely be unable to withstand his prowess for even 3 minutes. Unless a woman were to willingly offer herself, employing the wiles of beauty, she might just be able to delay his wrath for 2 hours. Upon witnessing the Black Tiger's capitulation, Liu Yang's face broke into a cold smirk. "Oh, you surrender so soon? I perceive that your ability grows stronger with your bloodshed. So let me assist you in that regard. I had not expected you to forfeit your struggle so readily. I was wrong. I should not have provoked you. Please, spare me, big brother. Truly, I gift you Zhang Jingyu. I will never trouble you again. Just grant me a chance at life." The Black Tiger continued to beseech Liu Yang for mercy. However, Liu Yang's expression darkened at the mention of Zhang Jingyu. "You offer me Zhang Jingyu? Do you think I require your gift? Who do you think you are?" Upon hearing Liu Yang's frigid tone, the Black Tiger flinched and hastily retorted, No, I misspoke. She has always been yours. It was my error. I misrepresented the situation." Liu Yang remained unyielding. "Oh, you acknowledge that Zhang Jingyu is indeed my woman. Yet you dared to covet her?" The Black Tiger, taken aback, stammered, "No, I never dared. She was mine initially, but then you took notice of her, and she became yours." Liu Yang narrowed his eyes. "Are you suggesting that I have taken your discarded prize?" The Black Tiger was on the verge of despair. "Big brother, that is not what I meant. Just tell me, you declare her yours, and she is yours." Liu Yang questioned, "Do you still dare to challenge my authority?" The Black Tiger fell silent, utterly perplexed, wondering what the correct response could possibly be. In Chapter 47, titled A Distinctive Woman, Care for a Spar? Liu Yang pressed his foot against the Black Tiger's face, remarking, "See, no more arguments? I told you from the outset that I could defeat you without my abilities. And as for your intentions towards my woman, I shall take care of your wives. I hear you have quite a few, yes?" The Black Tiger quickly replied, "Yes, indeed. All of them are yours. Just spare my life, and they shall all belong to you." Liu Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Black Tiger would relinquish his wives for the sake of survival. He remarked, "Oh, you are quite willing to part with them, offering them up without a second thought? It is only right. Beauty belongs with heroes. A wretch like me does not deserve to possess so many beautiful women." The Black Tiger hastily added. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the White Fox interjected, "Those wives are merely commoners he has coerced into marrying him. There is no affection involved. His original wife perished long before the apocalypse, but he still has a biological daughter." Upon hearing this, fury flashed across the Black Tiger's face as he roared at the White Fox. "White Fox, you wretched woman, you traitor, how dare you stab me in the back?" Seeing the Black Tiger regain his bravado and dare to insult, Liu Yang pressed down harder, distorting his mouth and rendering him unable to speak, only able to emit pained groans. Liu Yang discerned that the Black Tiger was indifferent toward his wives, but it seemed that his daughter was indeed his Achilles heel. Subsequently, Liu Yang turned his gaze towards the White Fox and the others. During the earlier confrontation, the White Fox, Eagle, and other elites from the Black Tiger's base had merely observed, too terrified to intervene. Now, having witnessed Liu Yang dispatch the Black Tiger's limbs in less than 10 seconds, they were even more inclined to remain silent, fearing that any noise might draw attention to themselves. There was no hope of victory in combat, nor would they escape. With the speed of their adversary, they would be eliminated before even covering 10 meters. Thus, they stood by, awaiting their fate while striving to remain unnoticed, hoping Liu Yang might overlook them. However, a single statement from the White Fox caught Liu Yang's attention. When his gaze fell upon her, Eagle and the others felt as if they were under the scrutiny of a vengeful deity, trembling uncontrollably, their hairs standing on end. Almost immediately, their legs weakened, and with a resounding thud, They knelt upon the ground, save for the white fox, who remained standing. Upon scrutinizing her features, Liu Yang was taken aback. Initially focused solely on the greasy black tiger, he had overlooked the strikingly beautiful woman beside him. With her short, stylish white hair, she exuded a spirited elegance. Her refined features radiated confidence, clad in a form-fitting black ensemble reminiscent of a cinematic black widow. Tall and possessing flawless skin, she bore an air of icy pride. Regrettably, though she was remarkable in many respects, she lacked a certain voluptuousness. The phrase that crossed Liu Yang's mind was, slim yet enchanting. "Who are you?" Liu Yang inquired of the white fox. With a slight curve of her alluring red lips, she replied, "I am the white fox. Once an ability user and the second in command of this survivor base. However, now, I belong to you." Liu Yang paused, then chuckled. "Oh, have I consented to this? You declare yourself my woman without my agreement?" He was astonished by her directness and initiative, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "You will agree, for you have never encountered a woman quite like me," the white fox proclaimed, flashing a sudden smile as she deftly approached Eagle and the others. Unbeknownst to them, she had produced a glimmering dagger, her movements ghost-like as she glided among them, leaving a trail of blood in her wake. Before they could comprehend the situation, their throats had been swiftly severed by the white fox. Eagle clutched his neck, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, disbelief etched across his face. As he pointed a trembling finger at the white fox, stammering, White Fox, you." Even in their final moments, they could not fathom why death had come at the hands of a companion rather than Liu Yang. Observing the white fox's actions, Liu Yang was taken aback and questioned, "What are you doing? I did not command you to kill them. The black tiger is their leader, and their refusal to follow his orders indicates they are mere fence-sitters, of no use to you. Therefore, I have taken upon myself to eliminate them," the white fox replied, licking her red lips. "But you did not heed the black tiger's commands either?" Liu Yang asked, a hint of amusement in his tone. The white fox retorted, "I am different." Liu Yang pressed further. "In what way?" With a confident smile, she declared, "I can be your woman, but these worthless fools cannot. Surely, you do not expect me to be unfaithful? A leader may betray, but their own men must remain loyal. Hence, you need not worry." Liu Yang was taken aback. "Goodness, this woman has a compelling argument. I find myself at a loss for words." Nonetheless, Liu Yang remained curious. "But I must ask, are you always this forward? To declare your desire to be my woman upon our first meeting?" The white fox approached Liu Yang, her delicate fingers resting on his chest as she spoke in a seductive tone. "Handsome, has no woman ever told you that you are striking and charming?" Liu Yang, slightly flustered, scratched his head and admitted, "Actually, no one has ever said that." Those around him were truly insincere. "I am different. I am drawn to handsome men and strong individuals, and you fit my preference perfectly, so I shall speak plainly. I want you," the white fox stated unabashedly. I never anticipated that this woman would exhibit such audacity and openness, leaving Liu Yang somewhat taken aback. Previously, it was he who subtly suggested to others to join him in his chamber for deeper discussions. Little did he expect this woman to forego any hinting and instead directly express her intentions. "She desires to share a bed with me? How audacious! Who's afraid of whom?" Liu Yang promptly donned an indomitable expression, declaring, "Very well. Shall we find a room now to engage in a little sparring? Allow me to showcase my prize golden leg ham." However, Baihu interjected, "Before we indulge in any sparring, Black Tiger has been reduced to a mere husk, on the brink of death. Shouldn't you first attend to his daughter before it's too late?" Upon hearing this, Black Tiger's fury escalated as he shouted, "Baihu, you wretched woman, you vile harlot, may you meet a most untimely end." With a cold chuckle, Baihu turned and departed towards the residence of Black Tiger's daughter. Black Tiger, witnessing her departure, felt a pang of dread and cried out, "No, no, no, don't. Baihu, if you dare to lay a hand on my daughter, I will ensure your demise is most agonizing. I will haunt you even in death." Chapter 48. A severe punishment not long after Baihu's departure. Scarred Mouse emerged from the underground passage at breakneck speed, arriving at the scene. The moment he set foot there, he was rendered speechless. The ground was awash with blood, and numerous corpses lay strewn about. Their once mighty leader, Black Tiger, had been reduced to a mere shell, gasping for breath on the ground. Scarred Mouse looked at Liu Yang in disbelief, exclaiming, "My heavens, what transpired here? Is this a scene from the realm of the damned? I rushed here with all haste, yet I still missed the fray. You are astonishingly formidable." He then approached the lifeless body of the falcon, spitting on it as he disdainfully remarked, "Ha! You fool, who always flaunted your power before me. How does it feel to be utterly defeated? You shall never rise again, for you dared to look down upon me." Upon witnessing Scarred Mouse's arrival, Black Tiger realized that it was his betrayal that led Liu Yang to this location, resulting in this tragic outcome. Gritting his teeth, he spat at Scarred Mouse. "You traitor. It is your treachery that has brought us to this ruin. Had I known you were a traitor, I would have slain you long ago." Scarred Mouse, however, wore a smug expression and retorted, "In this base, none ever regarded me with respect. I find joy in your demise, and what a betrayal. As if you ever considered me one of your own. Besides, have you considered whom you've provoked? Even if I had not betrayed you, you would have faced trouble, and the outcome would have been the same." Black Tiger spat back. "How dare you attempt to defend yourself? You are a coward, a sycophant, forever scorned. Do you think anyone would trust a traitor like you? That is of no concern to me. Perhaps you should worry about how long you can survive." With that, Scarred Mouse ignored Black Tiger, surveying the fallen around him. Soon, he noticed a glaring absence and turned to Liu Yang, exclaiming, "Brother, one is missing. The second in command of this base, by who? That madwoman is quite powerful and utterly unpredictable. If we do not eliminate her, we may very well face her vengeance." Within this base, while Black Tiger was the strongest, by who was no weakling either. Her erratic thought process made her a formidable opponent, as she acted impulsively without consideration for consequences. One moment she might be engaged in light-hearted banter, and the next, she could draw her blade to kill. Thus, Scarred Mouse held a profound fear of Bai Hu, even more than of Black Tiger. "Who dares to speak ill of me?" A woman's voice resonated. Upon hearing it, Scarred Mouse's countenance changed dramatically, and he quickly sought refuge behind Liu Yang, whispering, "It's Bai Hu, that is her voice." Moments later, Bai Hu entered the room, escorting Black Tiger's daughter. Witnessing this, Black Tiger's rage boiled over as he shouted, "Bai Hu, you shall meet your demise. You wretched woman, I will ensure you find no rest in death." Scarred Mouse glanced between Black Tiger and Bai Hu, utterly bewildered. What was happening? Had Black Tiger lost his senses? Why was he cursing Bai Hu, the very last hope he had? Bai Hu, however, paid no heed to Black Tiger's curses and smiled at Liu Yang. "Handsome, I brought you a prize. Black Tiger's own daughter, just turned 18. Fresh as morning dew." Liu Yang appraised Black Tiger's daughter, noting her delicate features adorned with a hint of baby fat. Her skin is white as snow and seemingly tender enough to yield water. Clearly, Black Tiger's strength had shielded his daughter from suffering even amidst the apocalypse. She had lived a life of luxury, her existence hardly differing from peacetime. Judging by her appearance, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty, rivaling even the likes of Hiyushi. Yet, upon witnessing the carnage around her, Black Tiger's daughter trembled with fear. Her face betrayed her terror. However, oddly enough, she displayed no sorrow upon seeing her father reduced to such a state. Observing this exquisite maiden, Liu Yang nodded. "Ah, indeed, a fine specimen. I shall take her as my own." Such a beauty was perfect for furthering his legacy. Even if she were not Black Tiger's daughter, Liu Yang would not hesitate to claim her, for every woman represented a chance for him to grow stronger. To Liu Yang, the opportunity for power was worth any risk. Hearing Liu Yang's words, Black Tiger screamed, "No, please, kill me instead, spare my daughter." Bai Hu plunged a knife into Black Tiger's mouth, twisting it violently until his tongue was reduced to fragments. She coldly commanded, "Silence. Do not disturb the handsome one's pleasure." Chapter 49. Eager anticipation as Liu Yang prepared to take his daughter away. Black Tiger attempted to speak, but with his tongue obliterated, he could only spew blood, producing incoherent sounds. His face contorted with rage as he glared at Bai Hu, as if vowing to remember her visage eternally, even in death. Scarred Mouse stood by, hardly daring to breathe. Bai Hu's formidable strength left him uneasy. Now, he found himself uncertain of her allegiance, aware that he was the first to betray the base, and he feared he might be next to fall. Thus, he remained vigilant, ready to flee at a moment as no moreover. "You should acknowledge that handsome fellow as the new leader, right?" "Indeed," Scarred Mouse proudly proclaimed. He believed that the wisest decision he had ever made in life was to align himself with Liu Yang. By securing such a formidable ally, his future appeared exceedingly bright. The White Fox chuckled and remarked, "Well then, no longer call me Big Sister. Refer to me as sister-in-law." "What?" Scarred Mouse was utterly bewildered. Sister-in-law? Liu Yang had only arrived here a mere 10 to 20 minutes before him. Yet he had not only defeated Black Tiger, but had also vanquished other elites, even managing to tame the wild white fox. My goodness, this was simply astonishing. It could not be overstated that subduing the unpredictable white fox was far more challenging than conquering Black Tiger. While Black Tiger's strength had its limits, the erratic thought processes of the white fox were utterly unfathomable. Upon learning that White Fox willingly chose to become Liu Yang's woman, Scarred Mouse's admiration for Liu Yang deepened significantly. His previous fears dissipated entirely. If White Fox had already been tamed by Liu Yang, how could he, as Liu Yang's new subordinate, possibly be in any danger? They were all family now. Witnessing this scene, the nearly defeated Black Tiger's eyes once again glimmered with rage. Gushing blood from his mouth, he spluttered, "Gah, ugh, gah." Without needing to hear, one could easily discern his intent. It was merely a string of curses. Liu Yang, wearing a sardonic smile, stated, "What? Feeling rather agitated, are we? But hold your excitement. I must inform you that your daughter has chosen to follow me." Black Tiger's agitation intensified, his eyes bulging like saucers, nearly popping from their sockets as he shouted amidst the blood spattering, "Gah, gah, ha! This is the consequence of infecting my woman. Now even your daughter will be taken from you. Do you see the error of your ways?" Liu Yang concluded, casting a glance. In an instant, Black Tiger's head was pierced by icy needles. Thus ended his nefarious existence. Until his last breath, Black Tiger remained oblivious to the nature of Liu Yang's powers. As Black Tiger's daughter beheld her father's demise before her eyes, she did not display sorrow. Instead, a look of relief washed over her. This scoundrel had finally met his end, and right in front of her, since the outbreak of the apocalypse. She had fantasized about this moment. Now, it had finally come to fruition, when Black Tiger had cruelly pushed her mother toward the zombies to save his own skin. Wang Fifei had already regarded him as her enemy, severing any semblance of a father-daughter bond. Now, witnessing this villain's downfall, she felt assured that her mother could finally rest in peace. Meanwhile, both White Fox and Scarred Mouse exhibited expressions of shock. Initially, Scarred Mouse had witnessed Liu Yang's prowess in dispatching the eagle soaring 100 meters high, but at that time, he had no understanding of Liu Yang's methods. In his mind, he had imagined Liu Yang controlling thunder and striking the eagle down with electricity. Now, upon witnessing Black Tiger's demise, Scarred Mouse suddenly realized that Liu Yang must have delivered a fatal blow to the eagle from above. But what method had he employed to achieve such a feat? Was his ability solely to cause heads to explode? Even at such close proximity, they could not discern how Liu Yang executed this head-blowing skill. To them, it appeared as though Liu Yang merely cast a glance, and Black Tiger's head burst. Indeed, Liu Yang's strength was as he claimed. Should he desire the death of anyone present, a single glance would suffice to bring about their demise. Scarred Mouse could not help but marvel at the vast gulf that separated ordinary ability users from the powerful ones. A chasm even greater than that between ordinary ability users and common folk. White Fox, observing Liu Yang's actions, licked her red lips, her face alight with joy. Truly, he is the man I have chosen. His strength is simply unparalleled. She pointed at Black Tiger's daughter and inquired of Liu Yang, "What of this woman? Shall we eliminate her?" At White Fox's words, Black Tiger's daughter shuddered, sensing the cold, murderous intent behind them. This madwoman genuinely intended to kill her. However, Liu Yang's demeanor reassured her. Liu Yang shook his head and replied, "She is now my woman. Why would I kill her?" White Fox appeared somewhat perplexed. "You've already taken her virtue. What purpose does she serve? Such a woman is merely a fleeting novelty. Moreover, having killed her father before her very eyes. Do you not fear retribution?" "I would not fear her. He is not my father," the girl hastily retorted. White Fox smirked coldly. "Oh, to survive? You've even disavowed your father? It seems your cunning runs deep. You are even more despicable." With that, she drew forth her glimmering dagger, as if poised to slice the girl's throat at any moment. "Do you believe I would fear the vengeance of a mere girl?" Liu Yang confidently proclaimed, then shot a glance at White Fox, stating, "Put the knife away. I will not repeat myself." All right. You are the boss. Your word is law," White Fox conceded, retracting her blade. As she observed Liu Yang's confident gaze, admiration blossomed further on her face. This man was both powerful and self-assured, and his unyielding nature was utterly captivating. He was simply stunning. Chapter 50. Entering the Stone Tablet Test. Liu Yang addressed Scarred Mouse. "Have someone dispose of these corpses. With Black Tiger dead, you will henceforth be responsible for all matters concerning this survivor base." "What? I cannot. My strength is insufficient. Let White Fox manage this base," Scarred Mouse quickly protested. Previously, he had ranked low in strength within this base. What right did he have to oversee the entire operation? With White Fox's power, she could easily eliminate 10 scarred mice. Liu Yang replied, White Fox is now my woman. She will be leaving with me. The ability users in this base are likely all dead, leaving you as the strongest. Why would you fear managing it? And with Black Tiger's corpse as your deterrent, no one should dare to oppose you. Scarred Mouse still bore a troubled expression. Well, if you insist on managing it, I'll merely assist you. Liu Yang is far too busy each day to tend to these trivial matters. It's not as if I'm handing over the entire base to you. What's there to be afraid of? If you cannot manage it, I shall be held accountable. White Fox retorted with irritation. She had already warned him to address her as sister-in-law rather than big sister. Yet he still failed to remember. This little mouse was truly infuriating. However, upon hearing Liu Yang personally recognize her as his woman, White Fox felt a surge of joy within her. Liu Yang continued, Indeed, White Fox is correct. I have heard there exists a testing stone tablet within this base that can assess the strength of ability users. Is that not so? Scar Mouse nodded. There is such a testing stone tablet. Among the ability users in this survivor base, only Black Tiger, White Fox, and Zhang Jinglin have made the rankings. As for me and the others, our abilities are far too weak to qualify. Excellent. Show me. Liu Yang exclaimed with enthusiasm. His primary objective for entering this ability user's base was not only to eliminate Black Tiger, but also to test his own strength and discover what rewards awaited him. Zhang Jinglin had acquired an exceptionally sharp katana through the test. He wondered what rewards he might obtain if he succeeded. The prospect was truly exhilarating. Before long, guided by Scarred Mouse and White Fox, Liu Yang arrived before the testing stone tablet of the survivor base. The stone tablet towered an impressive 4 stories high. It was an enormous rectangular monolith, densely inscribed with the names of ability users. The rankings were divided into 4 categories: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. In every ranking list, there exist 1,000 names. This implies that one must rank among the top 1,000 to be eligible for inclusion. Those who fall beyond this threshold lack even the qualifications for recognition. Liu Yang observed that the top 10 of nearly every list comprised individuals from diverse nations, indicating a remarkable parity in strength among the psychics from various countries. The foremost psychic on the yellow list is named Li Tianba, a name that unmistakably suggests he hails from the Divine Dragon Empire. The leading psychic on the Xian list is Jackson, clearly a representative of the White Eagle Empire. The top contender on the D list is Kimov, evidently from the Barbaric Bear Empire. Lastly, the number 1 on the Tian list is Nishiyama, indicating his origin from the Little Sun Empire. This begs the question, has this ranking system truly manifested on a global scale? How can a mere citizen of the Little Sun Empire ascend to the pinnacle of the Tian list? Liu Yang sneered, contemplating how he would soon eclipse him. Where's your name? Liu Yang inquired of the White Fox. Here, she replied, pointing to a name on the list. Upon inspection, Liu Yang discovered that the White Fox's true name was Bai Ling, and she was ranked 897th on the yellow list. The White Fox expressed her discontent, exclaiming, Damn it! Just a couple of days ago, I was in the 830s. Now, within a few short days, dozens have surpassed me. It seems the number of awakened psychics is increasing rapidly, and their abilities are exceptionally formidable. Indeed, rankings are not static. Once new individuals enter the testing phase, if their ranking surpasses yours will be relegated further down, possibly even displacing you from the list entirely. Perhaps you could attempt the test again. Liu Yang suggested to the White Fox. She shook her head and replied, I've already tested, but it proved futile. The testing process is incredibly draining and time-consuming. Only the first test yields rewards. Subsequent tests merely enhance your ranking without any rewards unless you advance to a higher list, such as from the yellow to the Xian list. Otherwise, no rewards are granted. Ah, I see. Liu Yang nodded, then asked, what does the testing entail? The tests vary for each individual. Essentially, it involves battling monsters. The testing steel comprises 100 levels. During my initial test on the yellow list, I only managed to reach the 12th level. I see, I would like to give it a try, Liu Yang said, his eagerness evident. The White Fox explained, simply place your hand on the steel, it will detect you, and you will then be transported inside. All right, Liu Yang affirmed, placing his hand upon the steel. Instantly, he felt a subtle electric current coursing through his body, enveloping him and causing a tingling sensation. In a flash of red light, he vanished from his location, entering the steel. Inside, he found himself in an expansive space, resembling a square hull measuring 100 meters in length, width, and height. Above him, several lines of text appeared, Detection indicates the psychic possesses an S-level ability and meets the standards for the Tian list test. Shall we commence this test? Upon reading this prompt, Liu Yang was taken aback. Could this steel truly assess his strength? Could it even discern the level of the psychics? Did this imply that only S-level psychics could qualify for the Tian list test? Was A-level ability synonymous with the D list? He resolved without hesitation, begin the test. The test has commenced. Soon, 10 zombies materialized before him. Unlike ordinary zombies, these had a spark of intelligence in their eyes, communicating amongst themselves and even exhibiting tactical cooperation. Each wielded a long knife. With their ability to collaborate and arm themselves, they must be at least second-tier zombies. To face 10 second-tier zombies simultaneously is a daunting challenge for an ordinary psychic. However, I am no ordinary psychic. Liu Yang, without a moment's hesitation, charged forward wielding his great sword. In less than 10 seconds, all 10 zombies lay defeated. Liu Yang's foundational attributes were a staggering 165 times that of an average person. The second-tier zombies possess strength and speed roughly double that of an average person, comparable to the foundational attributes of a first-tier psychic. Yet, first-tier psychics held the advantage over second-tier zombies due to their unique abilities, while the zombies relied solely on basic physical attacks and lacked high intelligence. In one-on-one situations, first-tier psychics could easily best second-tier zombies. However, a coordinated group of 10 proved to be a different matter altogether. Yet, to Liu Yang, their speed appeared almost comically slow. Be it 10 or even 10,000, he could cut through them effortlessly. The text on the steel shifted once more. Congratulations. You have passed the first level. Would you like to proceed to the next level? Confirm. Enter the next level, Liu Yang declared without hesitation. Quickly, the scene before him transformed again, revealing 22nd-tier zombies. Liu Yang chuckled coldly. The disparity in strength is vast. It's a gap that sheer numbers cannot bridge. Could we not have something more challenging? With his long sword in hand, he charged at the 20 zombies once more, swiftly dispatching each of them. As Liu Yang undertook his test, the White Fox and Scarred Rat, among others, were outside discussing the events. Scarred Rat remarked, with Liu Yang's strength, "You should at least secure a position on the Xian list, right?" Given Scarred Rat's own limited prowess, he found it hard to fathom anyone entering the yellow list. He believed that merely being listed on the yellow list denoted exceptional strength, while entering the Xian list was an unimaginable feat. Each list displays only 1,000 names. But this does not signify that there are merely 1,000 individuals. Many thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, remain unranked. For instance, Scarred Rat was not without a rank. He merely occupied the 15,000th position on the yellow list, a placement not shown on the steel. Thus, the difference between the first on the yellow list and the 1,000th on the Xian list might be a gap of thousands. Therefore, Scarred Rat surmised that if Liu Yang could ascend to the Xian list and rank within the top 1,000, it would mark him as a superlative powerhouse. The distinction between the D list and the Tian list represented an almost mythical echelon of strength, the very thought of which was staggering. The White Fox chuckled, countering, "I disagree. Liu Yang's strength is the mightiest I have witnessed among all survivors, so I believe he should qualify for the D list test. As for whether he can achieve a ranking, I remain uncertain." Scarred Rat expressed surprise. "Sister-in-law, you hold Liu Yang's strength in such high regard." The White Fox smiled confidently. "Of course, the man I have chosen cannot fail to even make it to the D list. I believe he can enter the Tian list. He is the strongest and might even claim the top position." At that moment, a melodious voice chimed in. It was Wang Fei, the daughter of the Black Tiger. Upon hearing her comments, the White Fox merely smiled and retorted, "What would a mere ordinary person like you know? Can you even comprehend the matters of psychics?" Wang Fei firmly replied, "I am indeed an ordinary person, and I admit my ignorance regarding psychics, but I do know Liu Yang. I have engaged with him deeply, and in my eyes, he is the most powerful man in the world, destined to secure the first position on the Tian list." The White Fox chuckled lightly, responding, "The naivete of an ordinary person. You fail to grasp the chasm between psychics. Speaking with such confidence, yet lacking understanding. We shall see. I believe Liu Yang is the strongest," Wang Fei retorted defiantly. The White Fox, with a confident smile, proposed, "You are so certain? How about a wager between us? If you lose, you will become my subordinate, and you shall do as I command. Conversely, if you win, I will be your subordinate, and I shall obey your every whim. What do you say? Let us wager." "I refuse to lose," Wang Fei declared, puffing up her cheeks. Although she did not fully comprehend the concept of superhumans or the disparity in their abilities, it mattered little to her. Following her in-depth conversation with Liu Yang, she had developed an unwavering trust in him. As far as Liu Yang was concerned, nothing was beyond his capabilities. While the crowd outside engaged in animated discussions, Liu Yang's trials had progressed to the 10th level. The zombies at this stage were no longer mere second-tier creatures. Instead, he faced 10 third-tier zombies, each commanding 100 second-tier zombies, totaling over 1,000 undead. They exhibited organization, discipline, and coordination. Upon encountering the third-tier zombies for the first time, Liu Yang was taken aback. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to humans, their pallid skin only a faint indication of their true nature. No longer did they snarl and drool. From a distance, they appeared almost like ordinary individuals. To Liu Yang's astonishment, he observed these third-tier zombies communicating with one another. This suggested that they had acquired the ability to speak, an alarming level of intelligence. One particular female, third-tier zombie, caught his eye. Not only did she possess the ability to articulate words, but her striking beauty was accentuated by her snow-white complexion, exuding an air of elegance and allure. It was unfortunate that her lips were also a ghostly white. With a touch of lipstick, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. Liu Yang found himself momentarily pondering the differences between this zombie and a regular human female, eliciting an unexpected curiosity within him. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he muttered, "Damn it, what am I thinking? I'm in the midst of a trial." He resumed his offensive against the horde of zombies. Under the leadership of the third-tier zombies, the undead became increasingly organized and began to encircle Liu Yang, with 1,000 zombies surrounding him. It was clear that defeating the 10 third-tier zombies was imperative. Once these leaders were vanquished, the remaining zombies would become disarrayed. Without hesitation, Liu Yang brandished his sword and charged toward the 10 zombies, engaging them in combat. The strength and speed of the third-tier zombies were 4 times that of an ordinary human, and they wielded weapons with a remarkable cunning. Yet, in comparison to Liu Yang, their prowess was grossly inadequate. In less than 10 seconds, he dispatched all 10 third-tier zombies, each one falling to a swift decapitation, with their leaders defeated. The remaining second-tier zombies became a disorganized mass, and Liu Yang plunged into their ranks, initiating a one-sided massacre. Upon completing the 10th level, Liu Yang gained insight into the nature of the apocalypse. Due to the recent outbreak, most superhumans were still at the first tier, even an S-rank first-tier superhuman. When compared to lower-tier individuals, exhibited only minor differences in their abilities. Fundamentally, their physical attributes mirrored those of ordinary humans, merely doubled. In situations devoid of superpowers, S-rank superhumans were not inherently superior to their lower-tier counterparts. Consequently, in the trials of the celestial rankings, they would struggle against third-tier zombies using only their basic attributes. Utilizing their powers was essential to overcome such foes, yet this consumed mental energy, which was not inexhaustible. Thus, for an S-rank superhuman to succeed in the celestial ranking tests against numerous zombies would prove challenging. Those who passed the 10th level would likely rank among the top 1,000 on the celestial leaderboard. The increasing number of zombies at each level heightened the difficulty for ordinary superhumans. However, Liu Yang was a peculiar exception, thanks to the system's enhancements. Each zombie he defeated fortified his own attributes, rendering him 165 times stronger than an ordinary human. Even within the celestial ranking tests, he could engage in a one-sided slaughter without the need for superpowers. This meant that regardless of the number of zombies, they posed no threat to him. He was free from mental exhaustion and, with his formidable sword, could dispatch a zombie with ease, akin to slicing vegetables. For the one wielding the blade, an increase in quantity posed no challenge. Liu Yang was akin to a glitch within the system. Even the stone tablet could not have anticipated that someone could achieve such extraordinary basic attributes during the early days of the apocalypse. The so-called celestial ranking tests were far too simplistic for him. He confidently proclaimed, if the subsequent levels merely increase the number of zombies, I could effortlessly breeze through all 100 levels. Chapter 52, Celestial Ranking Number 1. Half an hour later, Liu Yang severed the head of the last 6-tier zombie. Simultaneously, new text appeared on the stone tablet. Congratulations. You have completed the 100th level. The celestial ranking test is concluded. You are now ranked first, and you have received the reward, Cloak of Darkness. Liu Yang was momentarily stunned. Huh, it's over? I haven't even had my fill of battle. Truthfully, reaching the 100th level had posed no challenge for him. Rather, he found himself increasingly exhilarated. Receiving the notification of completion left him somewhat unsatisfied. After all, while others were merely twice as strong as an ordinary human, Liu Yang had attained an astonishing 165 times. This dimensional disparity rendered his trials exceedingly effortless. He hurriedly checked the properties of his reward. Cloak of Darkness. This equipment grants you the ability to fly for a brief duration of 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Your flying speed is double your movement speed. Astonished by this attribute, Liu Yang exclaimed, "Wow, this small cloak actually bestows the ability to fly. How incredible! Flight is a dream cherished by many men. Treading the skies, an act reserved for celestial beings. Now, with just a cloak, he could soar through the air. It was nothing short of magnificent, although his current speed had already reached 165 times that of an ordinary human. Doubling his flying speed would equate to a staggering 33 times. Given that an ordinary person's maximum speed is around 8 to 9 meters per second, Liu Yang's speed would be approximately 933, 297 meters per second. This was nearing the speed of sound. To fly at such velocity with a human body was an unattainable feat for anyone. This equipment was truly remarkable, and while one might question the enhancement it provided, the sheer style of it was enough to complement the Cloak of Darkness. Liu Yang retrieved an ensemble of black attire he had collected from a supermarket within his dark space, meticulously selecting a striking outfit, adorned with the cloak. He instantly radiated the aura of a solitary and noble ranger. Satisfied with his appearance, Liu Yang nodded approvingly. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to showcase his newfound ability to fly. Otherwise, it would be a shame to squander the potential of the Cloak of Darkness. With that thought, Liu Yang exited the space of the stone tablet. In the next moment, he found himself outside, where Scarred Mouse and White Fox awaited him. Upon seeing Liu Yang emerge, White Fox gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "So fast?" In her previous experience with the yellow ranking test, she had battled for a full 3 days just to reach the 12th level. Why had it taken her so long? Because a superhuman's mental energy is finite. After completing a level, using their powers would deplete their mental reserves, necessitating a full recovery before proceeding. Only by daring to enter the next level can one utilize their extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, in the subsequent stage, defeat is inevitable. Many challengers employ this very tactic. The timing for entering the next phase is at one's discretion, providing ample opportunity to recuperate both physical and mental stamina. Of course, if one's energy and mental acuity are fully restored, yet they still cannot progress, it signifies that their potential has reached its limit. Liu Yang, however, managed to achieve this in merely half an hour. Does this not imply that he had no time to recover his mental energy at all? If Bai were to fathom this thought, Liu Yang would likely scoff and assert, "Is such a trivial challenge worthy of employing extraordinary powers? If there is no depletion of mental energy, why bother recuperating?" While Bai was still in shock, Scarrat exclaimed, "What the heck? Liu Yang's name isn't even on the heaven ranking. Could it be that his clearing time was too brief to make the list?" Upon hearing this, Bai immediately directed her gaze to the Earth ranking, swiftly scanning it. Although a half-hour completion time would typically be insurmountable for an ordinary ability user, Liu Yang was different. Even if the odds were slim, what if he had made it onto the Earth ranking? Yet, as Bai perused from the 1000th position to the very first, she found no trace of Liu Yang's name. A flicker of disappointment swiftly crossed her eyes. Indeed, was it not impossible? Even someone as formidable as Liu Yang, if he only took half an hour, was still unable to secure a ranking. Perhaps he had exhausted all his mental energy in the first challenge, and thus opted to forfeit the subsequent one? Bai felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have informed Liu Yang to wait until fully recuperated before advancing to the next stage, rather than conceding outright, just as Bai was wallowing in remorse. Wang Fifei's voice rang out with excitement. "Hey, you all look! Check the first name on the heaven ranking." Bai and Scarred Rat immediately turned their attention to the highest heaven ranking, and upon seeing the name of the first position, they were instantly dumbfounded. The name of the top-ranked individual shone in a dazzling golden light, far larger than that of the second place and all others. At that moment, the name illuminating the first position of the heaven ranking was none other than Liu Yang. Bai was rendered speechless. How could this be possible? In merely half an hour, he had secured the top spot on the heaven ranking. This was utterly inconceivable. All the ability users in this survivor base had undergone the Stone Tablet S test. Afterward, they would exchange experiences, learning that although each individual faced different challenges, the difficulty levels were generally commensurate with their abilities. This meant that the stone tablet set challenges based on one's strength. Typically, it would take around an hour to clear the first level, with the second level potentially extending to 2 hours. The subsequent challenges grew increasingly difficult, with completion times lengthening. Ultimately, one might not even clear a single level in a day. Yet Liu Yang had accomplished this feat in just half an hour. Who on earth was he? How powerful must his abilities be to achieve such a miracle? Baihu pondered deeply. As a fellow ability user who had also experienced the stone tablet S test, she understood just how formidable it was to claim the top spot on the heaven ranking. Yet Liu Yang had achieved it in half an hour. Did this imply that while others reached the pinnacle due to their strength, Liu Yang's ranking was merely a result of him being the highest? Would no one else even close? If there were a divine ranking, would he not be able to top that as well, given a bit more time? After all, half an hour was certainly not Liu Yang's limit. This suggested that even the stone tablet could not ascertain Liu Yang's true potential. Upon realizing this, Baihu regarded Liu Yang with an almost reverent gaze. This man was truly extraordinary. To refer to him as divine would not be an exaggeration. Chapter 53. The Revelation of Power. All right, you've won. From now on, I shall be your subordinate, Baihu said to Wang Fifei. Her expression a mix of resignation and acceptance. Although she was a noble ability user, she adhered to the principle of accepting defeat gracefully. Since she had initially wagered with Wang Fifei, she naturally had to honor the bet. Wang Fifei, somewhat bashful, replied, "Oh, how could I dare? Just don't bully me in the future. Oh dear, you little minx. You dare to feign victimhood before Liu Yang? How cunning you are. Just wait until I pinch you." Baihu exclaimed as she playfully pinched the soft flesh at Wang Fifei's waist. "Ah, help. Liu Yang, look. She is always bullying me." Wang Fifei squealed, darting away to hide behind Liu Yang, clutching his black cloak, resembling a fledgling chick seeking refuge from a hawk. The wager seemed to have strengthened the bond between Baihu and Wang Fifei as they giggled and frolicked nearby, while Scarred Rat's attention remained fixated on Liu Yang. Unable to contain his admiration, he remarked, "Boss, you look incredibly handsome. Especially that cloak. What material is it? It appears so exquisite, as if it were not crafted by human hands. Simply stunning." Upon hearing Scarred Rat's words, both Baihu and Wang Fifei snapped back to attention. Initially astonished by Liu Yang's ranking, they had overlooked the transformation of his attire. Now, upon closer inspection, they were utterly entranced, particularly the pitch-black cloak, which was not merely dark but an essence of pure black, as if it absorbed all light around it. Wang Fifei couldn't resist reaching for a corner of Liu Yang's cloak, feeling its texture, even rubbing it against her soft cheek, her expression one of blissful contentment. "It's so smooth and comfortable. I've never encountered such a material before. Liu Yang, where did you get this cloak? It must be incredibly pleasant to wear as undergarments." Liu Yang chuckled, patting Wang Fifei on the head. "This dark cloak is meant for looking stylish, not for showing off. It's a reward I obtained from the heaven ranking test. What do you think? Handsome. Isn't it? A reward from the heaven ranking test." Everyone gasped in astonishment, their gazes fixated on the dark cloak, glimmering with envy. Scarred Rat added, "Since it's a reward from the heaven ranking test, it must serve more than just an aesthetic purpose, right? Surely it has additional functions?" Liu Yang smiled knowingly. "Of course. The reward for achieving the top rank in the heaven ranking cannot be merely for show. As for its true purpose, I'll reveal that later. For now, gather everyone from the survivor base. I have something to discuss with them. Additionally, I would like to inquire about how this base has been operating. Although I have a secure villa area, it houses very few residents, only a handful of lovely ladies. Thus, I'm not well acquainted with the actual workings of the survivor base." Scarred Rat explained, "The primary source of resources for the survivor base comes from scavenging, in addition to ability users leading the collection efforts. Ordinary survivors must also form teams to gather supplies. To survive in this base, everyone must contribute resources. Typically, each family must submit 1 loaf of bread or 2 eggs daily, or equivalent valuable items. Failure to provide resources could result in expulsion. Thus, the greater the number of civilians within the survivor base, the more affluent it becomes. At any given time, population stands as an exceedingly vital resource. Conversely, the superhumans are tasked with safeguarding the security of the survivor base, ensuring that civilians remain unthreatened by the undead." Liu Yang nodded in understanding. The operation of a genuine survivor base indeed diverged from his prior imaginings. In the villa district where he resided, he was solely responsible for gathering supplies to support a multitude of women. In contrast, a true survivor base relies on civilians to collect and contribute resources. Addressing Scarmouse, Liu Yang declared, "Very well, I comprehend. Gather everyone, and once assembled, inform me, as I intend to deliver speech." Additionally, announce to the entirety of the base that I, Liu Yang, have become the new master of this survivor base. Understood, boss. I shall notify everyone at once to gather in the gymnasium of the villa district. Once they are all present, I will escort you there. Scarred Mouse nodded fervently and hurriedly set about the task of notification. Before long, Scarred Mouse had assembled all the survivors in the gymnasium. At this moment, Liu Yang, accompanied by the two women, White Fox and Wang Fei, arrived at the venue. Liu Yang nodded at Scarred Mouse, who promptly understood and dragged forth the corpse of Black Tiger, discarding it before the assembly. The survivors were taken aback, horrified by the gruesome sight. It was a scene of utter devastation. Black Tiger had become an unrecognizable cadaver, his limbs severed, leaving behind 4 gory stumps. His eyes bulged open in death, refusing to close, while his skull was shattered, the brain having vanished completely. Liu Yang, intending to establish dominance, had deliberately spared his face from destruction. The sight was one of sheer horror. Witnessing the once mighty Black Tiger reduced to such a pitiable state, the survivors exchanged glances too fearful to utter a word. They were uncertain of what would transpire next, anxiously awaiting the judgment of fate. Liu Yang, clad in a striking black ensemble, stepped forward and addressed the assembly. "I am Liu Yang. It was I who dispatched Black Tiger, and from this day forth, I am the leader of this survivor base. Who among you supports me, and who dares to oppose?" The survivors glanced at one another, their apprehension palpable. Opposition? With the formidable Black Tiger vanquished, how could they possibly dare to contest Liu Yang? Noticing the silence, Liu Yang continued, "Since there are no dissenters, this survivor base shall henceforth be governed by my decree. Should anyone dare to disobey or engage in treachery, their fate shall be singular. They will meet the same end as Black Tiger." His tone turned chillingly resolute, instilling a sense of dread among the survivors, who felt an involuntary chill run down their spines, their backs dampened with cold sweat. Then, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Liu Yang began to walk upon the air, ascending into the space above. The onlookers were rendered speechless. How was this possible? He could walk upon the very air itself. Was he human or divine? In the midst of the air, Liu Yang gazed down upon the assembly. His dark cloak billowed dramatically against the sky, reminiscent of the wings of a war deity. The crowd looked up at Liu Yang with reverence, as if beholding a celestial being. In their eyes, an involuntary admiration shimmered. With a sudden crack, one survivor succumbed to Liu Yang's overwhelming presence, collapsing to his knees. This was swiftly followed by others, who knelt in unison. Even Scarred Mouse nearly faltered, tempted to kneel before Liu Yang. "Brother Liu Yang, this is beyond impressive," he thought, realizing that this must be the power of Liu Yang's dark cloak, walking upon air, hovering like a deity. Amidst the worshipful silence, Liu Yang spoke, "From this day forth, the resources you contribute shall be halved. Moreover, I shall provide each of you with 50 pounds of potatoes for cultivation. The expansive grounds of the villa district, including the soccer field, green belts, and lawns, may be transformed into arable land. However, 1 year hence, you must return 200 pounds of potatoes to me. Furthermore, all crops harvested from the villa district will be subject to a 20 tax." With that, Liu Yang began to rain down potatoes from the shadowy void. As if a torrential downpour of potatoes had commenced, the ground beneath him gradually formed into small mounds. The survivors stood in awe, astonished by the miraculous appearance of such bounty. Was he not merely godlike, but an actual deity? The divine proclamation had been made, "Let there be seeds." In that moment, the survivors recognized the stark contrast between the tyrannical Black Tiger, who had exploited the common folk, and Liu Yang, who appeared as a god among men. Their expressions reflected a blend of admiration and elation. Liu Yang's arrival meant a significant reduction in their daily tributes, promising a much easier existence without the constant peril of scavenging for supplies. More importantly, he provided them with potato seeds for planting. Could they truly become self-sufficient, no longer needing to scavenge? The thought brought tears to their eyes. Each day spent searching for supplies had been fraught with anxiety. Even a single ordinary zombie posed a grave threat. The memory of watching friends and family consumed by the undead haunted them. Yet, without foraging for resources. They could not remain safely within the survivor base. In the base, they could form teams to gather supplies without fear for their safety. Alone in the outside world, their chances of survival dwindled, and the constant fear of being found by zombies kept them from sleeping soundly. Hence, they risked venturing out every few days to gather supplies. But if they could rely on farming for sustenance, they would never need to scavenge again. They could remain safely within the base, living off their crops. Was that not akin to returning to a time of peace? The figure in the sky, Liu Yang, offered them hope of a return to tranquility, a man resembling a deity. A small girl, unable to contain her curiosity, pointed at Liu Yang and exclaimed, "Mommy, why is he flying in the sky? How does he have so much food? Is he the savior sent by heaven?" A nearby woman quickly grasped the girl's hand, urging her, "Lower your head and do not point. When encountering a deity, one must bow." This phrase would forever resonate in the young girl's memory, becoming a guiding principle throughout her life. The silhouette of Liu Yang in the sky became an everlasting beacon of hope for her. Once Liu Yang completed his pronouncements, he gently descended to the ground. Addressing Scar Mouse, he instructed, "Organize the distribution of 50 pounds of potatoes per individual and ensure proper records are kept. They must return 200 pounds after 1 year, and 20 of future harvests must be submitted." "Of course, boss. Leave it to me." Scarred Mouse nodded eagerly. He was fully aware of the benevolent measures Liu Yang had implemented. These were undeniably beneficial initiatives for the common survivors. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, food had become an invaluable resource. The willingness to lend food as seeds was nothing short of a monumental act of kindness. It is no exaggeration to assert that, during these dire times, 50 pounds of potatoes could be exchanged for 5 beautiful maidens. Yet Liu Yang, without hesitation, lent out these most precious supplies. Once they successfully cultivated the crops, their harvest would stabilize, freeing them from the perilous quest for resources. Moreover, as the supplies outside dwindled, there would inevitably come a day of depletion. Conversely, cultivation could yield a continuous supply, even increasing with each harvest. It would not be an exaggeration to declare that Liu Yang was the savior of all ordinary survivors in this base. Unlike Black Tiger, who only contemplated how to exploit these survivors, Liu Yang focused on enabling their sustainable development. The disparity in vision between the two was staggering. A leader like Liu Yang, who prioritized the well-being of survivors, truly exemplified what it meant to lead. The faces of the other survivors also lit up with joy as they lined up to collect their 50 pounds of potatoes. A pair of parents accompanied a little girl, the very same child to whom Scarred Mouse had given candy. The little girl gleefully bounded towards Scarred Mouse, throwing her arms around him in a joyful embrace. She looked up with her bright, innocent eyes and asked, "Grandpa Mouse, is this the savior you brought?" "Yes, indeed. I have brought the savior," Scarred Mouse replied with pride and certainty. "Yay, Grandpa Mouse is truly the most handsome in this base," the girl exclaimed, her delight palpable. The adult survivors behind her began to laugh as well. Witnessing the happiness of those around him filled Scarred Mouse with joy, too, especially considering that, in the past, all the ability users had looked down upon him. Only these ordinary survivors respected him. Now, seeing them receive such an abundance of resources, Scarred Mouse felt genuinely happy for them. After planting, 50 pounds of potatoes could yield a tenfold increase in just 4 to 5 months, resulting in a harvest of 500 pounds. Even after repaying Liu Yang 200 pounds, they would still have 300 left. If those 300 pounds were used for planting, they could transform into 3,000 pounds. This exemplified the explosive growth of resources. The agricultural era was a pivotal time in human development, allowing people to thrive without the risks of hunting. Now, it seemed that this survivor base was beginning to replicate that magnificent era. Liu Yang departed the gymnasium accompanied by 2 beautiful maidens, entrusting Scarred Mouse with the distribution of supplies. On the way, White Fox turned to Liu Yang and remarked, "You were incredibly impressive just now. I nearly felt compelled to kneel." Hearing her words, Liu Yang flashed a mischievous grin. "Not yet. Save your kneeling for when we reach my room." White Fox licked her red lips and swallowed hard, eagerly anticipating what was to come. Meanwhile, Wang Fifei blushed at Liu Yang's words, fully understanding their implication. Recalling how she had acted similarly in the room earlier, the thought still made her cheeks flush. The audacity of discussing such matters in broad daylight was quite embarrassing. Chapter 55, Global Shock. As Liu Yang prepared to find a room to engage in some sparring with White Fox and showcase his Golden Ham King, He remained oblivious to the fact that his remarkable achievement of ranking first in the heavenly rankings test had already spread across the globe. All information inscribed on the stone tablets was interconnected. Upon Liu Yang's ascension to the top, every stone tablet worldwide displayed his name as the first on the heavenly rankings. In the White Eagle Empire, situated in a secure shelter over 50 meters underground, the presidential secretary rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Mr. President, Mr. President, the first place in the heavenly rankings has changed. Oh, has General Bob managed to surpass Nishiyama-tera?" A smile of delight crossed the president's face. The first place had previously belonged to Nishiyama-tera of the Little Japan Empire, with Bob from the White Eagle Empire in second, followed by Zhou Xingqian of the Divine Dragon Empire in third, and Mahashev of the Bear Empire in fourth. Among these top four, none could claim superiority over the others. Although Nishiyama-tera held the first position, the three following him were consistently testing and striving to improve their ranks. After all, to obtain the first place signified the most formidable ability user. The rivalry between great nations persisted even in the apocalypse. They still sought to prove their supremacy and assert their dominance over the world. Thus, the title of first in the heavenly rankings served as the ultimate validation. Therefore, upon hearing of the change in the first place, the president's initial reaction was to assume that General Bob had ascended to the top. The secretary shook his head. No, it's a newcomer named Liu Yang. Judging by the name, he should be from the Divine Dragon Empire. What? The 80-year-old president's previously benevolent expression darkened with intensity. The Divine Dragon Empire had managed to eclipse the Little Japan Empire? If that were the case, wouldn't there be two representatives from the Divine Dragon Empire among the top five? He promptly made a decision. Order General Bob to continue testing. I want him to secure first place within 10 days. Additionally, dispatch a team of ability users into the Divine Dragon Empire to locate this Liu Yang character. I want all his information within a month. And what are the biomodification and mechanical modification units? How are they faring with the aliens in Zone 9? This marked the first occasion the secretary had witnessed such an expression from the president since the onset of the apocalypse. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he nervously replied, "They are still in testing and not yet operational. They have not met combat standards. As for Zone 9, the alien weaponry is still undergoing trials." The 80-year-old president declared resolutely, "Conclude the testing within 3 days and deploy these 2 units into combat. Combat is the best test. Simultaneously, order the scientists in Zone 9 to expedite their progress." "Yes, sir." The secretary straightened, saluted, and exited the president's office to commence the execution of the orders given. In the Little Japan Empire, within the prime minister's residence, a secretary rushed in, shouting, "Prime Minister, we have a crisis, Prime Minister. What nonsense! How can you be so disorganized?" The prime minister of the Little Japan Empire displayed an irritable expression, chastising the secretary. The secretary wiped the sweat from his brow and quickly responded, "Prime Minister, it's bad news. The first place in the heavenly rankings no longer belongs to General Nishiyama." "What?" The prime minister's face reflected disbelief. "How is that possible? General Nishiyama is exceptionally talented and unmatched. How could he be overtaken?" "Summon General Nishiyama. I need to speak with him." The secretary replied. General Nishiyama discovered that his rank was usurped and became quite furious. "He has already entered the stone tablet to commence testing." "All right then," the prime minister nodded. He had intended to command Nishiyama to continue testing, only to find that he had already done so. It seemed General Nishiyama took his honor very seriously. "Who has usurped General Nishiyama's rank?" the prime minister pressed. The secretary answered, "A person named Liu Yang. By the sound of it, he should be from the Divine Dragon Empire." Prime Minister Xiao Ri slammed his palm down on the table, his face contorted with anger. How could it be the Divine Dragon Empire? Infuriating. Relay my orders. Immediately dispatch the most elite team of psychics to infiltrate the Divine Dragon Empire and locate this individual named Liu Yang. At any cost, ensure his elimination. Also, what is the current status regarding the ninja village? The secretary wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "The vice prime minister is still in urgent communication. The Shaori Empire is at a critical juncture, yet those from the ninja village remain indifferent. Are they not citizens of the Shaori Empire? Outrageous. Issue a directive to the vice prime minister to expedite communication. We must secure the elite forces from the ninja village at all costs." The prime minister of the Shaori Empire issued his final, resolute command. The secretary bowed deeply and then departed from the prime minister's office. In the Bear Empire, within the presidential office, the secretary rushed in breathless. "Mr. President, The number one on the heavenly ranking has changed. His name is Liu Yang, and he is likely a psychic from the Divine Dragon Empire. The president of the Bear Empire, usually stern-faced, displayed a grave expression. Oh, the Divine Dragon Empire has produced such talent. It seems we must act swiftly. How is the research on the psychic enhancement serum progressing? The secretary, visibly tense, responded. It is currently still in the animal testing phase. The president of the Bear Empire began issuing commands. Within 3 days, initiate human trials and restart the Poseidon project. Additionally, order General Mahashev to commence the heavenly ranking test immediately. At the same time, dispatch a psychic team in 3 days to the Divine Dragon Empire to investigate the true nature of this Liu Yang. Direct our infiltrators within the Shaori Empire to enter a state of silence. From now on, all efforts must be directed toward the Divine Dragon Empire. Mr. President, the Poseidon project was halted since the era of the former allied nations. Restarting it now could be perilous. Do as I say. The president of the Bear Empire's face bore a resolute expression. Yes, Mr. President. In the Divine Dragon Empire, within an underground shelter, the secretary's face radiated excitement. Commander Wang, the number one on the heavenly ranking has changed. His name is Liu Yang. This name suggests he is one of us from the Divine Dragon Empire. Oh, Commander Wang's face lit up with surprise, and he couldn't help but laugh heartily. Ha! Splendid. Now, the Shaori Empire will surely think twice before acting arrogantly. Our Divine Dragon Empire finally has the chance to gain face. Relay my orders. Our clandestine dragon unit must immediately mobilize all personnel to find this psychic named Liu Yang and absorb him into our ranks at any cost. We must locate Liu Yang before the Flying Eagle unit does. The clandestine dragon and Flying Eagle are two elite psychic units of the Divine Dragon Empire. Though they cooperate, they also compete fiercely, each vying for supremacy. Commander Wang leads the clandestine dragon unit. Meanwhile, Commander Zhang of the Flying Eagle unit received this news and promptly issued his own orders. Everyone, our top priority is to locate Liu Yang. At any cost, we must bring him into our Flying Eagle unit. I care not how you achieve this. Coercion, temptation, even seduction is permissible. In any case, I want to see Liu Yang before me within a month. We must beat old Wang to it. Previously, with the third-ranking Zhou Xingqian in their ranks, the clandestine dragon unit held a slight advantage. If they were to gain the first-place Liu Yang, the Flying Eagle unit would truly be overshadowed. Yes, Commander Zhang. As his subordinates exited the office, a grave expression settled on Commander Zhang's face. He muttered to himself, what are these guys in the unit doing with their daily training? Each day, they train and test, yet they cannot achieve the number one spot on the heavenly ranking. This Liu Yang is an unfamiliar name, likely a mere civilian psychic. Yet he has secured the top position. Truly, the youth are formidable and possess extraordinary gifts. Perhaps Liu Yang is also diligently training at this moment? Chapter 56. Testing the psychic's abilities. A few hours later, Liu Yang received a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully convinced the other party to voluntarily become your girlfriend. Your freezing ability has been upgraded by 1 level. Another enhancement to his freezing ability? Liu Yang felt a surge of joy. The freezing ability was his primary offensive power, and each level gained resulted in substantial increases in attack range and control. With this new advancement, he now surpassed other abilities by a full 2 levels, bringing him immense satisfaction. The white fox lay beside Liu Yang, her gaze filled with adoration, almost tangible in its intensity. She couldn't help but say, Liu Yang, you are truly remarkable. Liu Yang, glancing at a red plum blossom on the white sheets, was taken aback. You're so open. How is it that you've never had a boyfriend? The white fox, who had boldly declared her intent to sleep with him upon their first meeting, struck him as exceedingly liberated. Yet, he was astonished to learn she had never experienced romance. The white fox replied, of course, I have had boyfriends in the past, but ordinary men do not pique my interest. I enjoy toying with them rather than being toyed with. I prefer to have them kneel before me, gazing up from below. In interactions with typical men, I adopt a masculine demeanor, while they are relegated to the role of women. Only a powerful man like you would compel me to willingly ascend to your bed. Moreover, she added, even if I have had boyfriends, it doesn't matter. With that, she drew a dagger and swiftly sliced her palm. In an instant, a bloody gash appeared, yet before the blood could flow, it began to coagulate, and the wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. Witnessing this, even Liu Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Seeing Liu Yang's stunned expression, the white fox smiled with a hint of pride. This is my ability. I possess healing powers beyond the ordinary, and a formidable resistance. Even a virus from an ordinary zombie cannot infect me. They call me insane, but they do not realize I have the means to be so. With this ability, no matter how severe my injuries, I can heal myself. Thus, everything you did to me earlier has reverted to its original state. Liu Yang was taken aback. Does that mean every day is like the first time for you? The white fox nodded. Impressive. Liu Yang couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. The following day, Liu Yang awoke feeling refreshed. He had shown restraint, not exhausting her completely. Stretching his back, he noticed the white fox slowly opening her eyes. Her usually icy demeanor melting into a sweet smile as she looked at Liu Yang. Up so early? What are your plans for today? Liu Yang replied. I intend to return to my villa. However, before that, I wish to select some young, beautiful girls from this survivor base to accompany me. The white fox remarked. In their eyes, you are akin to a savior. With just a word from you, all the women would follow you. That is indeed the case, Liu Yang nodded. Yesterday, he had revealed his prowess publicly, aiming for precisely this effect. He wanted every survivor to regard him as a godlike figure, instilling fear of betrayal and malice. After grooming and enjoying breakfast, Liu Yang donned his attire and strolled through the area where the ordinary survivors resided. By the time he returned, he was followed by 15 beautiful young women. Each girl gazed at Liu Yang with eyes brimming with admiration, gratitude, and even reverence. To be chosen by Liu Yang filled their hearts with joy and excitement. They believed themselves to be the chosen ones. The white fox gazed at the exquisite young women selected by Liu Yang, unable to suppress a nod of approval as she remarked, not bad at all. Each one is a beauty with a splendid figure. Liu Yang smiled and replied, it's all right. Although their figures may surpass yours, your petite stature is quite endearing. Ah, how vexatious. A faint blush crept upon the icy countenance of the white fox as she playfully struck Liu Yang's arm with her small, delicate fist. She was aware that her physique was indeed modest, perhaps only a B-cup, yet it hardly warranted being described as petite and adorable. After all, she wasn't an A-cup. Liu Yang was truly incorrigible. Thus, Liu Yang, accompanied by Wang Fifei, the white fox, and the 15 enchanting young survivors he had chosen, made their way towards his villa. As for the survivor base, he entrusted its management to the scarred rat, needing only to return occasionally to oversee matters and make a grand appearance now and then. Chapter 57. The sports goddess must not be outshone. When Liu Yang returned to his villa with the white fox, Wang Fifei, and the 15 stunning survivors, the sun had nearly set. The 15 young women, being civilians, moved at a leisurely pace, taking several hours to reach their destination. Upon seeing Liu Yang's return, He Yushi and the others instantly wore expressions of delight. Though merely a night's absence, their longing for Liu Yang was akin to a surging river. For the post-apocalyptic world was fraught with uncertainty and peril. Despite Liu Yang's formidable strength, their concern for his safety remained. Now, witnessing his safe return, their anxious hearts finally found solace. Chen Dan approached with a smile, saying, Liu Yang, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll go prepare a meal. Wow, we have so many new sisters. It seems I must cook a bit more today. Tang Mingting, busy as ever, chimed in, I'll lend a hand. Zhao, Lina added. I'll help too. Even the renowned celebrity Su Xiao, along with Zhou, Kiki, and Zhang Jingyu, rushed into the kitchen, and soon everyone was bustling about. The newly arrived survivors displayed a hint of awkwardness on their faces. They had idolized Liu Yang to the point of viewing him as a deity, and now, seeing the women by his side, they felt a mix of respect and nervousness. Observing their discomfort, Liu Yang addressed them. There's no need to be tense. Everyone here is quite amiable. You may find a place to settle nearby. The entire villa complex is secure, so there is nothing to fear. Go take a shower, and feel free to share the food. With that, Liu Yang produced a substantial amount of packaged foods and fresh grains and vegetables from the dark void, handing them over to the 15 young women. Oh, all right, we'll go now. They eagerly responded, quickly taking the food and heading towards the adjacent villa. The White Fox and Wang Fifei settled directly in the upper floors of this villa. Liu Yang returned to his room, preparing to take a shower. As the group ascended the stairs, the young women in the kitchen began to converse. He Yushi remarked, I never imagined that in just one day, Liu Yang would rescue so many survivors. It seems our competition is only going to intensify. The most anxious among them was Zhou Kiki, the sports goddess whom Liu Yang had rescued last. However, shortly after bringing Zhou Kiki back, the scarred rat had appeared, and Liu Yang had left the villa. Consequently, Until now, Zhou Kiki had yet to share any intimate moments with Liu Yang, spending her time instead bonding with Hiyushi and the others, who were also among the 4 campus beauties. Hiyushi was the art school beauty, Zhao Lina the academic prodigy, and Zhou Kiki the sports goddess. They were all renowned in their own right. Now, amidst the apocalypse, residing in the same villa, their bond naturally intensified, evolving into a sisterly camaraderie. Everyone noticed the unusual expression on Zhou Kiki's face. Tang Mingting teased, "Kiki, wasn't Liu Yang supposed to invite you to his room tonight?" But then unexpected events occurred, and now he has returned with so many young ladies. Who knows if you'll even get a chance? Zhao Lina echoed. Exactly, Kiki, Yumi, and Yushi are all among the 4 campus beauties. We are like sisters. And we certainly don't want to see you forgotten by Liu Yang. Hiyushi suggested, I have an idea. Eat quickly, be the first to finish. And once you've eaten, hurry to take a shower. After that, slip into Liu Yang's room before the other women get the chance. Zhang Jingyu nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. I think this plan is splendid. We certainly don't want you to be outshined by those newcomers. Seeing her friends rallying behind her with such enthusiasm, Zhou Kiki felt her cheeks warm with a mix of bashfulness and gratitude. Yet, deep down, she was also quite worried about being forgotten by Liu Yang. Through conversations with her sisters, she had learned of Liu Yang's extraordinary prowess. Coupled with the day, she witnessed him bravely battling zombies in the supermarket. He had already cemented himself in her heart as the man she wished to follow for a lifetime. The thought of being overlooked by him at this moment was rather distressing. With a shy voice, she asked, Is it really all right? Would Liu Yang prefer a more reserved girl over someone so forward? Hiyushi instantly wore a look of disdain. Nonsense. If you had ever been in his room, you would know. Does he prefer subtlety? What man doesn't enjoy a woman being reserved in public, but open in private? The celebrity Su Xiao added, Exactly. Just go for it. Trust your sisters. You won't regret it. Zhou Kiki shyly nodded. All right, but I'm still a bit anxious and afraid. You all say Liu Yang is incredibly strong. Just how formidable is he? Am I going to be able to handle it? Zhao Lina tilted her head thoughtfully before responding. For Liu Yang, I can only describe him in 5 words. An 8th-level tempest. Zhou Kiki was taken aback. An 8th-level tempest? Are you saying he is as fierce and powerful as a storm? Zhao Lina shook her head. This phrase can also be read backward. Zhou Kiki, bewildered, murmured, Crazy, ah. Realizing the implication, her face flushed crimson as she lightly punched Zhao Lina's arm, playfully scolding, Lina, you're insufferable. At this sight, Hiyushi and the others burst into laughter, with Hiyushi laughing the hardest, nearly in tears, exclaiming, Ha! No wonder they say a rogue is not to be feared. What is truly fearsome is a rogue with intellect. Lina, you truly are a charming little rascal. Chindan added, Indeed, today's youth are remarkable. I couldn't even grasp the meaning of that at first. It seems we're getting old and can't keep up with the times. Su Xiao nodded in agreement. Absolutely. Today's youth are quite inventive. The kitchen resonated with joyful chatter as everyone chatted and cooked, their faces illuminated with expressions of happiness. Before long, they had prepared a splendid meal. At that moment, Liu Yang and the White Fox, along with the others, had finished their showers and made their way downstairs. The enticing aroma of the food wafted through the air, and everyone wore expressions of blissful delight. The White Fox could not help but exclaim, Wow, this smells heavenly. Ever since the apocalypse began, I have not encountered such a delightful aroma of food. In the past, they resided at the Black Tiger base. Although their basic needs were met, their sustenance primarily consisted of packaged foods. Fresh ingredients for cooking were a luxury that few could procure. Unlike Liu Yang, they lacked any spatial abilities to preserve food in its fresh state. It smells so delicious. My stomach is growling. I'm so eager to eat, exclaimed Wang Fifei. Chundan, overhearing the conversation among Bai Hu and the others, smiled and addressed everyone. Come on over. I hope the dishes I prepared today will suit your tastes. Liu Yang nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, let us head to the dining room and begin our meal. At the dining table, Liu Yang introduced his companions. Allow me to present Bai Ling, also known as Bai Hu. She is an ability user. This is Wang Fifei, who, like you, is an ordinary person. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, astonishment spread across the faces of the group. An ability user? The stunning beauty with flowing white hair is actually an ability user? Hiyushi and the others cast envious glances in her direction. In this apocalyptic world, awakening an ability is an enviable achievement, signifying one's capacity for self-preservation. An ability user is absolutely fearless in the face of ordinary zombies. Liu Yang then went on to introduce He Yu Shi and the others to Wang Fifei and Bai Hu. Both Bai Hu and Wang Fifei offered friendly smiles, saying, "It's a pleasure to meet everyone. We will be living together from now on, so please take care of us." Although Bai Hu was an ability user and had previously held a high opinion of herself at the Black Tiger base, the circumstances had changed. Having decided to follow Liu Yang, she felt it necessary to show ample respect to the women around him, as she was comparatively new to their group and would not dare to overshadow them. "Oh no, there is no need for such formality. You are the ability user among us, while we are merely ordinary people. It would be wonderful if we could all coexist harmoniously." "Are you sure?" and the others quickly replied. "Of course. I am very easygoing. Rest assured, if any danger arises in the villa area, I will protect you," Bai Hu declared, patting her chest. Upon hearing this, expressions of delight appeared on He Yu Shi and her friends' faces. "That is truly wonderful. With an ability user to protect us, we can feel secure," the academically gifted Zhao Lina remarked. "It would be best if you could share some insights with us on how to awaken abilities. We wish to awaken too." Tang Meng Ting and the others nodded in agreement. "Yes, please teach us, so that we too can awaken our abilities and gain the means for self-defense." Bai Hu responded, "Awakening abilities doesn't involve much technique. It mostly depends on talent and genetics. If I were to instruct you, I wouldn't know how to explain it. However, I can certainly share everything I know about ability users." Zhao Lina nodded, saying, "That sounds good. If you could tell us about ability users, we can conduct our own research to see if we can discover the techniques for awakening." As they chatted and dined, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and camaraderie. However, Zhou Kiki appeared disinterested in the conversation, focused solely on her meal. Midway through the meal, Zhou Kiki set down her bowl and announced, "I'm full. I'll head back to shower. You all enjoy your meal." Liu Yang found her rapid consumption peculiar, noting her slightly flushed complexion. Is Zhou Kiki feeling unwell? Could she be running a fever? He pondered. He Yu Shi, with a mischievous grin, nodded affirmatively. Yes, yes. Her health seems a bit off. You might want to check on her." As Liu Yang observed the others laughing joyously, he felt utterly bewildered. What is so funny? I don't grasp their sense of humor at all. Never mind, I'll just eat. Unable to comprehend the lady's humor, he immersed himself in his meal. After finishing, he returned to his room. Yet, upon opening the door, his keen sense of observation detected the presence of someone within the room, accompanied by a captivating scent. Chen Hao, the student council president, had lavished Zhou Kiki with gifts worth over 1 million, yet failed to win her affections. Now, this athletic goddess sought to become Liu Yang's partner. If Chen Hao were to learn of this, he would likely be furious enough to devour 3 colossal chicken legs. Liu Yang inquired of Zhou Kiki, "So, does this mean you agree to be my partner?" Zhou Kiki nodded. "Yes, I am willing." Liu Yang glanced at his system notification, which detected that the other party has internally agreed to be your partner. Reward. All basic attributes increased to 1,000 points. This announcement filled Liu Yang with joy. His basic attributes had risen from 850 to 1,000 points, an increase of 150 points. Such a reward was astonishing. With 1,000 basic attributes, he possessed 20 times the capabilities of an ordinary person. Previously, with 165 times his attributes, Liu Yang could dispatch level 6 zombies effortlessly. Now that his attributes had surged to 20 times, he was practically invincible. Ordinary ability users appeared no different from Amsterdam. What a thrill! With such formidable attributes, surely he could declare, "I don't eat beef." Liu Yang reviewed his attribute panel. Name, Liu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 1,000. Speed, 1,000. Stamina, 1,000. Mentality, 1,000. Abilities, 1. Future prediction, level 4-2. Virus immunity, level 4-3. Ice control, level 6-4. Dark space, level 5-5. Zombie control, level 2. Equipment, dark cloak. Dark blade, special talent. Enhanced genetic traits. Viewing this panel, Liu Yang felt elated. Setting aside the fact that he possessed 5 abilities, with his primary offensive skill, ice. Now at level 6, his ice needles were virtually endless. He could even create shields or armor from ice to encase himself. Simply put, this ordinary basic attribute of 20 times was sufficient to eliminate many ability users, as typical level 1 ability users only had around 100 points. Liu Yang's basic attributes were 10 times that of an ordinary level 1 ability user. Such power was enough to dispatch opponents before they could even react. Chapter 59. Watch closely. I will demonstrate only once. After reveling in his triumph, Liu Yang rose to wash up, preparing to embark on today's mission. His objective was to gather more food. The potatoes collected from a supermarket had mostly been distributed by Scarred Rat. Now, what remained in Liu Yang's dark space were rice, sweet potatoes, and other provisions. Although there was still plenty, Liu Yang was a person who harbored a sense of crisis. He believed that the number of survivors at their base would only increase, and even an abundance of food would eventually prove insufficient. Moreover, until the planting system was fully established, the food supply for the survivors would rely heavily on collection. As for crops, even if planted now, it would take months before they could be harvested. Thus, they would need to rely on existing supplies for the next few months. Once the survivors' agricultural efforts were in full swing, the need for food collection would diminish, since survivors would need to pay 20 of their harvest. The more survivors there were, the more prosperous Liu Yang would become. At that point, he would merely need to enhance the survivor base to attract even more individuals to join, within a 5-kilometer radius. Several large supermarkets had already been thoroughly scavenged by Liu Yang. He resolved to extend his search to a 20-kilometer radius, aiming to retrieve all supermarkets, small shops, and convenience stores within that distance. Additionally, he recalled a wholesale market located 15 kilometers away, a place he used to frequent for affordable goods during his impoverished days. This wholesale market offered a variety of items, including staple foods such as rice, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and wheat flour, as well as cooking oil, various salts, monosodium glutamate, and other seasonings. They even stocked pet food for cats, dogs, and chickens. Liu Yang was determined to completely scour this market today. He no longer worried about the situation in his residential area, as he had stationed a second-tier zombie to monitor the entrance, enabling him to share its line of sight and keep an eye on the gate. Originally, he controlled 2 second-tier zombies. One remained in this community, while the other was placed at Scarred Mouse's survivor base. This arrangement allowed him to stay informed about both locations. Furthermore, within the villa, there was the ability user, White Fox, whose power of infinite healing was formidable even among other ability users. It was rare for individuals to awaken combat abilities. Many, like Yellow Dog and Scarred Mouse, possessed powers that were largely ineffective in battle. One enhanced his sense of smell, while the other gained digging abilities. Their basic attributes were merely double those of an average person, rendering them almost indistinguishable from ordinary soldiers. Thus, encountering an ability user stronger than White Fox was likely a rare occurrence. With their presence in the villa, few dared to provoke them. Consequently, Liu Yang set off. Although his target was the wholesale market over 10 kilometers away, he did not overlook smaller shops and convenience stores he encountered along the way. After all, even the tiniest morsel is still sustenance. A small convenience store could yield a variety of beverages, snacks, cigarettes, and alcohol. Liu Yang's dark space was ample enough to accommodate all items, regardless of their immediate usefulness. When he retrieved items, he did not need to search individually. With a mere thought, whatever he desired would manifest. Thus, he never hesitated to collect items he deemed potentially useful in the future. As Liu Yang gathered supplies at a convenience store approximately 10 kilometers from the villa, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Peering through the window, he saw 3 burly men with backpacks approaching stealthily. These men were tall and robust, moving with a swift, steady gait that suggested they were trained, likely at least retired special forces. Liu Yang's instincts sharpened. The 3 men quickly dispatched a few zombies blocking their path and entered the store. Upon their arrival, they were taken aback to find the convenience store completely emptied, with only a young man clad in black remaining. Their gaze swiftly fixed upon Liu Yang. The leader, with a sinister glint in his eye, demanded, "Kid, what did you do? Did you take everything from here? Or have you hidden the goods? Hand them over, and we may spare your life." They were convinced Liu Yang had emptied the place. However, Liu Yang, wielding a jet-black katana, rendered them hesitant to act rashly. They preferred to intimidate him into submission rather than resort to violence, as his youthful visage belied an unsettling aura that instilled fear, particularly in his cold, indifferent eyes, depths of emotion that seemed unjust for his age. Liu Yang chuckled at the leader's words, replying, "Do you know what happened to the last person who threatened me like that?" Before he finished speaking, a chilling smile adorned his face. Bang! The leader's head exploded, showering the floor with blood mist. The other 2 men stood frozen in shock. Boss, how did you get your head blown off?" One stammered, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. "What is happening? What are you?" Their eyes brimmed with terror as they registered that Liu Yang had effortlessly dispatched their leader with a mere glance. Liu Yang smirked and said, "Watch closely. I shall demonstrate again." Bang! Another man fell, headless. No, please. Spare me." The last remaining man collapsed to his knees, utterly broken. To him, Liu Yang appeared terrifyingly powerful, akin to the Grim Reaper, capable of decapitating with just a look. In his panic, he wet his pants. Liu Yang coldly remarked earlier, "You suggested I accompany you to where you stash your food, did you not? You assumed I had food hidden, which implies you have supplies of your own. Otherwise, your fate would mirror that of your companions." Yes, I'll take you there." The burly man scrambled to his feet, though his legs wobbled like noodles, preventing him from standing upright. Liu Yang gave him a swift kick, prompting him to regain his composure and lead Liu Yang to their refuge. Before long, they arrived in an opulent villa. Liu Yang had not anticipated these men would indulge in such luxury, having selected a villa far grander than his own. It was evident that this villa's real estate was worth far more than his own, and its residents were undoubtedly affluent. Unfortunately, those wealthy individuals had either perished or transformed into zombies. As they entered the lavish villa, Liu Yang noted the 6-meter-high walls, constructed not of ordinary steel but of solid material, effectively obscuring the interior from outside view. This indicated that the villa's owner placed immense value on privacy, even at the expense of aesthetic appeal. Inside, the extravagant decor astonished Liu Yang. The courtyard featured a helicopter pad with an orange private helicopter parked atop it. The villa's interior surpassed the luxury of Liu Yang's residence by several magnitudes, with bulletproof glass adorning the windows. This villa was worth at least several billion. Upon entering the main hall, Liu Yang discovered a substantial stockpile of packaged food. If consumed by the 3 burly men, it could last them at least a week. However, for Liu Yang, it was a mere drop in the bucket compared to the vast provisions within his dark space. The burly man wore a sycophantic smile, addressing Liu Yang. "Brother, this food is everything we've gathered over the past few days. It's all yours." Liu Yang replied coldly, "Is this all?" This is all we have." The man trembled at Liu Yang's icy tone, nearly wetting himself again. Liu Yang was a merciless killer known for exploding heads with little provocation, and the threat of death loomed over him like a sword poised to strike. Liu Yang scoffed. "You 3 burly men have spent days collecting such a meager amount of food? What utter incompetence!" Observing Liu Yang's discontented expression, the burly man tentatively remarked, "The owner of this villa has even constructed a safe room in the basement, stocked with a considerable amount of food, though we are unable to access it." Upon hearing this, Liu Yang's spirits were instantly invigorated as he exclaimed, "Oh, why didn't you mention it sooner? Lead me there." The proprietor of this villa must have been a survivalist in times of peace. Not only did he erect towering walls, fashioned from solid materials, but he also prepared a safe room in the basement. Could it be that he anticipated impending calamities? It seems that the affluent are indeed the most fearful of death. Furthermore, such a safe room is typically reserved for high-ranking officials like presidents. This wealthy individual had one constructed for himself, indicating his immense wealth and constant concern for his safety, a quintessentially cautious and fearful tycoon. Under the guidance of the burly man, Liu Yang descended to the basement, where he indeed encountered the safe room. It was modest in size, resembling not a room, but rather a steel box, constructed from stainless steel several centimeters thick. It was a rectangular prism measuring approximately 5 by 5 by 3 meters. The door featured a square observation port, roughly 20 centimeters on each side, made from bulletproof glass of similar thickness. Peering through the small aperture, Liu Yang discerned that the interior was indeed stocked with numerous compressed food items, and surprisingly, there was also a beautiful young woman inside. Liu Yang inquired of the burly man, "What's the situation with the woman in there?" The man stuttered, revealing his discomfort. She is, well." Liu Yang, irritated, brandished his blade, threatening, "Speak quickly or I'll end you." Startled, the burly man hastily replied, "She is the daughter of the villa's original owner. We 3 are the bodyguards of the wealthy proprietor. When the apocalypse began, we killed him to take over the villa and attempted to force ourselves upon his daughter. She is hidden in the safe room, and we are powerless to reach her." He recounted this in one breath, without pausing, and afterward gasped for air. Liu Yang, realizing the audacity of these men, thought to himself, "You 3 truly are something. As bodyguards, you killed the villa's owner during the apocalypse to claim his estate and even sought to violate his daughter. You are more ruthless than I." Liu Yang reflected on his own actions, having only killed Zhao Ming after he had turned into a zombie, taking over his villa and pursuing his girlfriend. Yet these guards had killed the owner while he was still alive. The burly man displayed a hint of embarrassment on his face as Liu Yang mused about the unfortunate fate of the villa's owner. In times of peace, he was a survivalist, not only constructing a safe room, but also stockpiling supplies within. Who could have foreseen that when disaster struck, his own bodyguards would covet his daughter and lead to his demise? The wealthy man met an unjust end, likely never expecting that he would perish due to his daughter. The saying, beauty brings disaster, proved true. Additionally, another adage rings true. While others stockpile food, I stockpile weapons. My neighbors are my granaries. In the apocalypse, without strength, no amount of resources is of use, as they cannot be defended. After contemplating this, Liu Yang turned to the burly man and inquired, "Are there any other places with supplies?" The man shook his head, pleading, no more. "Can I leave now? I promise I will never return to this area." Liu Yang coldly replied, "Of course, but I shall escort you." With that, he swiftly swung his blade, severing the man's head from his shoulders. Liu Yang dared not spare the bodyguard who had betrayed his employer, especially for such a flimsy reason as a desire for the employer's daughter. After dispatching the burly man, Liu Yang began to examine the safe room. The small bulletproof glass window was too limited to provide a full view of the interior, nor could he ascertain the woman's true beauty. However, given the guard's actions, it was evident that she must be extraordinarily attractive. They had not only killed their employer for her, but had also attempted various means to breach the safe room after she took refuge inside. Liu Yang observed numerous marks on the door from knives, drills, and burn marks, indicating their futile attempts. Yet, it was clear that the wealthy owner had indeed invested in formidable security. The door, crafted from an unknown type of stainless steel, had endured the assaults with only minor scratches. It seemed that the bodyguards, in a fit of frustration, had ultimately welded the door shut. This meant that even if the woman inside wished to escape, she would be utterly trapped within the safe room. Had it not been for Liu Yang's appearance, she likely would have perished unnoticed. Liu Yang raised his blade and thrust it into the door. With surprising ease, the blade penetrated the steel as if it were mere tofu. Astonished by its sharpness, Liu Yang marveled. This sword is truly extraordinary. With both hands gripping the hilt, he casually slashed at the impenetrable iron door, creating a sizable opening. The woman inside let out a piercing scream, exclaiming, "Ah!" She could not fathom that her once secure haven had been breached. When the apocalypse first struck, her father had assured her that the safe room could withstand missile bombardments. For an ordinary person to breach, it was nearly impossible. The specially crafted stainless steel, even against a 100mm armor-piercing missile, would remain intact. Yet now, it had been sliced open by a mere blade. Cowering in a corner, Wang's psyche trembled, realizing that this was beyond the capabilities of her former bodyguards. The intruder must possess far greater strength. As Liu Yang, clad in black and exuding an air of cool confidence, entered the safe room, Wang's psyche's eyes widened in astonishment. This man was undeniably handsome. His dark attire accentuated his aloof aura, while the cloak behind him added an imposing flair. Tall and well-built, he projected a powerful presence, even if his muscles did not appear overly robust. Though he entered calmly, the pressure he emanated made Wang's psyche's heart race. Upon recognizing Liu Yang's face, she felt a surge of familiarity. "Ah, you're Liu Yang. I've seen your photo on the school forum. You're quite famous," she exclaimed. Liu Yang, equally taken aback, responded, "You're Wang's psyche, one of the 4 campus beauties, the wealthiest among them. It was said that any boyfriend of yours would gain at least 50 years of advantage." As recognition dawned upon them, Wang's psyche's face lit up with surprise and joy. Initially, she believed that the arrival of an unparalleled powerhouse breaching the safe house would lead to an unimaginable fate for herself. If even those 3 lackluster bodyguards dared to directly assassinate their employer and even contemplated violating her, what would happen if a truly formidable individual were to come? She would likely meet a most tragic end. At that point, the thought of suicide might even be rendered impossible. After all, this safe house served as her last bastion of hope. Like the shell of a snail, once shattered, its most vulnerable parts would be laid bare, entirely exposed to the enemy. At that moment, Wang's psyche found herself completely exposed before Liu Yang. Fortunately, Liu Yang was a familiar face. They had attended the same school and were aware of each other's names and appearances, which certainly made communication more manageable. It was indeed a stroke of serendipity amidst misfortune. Liu Yang, too, was taken aback. He had never anticipated that a casual trip to a convenience store for supplies would lead him to encounter 3 bodyguards, nor that he would return with one to find the heiress of the safe house. This was a delightful surprise for him. Now, he had managed to locate all 4 of the school as celebrated beauties. the artistic muse Hiyushi, the academic prodigy Zhao Lina, the athletic goddess Zhou Kiki, and this affluent school beauty, Wang Saiki. Each of them was a goddess in her own right, exquisitely beautiful with flawless figures, each possessing unique charms. At that moment, Liu Yang felt as if he had collected a complete set of rare cards. Who would have imagined that the once untouchable four school beauties could all be gathered under his wing? Those wealthy suitors who had pursued these beauties for years without success would surely be infuriated to learn of this turn of events. And were those three bodyguards? Wang Saiki inquired, breaking the silence. Liu Yang nonchalantly waved the knife in his hand and replied, "I've dealt with them. You're safe now. I'll take you to a secure location. You must be utterly bored after being cooped up in this safe house for so long." Wang Saiki nodded without hesitation. "Indeed. Although there's food here, there are no entertainment facilities whatsoever. I've been staring at these iron walls all day. If this continues, I fear I might succumb to depression." Liu Yang extended his hand toward her. "Then come with me." However, a flicker of hesitation crossed Wang Saiki's face. Although she had heard of Liu Yang and seen his pictures online, they had never exchanged a word in school. In truth, they were hardly acquainted, and the thought of following a man as a vulnerable woman made her apprehensive about the potential consequences. Liu Yang noticed her uncertainty and let out a cold laugh. "You don't think you have a choice, do you? The moment I stepped into this safe house, your options vanished. Regardless of who enters here, you must endure silently. Consider yourself fortunate that it's me who has come to rescue you. Come along. Hiyushi, Zhao Lina, and Zhou Kiki are waiting for you." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Wang Saiki's eyes widened in astonishment. "What? The other three beauties? You found them too?" Liu Yang smiled proudly. "Of course. I've been waiting for you to join them for a game of mahjong." With that, Wang Saiki finally lowered her guard and slowly stepped out from her corner. Liu Yang waved his hand, gathering all the supplies from the safe house into a dark space before guiding her outside the villa. Then, with a swift embrace, he lifted Wang Saiki into the air, soaring through the sky at astonishing speed. In less than 3 minutes, they returned to the villa. Upon landing, Wang Saiki felt a wave of dizziness wash over her as she stared incredulously at Liu Yang. "You can fly. This is incredible." At that moment, Liu Yang seemed like a superhero. The sensation of flying through the air was utterly enchanting. Wang Saiki was a mix of nervousness, excitement, and fear, unable to resist holding onto Liu Yang tightly. Even after landing, the exhilaration had yet to fade. Liu Yang chuckled, then playfully pinched her delicate, smooth face. "It's merely a flying ability. There's nothing extraordinary about it. Hurry and take a shower, then wait for me in my room tonight. I'll show you how truly soar. You want to stop?" Hearing Liu Yang's words, Wang Saiki's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. Liu Yang instructed, "Go inside. Hiyushi and the others are waiting for you." With that, he led Wang Saiki into the villa. The moment Hiyushi and the others saw Wang Saiki, their expressions were filled with shock. "Wang Saiki? It's really you. My goodness. Even someone of your stature is faring so poorly in this apocalypse." They had heard tales of her immense wealth, claiming she was the richest in the province. "Even affluent families like yours cannot withstand the apocalypse?" Wang Saiki nodded, responding resignedly. "The unpredictability of life is astounding." Chapter 62. Supersonic? Scavenging a street. Upon witnessing Wang Saiki, Tang Mengting's expression turned complex. Previously, she had been regarded as the wealthiest among them, as a privileged daughter of a wealthy family. Her circumstances rivaled even those of the affluent Zhao Ming, which explained why he could not forcibly claim her. Her superior background had always instilled in her a sense of superiority, believing it to be her distinct advantage over other women. Yet now, Wang Saiki's presence obliterated that sense of superiority, as her family was exponentially more affluent than Tang Mengting's. If Wang Saiki could suffer so greatly in this apocalypse, what did Tang Mengting's status truly signify? With a conflicted expression, she gazed at Wang Saiki, her emotions a tumultuous mix. Liu Yang observed Wang Saiki engaging animatedly with the others and decided it was time to exit the villa. After all, finding Wang Saiki was merely a brief detour. His primary objective remained the collection of all resources within a 20-kilometer radius. Today's target was the wholesale market, located 15 kilometers away. After ensuring Wang Saiki was settled, he swiftly took to the skies, soaring upwards at an incredible speed. Originally, his base attributes were 20 times that of an ordinary person, whose maximum speed reached only 8 to 9 meters per second. Liu Yang, however, could achieve nearly 190 meters per second. Moreover, The speed of his dark cloak was double that of his running velocity. This meant he could travel at an astounding 380 meters per second, surpassing the speed of sound at 340 meters per second. Liu Yang was unfamiliar with the concept of invincibility, but at that moment, he felt the embodiment of that very notion. Although his flying time was limited to 5 minutes, that duration was ample. In just 5 minutes, he could cover a staggering distance of 114 kilometers. Therefore, to reach the wholesale market 15 kilometers away, he would require only a mere 15 seconds. The previous 2 minutes spent returning to the villa were solely due to his concern that Wang's psyche might not endure such rapid flight. Liu Yang's extraordinary attributes allowed him to withstand such speeds with ease. In that instant, Liu Yang not only possessed the physical attributes of an extraordinary being, but also boasted a flying speed akin to that of a superhuman. As Liu Yang descended upon the wholesale market, a handful of survivors nearby were busily foraging for sustenance within its confines. The sight of Liu Yang plummeting from the heavens startled them momentarily. Clad in an all-black ensemble and wielding a sleek black katana, their faces betrayed an unmistakable fear. This individual could fly. Not only did he possess a strikingly handsome appearance, but he also brandished an equally impressive weapon. His strength was undoubtedly unfathomable. He was undoubtedly a formidable superpowered being. The group quickly concealed themselves behind a burly man, the sole superpowered individual among them and the strongest of their lot. Yet, even he was taken aback upon glimpsing Liu Yang, his imposing figure quaking with trepidation. Regarding Liu Yang with a cautious gaze, he cautiously stammered, "Be brother, are you here for food as well? Feel free to take whatever you need. We will gather resources elsewhere and leave. Let us not interfere with one another. What do you say?" The wholesale market stretched down a long street flanked by numerous storefronts, now largely deserted as their former occupants had succumbed to the zombie plague or been bitten. With Liu Yang's arrival, the survivors intended to seek resources in other locales. After all, the vastness of the street suggested that Liu Yang could not possibly collect everything alone. Could he? Liu Yang nodded in response to the burly man's words. "All right. No problem. However, you might want to expedite your collection." Seeing the fear in their eyes upon witnessing his dramatic entrance, and their respectful demeanor while conversing with him, Liu Yang had no intention of resorting to violence. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, the number of survivors was dwindling. These individuals represented valuable resources, and it would be ideal to integrate them into his survivor base. Only when the population of his base was sufficiently substantial would the resources they contributed increase. "Thank you. We shall gather at the end of the street." The survivors' faces brightened with relief after hearing Liu Yang's response, their anxieties dissipating. With backpacks in tow, they swiftly made their way towards the street's end. Although the street primarily dealt in wholesale rice, wheat, flour, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, the undeniable strength of Liu Yang, capable of soaring through the air, deterred them from competing for resources and compelled them to retreat. As the survivors departed, Liu Yang began to venture into the various storefronts. "Goodness, a rice wholesale shop. There are at least thousands of bags here. I shall take them all. A flour wholesale outlet. Thousands of bags of flour. All of it. A warehouse full of potatoes. At least dozens of tons. I shall take it. A warehouse of sweet potatoes. Taking those too. Noodles, rice noodles, instant noodles. Ham sausages. All of it. This is a milk powder wholesale store. Take it all. This is invaluable." Thanks to the genetic enhancements bestowed by the system, Liu Yang was able to successfully expand his collection each time. In 10 months, he would have enough supplies for an entire football team of children. Milk powder was particularly useful. Liu Yang continued his gathering spree, sweeping through clothing wholesale shops, snack wholesale shops, daily necessities wholesale shops, and toy wholesale shops, leaving no stone unturned. The fruit wholesale shop held an array of fruits, though most had spoiled. The remaining edible fruits consisted of aged apples, pears, pomelos, and sugar canes. As for bananas, peaches, and mangoes, they had long since perished. Liu Yang collected all the good fruits, amassing several tons, and stored them in his dark space, where they would not rot and could be preserved for an extended period. As he continued to gather supplies, he moved deeper into the market. Before long, he had cleared out all the shops behind him and reached the street's end. In the final wholesale store, the burly man and several survivors were hurriedly stuffing their backpacks, having only filled half by that moment. Upon seeing Liu Yang approach, they were taken aback, their expressions once again revealing fear. The burly man, steeling himself, asked Liu Yang, "Be brother, do you have any instructions?" Liu Yang shook his head. "None. I am merely collecting what is here." The survivors exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what he meant. Did this imposing figure not wish to take from the earlier shops, and instead sought only the contents of the street's end? Surely this was some pretext. The front of the street was filled with valuable goods, while the rear offered mere sundries. Finding high-calorie staples would be no easy feat. Realizing Liu Yang had indeed followed them, they began to suspect he did not intend to allow them to gather food. The burly man cautiously suggested, "Brother, perhaps we should leave now. Take whatever you wish. We will not claim anything. Don't speak as if I am bullying you. I merely urged you to hasten your collection. If you are slow, can you blame me?" Liu Yang retorted, striding toward the store and, with a sweeping gesture, collected everything within its confines. The survivors stood in stunned silence, their faces reflecting sheer disbelief as they exclaimed, "What just happened? Where did everything go? It vanished into thin air. Is this some sort of ghostly apparition?" Initially, they had thought Liu Yang was unwilling to share resources, which prompted his retreat to the street's end. However, witnessing his actions clarified everything. He had already cleared out all the other shops, and this was the last one remaining. They could scarcely comprehend how he had achieved such a feat, for the wholesale street contained thousands of tons of supplies, all of which had seemingly evaporated within mere minutes. Liu Yang addressed the group. "I apologize, but you were simply too slow. Your backpacks are hardly full. I have taken all the resources from this street. You may seek elsewhere." One survivor's face fell in despair. "This wholesale market had the most resources nearby. We have already scoured the others. Without this market, how will our group of over 100 survivors survive?" After the apocalypse erupted, they had united, forming a gathering of over 100 survivors, led by the burly man with superpowers. Soon, they hoped to establish a survivor base around this wholesale market. Alas, with the market supplies now depleted, finding food for their group of over 100 had become a pressing dilemma, let alone establishing a base. Another survivor lamented, "Indeed, it seems we are destined to starve. Among us, only Brother Wang possesses superpowers and strength. The rest are mainly the elderly, infirm, or children, utterly incapable of contending with zombies. We are doomed." This area, spanning several kilometers, had relied solely on this wholesale market for sustenance, and they had spent days clearing it of zombies. The other supermarkets were densely populated, and the likelihood of encountering numerous zombies was high. They dared not venture in. Another survivor spoke helplessly. They had cleared all the zombies from this wholesale street, but it cost them dearly in lost companions. To their astonishment, Liu Yang arrived at this location and promptly confiscated all the food, reaping the benefits without effort. Regrettably, Liu Yang's formidable strength rendered them powerless to voice their grievances. All they could do was grumble amongst themselves. The burly man known as Brother Wang addressed the group, stating, "If we are to assign blame, it must be directed at our own sluggishness. We cannot fault him." Refrain from speaking carelessly. He was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between his abilities and those of Liu Yang. As a fellow ability user, he understood all too well the extent of Liu Yang's power. The mere aura of oppression emanating from Liu Yang instilled fear and trepidation. It was likely that with the slightest flick of his finger, he could annihilate everyone present. How could they dare complain? In this post-apocalyptic world, rules had vanished. Food belonged to the strong. Those equipped with the capability to seize all the sustenance naturally would take as much as they could. If one possessed such an ability, would they not wish to claim all the food on the street? It would be foolish to consider leaving any for others. Thus, Brother Wang comprehended their current predicament with clarity. His countenance bore no trace of anger, only resignation. After listening to their discourse, Liu Yang contemplated for a moment and addressed them. "Your survivor enclave consists of over 100 individuals?" "Indeed," the burly man replied respectfully. Liu Yang continued, "Very well. Approximately 20 kilometers from here lies the Jingxiawa Garden Villa district. You must have heard of it before? That is my survivor base. You may seek refuge there. And once inside, food will not be an issue." The burly man's face lit up with recognition. "The Jingxiawa Garden Villa district? I know it well. I used to be a taxi driver. I've been there. It's a wealthy area." Liu Yang affirmed, "Precisely. It has now transformed into a survivor base. Exceptionally secure. No zombies could breach its defenses. Moreover, I'm the proprietor of that place. I assure you, every survivor you bring with you will receive 10 pounds of food free of charge. You may promote the survivor base in this region and along your journey. The more people you bring, the greater your reward. For every individual you escort, I shall grant you 1 pound of rice. Should you bring 1,000, I will provide you with 1,000 pounds." Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, The burly man's expression shifted to one of delight. At that moment, their survivor enclave boasted over 100 individuals. If he could transport all of them to Liu Yang's base, he could effectively secure over 100 pounds of rice. In this desolate world, that quantity could sustain an individual for 3 months. This was no trivial sum. They had spent several days clearing the zombies from this wholesale market and had only just completed the task today, as they began their first attempt to gather supplies. They had scarcely filled half a backpack before Liu Yang had swept everything away. None of them had yet managed to collect even 100 pounds of rice. The burly man, his face brimming with excitement, inquired of Liu Yang, "Is what you say truly the case?" Liu Yang replied, "Of course it is true. You must have witnessed my strength. I have taken everything from this entire wholesale street. Do you think I cannot afford your modest reward?" The burly man nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was clear that someone as powerful as Liu Yang, who could even fly, could gather food at a pace that far exceeded theirs. Even second-tier zombies would pose no threat to him. He likely did not need to clear zombies to collect food, regardless of the number of zombies nearby. He could easily procure sustenance. Not to mention, just from this wholesale street alone, there must be hundreds of tons of rice. After a moment of reflection, the burly man nodded and declared, "Very well, it is settled. I was a taxi driver in the vicinity and am quite familiar with this area. Over the past few days, I have traversed many locations in search of supplies and am aware of several survivor enclaves. I am confident I can persuade them. I can bring at least 1,000 individuals to your base." In the wake of the apocalypse, scattered survivors began to band together, forming numerous enclaves, large and small. This burly man knew this area well, and having awakened his abilities, he no longer feared ordinary zombies. Thus, he had visited many places in search of food and was well acquainted with the locations of several enclaves. These groups consisted of dozens to hundreds of people, typically not exceeding 200 in number, scattered like grains of sand, yet lacking a leader to unify them into a cohesive survivor base. Liu Yang's emergence presented an excellent opportunity. The burly man was confident he could convince these individuals to join Liu Yang's survivor base. The people he gathered could easily secure him 1,000 pounds of food. If he were frugal, such provisions could sustain him for at least 2 years. "Excellent. I shall await your good news." Liu Yang nodded, then departed from a now empty wholesale street, setting off to continue his search for food in other locations. He understood that only by collecting all the food in the vicinity into his dark space would these survivors find themselves in dire straits, compelling them to join his survivor base without hesitation. Presently, enticing them with 10 pounds of rice would yield a return of several hundred pounds of potatoes for the base in a year. Resources outside would inevitably dwindle. Only through self-cultivation could survivors ensure a continuous food supply. Furthermore, all food produced within the survivor base would be subject to a 20% levy to Liu Yang, meaning the more people there were, the wealthier he would become. Once Liu Yang departed, the remaining survivors began to deliberate. One survivor turned to the burly man and asked, "Brother Wang, are you truly going to follow his suggestion? Is that base truly as exceptional as he claims? He wouldn't be luring us there to exploit us, would he?" "Indeed, Brother Wang, it seems too good to be true." Another chimed in, "A base free from zombie threats, where everyone receives 10 pounds of food. It sounds almost miraculous." A different survivor suggested, "Shall we return for further discussion?" The burly man shook his head, stating, "You understand nothing. I am an ability user, and you know my strength. Collectively, you all cannot match me. But if my combat power is rated at 100, this must be at least 5,000. Do you grasp the implications of that? Even 1,000 of me would stand no chance against him. If he wished to kill us, he could do so with a mere flick of his finger. Why would he need to deceive us? Do not project your sordid thoughts onto a strong individual. Because you lack the power to comprehend such a realm, you cannot think through his perspective. Thus, we shall follow his guidance. This is a golden opportunity to align ourselves with a powerful ally. Do not squander it." The survivors had never witnessed the burly man exhibit such a serious demeanor and began to grasp the gravity of the situation. They nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well. Since Brother Wang has spoken, we shall heed his advice. Indeed, we owe our safety to Brother Wang these past few days. If he believes we should join that survivor base, then we shall go together." Chapter 64. Scavenging the Hospital. After emerging from the wholesale street, Liu Yang proceeded to loot 2 large supermarkets. At this very moment, within the vast, dark expanse of 505050 meters, an impressive stockpile of supplies had accumulated to an astonishing one. For The sheer volume of resources rendered Liu Yang incapable of accurately tallying their exact quantity. However, judging by the abundance, it could easily sustain a survivor base of 5,000 individuals for several decades, if not more. Exiting the desolate supermarket, Liu Yang's gaze fell upon a hospital, the finest tertiary care facility in the city. Inside, an array of patients awaited, elevating the likelihood of viral infection. Thus, the premises were likely teeming with zombies. Contemplating the situation, Liu Yang remarked, "In a post-apocalyptic world, pharmaceuticals are of paramount importance. A mere fever could spell doom. Although my abilities have significantly enhanced, granting me 20 times the basic attributes of an average human, thus ensuring my immunity, I cannot overlook the fragility of the individuals in my survivor base, including the women at my side. Therefore, procuring medical supplies is imperative." Resolute, Liu Yang ventured into the hospital to scavenge. Upon entering, he was greeted by a multitude of wandering zombies. The moment they caught sight of Liu Yang, they lunged at him with bared fangs. With a mere wave of his hand, countless ice needles were unleashed, each finding its mark in a zombie's skull. Liu Yang's psychic power had reached 20 times that of an ordinary person, rendering the number of ice needles limitless, with an attack range extending over 1,000 meters. Preferring this method over close combat, he reveled in the elegance of dispatching foes with a mere gesture, avoiding any contact with their blood, for such grace was timeless. As he ventured deeper into the hospital, zombies fell around him, including several second-tier zombies, who met their demise before even nearing him. Observing the fallen, a contemplative expression crossed Liu Yang's face. The proportion of second-tier zombies is escalating. Previously, one might encounter a single second-tier zombie among 1,000. Yet now, I have already dispatched no fewer than 5 on this hospital's ground floor. Who knows, I might soon encounter third-tier zombies. The basic attributes of a second-tier zombie are approximately double that of an ordinary human, unless one possesses special abilities. It is nearly impossible for an average person to fight or even escape from a second-tier zombie. As for third-tier zombies, their basic attributes are 6 times that of an ordinary human. A mere encounter with a third-tier zombie would likely spell instant death for an untrained individual. Liu Yang had previously faced the mightiest zombies during the monument test, the 6th-tier zombie, possessing 12 times the basic attributes of a human. Even a first-tier ability user would likely fall victim to such a creature. It appears that as time progresses, the chances for ordinary humans to survive in this apocalypse diminish increasingly. Gaining entry to a survivor base emerges as the sole refuge. Furthermore, should the number of ability users within the base be insufficient, it risks being overrun by zombies. Thus, the competition between ability users and zombies will persist. The swiftest to evolve holds the key to survival. Hence, awakening an ability does not guarantee safety, as the zombies too are in a constant state of strengthening. Following the hospital's directional signs, Liu Yang continued toward the pharmacy, yet he noticed a dwindling number of zombies along his path. This shift heightened his vigilance. Although the sounds of his previous encounters echoed through the tranquil hospital, it should have attracted more zombies. Unless all the zombies have been eradicated by skilled fighters, a scenario unlikely given the presence of zombies at the entrance. Thus, only one possibility remained: the emergence of a leader among the zombies, curbing their primal hunting instincts. Indeed, as Liu Yang pressed onward, he discovered a congregation of zombies gathered at the pharmacy entrance, seemingly holding a meeting. Stunned, he observed what on earth. Even zombies are capable of convening? The apparent leader was a zombie clad in a white coat, likely a former doctor. Though pale, he bore none of the disheveled, drooling demeanor typical of his kind, appearing almost like a normal human, save for his milky white pupils. He seemed to be imparting instructions to the others. In an instant, Liu Yang recognized this was undoubtedly a third-tier zombie. Furthermore, this marked his first encounter with a third-tier zombie outside the monument. Possessing 6 times the basic attributes of a human, even a yellow list expert ability user like Bai who would likely perish here. To engage with a third-tier zombie, one would need to be at least a second-tier ability user. While second-tier users possess 4 times the attributes of an ordinary human, they're still at a disadvantage. However, armed with their abilities, they might stand a chance against the mindless attacks of zombies. At this juncture, the zombies became aware of Liu Yang's presence. Swiftly rising to their feet, flanking the third-tier zombie were 2 second-tier zombies, accompanied by dozens of ordinary zombies. Such a formidable assembly could effortlessly breach a survivor enclave led by someone like the taxi driver, Old Wang, in under 10 minutes. Even the survivor base where Scarred Rat resided would likely falter against the assault of a third-tier zombie. The ordinary zombies regarded Liu Yang with an insatiable hunger for attack. Yet, without the command of the third-tier zombie, they restrained their impulses, refraining from rash actions. The third-tier zombie, stammering, proclaimed, humans, delicious meat you surround. In an instant, all the zombies sprang into action. The two second-tier zombies divided the ordinary ones into two teams, encircling Liu Yang from both sides. Meanwhile, the third-tier zombie remained stationary, observing the unfolding scene, poised to direct the battle. Liu Yang found the orchestrated movements of the zombies eerily familiar, reminiscent of the monument test. The third-tier zombie commanded the skirmish, while the others executed its directives, transforming into an organized, tactical horde of zombies. Thus, the adage holds, to capture the thief, one must first seize the leader. Bang! The distant third-tier zombie, already alert, was taken by surprise as its head was shattered in an instant. It never even comprehended what had transpired. In the wake of their leader's abrupt demise, the remaining zombies lost their cohesion and discipline, rushing recklessly toward Liu Yang. With another wave of his hand, every zombie met the same fate as their leader, their skulls exploding in unison, gazing upon the lifeless form of the third-tier zombie. Liu Yang felt a twinge of regret. If only my zombie control had reached level 2 sooner, I could have commanded 2 second-tier zombies. If I could elevate it to level 3, perhaps I could have controlled this third-tier zombie instead of having to eliminate it. Shaking his head, he mused, "It seems I must continue working late tonight, aiming to conquer the 4th wealthy school beauty to elevate my zombie control level." Chapter 65. Let me take you to new heights. After dispatching these zombies, Liu Yang finally fulfilled his desire to enter the pharmacy. He proceeded to scour the interior, collecting every pharmaceutical item into his dark space, including gauze, tape, syringes, saline, glucose injections, and various medical instruments. Upon completing his task, he began his exit from the hospital. Just as he passed a patient room, a faint sound emanated from within, prompting Liu Yang to halt in cautious alertness. The door to the hospital room creaked open, revealing a single eye peering through the narrow gap. Upon spotting Liu Yang outside, the fear in the eye was instantly replaced by joy. The door swung wide, and an exclamation of delight echoed from within. "Ah, it's a human. Why, this is wonderful. I never imagined there would still be human survivors." As Liu Yang focused his gaze, he discovered a young female doctor and a nurse concealed within the room. The doctor appeared to be in her late 20s, while the nurse seemed even younger, likely just in her early 20s. Both women were strikingly beautiful, though their faces bore the pallor of weakness and fatigue. Yet, their exquisite features could not be overshadowed by their frailty. Additionally, there lay the corpse of a zombie on the hospital bed. Liu Yang deduced that during the zombie outbreak, the doctor and nurse had been attending to a patient who, due to a car accident, had recently undergone surgery for a broken leg. They had been caught off guard when the patient transformed into a zombie. Fortunately for them, the patient was incapable of rising to attack, having been incapacitated by the injury, and the two women managed to dispatch the zombie. It seemed this particular zombie was among the most unfortunate of its kind. Liu Yang inquired, "Are you the doctors and nurses of this hospital?" "Yes." They both eagerly nodded, their eyes brimming with tears. "We've been trapped in this room for over 10 days. We're nearly starving. Thankfully, a relative of the patient brought 2 boxes of milk, which has sustained us until now. Otherwise, we would have perished. By the way, has the disaster outside come to an end? Are all the zombies gone?" Liu Yang shook his head. "No, not only are they not gone, but they have evolved into second and third tier zombies, which are 100 times more terrifying than the ordinary ones." The 2 young women gasped in shock, their faces paling. They had witnessed the horror of zombies during the outbreak, and the thought of even more fearsome second and third tier zombies sent chills down their spines. "What are we to do? It seems we are doomed." The doctor's face contorted with despair, and the nurse covered her face and began to weep. At that moment, Liu Yang reassured them, "Do not despair too much. While second and third tier zombies are formidable, I can lead you to safety." The women exchanged incredulous glances. "You can take us to a safe place? Is there truly safety left in this world?" "Indeed there is. The place where I reside is safe," Liu Yang confidently asserted. "But you just said that the zombies have evolved to be 100 times more terrifying than the ordinary ones." The 2 women exclaimed, "Yet my strength surpasses theirs by 10,000-fold. Come, and you will understand." Seeing Liu Yang extend his hand towards them, the doctor and nurse hesitated. Though they yearned for salvation in this apocalyptic world, The idea of following a stranger felt perilous. What if he had ulterior motives? The two vulnerable women would stand no chance against him. Sensing their trepidation, Liu Yang continued, even if I had sinister intentions. Can I not simply eliminate you right here and now? Why would I need to deceive you into leaving? At the moment they opened the door and appeared before me. Their choices were already made. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, the doctor clenched her jaw, seemingly making a difficult decision in her mind. She nodded and said, "All right, you are right. We will follow you." Having been trapped in a room for so long, they had discussed their situation extensively. They understood that survival in this world was a relentless struggle, and they were acutely aware of what it meant for a man to take them away in such dire times. They only hoped Liu Yang was not a monster. "Excellent. Let us proceed," Liu Yang nodded. He led the two women out of the hospital. As they moved along, the women witnessed the corpses of zombies Liu Yang had slain, their hearts racing with every sight. Each zombie had met its end with a shattered skull, evident in the positions they lay, suggesting they had died mid-attack. No one had even dared to fight Liu Yang. This indicated that he had grown powerful enough to deter zombies from approaching him. After witnessing Liu Yang's prowess, the two women felt a sense of relief. It seemed Liu Yang truly was as formidable as he claimed, and following him greatly enhanced their chances of survival. If only they could endure, they thought, even if it meant yielding to his desires. It would be a small price to pay as long as his demands were not excessively outrageous. Upon reaching the outside of the hospital, Liu Yang began pouring gasoline into several flammable corners before igniting it, setting the hospital ablaze. With third-tier zombies now emerging within, allowing the situation to continue could lead to the emergence of fourth- and fifth-tier horrors. Although Liu Yang was unafraid of these zombies, they posed a genuine calamity for ordinary ability users. Having completed this task, Liu Yang turned to the two women and said, "You are moving too slowly. My villa is over 10 kilometers away, and it would take several hours to walk back with you. Therefore, I shall carry you." "Carry us? What do you mean?" The two women wore expressions of confusion. "Quite literally," Liu Yang replied, extending his arms and swiftly encircling their waists. "Ah," they gasped, their faces flushing with embarrassment. "Hold on tight. I'm about to take off," Liu Yang announced just as he lifted off the ground. "Oh," the two women screamed, but quickly covered their mouths to avoid attracting zombies. Yet, their eyes were filled with a mixture of excitement and fear. This was far more exhilarating than any roller coaster ride. Soaring hundreds of meters above ground, they watched as the landscape below diminished in size, propelling forward at astonishing speed. Both women were utterly astonished. "Oh my heavens! We are truly flying? Who is this man? How is he capable of flight?" At that moment, Liu Yang transcended into a figure of divine nature in their eyes. Chapter 66. The milk powder and the doctors are ready. Liu Yang brought the female doctor and nurse into the villa. Upon seeing Liu Yang return, Hiyushi and the others wore expressions of joy, particularly the recently rescued heiress. Wang Saiki. After spending several hours conversing with Hiyushi, Zhao Lina, and Zhou Kiki, Wang Saiki began to grasp the situation at hand. It turned out that every individual present was one of Liu Yang's women. As they chatted, they even began discussing Liu Yang's extraordinary strength. Each person recounted tales that grew increasingly outrageous, with some claiming Liu Yang was a rare human-machine hybrid, suggesting that he was even more ferocious in bed than when dispatching zombies. Wang Saiki remained in a state of half-belief. Though she was a wealthy heiress and had been raised under strict guidelines, she had never had a boyfriend. The wealthy heirs at school dared not pursue her, for their family fortunes paled in comparison to hers. Their only advantage lay in their wealth, but before Wang's psyche, that paltry advantage had utterly evaporated. Thus, they lacked even the courage to pursue Wang's psyche. Each scion of the wealthy, upon encountering her, would display utmost reverence, calling out Miss Wang from a distance. After all, the businesses of these affluent heirs were, to some extent, intertwined with the Wang family. How could they dare to offend Wang's psyche? Consequently, to this day, Wang's psyche had not only never been in a romantic relationship, but had also seldom interacted with males, for those men felt profoundly inferior in her presence. Imagine a strikingly beautiful, extraordinarily wealthy goddess of a second-generation rich, who would possess the audacity to court her. She found herself quite intrigued by Liu Yang. Simultaneously, she had resigned herself to her fate. The other three leading ladies of the academy had already become Liu Yang's women. How could she possibly be the exception? Moreover, based on others' descriptions of Liu Yang, his capabilities were formidable, and he treated his women exceptionally well, ensuring they lacked for nothing. within the confines of this secure villa community. Their days were spent swimming in the outdoor pool, playing sports, jogging, or engaging in card games, leading a life that resembled a perpetual vacation, devoid of any apocalyptic semblance. Only Liu Yang could maintain such a leisurely lifestyle in this villa, were it anyone else, no matter how beautiful they appeared. They would be compelled to venture out in search of sustenance. The apocalypse did not harbor idlers. Merely being beautiful was of no avail. Furthermore, had it not been for Liu Yang's intervention, she might have found herself trapped within a safe house or at the mercy of those 3 bodyguards. In truth, Liu Yang was her savior. Therefore, Wang's psyche felt no psychological burden. After several hours of contemplation, she had wholly succumbed. She had long prepared herself to ascend to Liu Yang's bed that very night. However, upon seeing Liu Yang return with an exquisite doctor and a stunning nurse, her heart sank slightly. It seemed that her desire to share Liu Yang's bed might not be so easily fulfilled. Perhaps she would have to wait her turn. Yushi, Zhao Lina, Tang Mingting, Chun Dan, Su Xiao, Baihu, Wang Fifei, and others came out to greet him. Upon seeing Liu Yang, they exclaimed joyfully, "Liu Yang, you're back. Wow, you've brought 2 more sisters with you. Our ranks are growing. Judging by their attire, they seem to be a doctor and a nurse. In case we fall ill, we shall be relying on our new sisters." The doctor, Huang Xiaxia, and the nurse, Chun Xiaojing, felt a bit bashful at the warm reception, especially upon witnessing the crowd encircling Liu Yang. Akin to stars orbiting the moon, they could not help but ponder the allure of this man. What was it about him that drew so many women together harmoniously, without a hint of conflict? Had Su Xiao and Tang Mingting known of their thoughts, they surely would have remarked, "Initially, we had our reservations, but Liu Yang's authority is not to be trifled with." Sob sob. Liu Yang ushered the Dr. Huang Xiaxia and Nurse Chun Xiaojing into the villa and instructed them, "You 2 should find a room to settle in and freshen up. It's not yet mealtime, but there is plenty of food in the refrigerator on the first floor. After your showers, feel free to grab a bite to satisfy your hunger." "Okay, thank you." They both replied gratefully, then made their way upstairs. This villa, comprising 4 levels, contained 10 rooms on each floor, along with a living room, kitchen, and dining area on the first floor. The second floor housed a gym and a study, while the third featured a swimming pool and sauna. The fourth floor boasted a private cinema and KTV room. The villa was thus equipped with comprehensive facilities, capable of accommodating at least 40 individuals. At this moment, only 13 people resided there: Tang Mingting, Yushi, Su Xiao, Zhao Lina, Chun Dan, Baihu, Wang Fifei, Zhang Jingyu, Zhou Kiki, Zhao Yuding, Zhou Kaiuping, Dr. Huang Xiaxia, and Nurse Chun Xiaojing. There was still ample room. As for the 15 young women brought back from the survivor base, they resided in the adjacent villa. Liu Yang had provided them with a considerable amount of food. Once upstairs, Huang Xiaxia and Chun Xiaojing were met with inquiries from others. "Liu Yang, where did you venture today?" Tang Mingting inquired. "Did you procure a substantial amount of supplies?" Zhao Lina added. "Encountering a doctor and nurse suggests you must have visited a hospital?" Liu Yang chuckled, pinching Zhao Lina's tender cheek. "Indeed, our scholarly beauty is astute. I did visit the hospital, gathering a wealth of medications, and also made a trip to the wholesale market, collecting a variety of foodstuffs, including baby formula. After all, we must prepare for the continuation of humanity's legacy." Chapter 67. The Rapid Evolution of Zombies. Liu Yang was indeed looking far ahead. While collecting baby formula, he had already contemplated the future. Thanks to his system, his genetic lineage had been enhanced, allowing him to succeed in procreation with remarkable efficiency. This meant that the births of his children would occur in close succession. Hence, his visit to the hospital for medical supplies was prudent, as pregnant women and infants are particularly susceptible to illness. Furthermore, discovering a doctor or nurse during his search was fortuitous, as they could assist in childbirth. Liu Yang never anticipated that he would find both a doctor and a nurse simultaneously. This was splendid news. He would no longer have to fret over childbirth matters. This was also why he had not suggested to Huang Xiaxia and Chun Xiaojing to seek him out in his room. He did not wish for the doctor and nurse to be in the same predicament as his future partner. It was imperative to stagger their timelines. The women understood that Liu Yang was preoccupied. After conversing with him for a while, they ceased to cling to him, allowing him to retreat to his room for some rest while they busied themselves in the kitchen preparing lunch. After washing up, Liu Yang lay on his bed, reflecting on the day's bounties. Not only had he raided a wholesale market, but he had also gathered supplies from several convenience stores and 3 large supermarkets. as well as acquired all the medications from a major hospital. Moreover, he had brought back a stunning surgeon and an equally beautiful nurse. His haul could certainly be deemed substantial. While at the hospital, Liu Yang also encountered third-level zombies. He was somewhat astonished by the rapid evolution of the undead. He had not expected to encounter third-level zombies so soon. Their strength was considerable, rendering them formidable adversaries even for ordinary first-level ability users, requiring at least second-level powers to contend with. With his system enhancement, Liu Yang's classification as an ability user differed from that of the common populace. His highest ability, ice manipulation, had reached level 6, whereas his lowest, zombie control, remained at level 2. Liu Yang found himself uncertain whether he should identify as a level 6 ability user or a level 2 one. Yet, considering his base attributes, which were 20 times that of an ordinary person, he might well be classified as a level 10 ability user. Nevertheless, thus far, he had not encountered any other ability users at level 2. Of course, this did not imply that such individuals did not exist. It simply meant that he had not crossed paths with anyone of that caliber. Yet, third-level zombies were already manifesting around him. This suggested that the evolution of zombies was outpacing that of ability users. Ordinary survivors were in peril, and even typical ability users faced great danger. Take, for instance, the survivor base where Scarred Mouse resided. Should a third-level zombie lead an assault with its horde, Scarred Mouse, being the sole ability user present, would prove utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. The entire base might face total annihilation. It seems imperative to incorporate more abilities users into the base. Liu Yang resolved in his heart. Tomorrow, when he ventures farther afield in search of sustenance, should he encounter any abilities users, he must endeavor to persuade them to join his base. Only in this manner can his base grow ever stronger, unyielding in the face of the zombie onslaught. As Liu Yang pondered, he suddenly received a notification from the system. Congratulations, host. You have slain 2,000 zombies and gained 200 attribute points. Liu Yang was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. The fire he set to the hospital evidently incinerated all the zombies within its confines. However, this number seemed rather inconsistent. The hospital was the largest in the entire city, with 3 inpatient buildings, and it housed at least 5,000 zombies. Receiving notification of only 2,000 suggested that the remaining zombies, likely under the command of second or third tier zombies, had all fled the hospital and evaded the flames. It appears that as the zombies' intelligence has evolved, merely setting fire to buildings has become insufficient to eradicate them entirely. He allocated the 200 attribute points evenly, raising all his fundamental attributes to 50 points. Meanwhile, at the survivor base located 20 kilometers away, Scarred Rat was leading a team of robust men in search of food, with him being the sole abilities user left in the base. Their options for foraging had dwindled to small convenience stores and mini supermarkets. A far cry from the days when a team of abilities users could raid large supermarkets with ease. Now, accompanied only by ordinary individuals, he had to navigate precariously through the cracks of survival. Scarred Rat never imagined that he, once the weakest among abilities users, had now become the strongest in the base. This newfound responsibility weighed heavily upon him, as the entire base now relied solely on him. The potatoes Liu Yang had lent to the survivors had been cut and planted underground. Yet in the months before the potatoes matured, their food supply still depended on foraging. Thus, Scarred Rat had to lead the strong men in search of food, while the women tended to the crops in the survivor base. Just then, a survivor approached Scarred Rat and said, "Boss Rat, there are 4 zombies ahead, wandering on the road in front of the convenience store. We can't get through." Though Scarred Rat was short, standing under 6 meters tall, and merely in his 20s, the robust survivors beside him maintained absolute respect for him. After all, Scarred Rat was the only abilities user among them. Despite his stature, his attributes were twice that of an ordinary person. None of them could contend with him. And Scarred Rat was also held in high regard before Liu Yang. How could these ordinary survivors dare to show him anything but respect? Thus, everyone referred to him as Boss Rat, and the first order of business upon spotting zombies was to report to him. After hearing the report, Scarred Rat stood on tiptoe to peer ahead, and indeed, he spotted 4 zombies meandering in the distance. In the past, when their survivor base was strong and well-armed, they would have charged forth and dispatched the zombies without hesitation. But now, the situation was different. Scarred Rat had become the pillar of the base, the lone abilities user. He pondered the survivors' report. That convenience store was their target for the day. If these 4 zombies deterred them, they would return empty-handed. An empty-handed return would spell disaster for the survivor base's dwindling food supply. Scarred Rat gritted his teeth and declared, "Wait here for a moment. I'll take care of them. But boss, there are 4 zombies. You alone. Boss Rat, while we know you are an abilities user, facing 4 zombies alone could be perilous. Should we not assist?" "Indeed, Boss Rat, the entire survivor base relies on you now. If you encounter danger, we are all doomed. Although we are ordinary people, for zombies are hardly insurmountable." The others exhibited concern, addressing Scarred Rat. They understood that his awakened ability was tunnel digging, not combat-oriented. Furthermore, Scarred Rat was not immune to the zombie virus. A single injury could lead to infection. Should the situation turn dire, the base would lose its only abilities user. There's no need. Too many people would only create more noise, potentially attracting more zombies. Do not worry. Although my ability is not combat-oriented, I am not useless, Scarred Rat stated seriously. With that, he promptly burrowed underground. Chapter 68. The New Mutant Zombies Before the Eyes of the Onlookers. One of the zombies suddenly sank into the ground. The entire zombie became stuck underground, with only its crown exposed. The other 3 zombies, oblivious to what had transpired, stood dazed and confused. Soon after, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th zombies followed suit, all becoming ensnared in the earth within 10 seconds. At this moment, Scarred Rat emerged from another tunnel, brandishing a large cleaver, and with a swift stroke, he dispatched each of the exposed zombies. In an instant, 4 zombies were eradicated. The zombies had no inkling of what had occurred, having perished without even seeing their assailant. The onlookers rushed over, unable to contain their admiration for Scarred Rat. "Wow. Boss Rat, you're incredible. Who would have thought you had such a trick up your sleeve? Truly worthy of the title, Boss Rat." A hint of pride graced Scarred Rat's face. His skill might not be combat-oriented, but it was indeed effective. His diminutive stature allowed him to create holes that others could not enter. The same applied to zombies. By digging a hole that a normal person could not access beneath a zombie, he could drag the zombie down, effectively trapping it. A motionless zombie would then be at his mercy. This method of engagement had been a result of extensive contemplation, applicable not only to zombies, but even to human abilities users. Even an abilities user, once ensnared in Scarred Rat's underground tunnels, would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. Scarred Rat addressed the group. "Everyone, exercise caution as we enter the convenience store. We must gather supplies swiftly. Once everyone has filled their backpacks, we shall return to the base promptly." The group, having witnessed Scarred Rat's swift dispatch of the 4 zombies, regarded him with newfound respect, nodding in agreement. "Understood, Boss Rat. We will certainly be careful. It's reassuring to be out searching for food with Boss Rat. Indeed, had we ventured out alone and encountered zombies, we would have been too afraid to proceed." After the exchange, they cautiously opened the door and entered the convenience store. However, the scene inside startled them. There were 3 zombies within the store. 2 lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies devoured almost entirely, yet their eyes remained wide open, teeth bared as they continued to howl. The 3rd zombie appeared to be several times stronger than the others on the floor. Its muscles bulged grotesquely, threatening to burst through its skin, exposing blood-red flesh coated in a viscous substance. The veins on its muscles were thick and intricate, resembling countless snakes writhing, an exceedingly repugnant sight. As the survivors entered the convenience store, they were met with the shocking sight of a formidable, muscle-bound zombie feasting on the flesh of 2 other zombies. Zombies consuming their own kind? This revelation left everyone utterly astounded. Logically, zombies do not prey upon their own. They exclusively target humans or other unmutated creatures. What then could explain this grotesque anomaly of a muscular zombie? Could it be a super mutant zombie, one that even preys on its own kin? Scarred Rat was momentarily taken aback, sensing an impending danger. Instinctively, he warned the others, "Run." The remaining survivors, upon hearing Scarred Rat's urgent call, immediately reacted and attempted to flee the convenience store. However, it was too late. The zombie had already spotted them and charged at an alarming speed. "Good heavens, how fast!" Scarred Rat exclaimed in astonishment. 2 slower men were swiftly dispatched, sent crashing against the wall, unconscious from the impact. Witnessing this harrowing scene, Scarred Rat gritted his teeth and halted. If things continued this way, he might be the only one to escape while the ordinary survivors would perish. He resolved to hold the line. Turning back, he launched a flying kick at the zombie. Yet, his foot met only solid muscle, and he was sent sprawling several meters away. This was dire. In terms of both strength and speed, the creature was at least twice as powerful as him. This mutant zombie was far stronger than an ordinary second-tier zombie. Scarred Rat's face darkened with grave concern. Though the zombie was unscathed by his kick, it had been provoked and lunged at him with ferocity. However, Scarred Rat executed a swift maneuver, disappearing into the ground, leaving behind only a dark hole that the mutant zombie could not penetrate. With a furious roar, the mutant zombie clawed at the hole, desperately trying to unearth Scarred Rat. Just then, the ground beneath it suddenly gave way, and it was pulled into another pit. Scarred Rat had employed the same tactic once more, digging a hole beneath the mutant zombie's feet, intending to trap it within the confines of his excavated pit. However, the mutant zombie's strength was overwhelming. It effortlessly yanked Scarred Rat out of the hole. Damn it! Scarred Rat gasped in shock. He immediately released his grip on the zombie's legs, and, as he landed, swiftly dug another hole, disappearing once more beneath the surface. At this point, the survivors had escaped the mutant zombie's line of sight. Scarred Rat, realizing he was no match for the creature, ceased his engagement and sought refuge underground. Meanwhile, the mutant zombie continued its relentless assault on the hole Scarred Rat had vacated. Not far away, Scarred Rat cautiously re-emerged, observing the frenzied creature with bated breath. He panted heavily, the adrenaline from the earlier confrontation still surging through him. The tension made his heart race, as if it might leap from his chest. This was his first encounter with such a powerful zombie, and a minor misstep could have cost him his life. Watching the zombie continue its futile assault on the hole, Scarred Rat concluded, while this mutant zombie possessed remarkable strength and speed, its intelligence seemed inferior to that of a second-tier zombie. Had it merely enhanced its physical capabilities? Nevertheless, even without intellect, its sheer power remained formidable. If it were to discover the survivor's base, it would be akin to a wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep, rendering them utterly defenseless. A single zombie of this caliber could easily decimate the entire survivor stronghold. This was unacceptable. He needed to urgently inform brother Liu Yang. Or else if this zombie truly located their base, it would spell disaster. Resolute in purpose, Scarred Rat burrowed back underground. This time, leading the expedition to scavenge for supplies. He had returned empty-handed, suffering the loss of 2 robust survivors. Scarred Rat felt a heavy weight of guilt. He had to promptly relay this information to Liu Yang and eliminate the mutant zombie. Chapter 69. The Chasm of Disparity. Scarred Rat then dove underground to reunite with the fleeing survivors, and together they hastily returned to the base. Upon entering the gates of the base, Scarred Rat exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. The dangers they had just faced were still fresh in his mind. The expressions of his companions mirrored his relief, but were tinged with sorrow as they remembered the 2 fallen comrades. Those who had ventured out together in search of resources were familiar faces. Witnessing the demise of their comrades at the hands of the zombie filled them with a sense of dread. One survivor could not suppress his frustration, exclaiming, "That zombie was terrifying. I've never seen anything so fearsome before." Indeed, it was more horrifying than any second-tier zombie. It even consumed its own kind. It was likely that its consumption of fellow zombies had contributed to its terrifying strength. How could we ever venture out to find food again? If the outside world is filled with such formidable zombies, we're doomed as soon as we step outside the base. Scarred Rat shared their trepidation. He addressed the group. "You all should return to your quarters and rest. I will contact brother Liu Yang to deal with this zombie." Upon hearing Liu Yang's name, the survivors' eyes lit up with hope. They quickly responded, "That is splendid. If Liu God intervenes, he will surely defeat it." Thus, the survivors retreated to their quarters. After a moment of calm, Scarred Rat approached the gatekeeper zombie and said, "Brother Liu Yang, we have a grave situation. A super strong mutant zombie has emerged, exhibiting incredible strength. I am no match for it, and it even feasts upon its own kind. It is undoubtedly an anomaly among zombies." Scarred Rat knew that this gatekeeper zombie was under Liu Yang's remote control. Merely speaking to it would relay his message to Liu Yang. Although he was unaware of the abilities Liu Yang possessed to control zombies, everything inexplicable surrounding Liu Yang seemed entirely logical. As the inhabitants of the base often remarked, Liu Yang was like a deity to them, and they affectionately referred to him as Liu God. Liu Yang had been resting in his quarters, contemplating the rapid evolution of zombies and the potential inability of superhumans to keep pace. To his surprise, shortly thereafter, he received Scarred Rat's urgent plea for help. Liu Yang's expression turned grave as he rose, preparing to address the situation. Descending to the first floor, he encountered He Yushi, Su Xiao, and Chun Dan preparing a meal. Upon seeing Liu Yang emerge, they immediately approached to greet him. Liu Yang, are you ready for dinner? Where are you off to? Liu Yang replied, I need to handle a few matters. Don't wait for me. Go ahead and eat. He then proceeded to the villa, taking to the skies, swiftly soaring towards the survivor base. With a thunderous crash, Liu Yang made a dramatic entrance. In less than a minute, he had landed within the survivor base. The deafening sound startled Scarred Rat, who was still recovering on the ground. Upon realizing it was Liu Yang who had arrived, his eyes widened in astonishment. What? I just finished speaking, and you arrived in less than a minute? I've been to your villa. It's at least 20 kilometers away. You can fly 20 kilometers in under a minute? Are you even human? Scarred Rat was aware of Liu Yang's strength, but he had not anticipated it to be this formidable. That dark cloak awarded for being first on the leaderboard was incredibly powerful, enabling such rapid flight. Not only was the cloak stylish, but it was also immensely useful. Scarred Rat felt an overwhelming sense of envy. Liu Yang looked at the collapsed Scarred Rat and said, Please brief me on the situation. Scarred Mouse hastily recounted the encounter with the mutated zombie to Liu Yang in its entirety. After listening, Liu Yang's expression turned grave as he inquired, Are you all right? Do you still have the strength? If so, lead me to this zombie. A zombie that consumes its own kind is something I have never heard of before. Scarred Mouse quickly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, I have strength, I have strength. How could I possibly lack energy when I'm with you, Brother Liu Yang? With Liu Yang by his side, Scarred Mouse felt a surge of confidence. Though that zombie was formidable, it was certainly no match for Liu Yang. The giant bear, transformed into a beast, should be able to contend with this mutated zombie. Yet, before Liu Yang, the giant bear would barely last a second. Consequently, the fate of this mutated zombie would not be any better than that of the giant bear. It too would meet its demise at Liu Yang's hands. Leading the way, Scarred Mouse ventured forth, with Liu Yang following closely behind. After a short distance, Liu Yang cast a puzzled glance at Scarred Mouse. Sensing Liu Yang's gaze, Scarred Mouse nervously asked, What is it, Boss Liu? Liu Yang replied, Have you not noticed some changes in yourself? Scarred Mouse looked confused. What changes? Have I grown taller? Liu Yang shook his head and playfully kicked Scarred Mouse in the rear, chiding, Grow taller? You're in your 20s and still hoping for that. Dream on. Before long, the two arrived at the scene of the battle between Scarred Mouse and the zombie, where the creature was currently feasting on the two survivors it had slain. One of the survivors had been reduced to a mere skeleton, while the other had been devoured halfway. The mutated zombie appeared to have grown significantly stronger. Its muscles had become more ferocious, and its skin had been completely stretched to the point of rupture, exposing raw muscle to the air. Furthermore, its stature had increased, standing at over 2.5 meters tall. From a distance, it resembled a blood-red giant with muscles bulging. Scarred Mouse exclaimed in astonishment. This guy's grown larger again. Does that mean the more it eats, the bigger it becomes? Liu Yang furrowed his brow. It was his first encounter with a zombie that could evolve so rapidly. At that moment, the zombie noticed Liu Yang and his companion. Instantly dropping the corpse it had been gnawing on and baring its teeth as it charged at Liu Yang with alarming speed. Scarred Mouse's face filled with fear at the sight of the approaching creature, and he nearly succumbed to the urge to dig a hole and flee. However, just as the zombie reached Liu Yang, before it could strike, Liu Yang delivered a swift kick. The zombie was sent flying like a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, the zombie collided with a distant building, creating a massive hole upon impact. It lay there, bloodied and broken, its bones shattered. Though not yet dead, it could only helplessly howl in agony. Witnessing this, Scarred Mouse was left utterly astonished. Previously, he had executed a flying kick against this same mutated zombie, only to be sent flying several meters away himself, while the zombie had remained unfazed. Now, Liu Yang's casual kick had sent the zombie soaring dozens of meters away, even demolishing a building in the process. The disparity between their strengths was staggering. Chapter 70, The Descent of the Celestial Being. Liu Yang approached the struggling zombie, which was now desperate for survival amid the ruins, while Scarred Mouse followed closely behind. Liu Yang observed the creature and remarked, This zombie that consumes its own kind has experienced rapid muscle growth, but its skin cannot keep up, leading to ruptures that expose its muscles. If a human were to suffer such a fate, they would likely perish from the pain. Yet this zombie feels no such agony. Let us call it the Molter. The base attributes of a level 1 Molter have reached twice that of a level 1 ability user, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary level 1 ability user to defeat it, unless they possess a particularly potent combat-related ability. However, while the Molter exhibits a high desire for combat and a volatile temperament, Its intelligence seems quite low, akin to that of a typical zombie. With adequate preparation, employing strategy, and setting traps, it should not be overly difficult to eliminate it. If every zombie that consumes its own kind becomes a molter, the number of molters may increase significantly in the future. As the number of survivors dwindles, zombies may resort to preying on their own kind. Liu Yang patted Scarred Mouse on the shoulder, saying thus, "You must urgently focus on leveling up." Scarred Mouse wore a look of resignation, replying, "We've only recently awakened our abilities. How can we know how to level up?" Liu Yang chuckled. "Did you not realize you've already leveled up? When you brought me here just now, I noticed your speed has at least doubled, and you thought you grew taller? It seems you have some grievances regarding your height. My little brother, don't worry, being small can be quite charming." Scarred Mouse's face flushed with embarrassment as he incredulously asked, "Have I truly leveled up?" Liu Yang nodded. "You'll find out by trying." Scarred Mouse promptly began digging, burrowing underground. Moments later, he emerged from another spot, his face alight with joy. "Indeed, my digging speed has doubled. I have truly leveled up." He examined his hands, astonished to find them stronger and more powerful, with even the skin on his fingers beginning to crystallize as hard as diamonds. Even the thick concrete beneath him posed no challenge. He could easily tunnel through it. Liu Yang remarked, "It seems that only through experiencing life and death battles can an ability user truly level up. After your encounter with that formidable zombie, you've surpassed your physical limitations and advanced a level." Then, glancing at Scar Mouse's fingers, he joked, "Your hands are now impressively strong, almost divine. I doubt any woman could withstand your touch." Scarred Mouse shyly scratched his head. Liu Yang continued, "Since practical experience can enhance your upgrading process, I suggest that you not shy away from zombies in the future. Instead, engage them directly. If you cannot win, then flee. Your abilities are not as weak as they appear. There is still much potential for you to develop, and I believe you can cultivate better combat techniques." Scarred Mouse nodded earnestly. "Thank you for your guidance, Brother Liu Yang. I will strive harder." Liu Yang continued, "Additionally, many survivors may soon seek refuge at this base. When they arrive, ensure they are all welcomed, and each new arrival will receive 10 pounds of free food. They will also receive 50 pounds of potatoes for planting. An ability user named Old Wong will also be joining us. For every survivor he brings, you'll give him 1 pound of food. If he brings 1,000 survivors, that is 1,000 pounds. You'll be responsible for managing these matters. When you venture out for supplies, try to absorb any survivors or ability users you encounter into the base. I will leave 5 tons of rice for this base to distribute freely among the new ability users. Let me know when it runs out." Scarred Mouse nodded vigorously, a smile spreading across his face. "Thank you for your trust, Brother Liu Yang. I will handle these matters with utmost care." With the addition of new ability users and survivors to the base, its strength would undoubtedly increase. Furthermore, Liu Yang's provision of 5 tons of rice was an immense boon. In this apocalyptic world, what did 5 tons of rice signify? Scarred Mouse scarcely dared to contemplate it. Being entrusted with the management and distribution of all this rice was a monumental show of faith. Scarred Mouse felt deeply grateful for Liu Yang's trust in him. In the past, he was regarded as a figure of scorn within this base for superhumans, for his ability to dig tunnels was deemed utterly useless. However, now he found himself favored by Liu Yang, who had become his patron. For Scarred Rat, Liu Yang was akin to a rare talent scout. He resolved in his heart to manage the survivor base diligently and not to let Liu Yang down. Thus, the two began their journey toward the survivor base. Upon entering, the survivors, upon seeing Liu Yang, instantly displayed expressions of admiration and gratitude, their joy unmistakable. They flocked around him, exclaiming, "God Liu, you're back. Thank you for lending us your potatoes. They have been planted, and we are now awaiting a bountiful harvest. Are you here to help us defeat that mutated zombie?" "We are immensely grateful." Witnessing their enthusiastic reception, Liu Yang nodded and reassured them, "There is no need for concern. That zombie has already been vanquished." A middle-aged woman stepped forward, tears streaming down her face, lamenting, "Woe is me. My husband was just killed by that mutated zombie. Thank you, God Liu, for avenging my family. My husband will rest in peace. May you find solace in your sorrow." Liu Yang offered a few comforting words to the woman before turning to Scarred Rat, instructing, "Distribute 50 pounds of food to the families of the deceased survivors." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman collapsed to her knees, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes as she repeatedly bowed and thanked him. "Thank you, God Liu. Thank you." With her husband gone, she would now need to venture out to procure food, a daunting task for a woman. Yet, with his 50 pounds of sustenance, her family could at least endure for a month, alleviating their immediate crisis. Understood, boss, Scarred Rat nodded, a smile illuminating his face. Though he led the food-seeking expedition, the loss of 2 survivors weighed heavily on him, even if their families harbored no resentment. Liu Yang's actions, in a way, served to absolve Scarred Rat of some guilt. The humane management exhibited by Liu Yang instilled in Scarred Rat a firm belief that he had indeed aligned himself with the right person. He resolved to follow Liu Yang with unwavering loyalty henceforth. At that moment, a group of children rushed over, encircling Liu Yang and chattering excitedly. God Liu, you've become even more handsome since we last saw you. Are you truly a celestial being? What is life like in the heavens? Are they our fairy sisters? Do they really look as beautiful as the legends say? With a smile, Liu Yang affectionately patted their heads and produced a large bag of candy from the dark space, distributing it among them. Indeed, there are fairy sisters, and many of them are breathtakingly beautiful. The children erupted in gleeful exclamations. Wow, so much candy. This is amazing. Thank you, God Liu. It's delicious. As he watched the children skip away joyfully, Liu Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. Scarred Rat remarked, Brother Liu Yang, your reputation within the base is soaring. Many believe you are truly a deity, and the tales only grow more extravagant. In times of despair, people often seek faith and solace, and when their prayers to the original gods go unanswered, they seek a new deity. Liu Yang nodded thoughtfully. In the apocalypse, having a semblance of faith and spiritual refuge is undoubtedly beneficial. As they conversed, they arrived at the base's storage facility, where Liu Yang proceeded to pour 5 tons of rice into the warehouse from the dark space. Completing this task, he exchanged a few more words with Scarred Rat before soaring away from the base, returning to his villa. As Liu Yang ascended, creating a sonic boom in the sky, he quickly vanished from sight, leaving all within the base wide-eyed and abuzz with conversation. My heavens! God Liu's speed is astonishing. He vanished in an instant, faster than an airplane. Truly, he is God Liu. The children, exuberant, hopped about, exclaiming, God Liu is a celestial being, returning to the heavens. There are fairies up there. I wonder when God Liu will descend again. We hope he brings us more candy. Chapter 71. Has the woman awakened her powers? Upon Liu Yang's return to his villa, he found Yushi and the others just finishing dinner, preparing to eat. Their faces lit up with joy at his arrival. Liu Yang, you're just in time. We were about to eat. Quickly wash your hands and join us. All right. I'm quite hungry as well, Liu Yang replied, washing his hands and then entering the dining room. The women had already taken their seats and begun their meal. Chun Dan then declared, I have some wonderful news to share. At this, Yushi perked up, a mischievous grin on her face. What's the good news? Have you realized that Aunt Flo hasn't visited and there's a baby on the way? Chun Dan blushed at Yushi's teasing, shooting her an annoyed glare as she retorted, Not at all. I believe I have awakened my powers and become a superhuman. Having spent less than half a month with Liu Yang, it was improbable for anyone to detect such changes, even if she were indeed pregnant. Chun Dan understood that Yushi was merely joking. Yushi gasped, her face a portrait of disbelief. Zhao Lina, Su Xiao, Zhang Jingyu, and Tang Mengting shared the same incredulous expressions as they stared at Chun Dan. Bai Hu, with a serious demeanor, scrutinized Chun Dan and remarked, It appears there is indeed some change. Perhaps it is real. Upon hearing Bai Hu, a seasoned superhuman, the others grew even more astonished. You've really awakened? My goodness. Chun Dan, you're the first among us to do so. What powers have you awakened? Show us. Anticipation was palpable on their faces, especially among Yushi, Tang Mengting, the star Su Xiao, academic standout Zhao Lina, and Zhou Kai-upping, all of whom were also among the first to arrive at this place. Now, witnessing Chun Dan's awakening, they couldn't help but wonder if they too would eventually awaken. The thought was thrilling. Even Liu Yang exhibited curiosity, addressing Chun Dan. What powers have you awakened? Please demonstrate for us. All right, since Liu Yang has asked, I won't hold back, Chun Dan responded, ready to showcase her newfound abilities. She tugged at one of her fingers, stretching out to an impressive length, resembling a noodle. Yushi and the others gasped in astonishment. They then bombarded Chun Dan with questions. What is this ability? Have your bones vanished? Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. I seem to have transformed into a rubber person. My body possesses unimaginable flexibility and elasticity. Additionally, my strength and speed appear to have doubled at least. Chundan explained as she elongated all 5 fingers and then twisted them into a braided shape. Liu Yang, observing her actions, was taken aback. Isn't this the ability of the rubber fruit? Good heavens, your powers are impressive. If utilized wisely, you could possess formidable combat prowess. I suppose so, Chundan replied, feeling a bit bashful under Liu Yang's praise. Yushi chimed in, your powers are truly remarkable. Not only can one engage in combat outdoors, but the body can also expand and contract at will, entirely under your control. Wouldn't Liu Yang be utterly delighted? Upon hearing Yushi's words, Chundan let out a gasp, her face reddening like an apple. Zhao Lina remarked, Yushi, can't you think of something more serious? The blood coursing through your veins must be yellow, not red. Ignore her, Chundan, she urged. Tell me, now that you possess this extraordinary ability, can you enlarge any part of your body at will, like a balloon that can be inflated to any size? Lina, you too? Chundan's blush deepened. Su Xiao burst into laughter, saying, ha ha ha, enough of that. Look at how shy Chundan is. You guys are just too much. Isn't this a tad inappropriate? Why does everything have to lead to such thoughts? Tang Mengting added, you're teasing Chundan now, but wait until you awaken your own powers. Who knows? Yours might be even more outrageous. Let us see how you handle that. Yushi, far from feeling embarrassed, brightened up with anticipation, exclaiming, really? That is truly exhilarating to think about. I hope I awaken a fire attribute ability. I could roast Liu Yang into a hot dog. Zhao Lina chimed in. I wish for an ice attribute ability. Just wait until I freeze Liu Yang into a popsicle. After exchanging mischievous glances, the two high-fived in unison, declaring, let us call ourselves Ice and Fire. Tang Mengting was utterly speechless, never expecting these two campus beauties to be so brazen. Oh, you guys are just too much, she exclaimed. To Tang Mengting's exasperated look, Yushi retorted, don't be so surprised. I've already thought of your ability. You should awaken a vibration power, shaking a whopping 10,000 times per second, making Liu Yang plead for mercy. Tang Mengting's cheeks flushed as she quickly replied, go away, go away. However, despite her words, her mind wandered, contemplating, perhaps that would not be such a bad idea. Laughter erupted in the restaurant, creating a wonderfully joyous atmosphere. Liu Yang listened from the side, thinking to himself, this does hold some promise. I have yet to experience a woman with a body temperature above 100 degrees. Perhaps being fiery passionate is not so far-fetched after all. Amidst the cheerful ambience, after finishing their meal, Liu Yang returned to his room, preparing to take a rest. He had been out early that morning gathering supplies, returning not only with one of the 4 campus beauties, the wealthy Wang Saiki, but also with the Dr. Huang Xiaxia and Nurse Chen Zaijin. He had also made a trip to the survivor base, taking down a molting zombie. It could be said that he had accomplished quite a lot that morning. He decided to indulge in a proper afternoon nap, planning to tackle other schemes later. Whether or not to continue searching for supplies would depend on Liu Yang's mood. After all, the resources he had in the dark space were sufficient to last for decades. The survivor base was also progressing positively, promising a continuous supply of food. Presently, Liu Yang was in a position where he could marry whoever he desired. With his unmatched strength and nearly limitless resources, what pressure could this apocalypse possibly impose? If he felt like it, he could search for supplies. If not, he could simply stay home, take a long nap, and enjoy games with beautiful women. What a delightful prospect. However, just as Liu Yang returned to his room and prepared to rest, someone knocked on his door. Chapter 72. Truly the wealthiest campus beauty. Liu Yang was taken aback, wondering who could be so eager as to knock on his door at this hour. Was it the wealthy campus beauty Wang Saiki? Or perhaps the Dr. Huang Xiaxia? Or the Nurse Chen Zaijin? He certainly did not wish to engage with the doctors and nurses too soon, as he would rely on them to assist with the births of his children in 10 months. Thus, if it were Huang Xiaxia and Chen Zaijin, he would need to find a way to politely dissuade them. The door was cautiously pushed open, and in walked Wang Saiki. Liu Yang let out a sigh of relief. He wouldn't have to dissuade her after all. This wealthy campus beauty certainly seemed to have a decisive nature. With Liu Yang's strength having increased and the lovely girls in the villa area steadfastly loyal to him, there was no chance of betrayal. Even Yushi and Zhao Lina could easily hint at things, and the newcomers would naturally understand. Thus, it was they who took the initiative to knock on Liu Yang's door. Gazing at her stunningly beautiful face and alluring figure, excitement swelled within Liu Yang. Wang Saiki was undoubtedly the most affluent among the wealthy. Her family was the richest in the province, and she always had the finest in food, clothing, and accessories. She exuded an aura of elegance and grandeur, having been raised in a life where every whim was catered to by doting parents. Consequently, Wang's psyche was akin to a porcelain doll, meticulously protected and exquisitely beautiful. Even the wealthy second-generation students at school felt inferior in her presence, too intimidated to pursue her, let alone entertain any base thoughts about her. Now this unmatched beauty, a peerless heiress, was the one knocking on his door, possibly seeking to draw closer to him, which certainly thrilled Liu Yang. He smiled warmly at Wang's psyche and asked, "Wang, the campus beauty, are you now willing to be my woman?" Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Wang's psyche's face flushed crimson as she shyly replied, "I am willing." Liu Yang received a system prompt. Detected that the other party has agreed to be your woman. Zombie Control, Skill LV1. Zombie Control Skill has reached level 3. You can control level 3 zombies, with a maximum of 3. Upon seeing this notification, Liu Yang was elated. He had already encountered a level 3 zombie in the hospital. At that time, his zombie control skill was too weak to take command of it. Now, if he were to encounter a level 3 zombie again, he wouldn't need to kill it. He could simply control it, making it guard his survivor base and villa area. Just the thought of having a level 3 zombie as a guard was impressive. 3 days later, outside the survivor base, a vast throng of survivors arrived, numbering over 1,000. This startled Scarred Mouse. Although he had heard from Liu Yang 3 days prior that a large influx of survivors might come, he never anticipated such a massive number all at once. The original population of the survivor base was still under 1,000, and these newcomers outnumbered them significantly. The level 2 zombie at the door promptly opened the gate upon seeing the crowd. Scarred Mouse relaxed upon witnessing the zombie's actions. It was under Liu Yang's control, which meant Liu Yang was aware of the situation here. With that assurance, Scarred Mouse's earlier tension evaporated, and he walked with a newfound confidence. Chest out and head held high. Although riding on someone's coattails is typically derogatory, Scarred Mouse felt genuinely pleased to have someone as powerful as Liu Yang as his backing. Being Liu Yang's subordinate was nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, others would envy his position, even if some among the 1,000 survivors harbored ulterior motives. Liu Yang would swiftly arrive to suppress them. Scarred Mouse had nothing to fear. Thus, he led several survivors to the entrance, watching as the newcomers filed in. The leader of the group was none other than Old Wang, the taxi driver, accompanied by several rugged men who walked with light steps and resolute gazes. Clearly individuals who had awakened their abilities. Once all of them had entered the survivor base, the secondary zombie sealed the gate. Scarred Rat approached them and inquired, "Are you the survivors our leader mentioned a few days ago, who have come to ally with our base?" Liu Wang displayed a respectful demeanor, bowing slightly as he replied, Yes. Brother, we are indeed the newcomers seeking refuge in this base. We hope for your guidance." Although Scarred Rat appeared diminutive and unattractive, with a prominent scar etched across his face, he seemed to possess abilities, albeit likely not formidable ones. Nevertheless, Liu Wang dared not underestimate him, for he was a subordinate of Liu Yang. Regardless of the little man's strength, Liu Wang was well aware of Liu Yang's prowess. On the other hand, one of the ability users beside Liu Wang was oblivious to the underlying dynamics. Observing Liu Wang's obsequiousness, he could not contain his disdain, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Liu Wang, is it really necessary to bow to this little man?" Liu Wang retorted, "What do you mean by bowing? We are newcomers who should show respect to the elder here. Is there anything wrong with that?" The burly man scoffed, "Respect? In this apocalypse, only the strong deserve respect. Is this little man exceptionally powerful? Why not step outside and have a duel with him to see who is stronger?" The companions of the burly man echoed, "Exactly. Why bow to a useless person? Strength dictates leadership." Chapter 73. New Survivors Causing Trouble? Liu Wang's expression darkened as he admonished, "Ma Feng, what exactly do you intend to do? Do we not agree to seek refuge in this survivor base and not to engage in conflict?" "Huh," Ma Fiyun sneered. "We came here to enjoy the spoils of this survivor base, not to serve as lapdogs. You arrive here acting all deferential, utterly embarrassing us newcomers." Liu Wang asserted, "Once we are here, we must abide by the base's rules. This is not a place for you to act recklessly." Ma Fiyun coldly retorted, "I have no interest in listening to a worthless person's words. I believe there is no one capable within this base. I'm the strongest, and therefore my words are the rules." In Ma Fiyun's view, strength was paramount in this post-apocalyptic world. Initially, He agreed to follow Liu Yang to this survivor base because he had heard that the leader was incredibly powerful and that the base was well stocked with food and safety. However, upon arrival, he was met by a short and unsightly individual who appeared to lack strength. This realization emboldened him. If the leader of this base was not impressive, then he, Ma Fun, would not hesitate to become the new ruler. Liu Yang turned to the other ability users and inquired, "Brothers, we agreed that upon arriving here, we would adhere to the base's rules, but Ma Fi-Yun is defying them. What do you think we should do?" Among the 1,000-odd individuals, there were 6 ability users. Ma Fi-Yun had brought over 100 followers, 2 of whom were also ability users, making his group the strongest. The remaining 4 ability users led their own small teams, with several others lacking ability users, rendering them the weakest. Liu Yang knew them all, and as Ma Fi-Yun refused to comply, he sought to unite the other 4 ability users to counter him. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, the expressions of the other 4 ability users shifted uncertainly. Hesitantly, one remarked, "That's true, but how can Ma Gu, being so strong, ever submit?" Another added, "Yes. Ma Gu advanced to level 2 a few days ago and awakened a formidable combat ability. In terms of strength, he is indeed the mightiest among us." So his words carry weight. Seeing their reactions, Liu Yang's face darkened with rage. "Damn it, you lot are fickle. When you agreed to come here, you did not express such sentiments. If you wish to act recklessly in this base, you must first get past me." Ma Fi-Yun's countenance turned cold as he replied, "Ha, Liu Yang, have you lost your mind? With your meager strength, how dare you speak to me like that? Given your age and the fact that you were among the first to awaken your abilities, I might have given you some consideration out of gratitude for a half loaf of bread, but now you're pushing your luck." Liu Yang coldly responded, "Oh? Do you even remember who fed you when you were on the brink of starvation?" Ma Fun sneered dismissively. "It was just half a loaf. Someone, throw him 100 loaves." His underling tossed 100 loaves at Liu Yang's feet. Ma Fi-Yun declared, "Consider this debt settled. If you dare to obstruct me again, I will not be merciful." Scarred Rat watched the quarrel with great interest. Though he could not grasp the situation, the internal strife was quite entertaining. He felt no concern, for Liu Yang was already aware of the circumstances, and if matters escalated beyond control, Liu Yang could arrive in less than a minute. Thus, Scarred Rat adopted a spectator's demeanor. Chapter 74. Liu Yang's appearance boom. With a tremendous crash, Liu Yang was sent hurtling like a cannonball. The hard concrete floor bore a massive fist imprint over 2 meters in diameter. All present were struck with fear, including the newly arrived survivors. Though they were aware of Ma Fun's ascension to level 2, they had not anticipated such overwhelming strength. This was their first glimpse of Ma Fun's prowess. His ability allowed him to strike the air with his fists, unleashing fierce shockwaves to attack his foes. This ability was terrifyingly powerful. Had Ma Fun not restrained his strength out of lingering affection, Liu Yang might have been reduced to a pulp with that punch. Liu Yang coughed up blood, clutching his chest as he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Ma Fun wore a cold smirk, remarking, "I have become a level 2 ability user. Collectively, you are no match for me." Liu Yang, while you were the first to awaken, your strength has stagnated. How do you still dare to oppose me? Out of respect for your past assistance, I will not hold this against you. From now on, submit to me, and I shall assure you a place among the management of this base. Liu Yang, however, was filled with fervor as he spat defiantly, "Bah, to hell with you. A two-faced scoundrel. We agreed to abide by the rules of this base, and now you seek to usurp its leader? Do you think you are worthy? You have no idea who you are provoking. A level 2 ability user? Merely an ant." Ma Fun's expression grew colder with these words, and in a fit of anger, he retorted, "You dare to be so defiant." Without hesitation, he charged at the fallen Liu Yang. Yet, just a few steps into his advance, the ground beneath him suddenly caved in, creating a deep pit, and he was pulled into it. Ma Fun was taken aback, feeling iron claws gripping his legs. Dragging him downward, he swung his fist downward, bellowing, "Explosive fist." Boom! With a resounding crash, the tremendous recoil force propelled him out of the hole. On the opposite side, a powerful surge of air pressure forced Scarred Rat out, launching him like a cannonball, which struck heavily against the distant wall. Spluttering, Scarred Rat coughed up blood and struggled to rise. Ma Fun gazed at him in disbelief. At that moment, his feet bore 5 gaping wounds, remnants of Scarred Rat's grasping hands. Blood continued to seep from the wounds, deep enough to reveal bone. Scarred Rat had already ascended to the status of a secondary ability user, With his capability to bore through concrete, his fingers were as hard as diamonds. With a full grip, he could crush bones. Ma Fun could hardly fathom that this diminutive, unsightly figure possessed such a formidable ability as tunneling. Moreover, the strength in his hands was astonishing enough to nearly shatter Ma Fun's own feet. In utter disbelief, Ma Fun inquired of Scarred Rat, "Are you also a secondary ability user?" Scarred Rat nodded confidently. "Indeed. I am not someone you can underestimate." In the past, when Liu Yang battled the molting beasts alongside Scarred Rat, Liu had once mentioned that Scarred Rat's ability was not as trivial as it seemed and could hold its own against other ability users if properly developed. At that time, Scarred Rat had been skeptical, but after engaging in combat with such a powerful secondary combat ability user today, his confidence surged. Although his ability to tunnel seemed trivial, it was far from worthless. His opponent was wounded too, and with injuries to both feet, movement would be further hampered. All he needed to do was continue his stealthy assaults, and soon enough, he would drag his opponent down. As he observed the blood-soaked feet of Ma Fun, the survivors in the base began to rally behind Scarred Rat, cheering him on. "Scarred Rat is incredible. Scarred Rat is valiant. Teach these newcomers a lesson. Let them know who's in charge. They think they can usurp our leader upon arriving at our base? Do they not recognize our leader is a deity? A mere ant daring to replace a god? Scarred Rat, show him what you're made of." Energized by the crowd's encouragement, Scarred Rat dove underground once more, disappearing from sight. Ma Fun was no fool. Upon witnessing Scarred Rat vanish, he immediately leaped onto the rooftops. However, when Scarred Rat emerged again, he found Ma Fun absent. Ma Fun sneered. "Do you take me for a fool? You think I would fall for the same trick twice?" From the rooftop, he hurled a punch at Scarred Rat. Explosive fist. A thunderous sound echoed, and a massive fist-shaped imprint, exceeding 2 meters in diameter, appeared on the ground. Although Scarred Rat had burrowed underground in an instant, the violent tremors inflicted considerable internal injury upon him. Ma Fun scoffed. "Hiding underground? Watch me force you out." With a powerful leap, he raised his fist and descended from the rooftop, striking the ground with a roar, mountain-shattering strike. The impact reverberated like an earthquake, shattering windows in distant villas. Scarred Rat was propelled from the ground. Gasping, he spat out blood, his complexion pale, clearly suffering from internal injuries. Ma Fun, witnessing this, burst into joyous laughter. "Ha! You think you can outsmart me with underground tactics? A mere rat dares to challenge me. It's utterly laughable." The veteran survivors rushed to Scarred Rat's side, helping him up and expressing their concern. "Scarred Rat, are you all right?" Scarred Rat shook his head, his eyes devoid of fear, merely tinged with disappointment. It was evident that his ability paled in comparison to true combat abilities. The figure before him, Ma Fun, was simply too formidable. At that moment, Ma Fun turned to the crowd, arrogantly inquiring, "Who else? Who else dares to oppose my claim over this base?" Ma Fun had assumed that after defeating 2 ability users in front of everyone, the others would cower in submission. Yet, to his astonishment, the veteran survivors stood united, proclaiming in unison, "I oppose. I too oppose. We all oppose." Faced with this rebellion from mere mortals who had yet to awaken any abilities, Ma Fun's expression twisted in disbelief. "You? A bunch of ordinary people without abilities dare to oppose me? Are you courting death?" The survivors retorted, "Our leader is singular. That is Liu Shan, not you, you worthless fool." "Oh, still resilient, are we?" Ma Fun scoffed, just as he prepared to charge at the crowd in fury. A shadow streaked across the sky at supersonic speed. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as a young man clad in black appeared before him. Liu Shan has arrived. Ha ha ha! Your arrogance will be your downfall." In the presence of Liu Shan, all others felt like mere ants. Excitement illuminated the faces of the survivors. The moment Liu Yang materialized, they felt invigorated, as if injected with a powerful stimulant. Their hearts raced with exhilaration, eager to witness Ma Fun's humiliation. "Liu Yang, our leader." Scarred Rat sighed with relief upon Liu Yang's arrival. He realized he was no match for Ma Fun and had not anticipated such a devastating move as the mountain-shattering strike. Even hiding underground had not spared him from its effects. However, with Liu Yang's appearance, the consequences for Ma Fun were all too clear. "Huh, how's that for arrogance? Do you even know who you provoked?" Old Wang, lying on the ground with a hand over his chest, wore an expression of unabashed laughter. Ma Fun felt a surge of panic as he observed the sudden shift in the crowd's demeanor. Why did everyone look so excited and expectant upon the arrival of this young man? Could it be that this young man was truly powerful, instilling such trust in everyone? Ma Fiyun felt a twinge of fear. He had not even seen how Liu Yang had arrived. The shadow in the sky had flashed, and suddenly he was there. Could it be that he possessed the ability to fly? If he only had flying abilities, then he might be fast, but his strength would likely be lacking. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Liu Yang sprang into action, swiftly closing the distance to Ma Fun, and before he could react, delivered a powerful kick that sent him flying. What incredible strength! What is this guy's ability? Not only is he fast, but his strength is astonishingly great. Ma Fiyun Midai spewed blood, his face a mask of shock, utterly at a loss for words. Yet, before he could even land, Liu Yang flashed forward, catching up to him and delivering a crushing stomp. Boom! Ma Fiyun was brutally slammed into the ground, the hard concrete cracking like spider webs beneath him. Coughing, he spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with terror. Strong, utterly overpowering, the strength was beyond comprehension. As a secondary ability user, he couldn't even perceive his opponent's movements. When he was kicked away at high speed, Liu Yang had merely taken a step to close the gap. Such speed was far beyond human capability. What manner of monster have I provoked? Ever since becoming a level 2 ability user, Ma Fiyun felt an immense surge in his power, even developing an air of arrogance. He believed himself to be the most formidable ability user in the vicinity. Thus, upon encountering the survivor base, his first thought was to claim the position of its leader. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, strength is paramount. Convinced of his superiority, he felt destined to lead. However, after being unceremoniously kicked away, Ma Fiyun realized the truth in the saying that there are always greater powers beyond one's own. In the presence of his adversary, he felt akin to a mere toy, trampled underfoot. As the survivors remarked, he was but an ant, while his opponent seemed a deity. Liu Yang regarded the bloodied Ma Fiyun beneath his foot and coldly inquired, "Is it you who sought to usurp my position as the leader of this survivor base?" Liu Yang had spent the past days scavenging resources by day and honing his skills with the young maidens by night. Today, having observed the arrival of over 1,000 new survivors through the Sentry zombies, he felt a flicker of joy, only to be confronted by an ability user causing a disturbance. To his surprise, this individual proved rather formidable. Not only could Old Wong not contend with him, but even Scarred Rat, now a level 2, fell short against this intruder. Liu Yang had no choice but to intervene personally. Hearing Liu Yang's frigid voice, Ma Fiyun was paralyzed with fear. Every hair on his body stood on end, and his back was drenched in cold sweat. With a trembling voice, he pleaded, "Be brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I had no idea this base belonged to you. Had I known of your strength, I would never have dared to act so recklessly." Liu Yang removed his foot from Ma Fiyun's face and scanned the crowd. The newly arrived survivors trembled in fear at the sight of Liu Yang. They had witnessed Ma Fiyun's triumph over Old Wong and Scarred Rat, believing him invincible. Yet, in Liu Yang's presence, he appeared as insignificant as an ant. How powerful must Liu Yang be, then? Under Liu Yang's scrutinizing gaze, they felt as though a living judge of death was watching them, ready to take their lives at any moment. Liu Yang declared, "This base is mine. The rules within are set by me. My rules are absolute. Anyone who dares to defy them will meet a singular fate, death. Today is your first day here, and I shall let your ignorance slide. But should I witness further misconduct, I will show no mercy. Do you understand?" Understood. The newcomers chorused in unison, with Ma Fiyun's voice ringing the loudest among them. Ma Fiyun, being an ordinary man, had long accepted the brutal truth of the apocalypse. Might makes right. He had aspired to lead when he thought himself the strongest in the base, but after being subdued by Liu Yang, he abandoned such thoughts, focusing instead on aligning himself with Liu Yang. Liu Yang approached Scarred Rat, helping him to his feet and asking, "Are you all right?" Scarred Rat's face bore an expression of astonishment as he quickly replied, "I'm fine, boss. Just a minor injury." "Good. Ensure that all the newcomers are registered. They may each borrow 50 pounds of potatoes for cultivation. Additionally, distribute 10 pounds of rice to each of them for free. Keep a head count, and reward Old Wong according to the rule of 1 pound of rice per person. From now on, the management of the survivor base's affairs will be overseen by the group of ability users, with you and Old Wong as the leads, Scarred Rat." "Understood, boss. I will take care of it right away." Scarred Rat stood up, gesturing to his trusted aides to commence the registration process. Nearby, Old Wong, having overheard Liu Yang's directives, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, boss." Aware of his inferiority to Ma Fiyun, he still chose to confront him, knowing Liu Yang's prowess would protect him. even if he fell short in strength. Clearly, his boldness had borne fruit, as Liu Yang had elevated his standing above that of other ability users, placing him on par with Scarred Rat. At that moment, Liu Yang's gaze fell upon the prostrate Ma Feng. The latter, catching Liu Yang's eye, trembled anew in fear. This formidable figure was truly terrifying. He could hardly fathom what fate awaited him. Should Liu Yang wish to end his life, a mere flick of his finger would suffice. Unexpectedly, Liu Yang remarked, "Your abilities are commendable. There is a testing stone tablet within the survivor base. You may wish to assess your strength. Given your capabilities, you should rank among the top 100 on the yellow list, potentially earning notable rewards." Upon hearing this, Ma Fiyun sighed in relief, his face alight with excitement, as he quickly replied, "My abilities are nothing compared to yours, boss." Liu Yang chuckled, "Oh, you dare to compare yourself to me? Is that humility or arrogance on your part?" "And no, that is not what I meant. I merely acknowledge my own inadequacies. I could never compare to someone of your caliber." Ma Fiyun protested vigorously. Liu Yang patted him on the shoulder. "It's all right. You simply grew overconfident in your newfound strength. I bear you no ill will. However, once you test yourself on the stone tablet, you will discover many who surpass you. Once you recover from your injuries, proceed to the test. Rest assured, I will ensure that you, as veterans, are well taken care of. Understood?" Yes. You are absolutely right, boss. I will strive to contribute to the base." Ma Fiyun nodded earnestly. "Good," Liu Yang affirmed before making his way toward the warehouse. Chapter 76. A Tribute of Invincibility through 27 consecutive kills. He observed that over 1,000 newcomers had arrived, and with each receiving 10 pounds of rice, he had dispensed 5 tons already. Thus, he ventured to the survivor base's warehouse to deposit another 10 tons of rice, followed by 30 tons of potatoes for distribution among the 1,000 individuals. After completing these tasks, Liu Yang departed the base, satisfied. With the addition of over 1,000 survivors, including 6 ability users, and Ma Fiyun possessing formidable combat abilities, the base was becoming increasingly robust. Even if the Molters attacked, the presence of these ability users would suffice to fend them off. The thought of the base's growing strength filled Liu Yang with joy. There were now over 2,000 survivors. He had permitted each survivor to borrow 50 pounds of potatoes. But in a year's time, each would owe 200 pounds, totaling 200,000 pounds, equivalent to 200 tons of potatoes. Liu Yang's resources would experience explosive growth. Potatoes, being rich in starch, serve as a staple food and can be propagated asexually. Simply cutting them into pieces and planting them in soil would suffice. One potato could yield dozens of planting pieces. In this post-apocalyptic landscape, they were far easier to cultivate than rice. Liu Yang also surveyed the villa district, which comprised 100 villas, each with a maximum of 50 rooms, allowing for accommodations for up to 5,000 individuals. However, should all 5,000 be tasked with cultivation, the land within the villa district would be insufficient. Thus, maintaining a density of 2,000 to 3,000 individuals seemed optimal. With the current population exceeding 2,000, Liu Yang pondered whether it was time to establish a new base. Liu Yang resolutely made up his mind. It seemed imperative to thoroughly survey the surrounding terrain and seek a more suitable location to establish a new survivor base. Having reached this conclusion in his heart, Liu Yang ascended into the air before the eyes of all, departing the survivor base at supersonic speed. As they beheld Liu Yang's rapid flight, the newly arrived survivors widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to suppress their exclamations. "My goodness, what is happening? Was it a sonic boom? Supersonic? Is he even human? Not even a flight ability user could achieve such velocity. Can the body withstand such speed? They say the fastest animal is the swift, with a top speed of just over 300 kilometers per hour, while the speed of sound is 224 kilometers per hour, and he is exceeding that. He is nothing short of extraordinary. Who would have guessed that such a formidable power resides within this base? It truly brings a sense of security to be part of this establishment. This is utterly unbelievable. His speed is monstrous." The veteran survivors, witnessing the amazement of the newcomers, wore expressions of smug satisfaction. They remarked, "You all are unaware of Liu Shen? It seems you lack experience. Liu Shen is the most powerful ability user, transcending humanity itself, becoming a godlike entity. That ability user leading your group is quite the joke, thinking he could become the leader here upon arrival. We have been chuckling to ourselves, knowing full well that once Liu Shen arrives, he would surely be defeated. Ha ha ha. Indeed, his downfall was quite severe. Yet he humbled himself and immediately began to plead for mercy. Otherwise, his fate would have been far grimmer. The veteran survivors erupted into hearty laughter, for in their eyes, Liu Yang was akin to an omnipotent deity. On another note, upon returning to his villa, Liu Yang resumed his routine of scavenging for supplies during the day and expanding his influence at night. 12 days later, Liu Yang had again doubled his resources, accumulating an unfathomable quantity. Even a survivor base capable of sustaining 10,000 individuals could likely endure for decades with such supplies. Concurrently, he had achieved a remarkable streak of 27 consecutive kills, earning a reward for 20 kills. One day, Liu Yang examined his attributes. Name, Liu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Strength, 1500. Speed, 1500. Stamina, 1500. Mentality, 1500. Abilities. 1. Future prediction level 6. 2. Virus immunity level 6. 3. Ice control level 8. 4. Dark space level 8. 5. Zombie control level 5. Equipment, dark cloak, dark blade. Special talent, enhanced genetic traits. Special item, ability advancement scroll 1. After achieving 15 consecutive kills in the adjacent villa, Liu Yang, unfortunately, did not acquire any new abilities. However, his base attributes had escalated to an impressive 1,500 points, equivalent to 30 times that of an ordinary individual. His movement speed had reached 280 meters per second, while his flight speed soared to 560 meters per second. Simultaneously, his other abilities had also seen advancements in their levels. Moreover, as a reward for his 20 kills, he received an ability advancement scroll. This marked Liu Yang's first acquisition of such a scroll. He meticulously examined the attributes of the scroll, ability advancement scroll. Utilizing this scroll can elevate your abilities, transforming them into even more formidable powers. Liu Yang found himself in a quandary. The abilities he currently possessed were already of considerable caliber. Future prediction allowed him to foresee the next 6 hours 10 times a day. Given his current prowess, he rarely needed to employ this skill. His immunity to the zombie virus could withstand the highest level 6 zombies, which had yet to emerge. Furthermore, even if level 6 zombies did appear, with his 12 times the base attributes of an ordinary person, they would hardly be able to lay a finger on him, rendering this skill nearly obsolete. Ice control at level 8 had long rendered the number of ice needles infinite. Liu Yang could effortlessly create any frozen item. With merely a thought, he could freeze an entire neighborhood, transforming all its contents into ice sculptures. This skill seemed excessively powerful. Zombie control, while the lowest level, allowed him to command 5 level 5 zombies, while the highest existing zombies were only at level 3, making this skill practically useless. Dark space had reached level 8, expanding to an incomprehensible volume of 80808051200 cubic meters. Far too vast to fill. Liu Yang yearned to pack this dark space to its limits. However, the speed of his scavenging could not keep pace with the rate of its expansion. It was indeed frustrating, as he lamented internally. Being invincible is also a burden. Ultimately, which ability should he advance? Liu Yang shook his head in resignation. Perhaps I should save this scroll for the future. If I were to acquire new abilities, there might be something more worthy of advancement. Moreover, this scroll was a reward for achieving 20 consecutive kills. It must be exceptionally valuable. Acquiring another one may prove to be quite challenging. Subsequently, Liu Yang departed from the adjacent villa and returned to his own. At that moment, Hiyushi, Su Xiao, Chun Dan, and others had prepared lunch, eagerly awaiting Liu Yang's return. Upon seeing him arrive, expressions of joy illuminated their faces. It was a relief that Liu Yang remembered to return and had not been enticed away by those enchanting figures in the neighboring villa. Chapter 77. Changes in the stomach? At the dining table, as everyone enjoyed their meal, Hiyushi was the first to speak. I don't know about the rest of you, but I've been feeling a bit strange lately. It's been almost a month since the apocalypse began, and my period hasn't arrived. Could it be that I was frightened by the zombies, causing my body to react oddly? Sisters, how about you? Upon hearing her words, all the women looked up. Tang Mengting chimed in, I feel the same. I almost forgot about it until you mentioned it. Why hasn't my period come? Ballet instructor Chundan added, me too. It's so strange. It used to be so punctual every month, but now it's delayed by over 10 days. The celebrity Su Xiao remarked, I'm in the same boat. It's been delayed for quite a while, and I've been too shy to ask you all. Zhou Kaiyuping, Wang Fifei, Zhang Jingyu, Zhou Kiki, and Bai Hu also echoed. We're experiencing the same thing. What could be happening? Could the apocalypse and the virus in the air be altering our bodies? As the group discussed, Liu Yang remained focused on his meal, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Zhao Lina posed a question. Do you think it's possible? I mean, could we all be pregnant? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The others exclaimed in unison, swiftly dismissing her conjecture. Hiyushi turned to Zhao Lina and said, as a top student, you surely understand the biology, right? Every woman's ovulation period lasts only 3 days, and pregnancy is only possible during that time. Even then, the chance is merely 1 in 4. Most sperm are not robust enough to reach their destination. How could we all possibly be pregnant? Do you think Liu Yang is a sharpshooter, hitting the mark every time? Meanwhile, Liu Yang's smile widened further. The women nodded in agreement with Hiyushi's words, exclaiming, exactly. How could it happen all at once? Though he is an ability user, it's not as if he has enhanced the sperm as well, right? Even if luck were on their side, and one among them succeeded on the first attempt, it would be implausible for everyone to achieve the same outcome simultaneously, wouldn't it? Indeed, it is utterly impossible. What a remarkable coincidence that would be. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Liu Yang could hardly suppress a laugh. At that moment, Hiyushi noticed Liu Yang and inquired, Liu Yang, what are you chuckling about over there? Is there something amusing? Come on, spill it. Did you have a hand in this? Why is it that all our dear friends have yet to arrive? The gazes of the other women fixated on Liu Yang, the apparent instigator. Prior to encountering Liu Yang, their friends had always arrived in a timely manner. Why then did their schedules collide with Liu Yang's? And now this fellow was conspiring with laughter. It must be his doing. Zhao Lina exclaimed, Liu Yang, speak up. Did you meddle with this? Have you secretly enhanced your abilities to ensure perfect accuracy? The white fox added, Liu Yang, just how many extraordinary powers do you possess? The starlet Su Xiao interjected, you wouldn't have actually granted all of us abilities, would you? Faced with the intense scrutiny of the women, Liu Yang's expression turned slightly awkward. What could he do? Was it his fault that his marksmanship was impeccable? Was it his fault that he hit the mark every time? He set down his bowl and stated, I'm full now. I shall retire to rest. Hiyushi quickly exclaimed, oh no, don't leave just yet. You haven't told us. When you were with us, did you use your abilities? Zhao Lina chimed in, yes. Do tell us. Our friends have been delayed for far too long. Something must be amiss. The white fox declared, if you don't share, we might just storm your room and drain all your energy one by one. Liu Yang shook his head, please don't. You should take care of yourselves and avoid any undue stress. With that, he hastily retreated upstairs. Watching Liu Yang's departing figure, Hiyushi and the others were left in a state of bewilderment, taking several seconds to process what had just transpired. Suddenly, Hiyushi let out a sharp cry, Don't stress the baby. It must be Liu Yang's doing. Zhao Lina echoed, this is a lie, a deception. I knew this guy must have employed his abilities. Otherwise, how could there be such a stark contrast from what the biology textbooks describe? He likely possesses not only the ability to amplify, but also a power to enhance genetic vitality. The superstar Su Xiao exclaimed, to find such a thing in the apocalypse, what shall we do? How will we raise the children in the future? Wang Fifei replied, what is there to fear? With Liu Yang around, he could support quintuplets. I'm not worried in the slightest. The white fox, however, wore a joyful expression. To conceive the child of an extraordinary being? Just the thought brings me delight, excitement, and anticipation. She gently caressed her flat, smooth abdomen, pristine and untouched, murmuring, little darling, grow quickly. I can hardly wait to meet you. The group of women gathered, each sporting a different expression. Some were anxious, others exhilarated, while some were filled with anticipation. After all, most of them were still 18-year-old girls, having never even dated before encountering Liu Yang, and now they were suddenly faced with the prospect of motherhood. Such a drastic shift in identity left them feeling somewhat bewildered. Nurses Chun Ziajin and Dr. Huang Xiaxia exchanged glances, each recognizing the thoughts swirling within the other's mind. They each mused, we are certainly going to be quite busy soon. Simultaneously, they realized why every girl who entered Liu Yang's villa was subtly guided to his room, while they alone had not been. Initially, Huang Xiaxia and Chun Ziajin had wondered if it was due to their appearance not meeting Liu Yang's standards. They even stripped down in their room to examine themselves in the mirror, pondering what flaws could possibly render them unappealing to him. Yet after days of scrutiny, they found no discernible shortcomings. Everything was in proportion, curves intact. What could possibly be the drawback? Their time spent in the villa had grown increasingly restless. Having been rescued by Liu Yang in the hospital, they had mentally prepared themselves, ready to comply with his desires without much hesitation. Yet, over half a month had passed without any indication from Liu Yang towards them. As young women, they were hesitant to simply leap into Liu Yang's bed. Now, it dawned on them. Liu Yang possessed the uncanny ability to ensure perfect accuracy. His deliberate omission of hints towards them was likely because he intended for them to assist in childbirth, and if any child were to fall ill, they would be the ones to provide care, right? Liu Yang had clearly anticipated everything. It was astonishing that he could even apply his abilities to childbirth. Chapter 78. Invasion? None shall escape. The apocalypse had erupted nearly a month ago, and Liu Yang's influence was beginning to flourish. However, turmoil was brewing across the lands of the Dragon Empire. The moment his name ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly rankings, he became a target destined for unrest. During this period, the Dragon Empire witnessed a relentless influx of extraordinary individuals from numerous other nations. Among them, the powers from the Little Sun Empire, the White Eagle Empire, and the Barbaric Bear Empire were particularly formidable, dispatching only their elite. Even experimental special forces had been mobilized. 3 days prior, outside a survivor base in the southern region of the Dragon Empire, in Yanshinj, a team of extraordinary individuals arrived, wielding binoculars as they meticulously observed their surroundings. Among them, a striking female ability user clad in a form-fitting black outfit, her physique alluring and features exquisite, spoke in the language of the Little Sun Empire. This marks the third survivor base. Let's hope to uncover some clues regarding Liu Yang. Beside her, a burly man wearing sunglasses and carrying a massive sword chimed in. Let us get in there and wreak havoc. I can hardly contain my excitement. Whether Liu Yang is present or not, let us take them down. The beautiful woman frowned. In no way. I have already informed you that our primary objective is to locate Liu Yang, not to massacre the survivors. In the previous 2 bases, you left no survivors, which could easily draw the attention of the Dragon Empire's ability users. If we become a target, it will become increasingly difficult to continue our search for Liu Yang. If you dare to act recklessly again, I will not hesitate to take action against you. This small squad was under her command, and she hoped he understood that. This operation into the Dragon Empire consisted of 20 search teams, and she did not wish to be outshone by the other 19 teams due to his antics. The Little Sun Empire had indeed invested heavily in this endeavor to find Liu Yang, sending a main force team along with 20 search teams. The main team comprised 5 members, all ranked among the top in the heavenly rankings, with the leader being one of the top 10. The 20 search teams were also filled with experts from the mysterious and earthly rankings. They were dispersed throughout the Dragon Empire, searching for clues regarding Liu Yang's whereabouts. Upon finding him, they would report back to the main team, which would then lead the assault against Liu Yang. Thus, the search teams were not the primary combatants. Their foremost goal was to gather intelligence, and avoiding conflict was ideal. Even if they located Liu Yang, they were not his match. Yet, in no way, seemed to be utterly overestimating himself. TCH, the burly man scoffed dismissively. The 3 burly men beside him were taken aback by this individual named in no way, who displayed such disdain towards their captain. One of the bearded giants furrowed his brow and said, "In no way, did you not hear the words of our esteemed senior, does he? We are a formal team of ability users, and within the ranks, one must heed the captain's commands. Do you understand?" Inoue responded with a scoff. "Nakata, who doesn't know of your infatuation with Dizzy? It's one thing for you to play the sycophant, but must you demand that others follow suit?" Upon hearing this, Nakata's expression darkened, and he angrily retorted, "Inoue, what do you mean by that? Is there something wrong with us obeying the captain? I warn you, if you continue like this, I won't hesitate to teach you a lesson." Inoue was relentless, saying, "Come on then, let us see who is afraid of whom. I'm eager to witness your prowess. One would think I'm incapable of defeating you. Don't just talk the talk. Come at me. You." As the 2 men engaged in their quarrel, Dazi's countenance turned icy, and she interjected, "Enough. Both of you silence. Should anyone dare voice dissent again, I will not be kind. Inoue, do not be so arrogant. What does it matter if you slay 100,000 ordinary survivors? If you are so formidable, why not challenge Liu Yang directly?" The burly man named Inoue sneered. "Isn't he merely the top of the heavenly rankings? What is so remarkable about that? If I had the time to test my abilities, I might have claimed that title long ago. Should I encounter Liu Yang, rest assured, I would challenge him without hesitation. Why take his head? None of you shall interfere. Once I have achieved such a great feat and earned a promotion, you will all be groveling at my feet." Dizzy cast a disdainful glance at the burly man and remarked, "All you do is boast, aiming high while being ranked over 500 on the Earth rankings. Yet you dare to look down upon the first of the heavenly rankings? In no way, with your temperament, you will inevitably face dire consequences in this apocalypse. Aspiring for a promotion? I foresee your ascension being quite distant. Oomph. The burly man continued to scoff. Ignoring him, Dizzy began issuing commands. Everyone, heed my orders. We shall stealthily infiltrate the survivor base, capture the ability users within, and extract information regarding Liu Yang. Strive to remain unseen, and eliminate anyone who witnesses us. Yes, Captain Dizzy. The three burly men nodded in agreement, though the man named in no way remained unimpressed. The five individuals transformed into shadows, swiftly arriving at the periphery of the survivor base, and with a few leaps, they entered the stronghold. The 5-meter-high walls appeared non-existent to them, as they effortlessly vaulted over them. All five were adept practitioners of the Earth rankings, with Dazi being among the top 100 superiors. Inoue and Nakata ranked within the top 500, while the remaining two were around the 800 mark. These ability users were truly the elite of the elite. Any one of them could obliterate a typical survivor base. After all, most ordinary ability users could barely make it onto the yellow rankings. The chasm between the yellow, Xian, Earth, and heavenly rankings is immense. A master of the Earth rankings could easily contend against 10 yellow rankers. Moreover, a typical base hardly harbors 10 yellow rankers. Within the survivor base, 4 ability users were convened in a room, tallying the resources gathered from their recent excursions. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past. By the time they regained their senses, each was already confronted with a dagger poised at their throats. Astonishment and terror washed over their faces. It was astonishingly swift. These 5 were exceedingly rapid. The leader of the survivor base, a level 2 ability user, found himself unable to comprehend how the intruders had breached their defenses. Before they could even sense the impending danger, they were already at death's door, with no chance to see their assailants before meeting their demise. Dizzy spoke, her Chinese somewhat halting. Hey, I ask you, is there someone named Liu Yang in your base? Or do you know where Liu Yang can be found? Upon hearing the accent, the survivors' eyes widened in shock. People from the Little Sun Empire? Their expressions morphed from fear to fury. In less than a month since the apocalypse, the Little Sun Empire dares to invade our Dragon Empire? Do they think we are without defenders? Seeking the first of the heavenly rankings, Liu Yang? I am Liu Yang. In our Dragon Empire, everyone is Liu Yang. To hell with you. You pathetic invaders shall not leave our Dragon Empire alive. Chapter 79. To die rather than submit. Initially terrified as blades were held to their throats, the ability users' resolve hardened upon realizing their assailants hailed from the Little Sun Empire. For them, dying in battle was preferable to surrendering. A bunch of despicable invaders. Have you grown weary of life to come here to our Dragon Empire? Indeed, you must be seeking death. Your so-called top-ranking individual, Yamaguchi, was trampled underfoot by our Liu Yang shortly after his rise. What now? Are you unsatisfied? Searching for Liu Yang? I assure you, the first of the heavenly rankings is not easily found, and when you do, it will be your demise. Those who dare invade our Dragon Empire must be the elite of the elite. But once this batch of elites falls here, the Little Sun Empire will be finished. This is the hell for all ability users from your Little Sun Empire. You shall have no return. The most hot-tempered among them, in no way, furrowed his brow, pressing the dagger forcefully against the leader's throat, causing blood to gush forth, with the blade merely a millimeter from his artery. In a cold voice, in no way demanded, quickly tell us Liu Yang's whereabouts. Otherwise, I will kill you. The base leader spat defiantly. I am not afraid of dying, but I will not cower before you wretches. You may kill or mutilate me, but you shall not extract a word from my lips. With a swift motion, in no way slashed, and a fountain of blood erupted from the leader's neck. Yet his face retained its fierce expression, refusing to utter a single plea for mercy as he perished. Brother, boss. The remaining 3 ability users, witnessing their leader's death, were consumed by rage, unable to contain their cries. Their eyes burned with fury, wishing to devour these invaders alive. Inoue, brandishing his bloodied dagger, lazily approached another ability user. Licking the blood from the blade in a disturbing manner, he said, he wouldn't speak. So he met his end. Now it's your turn. You should know the consequences. Do you know where Liu Yang is? The ability user, filled with rage, retorted. I know where your grandfather is. I am right here. I should have slapped you to death back then. So this abomination would never have existed. With a swift motion, Inoue cut his throat, blood gushing forth. Inoue then approached the third ability user. You refuse to speak as well? Little son, I am your grandfather. He slashed again, and the third ability user also met a swift demise. Inoue turned to the last ability user, saying, with the three already dead, you should understand, I am a ruthless individual. Thus, I shall ask you one last time, where is Liu Yang? I spit. The ability wielder spat disdainfully on Jingshang's face, exclaiming, I tell you, you wretched creature, no one from our divine dragon empire shall ever submit to your petty existence. Even in death, we fear not, for once you step foot into our realm, the abyss beckons. We shall await you there. With a swift motion, the cold blade glided across his neck, and a torrent of warm blood gushed forth. The last of the ability wielders perished, though they lacked the capacity to resist. Even to strike back, they faced their demise standing tall. These individuals were not paragons of virtue. During the cataclysmic upheaval, they had engaged in plunder and oppression of the weak. However, when foreign invaders encroached upon the divine dragon empire, the nature of the situation had irrevocably changed. The survivors within the divine dragon empire could compete amongst themselves, as it was a contest among kin. What audacity did a mere nation like the Sun Empire possess to meddle? Did they believe themselves worthy? Throughout history, the divine dragon empire has never erred in uniting against external threats. Anyone daring to betray their own would be cursed for millennia. Truly, a detestable lot, stubborn and foul. Akin to stones in a cesspool. To spit on me before dying is utterly loathsome. Jingshang wiped the putrid saliva from his face, uttering fiercely. As he cast him a discontented glance, remarking, You've slain all four ability wielders. How shall we extract any leads now? That is of no concern to me. They initiated the insults. Jingshang shrugged dismissively. Besides, I suspect they knew nothing of value. Even if we pushed further, we would glean no results. Dizzy shook her head, responding, Let it be. Let us proceed to the next base. But before we depart, I shall unleash a massacre. No one within this base shall survive. A wild expression danced across Jingshang's face as he extended his grotesque tongue to lick his lips. Dizzy furrowed her brow, swiftly appearing before Jingshang, and, with her pristine hand, seized his throat, coldly stating, My command shall not be repeated. Cease your senseless slaughter. Our primary mission is to locate Liu Yang, not to satiate your twisted bloodlust. If you persist in actions that jeopardize our team, I shall not hesitate to end your life this very moment. Jingshang was taken aback by the icy intensity of Dizzy's gaze. The contempt that once adorned his features faded, replaced by a newfound seriousness. It was his first encounter with Dizzy's fury, and he was astounded by her formidable strength. Before he could react, her grip tightened around his neck. With but a slight exertion, she could easily crush his throat. For the first time, Jingshang witnessed the prowess of someone among the top 100 on the leaderboard. Strong, exceedingly strong. If someone like Dizzy, ranked within the top 100, possessed such might, how formidable must Liu Yang, the top-ranked individual, be? The mere thought filled him with exhilaration. To battle a true powerhouse was a prospect to eagerly anticipate. It became evident that slaughtering these ordinary survivors held no merit. If he were to kill, it must be the top-ranked. Jingshang relented, addressing Dizzy. I understand now. Release me. Let me go. I shall refrain from killing them. Only then did Dizzy loosen her grip. The five departed from the base, leaving behind 4 lifeless bodies. An hour later, a returning ability wielder pushed open the door to the chamber, only to be frozen in shock at the sight of the corpses. Moments later, he exclaimed, Brother, what has happened to you? Who has done this? Who is responsible? Chapter 80, Seeking Beautiful Maidens. The cloying stench of blood assailed the senses. The floor awash with crimson. 4 powerful ability wielders had perished simultaneously within the confines of this room, and the absence of any signs of struggle indicated they had been swiftly dispatched. The sole survivor among them had been out on a food retrieval mission. Upon returning to this scene, he stood dumbfounded. The ordinary survivors behind him were equally astonished. Previously hardened individuals, they found themselves shaken by the horrific sight before them. They understood well the strength of their leader, a secondary ability wielder, ranked over 800 on the yellow list. Even second-tier zombies fell easily before his might. Yet here lay their leader, devoid of even the power to resist, slain without a chance to fight back. The enemy's strength was beyond comprehension. One survivor turned to the ability wielder, saying, Dongo, what do we do? If even the leader was killed in an instant, should we not flee? The fact that none of the ordinary civilians had perished and that the base's resources remained untouched suggested that the assailants had come solely to kill. Did the leader attract the ire of some formidable foe? Lin Dong shook his head, replying, "Do not be foolish. Even if he did provoke a ruthless adversary, after slaying our leader, they would surely have taken the food as well. In this apocalypse, food is paramount for any base." The other survivors exchanged puzzled glances, questioning. Then what could the reason be? Could a mutated zombie have taken down the leader? Yet that seemed implausible. Zombies kill for sustenance, leaving no bodies behind. And they did not target ordinary civilians. Why only the ability wielders? Another survivor lamented. "What shall we do? Dongge, we do not even know who our enemy is. And they're so powerful. Should they wish to kill us, we would be helpless. Perhaps we should run." Fear enveloped them. For ability wielders had been slain. The base's leader, a secondary ability wielder, had been effortlessly eliminated. The means employed, throats cut with a dagger, were straightforward, devoid of any devious schemes. The absence of resistance underscored the overwhelming power of their adversary. Now, the entire base was ensnared in peril. Remaining here could spell their doom at any moment. Naturally igniting their desire to escape, Lin Dong firmly stated, "If we flee, this base will truly fall. Even a single secondary zombie could decimate the ordinary civilians." The other survivors urged, "Dongge, if we do not flee, we may perish here. This is an apocalypse. Each must tend to their own. Who can afford to concern themselves with others? Let's depart. We shall seek a new base and start anew." Lin Dong pondered for a moment, his eyes filled with conflict, ultimately shaking his head. "It is settled. The young and strong may leave, but what of the elderly, the weak, the ill? Can they endure the arduous journey? This base was built painstakingly by the leader and myself, growing from a mere 100 to over 1,000 survivors. Without the protection of ability wielders, they stand no chance against secondary zombies. Help me to bury the bodies of our fallen comrades, if you wish to depart. I shall not hinder you. Those who choose to stay with me are welcome." The survivors gritted their teeth, nodding in somber agreement. With heavy hearts, they buried the 4 fallen ability wielders. Subsequently, they began gathering their belongings, preparing to leave, and informed all within the survivor base of the situation, allowing them to choose whether to stay or depart. Ultimately, 500 opted to leave, while those who remained were primarily the elderly, the weak, and the fearful, reluctant to venture far. Once a formidable small base, it now languished with merely half of its original inhabitants, a pitiful collection of the frail, the ill, and the aged. With its strength diminished by at least 90%. 500 individuals had departed from the base. Before their departure, several survivors approached Lin Dong, addressing him earnestly. "Brother Dong, we are all brothers in life and death. Once we find a suitable place, we will surely return to inform you. At that time, let's all leave together." This survivor base had already attracted unwanted attention, and lingering for even a day would increase their peril. Although their acquaintance had spanned less than a month, they had ventured out to forage for food together, battled against zombies side by side, and experienced countless life and death moments, forging bonds that transcended mere friendship. Observing Lin Dong, alone remaining at the base, tugged at their hearts. Yet, they understood Lin Dong's steadfast nature. He was a man of his word, unwavering in his convictions. Since he could not abandon the survivors still within the base, he would undoubtedly remain. As long as he drew breath, he would protect this sanctuary from the encroaching undead. With a complex expression, Lin Dong uttered, "I wish you all a safe journey," before watching the survivors vanish from his sight. Now, let us return to the present. Liu Yang had successfully cultivated all 15 beautiful young women from the neighboring villa. To maintain his streak of consecutive successes, he ventured into the survivor base. It was time to scout for new beauties. This was the advantage of having a survivor base. Previously, Liu Yang spent his days scavenging for food while simultaneously seeking out attractive women. This method was slow and fraught with risk. Should he fail to find any beauty on a given day, it could jeopardize his streak. However, with the survivor base having already cultivated the existing beauties, he simply needed to select from among them in the future. Moreover, as time passed, the girls within the base matured further. At 16 this year, they would soon be 18. While there are no girls who remain eternally 18, there will always be 18-year-olds. With the base as his support, Liu Yang's consecutive successes would never again be interrupted. Within the survivor base, as Liu Yang descended from the sky, the faces of all present lit up with excitement. "God Liu, it has been nearly half a month since your last arrival." Scarred Rat and Old Wang greeted him with palpable enthusiasm. Old Wang exclaimed, "Boss, you've returned." Scarred Rat added, "Boss, we thought you had forgotten about us after such a long absence." "How could I forget? I've simply been rather busy," Liu Yang replied nonchalantly. Indeed, these past few weeks had seen him scouring for supplies by day and working diligently to cultivate connections by night, making him quite preoccupied. Scarred Rat quickly responded, "Of course. With great power comes great responsibility. Boss, the matters you attend to are beyond our comprehension. It is already a rare blessing for you to visit our base. Gulme, let me show you the potatoes we've planted in the villa area. They have all sprouted, and we should see a bountiful harvest in 3 months." The survivors brimmed with joy, and the entire base seemed infused with a newfound hope, something never before seen. The more Scarred Rat spoke, the more animated he became. During his time with Black Tiger at this base, he had never witnessed such prosperity. Black Tiger had only sought to exploit the common folk, with no thought for sustainable development. Under his tyranny, the commoners lived from one day to the next, their faces etched with despair. Now, however, it was entirely different. As they gazed at the flourishing green potato sprouts, hope and anticipation filled every face. Liu Yang nodded in approval, saying, "Well done. You all have done excellently. This base is progressing in a positive direction. I believe it won't be long before the survivors can sustain themselves without needing to forage for food." Scarred Rat beamed, rubbing his head. "Hee, it's all thanks to the boss. Without you, we would have perished long ago. The better the base thrives, the more gratitude the survivors feel towards you. Many who once doubted God have now begun to place their faith in you." Liu Yang nodded. "Do you remember the matter I spoke of last time?" "Of course," Scarred Rat quickly affirmed, then tilted his head in thought for a moment before awkwardly asking, "Boss, which matter are you referring to? It seems you have entrusted me with quite a few tasks." "The matter concerning the beautiful young women," Liu Yang replied sternly. The audacity of it. During his last visit to this survivor base, Liu Yang had privately instructed Scarred Rat to ensure that any young beauties he found were well protected and not subjected to any mistreatment. Could it be that he had forgotten? Scarred Rat's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Oh, so that is what you meant. I haven't forgotten. I've handled it well. The beautiful young women aged 18 to 25, who have never had boyfriends, are all residing in the villa, away from the shanty town by the walls. I even designated an entire building for them, filled solely with beautiful girls and no men. Currently, 30 young beauties have taken up residence. Once it's full, I'll allocate another building." Hearing this, Liu Yang's stern demeanor finally relaxed. "Good, you've done well. However, I don't believe I mentioned a rule regarding those who have never had boyfriends." Scarred Rat sheepishly scratched his head and admitted, "That was a rule I added myself. Boss, you are so handsome and dashing that even celestial maidens may not be worthy of you. I wouldn't dare to recommend any woman who has had a boyfriend to you. That would be signing my own death warrant." "You rascal." Liu Yang laughed, playfully poking Scarred Rat several times. "You truly know how to get things done." Seeing Liu Yang so pleased, Scarred Rat beamed with joy, bashfully rubbing his head and grinning. "Hee, thank you for the praise, boss," Liu Yang declared. "Let us go. Take me to the villa for the beautiful young women." Scarred Rat eagerly replied, "Of course. This way, boss." Under Scarred Rat's guidance, Liu Yang arrived at the villa designated for the beautiful young women, where 30 stunning girls resided, each one a paragon of beauty, with fair skin, charming looks, and alluring figures. These were the gems Scarred Rat had meticulously selected from hundreds of applicants among the survivors. Upon hearing the possibility of being selected by Liu Yang, the female survivors eagerly rushed to sign up. Yet the mere fact of having never had a boyfriend disqualified 90 of them. Among those remaining, half were eliminated for not meeting the standards of appearance and physique. Ultimately, after meticulous selection, only 30 enchanting beauties remained. Liu Yang surveyed these 30 women with a satisfied nod, exclaiming, "Excellent. Excellent indeed. I shall take you all to my villa shortly, and you are all volunteering, correct?" Upon hearing these words, the young women displayed expressions of ecstatic joy, nodding vigorously like chicks pecking at grain. "Of course. Absolutely. Being able to follow the divine Liu is a blessing we must have earned in our past lives." One exclaimed, "My goodness, is truly the divine Liu speaking to us. Thank you, Lord Mouse, for not eliminating me. You are like a reincarnated guardian angel." Scarred Mouse interjected, "Do not speak so lightly. Being chosen by Brother Liu Yang is your fortune. From now on, you shall live a life of ease and comfort that even I could hardly imagine. You may call me sister instead of Lord Mouse. I cannot bear such a title." The women gazed at Scarred Mouse with gratitude, for he treated every survivor equally with kindness. Being selected by him for this villa of beauties was merely the first step in the turning of their destinies. Had Scarred Mouse not spared them, they would never have encountered Liu Yang, nor would they have been taken away by him. One by one, the young women bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Mouse. Thank you, Lord Mouse. Thank you, Lord Mouse." Witnessing their reverence, Scarred Mouse felt a pang of emotion, his eyes glistening. He pondered. Perhaps this was the bittersweet feeling a father experiences when marrying off his daughter. It seemed that next time he would choose beauties, he must be more attentive, for only then could he assist more young women in turning the gears of their fates and reaching the pinnacle of their lives. As Liu Yang prepared to depart the base with the 30 girls, the other survivors within the base cast envious glances at them. One girl turned to her middle-aged father, exclaiming, "Dad, look, those women are leaving with the divine Liu. Hurry, say something nice to Lord Mouse and bring him a gift so I can be chosen too. I want to go with the divine Liu. The divine Liu is so handsome and powerful. The moment I saw him, I was captivated. I must go with him. I must become his woman. In this life, I shall marry no one but him." The middle-aged man frowned, replying, "Oh, come off it." At 5 meters tall and weighing 160 gene, from a distance, people would mistake you for a Snorlax. I would give my life to Lord Mouse. But even that won't grant you access through the back door. Half of the food we've collected has been consumed by you. Can't you eat a little less? Lose some weight. The girl pouted in displeasure, shaking her head vigorously, her excess flesh jiggling. "Wah, but I just love to eat. I have great potential. If I lose weight, I could definitely be a beauty. Perhaps the divine Liu prefers plumpness? Besides, a girl's 5 meters is equivalent to a boy's 8 meters. Setting weight aside, my height is quite fitting with the divine Liu. Enough. You can talk about that when you've lost some weight." The middle-aged man replied impatiently. The girl persisted, "Dad, don't you remember who sat on a zombie and saved our entire family? Can't you make an effort for your daughter's happiness? Can't you plead with Lord Mouse?" The middle-aged man sighed, shaking his head in resignation. "Ah, I am truly at my wit's end. Consider it a debt I owe you." "Fine, I shall speak to Lord Mouse later." The girl instantly brightened, linking her arm with her father's, joyfully declaring, "That's wonderful. I knew you were the best, Dad. Rest assured, once I become the divine Liu's woman, I will surely bring everything from his warehouse home, and my brother will be his brother-in-law. I'll have him promoted to the second in command of the base." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression darkened, turning icy as he coldly retorted, "Get lost. You think you deserve that? If you dare speak to the divine Liu like that, I assure you, you are asking for trouble. A man who can become an unparalleled powerhouse in this apocalypse is not someone you can whimsically command. You might as well give up. I will not speak to Lord Mouse on your behalf. From today onward, your food rations will be reduced by 2 or 3. Focus on losing weight and shedding the excess fat from your brain." With that, the middle-aged man departed. The girl was left stunned. Her father had always indulged her, complying with her whims. Even during the apocalypse, with food scarcity, her weight had only increased, a testament to her parents' spoiling. Yet now, her father had scolded her. She had never seen him so serious. Chapter 82. Survivors Seeking Refuge. Liu Yang continued his journey towards the base's exit, accompanied by the beauties. At that moment, a group of young girls, hand in hand, joyfully approached. One little girl came before Liu Yang, looking up with her adorable big eyes, asking Divine Liu, "Where are your big sisters going?" Liu Yang smiled, producing a large bag of snacks from his space and distributing them to the children, replying, "I'm taking them to my residence." The children were overjoyed at receiving snacks. "Isn't your place the heavenly palace, Divine Liu? Are these sisters going to become fairies?" Liu Yang chuckled, gently patting the little girl's head. "Indeed, anyone who follows me will become a fairy. Then I want to go with you. Take me too. Me too. I want to become a fairy." As the children chattered excitedly around him, Liu Yang couldn't help but smile. "You must eat well. Once you grow up, I will take you to visit my villa." Upon hearing this, the children erupted with delight. "Yay, that's wonderful. Once I grow up, I can go with the divine Liu. I must grow up quickly. I will eat well and grow fast. When I'm grown up, I can become a fairy." Watching the children skip away, Liu Yang also smiled. Just as he was about to lead the beauties out, a sudden influx of hundreds of survivors appeared at the entrance, creating a dark mass. Each survivor bore signs of exhaustion, as though they had undertaken a long journey. Upon seeing the base's gates, their faces lit up with anticipation. Scarred Mouse and the others were taken aback, exclaiming, "More survivors have come to seek refuge with our base?" Liu Yang commanded the third-level zombie guard to open the gates and allow the throng of survivors to enter. The leader of the group immediately set his sights on Liu Yang, for among all present, Liu Yang exuded the most commanding presence, a demeanor of strength that even those without abilities could perceive. The survivor respectfully addressed Liu Yang. Surely, you are the leader of this base? We, the survivors, wish to seek refuge here and pledge to adhere to all of your base's rules. Please take us in. Liu Yang glanced over the group, noting at least 500 individuals among them. Such a number could easily establish a survivor base of their own. Why would they travel so far to seek refuge with another base? Moreover, with such a multitude of people and such grand ambitions, encountering second or third-tier zombies along the journey would transform their predicament into a veritable buffet for the undead. It is indeed a remarkable feat to have safely arrived here. Liu Yang inquired, "From where do you hail? You appear to have embarked on quite an arduous journey. With such numbers, you could easily establish your own survivor base. How could you possibly travel so far to seek refuge with us?" The survivor candidly replied, "We were initially part of a survivor base located approximately 30 kilometers from here. However, 3 days ago, 4 out of the 5 leaders within that base were brutally murdered, and each one was a formidable ability user. They were taken down before they even had the chance to react. Clearly, that base has attracted the attention of powerful adversaries, and we dared not remain. We fled as far as we could. After 3 days of travel, we finally reached here and saw your base, prompting us to seek your protection." Liu Yang furrowed his brow and remarked, "4 out of 5 ability users dead, yet you civilians managed to escape? How is that possible?" The survivor shook his head. "We too are baffled by the nature of our enemies. They only target ability users, sparing civilians and showing no interest in resources. Their motives remain a mystery. No one even caught a glimpse of what they truly are, human or zombie, which renders such unknown foes the most terrifying of all. Consequently, half of our base as population fled." Liu Yang's frown deepened. "You're certain they only kill ability users and spare civilians, even leaving resources untouched?" The leader of the survivors affirmed, "Absolutely. Every word is true." After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yang made his decision. "Our base can accommodate you, but you must adhere to our rules. Additionally, you will take me to your former base for a visit." The burly man immediately shook his head. "That is not possible, my friend. I endured 3 grueling days to arrive here. I have no desire to return. That base is far too perilous. There is a chance I wouldn't make it back." Liu Yang assured him, "Fear not. I am quite powerful." The burly man persisted in shaking his head. No, the enemy may be even stronger. I narrowly escaped. I refused to walk into a trap." Liu Yang, exasperated, offered, "Take me, and I shall give you 100 jin of rice." Instantly, the man's eyes lit up, and he solemnly replied, "Very well, I will take you there now. The rice is of little consequence. It is my old friends that I wish to see again. Fortune favors the bold. In this apocalyptic era, the value of 100 jin of rice is enough to compel one to risk their life." "Excellent. Then let us proceed." Liu Yang walked beside the man and grasped his collar. The burly man gasped, "What are you doing?" In the next moment, Liu Yang had lifted him off the ground and soared into the sky. The burly man, in his 30s, with a robust physique and a stubbled face, emitted a shrill scream akin to that of a woman. The recently arrived 500 survivors were left utterly astonished by this spectacle. What in the world is happening? They just flew away. The leader of this survivor base is incredibly handsome and powerful. They thought, with such an unparalleled powerhouse among us, our safety is assured moving forward. Meanwhile, 1 minute later, Liu Yang arrived at the survivor base. At this moment, his flight speed reached an astonishing 580 meters per second. In just 5 minutes, he could traverse 580,000 meters. A minute would allow him to cover over 30 kilometers. While he would slow his speed for his woman, he had no such intentions for this burly man. Under the supersonic velocity, the burly man was left dazed, collapsing upon landing. Previously a retired mercenary, he had undergone professional training and could pilot tanks and aircraft. Yet even with such experience, he could not withstand the strain of supersonic speeds. Liu Yang's sudden appearance also stirred commotion within the survivor base, causing everyone to hide in fear. Soon after, a robust man accompanied by several strong survivors emerged. The leader among them was Lin Dong, the sole ability user of the survivor base. Chapter 83, Acquisition of Base Number 2. Lin Dong scrutinized Liu Yang with wary eyes, questioning, "Who are you, and what do you intend to do?" Upon noticing the collapsed burly man, his expression shifted. "What have you done to Ergo? He is not an ability user. You do not harm ordinary people." Realizing that Lin Dong suspected him of being the murderer of the ability users, Liu Yang shook his head. I did not come to harm you. He simply guided me here. He may be feeling a bit nauseous after the rapid flight, but he will adjust to it after a few more trips. It is quite normal for an ordinary person to faint after experiencing supersonic speeds. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liu Yang, the leader of a survivor base. He came to us seeking refuge, stating that the ability users from your base were slaughtered, which is why I came to investigate. Upon hearing Liu Yang's explanation, Lindong's face exhibited a mix of skepticism and realization. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, his expression brightened. Liu Yang? Are you the Liu Yang who ranks first on the heavenly rankings? Liu Yang nodded. Indeed, that is I. Liu Yang was somewhat surprised. He had not anticipated his fame had spread so far. Even a random ability user recognized his name? Goodness. Lindong's eyes widened in disbelief. He is the Liu Yang who trampled the Little Sun Empire underfoot, the first on the heavenly rankings. He is truly the pride of the Divine Dragon Empire. Ergo, still on the ground, retched uncontrollably, slowly regaining his composure after several minutes. He excitedly exclaimed to Lindong, Brother Dong, I've returned with reinforcements. Initially, when Liu Yang had boasted of his strength, Ergo had been skeptical, but after experiencing Liu Yang's supersonic flight for 30 kilometers, he was now a firm believer. With such speed, one could only imagine what other abilities Liu Yang possessed. Merely capturing an enemy and dropping them from the sky could certainly prove fatal. Any foe unable to fly would likely be no match for Liu Yang. Thus, at this moment, Liu Yang was the savior of this base. Lindong expressed concern. Ergo, are you alright? Ergo continuously patted his chest to steady himself. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy from the rapid flight. You should explain the situation to our esteemed leader Liu Yang. He is a super powerhouse. Lindong's gaze toward Liu Yang shifted to one of respect. I am well aware he is a super powerhouse. He is the first on the heavenly rankings. Liu Yang, I am Lindong, the only survivor with abilities here. Had I not ventured out to seek food and failed to return, I too would have perished. Liu Yang nodded. Very well, take me to the scene. Under Liu Yang's and Ergo's guidance, they arrived at the room where the ability users had been murdered. 3 days had elapsed. The blood on the ground had dried and darkened. Lindong explained to Liu Yang, upon entering, we discovered 4 corpses. Our leader was slain at his own desk, and the 4 of them did not even have the opportunity to resist. They were taken down swiftly. Each one was executed by a throat-cutting maneuver. The enemy must have been Liu Yang found himself utterly perplexed. In a situation where the disparity in strength was so pronounced, how could these superhumans have provoked their adversary? Moreover, why did the foe choose not to retaliate on the spot, opting instead to wait until these superhumans returned to their surviving base before daring to infiltrate for revenge? After pondering for a moment, Liu Yang ultimately shook his head, arriving at a conclusion in his mind. The perpetrators of the killings must be formidable superhumans, and it was conceivable that these superhumans were engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. It was possible that your leader had never even encountered them before. Furthermore, they had not seized any resources. In an apocalypse, resources are far more precious than human lives. The absence of resource theft indicated that they had no intention of establishing dominance in this vicinity or even within the Dragon Empire itself. Thus, it seemed plausible that superhumans from other empires had infiltrated the Dragon Empire, and their motive for murder was likely to diminish the number of superhumans within the Dragon Empire, thereby weakening its overall strength. Alternatively, it was possible that your leader had discovered certain secrets of the Dragon Empire, and the enemy sought to extract this information through coercion, which led to the killings. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Lindong and the others displayed expressions of disbelief. Could it truly be an invasion from another empire? Our leader has always been with us, rarely venturing far, primarily scavenging within a 10-kilometer radius. Couldn't he possibly be privy to any monumental secrets? They mused. Could it be related to that testing stone tablet? We learned your name, Liu Yang, from that very tablet. The leader of this base once discovered a testing stone tablet and brought superhumans in for testing. He even managed to get on the yellow list. They also saw your esteemed name on that tablet. At that moment, they were incredibly excited, as the name of the first on the heavenly list was unmistakably of someone from the Dragon Empire, and they were all elated. In Lindong's perspective, the most significant secret they had uncovered was indeed that testing stone tablet. However, Liu Yang shook his head. There are multiple stone tablets. They exist worldwide. While they are remarkable, they are not extraordinary. It likely isn't the reason. Lindong questioned, so could it be as you suggest? Merely an attempt to diminish our Dragon Empire strength? Liu Yang replied, I cannot be certain. However, one thing is clear. Their strength is formidable. and should they return, none of you would be able to withstand them. I will leave a level 3 zombie here as a guard. Should any intruders enter, I will be alerted immediately. From now on, this base will operate under my command. Who is in favor, and who is against? I am in favor. Ergo was the first to respond. Having experienced supersonic flight with Liu Yang, he was thoroughly impressed. That was supersonic speed. At such velocity, even a casually thrown stone would possess power exceeding that of a bullet. Therefore, Liu Yang's strength was undoubtedly unimaginable. So am I, Lin Dong exclaimed passionately. To be associated with the first on the heavenly list promised an unbounded future. Observing that everyone had no objections, Liu Yang nodded appreciatively. Very well, it is decided. Henceforth, this will be my base too. I will establish new regulations for this base, which will henceforth operate according to these rules. If intruders appear, do your utmost to use your wits to buy time. Do not allow yourselves to be instantaneously eliminated. I will arrive within minutes. Lin Dong and the others lowered their heads in unison, proclaiming, Yes, Liu Yang, our leader. Chapter 84. Return trip. After instructing Lin Dong, Liu Yang addressed Ergo. I plan to return to Base 1. Let's depart together. Ergo recalled the harrowing sensation of flying through the sky, a terror that eclipsed any roller coaster by a factor of 10,000. He could not bear to endure such an experience again. He immediately shook his head and said, No, I intend to stay and accompany Dong-gu. If those enemies return, how can Dong-gu manage alone? Moved by Ergo's words, Lin Dong felt a swell of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he fervently replied, Ergo, Dong-gu. Ergo exclaimed, the two grasping each other's hands and gazing deeply into one another's eyes. Liu Yang, witnessing this scene, could only shake his head in disbelief. What profound brotherly affection and heartfelt camaraderie. He relented, saying, All right, since you do not wish to accompany me back to Base 1, I shall return alone. Be cautious here. If a powerful enemy does appear, do your best to avoid direct confrontation. Find a way to stall them. I will come as swiftly as I can. Understood, leader. We will. Lin Dong and Ergo nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, Liu Yang pondered in silence. The superhumans at this base had been eliminated, rendering their strength severely diminished. Any ordinary level, 3 zombie, or skin changer could likely wreak havoc here. Initially, Liu Yang had deemed Ma Fiyun's strength adequate, considering he might be useful in the future, thus refraining from killing him. Now, this decision seemed wise, as he could assign him to this base as muscle. An ordinary level 3 zombie or skin changer would likely not pose a challenge for Ma Fiyun. In this scenario, Liu Yang would not need to rush over personally every time an issue arose. Having concluded his reflections, Liu Yang leaped into the air, soaring upward with a thunderous roar. A sonic boom erupted in the sky as he flew toward Base 1 at supersonic speed. In the heavens, he became a fleeting shadow. In a small town over 30 kilometers from Base 2, a superhuman squad from the Little Sun Empire had just arrived. As Liu Yang zipped through the skies, they caught sight of him. Dizzy looked up at the vanishing shadow in astonishment. Did you all see what that was? A human, or a mutated zombie? Inoue's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the ground. Regardless of whether it's human or zombie, it is unimaginably powerful. That speed surely exceeded the sound barrier. Nakata remarked, Isn't that direction where we eliminated those 4 superhumans 3 days ago? Dizzy tilted her head thoughtfully, tapping her lovely chin with her delicate finger. Could it be that our actions have attracted this formidable being? Is he an official superhuman from the Dragon Empire? A superhuman capable of supersonic flight is far beyond the capabilities of ordinary superhumans. At such velocity, even bullets could not keep pace, let alone standard attacks. It is implausible that an ordinary superhuman from the Dragon Empire possesses such strength. Even members of the regular army cannot be so powerful. Therefore, it stands to reason that this individual could be the legendary first on the heavenly list. Upon hearing Duzzy's words, everyone displayed expressions of shock. Nakata exclaimed, The first on the heavenly list? Inoue added, Is he truly the first on the heavenly list? Another superhuman interjected, The Dragon Empire is vast. Could we truly be this fortunate, finding the first on the heavenly list in less than half a month? They exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment and a hint of excitement. Ultimately, they turned to Dazi and inquired, So, should we pursue him directly? Dazi shook her head. No, he possesses supersonic speed. How could we possibly catch up? Nakata noted. Survivors with flight capabilities can disregard obstacles while traveling, so they will take the shortest route to their destination. Therefore, he is unlikely to take a detour. We merely need to follow his flight path, and we will surely find him. Dizzy nodded, conceding, what you say indeed holds some merit. However, what if he is merely scavenging for supplies, moving from one location to another, and then to yet another? You have no idea how many search sites he has visited, nor do you know where his base of operations lies. Inoue nonchalantly remarked, so what do you propose? You are the captain. Make a decision quickly. He is flying at such speed that with every moment of hesitation, he could have covered several hundred meters. The expression on Momo's face darkened as she resolutely declared, we must return. Let us go back to the survivor base we invaded last time. Perhaps we can glean some information this time. Inoue cautioned, I warn you. Do not recklessly kill again. Last time, it was because of you that we ended up slaying everyone before we could extract any information. Upon hearing this, Inoue's face contorted with disbelief as he mocked Momo. Return? My goodness, has your mind been infiltrated by a virus? We just traversed 3 days to reach this point, and now you wish us to go back. Moreover, it is in the opposite direction of that Esper who just flew away. You might as well not pursue him. But now you want to head in the contrary direction? Momo's expression turned icy as she threatened. In no way. If you continue this nonsense, I will slice off your tongue. The ominous look on Momo's face sent a shiver down Inoue's spine. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. All right, you are the captain. Your word is law. However, this is our first time being so close to someone who could potentially be the top of the rankings. If we miss this opportunity due to your decision, just wait until I return to report to the colonel. Momo retorted, I suspect you will only return to cry to your father. Don't think that just because your father is a colonel, you can act arrogantly. If you continue down this path, you might as well disregard General Yamamoto. Oomph. Inoue scoffed. Subsequently, Momo led the 4 espers onward toward the location of base Liu Yang No. 2. Their journey from the base to this small town had taken 3 days, but that was largely due to their search for new survivor bases and clues regarding Liu Yang. On their return, the path was familiar, and they could reach it in a day at most. Meanwhile, Liu Yang returned to base number 1, finally able to escort 30 lovely girls back to his villa. This time, however, he chose not to walk with them, for the girls were ordinary humans, and their pace was far too slow. It took them nearly an entire day to cover 20 kilometers. Liu Yang had no time to waste on foot travel. Ever since acquiring the dark cloak, he had not taken more than 1,000 steps. Upon exiting base number 1, Liu Yang instructed the girls to board a large bus abandoned on the roadside. He then placed his hand on the bus and soared back to the villa. During several previous flights with others, Liu Yang had already discerned the secret of the dark cloak. It did not merely allow him to fly. It bestowed the ability to fly upon him and anything or anyone he touched. This meant that carrying others while flying required no effort on his part. And the same applied to inanimate objects. If he desired, he could even lift a small mountain into the sky and crash it down, creating devastation akin to a meteor strike. The capabilities of the dark cloak were not solely for expedience. They were also incredibly potent in combat. However, the enemies Liu Yang currently faced did not necessitate such formidable skills. 3 minutes later, the tourist bus landed safely in the villa district, leaving all the lovely girls astonished. They knew Liu Yang was powerful, but they never anticipated him to be this formidable. A bus weighing over 10 tons was effortlessly lifted. Such strength was almost unbelievable. At that moment, the girls' hearts brimmed with admiration for Liu Yang. In the villa district, Hiyushi and her companions were engaging in exercise when they learned of their pregnancies. Engaging in vigorous activities such as basketball or running was no longer feasible. Hence, the group of over 10 unfurled yoga mats, basking in the sun while practicing yoga. Upon seeing the bus land, everyone rose to their feet, their faces reflecting a mix of astonishment. Hiyushi exclaimed, "What on earth is Liu Yang doing? How did he manage to bring back a bus? In this apocalypse, the roads are congested with fleeing vehicles. No cars can even move." Zhao Lina added, "Indeed, what does Liu Yang intend to accomplish?" Just as the group was filled with confusion, beautiful girls began to disembark from the bus. At that moment, realization dawned upon them. The celebrity Su Xiao remarked, "Well, would you look at that? Liu Yang used to pursue women one by one, but now he's loading them in by the busful. Impressive." The police academy goddess Zhang Jingyu also wore a look of astonishment. "He flew here with an entire bus full of people. How extraordinary." Hiyushi teased, "What's the matter? Are you two feeling jealous?" Before they could respond, Tang Mingting interjected, "Jealous? Please, we're all pregnant now and cannot serve Liu Yang. It's only natural for him to seek other women, And we should thank those sisters for helping take care of Liu Yang during this time. Hiyushi chimed in. Exactly. If we were to be battered by an 8th-level storm daily, we would be dead in bed within a few days. Among them, only Hiyushi had been in Liu Yang's room twice, so her understanding of his strength was the deepest. The mere thought of being dominated by Liu Yang's immense power still sent shivers down her spine. Chundan pointed at a newcomer and exclaimed, Hey, 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 look at that girl with the voluptuous figure. She must be perfect for bearing sons. Zhou Kaiyuping remarked, That one is impressive. Her chest is even more magnificent than Jing Yu's. She could easily support sextuplets. Zhou Kiki added, Hey, look at that short-haired girl. Her face is so pale, round, and tender, but her figure is superb. She truly has that youthful charm. Do you think she is of age? Everyone followed Zhou Kiki's pointing finger and indeed spotted a girl with shoulder-length hair, standing at about 5 feet tall, yet possessing a curvaceous figure. Her face appeared fair and delicate, with a hint of baby fat that made everyone want to pinch her cheeks. No one could fathom where Liu Yang had found such exquisite girls. Chundan stated, all right, let us head back. We've finished our exercise. It's time to cook. Liu Yang, you must be hungry too, right? Liu Yang nodded. Yes, I'm indeed a bit hungry. Let us head back to the villa. Liu Yang followed the girls back to the villa, where Chundan led everyone into the kitchen to busy themselves. Liu Yang also joined in, rolling up his sleeves to help. Upon witnessing this, the girls were taken aback with delight. This was the first time Liu Yang had entered the kitchen and worked alongside them. It was not merely about the assistance he could offer. The mere presence of Liu Yang brought them immense joy. Chundan wore a cheerful expression, yet quickly insisted, Liu Yang, what are you doing? You don't need to help. Just sit and wait for the meal. Liu Yang shook his head. No, I want to experience cooking again. It has been a long time since I've cooked. Back in my apartment, I was the one who prepared the meals. Liu Yang felt a wave of nostalgia. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, everyone's lives had undergone tremendous changes, and his transformation had been the most profound. With the support of the system, he transformed from a destitute individual scorned even by dogs to the foremost champion on the celestial leaderboard. It could be said that he stands as the most formidable among all supernatural beings. His attributes now border on invincibility. Such a remarkable transformation left Liu Yang feeling somewhat dreamlike. Upon re-entering the kitchen, he truly began to grasp the essence of reality. At least the atmosphere in the kitchen felt reminiscent of the time before the apocalypse. Hiyushi remarked, Sister Chundan, you needn't concern yourself with him. It's a rare opportunity for him to join our work, so let him fully partake. Liu Yang nodded in agreement, responding, You sure is right. Chundan also nodded, All right. We are indeed pleased to have you join us. I merely worry that you might be too busy and exhausted, and now you wish to help in the kitchen. I fear it might be too much for you. Liu Yang reassured Chundan, It's nothing. You know well how strong I am. Upon hearing this, Chundan's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Who could withstand such confidence? One must tread carefully. Chapter 86. Liu Yang can cook? Soon, the dishes were ready. Liu Yang prepared a plate of stir-fried beef with celery. The aroma of the beef, accentuated by the celery, tantalized everyone's taste buds. All the women widened their eyes, eagerly inhaling the delightful scent. Wow, it smells divine, exclaimed Liu Yang. Your culinary skills are exceptional. Why haven't you cooked for us before? How utterly infuriating. Hiyushi pouted in displeasure. Tang Ming Ting added, I never expected your cooking to surpass Sister Chundan's. What a delightful surprise. The celebrity Su Xiao remarked. This may very well be the most delectable food I've had since the apocalypse. Boo-hoo. Liu Yang, you rascal. Why didn't you showcase such remarkable culinary talent sooner? Zhao Lina, after tasting a piece of beef, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. This is delicious, absolutely exquisite. Boo-hoo. To eat food better than that of the peaceful era during the apocalypse. I feel so fortunate. The meal was filled with laughter and joy. At the dining table, Liu Yang addressed everyone. In the coming days, it seems this area may not be very safe. Please try to remain within the villa and avoid going out. Activities like yoga and swimming should be done in the gym here. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, the women wore serious expressions. If even someone as powerful as Liu Yang deemed the situation unsafe, it truly warranted concern. While they were confident in Liu Yang's strength, most of them had yet to awaken their abilities, with only 2 supernatural beings among them, Baihu and Chundan. Relying solely on these 2 to protect them all would not be an easy feat thus. They all nodded in agreement. Zhao Lina said, Okay, Liu Yang, we'll stay indoors and embrace our inner homebodies. Hiyushi chimed in. Let's focus on nurturing our babies. We should all aim to give Liu Yang a bouncing baby boy. Haha. Zhang Jingyi remarked. I, on the other hand, would prefer daughter. Girls are just so adorable. But even if it's a girl, she must be a plump one. Everyone's faces lit up with anticipation, as if they were eager to witness just how endearing the new arrival would be. Baihu added, as a supernatural being, my health is robust. I have modest demands. Just give me a pair of twins. Either gender will do. Huh. Wang Fei puffed out her chest, glancing at Baihu, and teased Baihu. You want twins? Just make sure not to let them go hungry. Upon hearing this, Baihu's expression shifted to one of exasperation. She was indeed the youngest among them. Baihu thought to herself, can I be blamed for this? I have already reached the average standard, haven't I? It's merely that the women around Liu Yang are exceptionally gifted, making me seem somewhat lacking. She retorted to Wang Fei, how infuriating. You little minx. Just because we both hail from the same base, you think it's amusing to tease me? Just wait until I catch you. Liu Yang help. Wang Fei screamed, darting behind Liu Yang. After the playful banter, the two collapsed onto the sofa in exhaustion. After a while, Liu Yang felt sufficiently digested and prepared to retire to his room for a rest. The others began to clear the table, bustling back into the kitchen. Chapter 87, Another Invasion. Liu Yang rested in his room for a few hours, contemplating which of the 30 young women he should select for the 20th expansion of his lineage that night. Meanwhile, over 30 kilometers away at Base 2, a team of supernatural beings from the Little Sun Empire had once again arrived. Outside the base, Tao Zi continued to peer through binoculars from atop a high building. Observing the situation within, Nakatani inquired, Captain Tao, what do you see? Anya anomalías. With a grave expression, Tao Zi shook her head. Nothing unusual. Except there seemed to be far fewer survivors in the base than before. They must have fled upon discovering that we eliminated their leadership. After speaking, she raised the binoculars once more to scan. This time, she frowned, noticing something amiss. A new guard at the entrance sat rigidly still, as if carved from stone. Ordinarily, even the guards at the entrance would not maintain such a disciplined posture in the absence of supervision. Who among them wouldn't take a break? Based on Tao Zi's past experiences, those stationed at the entrance were generally not very powerful, often the lowest tier of survivors, and typically not even supernatural beings. Supernatural beings usually occupied higher positions within such ordinary bases. However, the guard she observed through the binoculars sat motionless, resembling a statue. One might even mistake him for a dummy. A new guard? Let me take a look. Nakatani, appearing puzzled, took the binoculars from Tao Zi and began to scrutinize. He too spotted the guard, dressed in a suit, wearing sunglasses and a mask, sitting perfectly upright. He watched for a full minute, during which the guard didn't move a muscle. Were it not for the sunglasses obscuring his eyes, he might have doubted whether the guard had even blinked. Nakatani voiced his confusion. Could it be that they've dispatched a supernatural being to guard the entrance due to our invasion? Tao Zi shook her head, saying, even our regular troops, supernatural beings, would not exhibit such discipline. Meanwhile, Inoue could not contain himself, interjecting, it's just a gatekeeper, right? I'll take him out. With that, he charged towards the survivor base. Tao Zi called out urgently, hey, don't be rash, Inoue. However, it was too late. Inoue had already leapt through the gate. Gritting her teeth, Tao Zi had no choice but to order everyone to follow suit. When they entered the survivor base, Inoue had stealthily approached the security booth. Drawing his sharp dagger, he lunged at the guard from behind, swiftly slashing the dagger across the guard's throat. With a proud expression, Inoue whispered, see? That was easy. Unlike you all wasting time outside. Yet, he was met with the astonished faces of his companions. Suddenly, he felt a fierce gust of wind rush past his ear. Tao Zi shouted, watch out. Inoue was struck by an unprecedented sense of danger and instinctively dodged. However, it was too late. The guardian, clad in a suit and adorned with a mask and sunglasses, lunged at Inoue with a swift grasp. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as 5 crimson gashes instantly marred Inoue's arm, even rending his specially designed black tactical attire. He clutched his arm in disbelief, exclaiming, I have already slit his throat. How is he still alive? Yet, Peach had discerned the truth. This is a zombie. The speed of that attack indicates it must be at least a level 3 zombie. Your arm has been infected with the level 3 zombie virus. It must be severed. Nakata. Yes. With a deft movement, Nakata appeared at Inoue's side, brandishing a large blade and bringing it down decisively. A pain scream escaped Inoue as his arm fell away. Peach promptly produced a bandage, swiftly binding the stump to staunch the flow of blood. Meanwhile, Nakata and the other two supernatural beings charged towards the level 3 zombie. All three were formidable experts, ranked among the top 1,000 on the global leaderboard, and were classified as level 2 supernatural beings. Together, they swiftly dispatched the level 3 zombie. At that moment, far away in the villa district, Liu Yang had become aware of the situation. Furrowing his brow, he murmured, "These fellows really turned back? And they so easily took down a level 3 zombie. Their strength is formidable. It's time to confront them." With that, Liu Yang propelled himself towards the location of Base 2 at supersonic speed. The sounds of battle emanating from the villa attracted the attention of the survivors within. The sole supernatural being, Lin Dong, had already rushed out with several sturdy survivors. Upon seeing Peach and her companions, as well as the defeated level 3 zombie, his expression shifted from shock to fury, and he pointed accusingly at them, demanding, "You lot killed our 4 supernatural beings?" Upon recognizing Lin Dong, Peach's expression turned icy. "Is this the level 3 zombie you controlled? Are you Liu Yang? How dare you?" Lin Dong cursed before turning to flee. The formidable level 3 zombie had proven too powerful, and as a mere level 1 supernatural being, he was no match for it. Yet, the fact that these individuals had effortlessly dispatched such a creature spoke volumes about their strength. Engaging them would surely lead to a fate far worse than that of the level 3 zombie. Thus, he recalled Liu Yang's advice when faced with a stronger adversary. Retreat and bide your time. Seeing Lin Dong escape, Peach and her companions furrowed their brows. If he indeed possessed the ability to control a level 3 warrior, then his own strength should not be underestimated. Yet why was he fleeing? Was he attempting to lure them deeper into a trap? Nakata, Captain Peach, we must pursue. He is getting away. Peach nodded, replying, "Follow, but exercise caution. There may be an ambush ahead." Their entry into this survivor base had not been as smooth as their first encounter. They had not anticipated that the gatekeeper would be a level 3 zombie, resulting in no way losing an arm and diminishing their strength by half. It was a disastrous start, incurring heavy losses right from the outset. Thus, Peach and her companions swiftly pursued the direction Lin Dong had fled, albeit cautiously, wary of potential traps, maintaining their vigilance. Nevertheless, even with their measured approach, the speed of the top-tier experts was not something Lin Dong could evade. Before long, the 5 supernatural beings from the small empire cornered Lin Dong within a house. Inside, as Lin Dong and his comrades found themselves with nowhere to retreat, Inoue clutched his severed arm, a wicked grin spreading across his face. He licked his pale lips, suppressing the pain in his arm as he taunted, "Looks like you have no escape now. I never expected my carelessness would cost me an arm to a mere level 3 zombie. This is all your fault. Soon, I will relish in torturing you to death. You will learn the excruciating price for causing me such loss." However, he was taken aback when Lin Dong's laughter resonated, more derisive than his own. "Ha ha ha. A bunch of little upstarts. Even at death's door, you still prattle on. You truly amuse me. Come at me, and see how you meet your end." Though Inoue was hot-tempered and impulsive, the loss of his arm had rendered him cautious. Now, faced with Lin Dong's challenge, he hesitated, revealing uncertainty on his face. They had observed Lin Dong's speed and deduced that he was merely a level 1 supernatural being, accompanied by several ordinary individuals who had yet to awaken their powers. What audacity! A mere level 1 supernatural being, flanked by commoners, daring to confront 5 of the top 1,000 level 2 experts on the global leaderboard? This was either madness or a ruse. Inoue, having lost an arm due to his own impulsiveness, was wary of acting recklessly again. Another misstep could cost him his life. Beside Lin Dong, Ergo chimed in, "Come on. Why the hesitation? We're right here waiting for you. If you got guts, come on over." He brazenly gestured a middle finger at Inoue and the others. An ordinary man daring to be so audacious. Either the people of this base had lost their wits, or there was a trap ahead. Inoue and Nakata exchanged glances, each reading the hesitation in the other's eyes. Seeing their indecision, Lin Dong and Ergo grew even more arrogant, hurling insults at them, cursing their ancestors in the process. Yet, the more they jeered, the less Inoue and his companions dared to act. "Has it been nearly a minute?" Lin Dong remarked. "Our boss should be arriving soon." Liu Yang is truly astute. Even a level 3 zombie left behind has made them hesitant to act. Now they're too scared to move a muscle. Damn, it feels incredible for a level 1 supernatural being to confront these little upstarts. Ergo added, excitement evident in his voice. "As an ordinary person, I can taunt them while they stand paralyzed with fear. Is this the power of Liu Yang's intimidation? They haven't even engaged yet, and already they tremble. Peach and her companions observed Lin Dong and Ergo whispering to each other, mistakenly believing they were plotting something, which only heightened their caution. Just then, a shadow darted in at incredible speed. Moments later, a tall, strikingly handsome young man, draped in a black cloak, emerged before them. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Dong and his companions instantly beamed with joy, calling out, "Liu Yang, boss, you finally arrived. Just as you predicted. These little upstarts are the ones who came to kill in our base. Boss, you truly have a gift for foresight." Lin Dong and his companions gazed at Liu Yang, admiration gleaming in their eyes. Not only was he immensely powerful, but his analytical skills far surpassed those of others. Just a glance at the scene, and he had deduced that foreign supernatural beings were behind it all. Incredible. And now that Liu Yang had arrived, everything was under his control. Their danger had diminished significantly. Ergo and the others boldly declared to the little upstarts, "Your time has come. You little upstarts. You killed 4 of our base members. Now, it's time for you to pay with your lives." Peach and her comrades exchanged astonished glances. What astonishing speed. What formidable, supernatural beings. Listening to their titles. This fellow must be Liu Yang, the first on the heavenly ranking, right? This is a disaster. According to their original plan, the search team was merely responsible for discreetly gathering clues about Liu Yang, and upon discovering any leads, they would immediately report back to the main headquarters. Engaging directly in combat with Liu Yang was never part of the plan. How could these mere 5 Earth ranking ability users possibly contend with the foremost of the heavenly ranking? Peach's eyes darted as she contemplated an escape. However, Liu Yang cast a cold glance at Peach and her companions. That fleeting glance sent a chilling wave through the group, as if the surrounding air had plummeted by several degrees, causing their hearts to shudder. They felt as if they were trapped in an icy cellar. Their breathing quickened involuntarily, and soon their backs were dampened with cold sweat. Liu Yang then spoke. "You came to this base to kill, traveling thousands of miles to our Dragon Empire. I suspect your intentions are not merely to slay. Reveal your purpose here, and I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall ensure your suffering is unbearable." No sooner had Liu Yang finished speaking than Peach had already shouted in the language of the Little Sun Empire, "Scatter!" Yet Liu Yang had already discerned their intentions. With a mere wave of his hand, a fierce gust of frigid air swept through, instantly encasing the ground in thick ice that ensnared their feet. The freezing continued to creep over their bodies, soon encasing them entirely in ice, leaving only their faces exposed. Liu Yang's psychic power had reached 1,500 points, and his freezing ability had attained level 8, allowing him to manipulate ice with unparalleled grace. With just a thought, he could transform the entire base into a frozen wasteland. How could these few Earth-ranking ability users even dream of escaping his grasp? It was utterly absurd. Staring at her immobile form, Peach's face registered shock as she exclaimed, "How is this possible? I thought he was a speed-type ability user due to his incredible swiftness, yet turns out he wields freezing powers?" At that moment, Liu Yang took deliberate steps toward her. Meanwhile, Naka, who was also frozen in place, felt his rage boiling over as he shouted at Liu Yang. "Liu Yang, what do you intend to do? If you have a grievance, come at me, but do not harm Captain Peach." Beside him, Inoue cried out, "Liu Yang, while you may be the first on the heavenly ranking, do not be too arrogant. My father is a colonel in the Little Sun Empire's navy. If you dare to kill me, he will stop at nothing to take your life." The other 2 ability users chimed in. "If you kill us, you will be disrespecting the Little Sun Empire. You will be making an enemy of the entire Little Sun Empire. Do you think you can stand against an entire nation all by yourself? You are courting death. No matter how strong you are but one individual. I refuse to believe you can challenge an empire. Our nation will send forth elite assassins to eliminate you. Do not delude yourself into thinking that being first on the heavenly ranking makes you invincible. There exist beings far more powerful than ability users in this world. They are ancient, unimaginable, and bear the legacy of formidable races. Even if you are first on the heavenly ranking, you could still be vanquished in an instant." Upon hearing their words, a cold smile crept across Liu Yang's face. "The Little Sun Empire, you say? Have you not considered that the moment you dispatched ability users into the Dragon Empire and confronted me, you effectively declared war? Rest assured, there is no need for them to come. I shall seek them out in the Little Sun Empire myself." After speaking, Liu Yang turned to Inoue and remarked, "Your father is a colonel in the Little Sun Empire, is he? Thank you for the information. I shall be sure to eliminate the colonel first. Inoue was taken aback, never expecting Liu Yang to be so audacious and arrogant. He had thought that invoking his father's name would intimidate Liu Yang, but instead, Liu Yang not only showed no fear, but also declared his intent to kill his father first. In that moment, a foreboding feeling gripped Inoue's heart. Could his words bring unimaginable calamity upon his father? Having finished speaking, Liu Yang reached out and pinched Peach's delicate and smooth face, causing her alluring cherry lips to puff up, and asked, "You are the strongest among them, and presumably their leader. Tell me your purpose for being here, and perhaps I can grant you a swift end." Observing Liu Yang's actions, Nakata became agitated. "Release Captain Peach. If you have the guts, come at me." Nakata had harbored feelings for Peach for a long time. Unfortunately, his abilities were not on par with hers, leaving him feeling somewhat inferior and hesitant to confess. Now, witnessing the powerful and exalted Captain Peach being humiliated by Liu Yang, Nakata felt a deep despair, wishing he could die. He loathed his own weakness, lamenting his inability to protect his goddess, Peach. This sense of helplessness cast him into an abyss of despair, causing him to shout incessantly from the sidelines. Liu Yang turned to the agitated Nakata and said, "Ah, you seem quite stirred up. Very well, then I shall pose a question to you. If you are willing to speak the truth, perhaps I shall release your Captain Peach." Nakata immediately responded, "I will speak. Just promise me you will let Captain Peach go, and I will tell you everything." Upon hearing Nakata's words, Peach cried out, "Nakata, what are you planning? Do you intend to betray the Empire?" "Captain, I only want to protect you. I cannot safeguard the Empire. I only wish to protect you. I would gladly trade my life for yours. What of imperial duty? What of the warrior spirit? I can forsake it all. I only want you to live." As Nakata spoke, tears streamed down his face, and the rugged man sobbed like a child. Such is the nature of a sycophant. Sycophants are the most spineless and feeble of creatures, regardless of the nation. Watching from the sidelines, Liu Yang wore a look of disdain and then asked, "Can you speak now?" Nakata queried, "Are you certain? If I tell you, will you truly spare Captain Peach?" Liu Yang nodded, affirming, "Indeed." Nakata declared, "All right, here it is. We are survivors dispatched by the Little Sun Empire, and our team is specifically tasked with locating the whereabouts of the first on the heavenly ranking, Liu Yang, namely you. Upon finding you, we were to immediately report back to the main headquarters and join forces with all squads to eliminate you. Currently, there are another 19 search teams and a main headquarters within the Dragon Empire." Liu Yang's expression turned contemplative as he inquired, "Are the abilities of your search teams similar to yours? What about the main headquarters strength?" Nakata replied, "The search teams are indeed comparable to our strength, but the main headquarters consists entirely of heavenly ranking ability users. There are a full 500 ability users ranked within the top 200 of the heavenly ranking. The leading ability user ranks within the top 10, coupled with the strength of the other 19 search teams. Even if you are exceptionally powerful, you cannot possibly contend with us." Nakata was aware that the strength of the top 200 ability users was relatively uniform. Those ranked above 100 in the Little Sun Empire had all cleared the 10th level of the monument, and even the top-ranked Liu Yang had also conquered the 10th level. The disparity in their rankings was merely due to the varying times taken to complete it. In other words, the 10th level represented the pinnacle for heavenly ranking ability users. They even speculated that Liu Yang had merely completed the 10th level, only marginally faster than the esteemed General Nishimura. How significant could such a difference in speed be? As long as they were within the top 200 of the heavenly ranking, their strengths were not vastly different. There were even notions of elemental affinities and rivalries among ability users. For instance, a fire attribute ability user, when confronted by a water attribute user of comparable strength, would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage, unless the fire attribute user significantly surpasses the water attribute user in power. Reversing such a predicament would be nearly impossible. This is the essence of elemental counteraction. Thus, even a top-ranked individual on the heavenly leaderboard is not invincible. In the eyes of Nakata and his companions, 5 contestants from the top 200 on the heavenly leaderboard could certainly eliminate the top-ranked individual. They could hardly fathom that Liu Yang had successfully passed 100 levels and had yet to reach his limit. If the difficulty of each level merely increased the number of zombies, Liu Yang could effortlessly conquer 1,000 levels. Liu Yang scoffed. "A mere 5 ability users from the Little Day Empire dare to trouble me? You people are as arrogant as ever." After saying this, He fondly caressed the soft face of Duzzy and effortlessly hoisted her, now frozen and stiff, toward an adjacent room. Upon witnessing this, Nakata grew frantic and shouted, "Hey, what are you planning to do? I've already shared everything I know with you. You must honor your promise and release Captain Dizzy. Put her down." Liu Yang shook his head and remarked, "I must admit, despite your detestable nature, your so-called captain is quite beautiful. Wouldn't it be a shame not to take full advantage of that?" Nakata gritted his teeth, saying, "You despicable liar. You explicitly stated that if I provided you with information, you would release Captain Dizzy." Liu Yang chuckled coldly. "Integrity? Why should I uphold integrity with people from your little day empire? Just stay outside and listen closely as I revel in your captain's cries." Nakata nearly went insane, screaming, "Bastard, let go of Captain Dizzy. Do whatever you want to her. Just hurry and release her." Liu Yang replied, "Who would have integrity with you lot?" Suddenly, a desperate scream erupted from behind. Chapter 90, People Will Die. Inside the room, Liu Yang tossed Dizzy onto the bed. It must be said, this woman from the Little Day Empire possessed an appealing appearance. She had a gentle and adorable countenance, with a hint of baby fat that made one want to pinch her cheeks. Standing at under 1.6 meters, she appeared almost childlike next to Liu Yang, who stood at 1.85 meters, easily able to lift her with one hand. This contrasted sharply with the tall and voluptuous women in Liu Yang's base. Dizzy belonged to the petite, lowly type. As she lay on the bed, a look of panic crossed her face. She wished to resist, but her body was immobile, and she could barely muster the strength to speak. "Liu Yang, you are the strongest on the heavenly leaderboard. I trust you will adhere to the spirit of the samurai. I am a warrior. Please do not insult me. Grant me a dignified death, I beg you." Upon hearing her words, Liu Yang merely smirked, saying, "Dignity? Before the apocalypse, I learned one vital truth. Only the strong are entitled to speak of dignity, for dignity cannot be begged for. It must be earned." With that, Liu Yang delivered a sharp slap across Dizzy's face, leaving a red mark on her fair skin. Dizzy stifled a groan, gritting her teeth to endure the intense pain. Refusing to scream, she understood that outside the door were 4 of her teammates. If she cried out, the humiliation would be unbearable for her as their captain. No, she must not scream. Yet even as she suppressed her cries, Nakata outside heard her muffled sound and went into a frenzy. He howled in agony, "Just kill me. Kill me," his entire being twisted in anguish, wishing for death, yet unable to take that final step. In the room, observing Dizzy's determination to endure, Liu Yang remarked, "No wonder you are a top-tier warrior. Your resilience is commendable. But fear not, this is merely the beginning. I promise to let your loyal dog hear your cries, and I shall fulfill that promise." Liu Yang moved closer to Dizzy, pushing her down. It must be said, this woman from the Little Day Empire was indeed stunning. A rare beauty with exquisitely refined features and a perfectly proportioned figure. Although not particularly tall, she exuded a unique petite charm. Now, rendered immobile and tossed into the room, one could only imagine the horrors that awaited her. This not only filled Dizzy with dread, but also a hint of embarrassment. Before invading the Dragon Empire, she had prepared herself for encounters with formidable foes and the possibility of fierce battles, even contemplating the prospect of death at their hands. However, she never anticipated facing a top-ranked individual like Liu Yang, who displayed such a lack of martial integrity. Not content to grant her a swift end, he sought to humiliate her instead. Such actions were devoid of any semblance of a true warrior spirit. In despair, she quietly implored, "Please don't do this. Grant me a swift end, and spare me further humiliation. What benefit do you gain from this? As a superpower, you possess no qualities of a true warrior. A genuine strongman would scorn the act of insulting their enemies. They would focus solely on becoming stronger, unlike you, who can never attain true strength." Liu Yang laughed coldly. How could you, who have never been a strongman, comprehend the thoughts of one? Is it not possible that the more I indulge myself, the stronger I become?" Nakata felt as if his very soul was being torn apart. Inoue, growing impatient, interjected, "Stop rambling. You're driving me crazy. If I weren't immobilized, I would have killed you long ago." "Why, that's Captain Dizzy. She is being tormented," Nakata cried, his face streaked with tears. Observing Nakata's pitiful state, Jinzhang scolded vehemently, "Stop your blubbering, you pathetic sycophant. Just moments ago, you were willing to betray the Empire for a woman, revealing all our team's secrets. You are a traitor to our Little Day Empire, a historical sinner, you filthy rat. And you dare to weep. Chapter 91. Acquiring New Abilities. Particularly Naka, who, gritting his teeth, emitted agonized cries, nearly shattering his teeth. Tears streamed down his face, and snot ran freely as he shouted toward the door. "Ah, Captain Dizzy! My Captain Dizzy! Liu Yang, release Captain Dizzy! Set her free! She's my goddess!" Under Liu Yang's intimidation, Dizzy reluctantly agreed to become his girlfriend. At that moment, Liu Yang received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully making her your girlfriend, unlocking a new ability, Soul Chain. Seeing this notification, Liu Yang felt a surge of excitement. Had he finally acquired a new ability? Now, having successfully branched out with a top-tier expert, he was immediately rewarded with a new ability, further solidifying his hypothesis. Perhaps from now on, only by partnering with ability users could he obtain better rewards. And the more powerful the ability user, the greater the rewards. However, the number of ability users remained scarce. Among every 100 individuals, there was not a single one. The strength of a third-tier zombie can be roughly equated to that of a second-tier superpowered individual. If one fails to locate a superpowered individual when in need of assistance, might be prudent to resort to a third-tier zombie instead. Goodness. In a distant parallel world, there existed a renowned figure named Einstein, who famously stated that if one could run around a tree at the speed of light, one would be able to quite literally bump into one's own behind. Presently, although Liu Yang has yet to achieve the speed of light, his ability to manipulate zombies appears to yield a similar effect of self-collision. Alas, what am I contemplating? This is hardly the time for such musings. Shaking his head, Liu Yang pulled his thoughts away from the absurdity of light-speed self-collision and promptly checked the properties of his new ability. After all, it had been over half a month since he had last acquired new power. The long interval had dulled his memory of the exhilarating sensation that accompanied such a discovery. If this sentiment were to be overheard by other superpowered individuals, they would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Half a month without a new ability, and you find it unbearable? Are you aware that most superpowered individuals possess but a single ability throughout their lives? Moreover, many who awaken their powers do not even possess combat-oriented abilities, and some even come with significant adverse effects. Individuals like Liu Yang, who boast multiple abilities, are truly anomalies among anomalies. Liu Yang examined the attributes of his newfound power. Soul Chain. Level 1. Placing a finger on the target's forehead for 5 minutes allows one to cast the Soul Chain. Once successfully cast, the target becomes your servant. Casting requirements. Your mental strength must exceed that of the target for success. By the heavens, this skill is formidable. Upon reading the description, Liu Yang was engulfed by a wave of excitement. The ability to control another's soul and turn them into one's servant is simply extraordinary. Initially, he had intended to eliminate this peach after utilizing the ability, but now, with this newfound power, such drastic measures have become unnecessary. However, this power is not without its limitations. Firstly, one's mental strength must surpass that of the target to achieve success. Secondly, one must maintain contact for 5 minutes, which serves as a hidden condition. Not only must one's mental strength exceed that of the target, but one's overall strength must as well. If one cannot subdue the target beforehand, who would allow you to keep a finger on their forehead for 5 minutes? Nevertheless, these two conditions pose no issue for Liu Yang. His mental strength is 30 times that of an ordinary person, reaching the formidable level of a 15-tier superpowered individual. Currently, the most powerful superpowered individual he has encountered only ranks at level 2. As for his physical strength, that needs no elaboration. Liu Yang's freezing ability is the perfect control skill. With just a glance, he can immobilize his target, coupled with the Soul Chain. It is a match made in heaven. With a cold smile, Liu Yang approached the peach. Observing Liu Yang's advance, the peach, who had only just regained a modicum of strength, displayed a look of sheer terror, pleading, "Please, don't come any closer." Chapter 92. Kneel before me. As Liu Yang drew near, extending 2 fingers towards her, the peach was engulfed in fear. "What do you intend to do to me?" She trembled. Yet, Liu Yang continued to close the distance. Desperate to flee, she found herself immobilized, panic reflected in her eyes, tears welling up, her face a picture of despair. Liu Yang then placed his fingers on her forehead. Huh? The peach was momentarily taken aback. After enduring such torment, she noticed Liu Yang merely resting his fingers against her forehead, and she felt a semblance of relief. Curiously, she inquired, "What exactly do you want?" "Why place your fingers on my forehead?" Liu Yang replied, "You'll find out soon enough." I intend to turn all of you into my servants. The peach retorted. You're dreaming. Either kill me, or I shall never yield to you, let alone become one of your servants. The peach and her companions had undergone rigorous training and indoctrination by the Little Japan Empire. Deep within, she held the empire's interests above her own, willing to sacrifice her life to protect its welfare. Liu Yang chuckled softly. I hope you remain so defiant after 5 minutes. Humph. The peach scoffed. 5 minutes later, Liu Yang received a system notification. Ding. Congratulations, host. The soul chain has been successfully cast. The superpowered individual peach has become your most loyal servant. Upon receiving this notification, the expression in the peach's eyes shifted instantaneously. The initial defiance was replaced with submission. Just by observing her gaze, Liu Yang could discern that she had been entirely conquered. He released her from the freezing confinement and commanded, kneel. Smack! The peach promptly knelt before Liu Yang. Witnessing this response filled him with satisfaction. Truly, the soul chain is a remarkable ability. It allows for direct control over one's soul. No matter how obstinate the peach may have been, once successfully cast, she can only become his devoted servant. Excellent. Now it is time to employ this skill on those outside the door. Liu Yang then strode towards the door. Creak. The door swung open, and he stepped outside. The expressions of Nakata and Inoue transformed into shock. Seeing Liu Yang emerge was akin to witnessing the emergence of a demon. The torment of Captain Peach had concluded. Was it now their turn? Nakata, overcome with emotion, shouted, How dare you do such things to Captain Peach? Even in death. I shall not forgive you. My Captain Peach. Wailing, he had scarcely finished his outburst when Peach emerged from the room, her expression one of compliance. Observing her transformed demeanor, Nakata, his fury escalated as he cried out, Captain? Peach, what has happened to you? Did that vile creature break your legs? Upon hearing Nakata's words, the Peach's eyes turned cold, and she shot him a disdainful glance, declaring, Silence, you worthless fool. How dare you insult Master Liu Yang? What? Nakata stood frozen, mouth agape, unable to comprehend. Captain Peach had called him a fool and referred to Liu Yang as master? Surely, he must be mistaken. The captain had been humiliated and yet had been tamed by Liu Yang? What manner of charm did he possess? How was he able to achieve such a feat? It must be noted that Peach is among the top 200 super elites. To label her a prodigy would be an understatement. She had been groomed as a vital asset for the Empire. Her loyalty and dedication to it were undeniably genuine. Yet here she was, a woman who had once been steadfastly loyal to the Empire, now addressing Liu Yang as master after only a few hours in his presence. This shattered Nakata and his companion's worldview. What kind of power did this Liu Yang from the Dragon Empire possess? How could he induce such unwavering devotion in Captain Peach? They could hardly fathom it. All they felt was the shattering of something deep within. Especially Nakata, witnessing his idol reduced to Liu Yang's servant, found himself at a loss for words, his heart shattered. Observing the expressions of anger and shock on their faces, Liu Yang wore a cold smile, addressing them. This is the fate that befalls those who invade our Dragon Empire. Now it is your turn. Chapter 93, A Fate Too Grim. Nakata shouted at Liu Yang, How despicable! Liu Yang, what have you done to Captain Dazi? Captain Dazi would never betray us, nor the Empire. You must have used an illusion on her. That is why she has become this way. You are truly a wretched ability user. Before Liu Yang could respond, Dazi, who was lying on the ground, interjected with a scornful retort, Silence. You worthless fool. I will not allow you to speak of my master in such a manner. Captain Dazi, you, just moments ago. Nakata was furious, but upon being scolded by Dazi, he was rendered speechless, his mouth agape. He never expected Captain Dazi would defend that person from the Dragon Empire. Berating him in public, the humiliation and fury of being insulted by a goddess surged within Nakata, swelling to the point where he felt it might burst his heart. It hurt. It hurt so much. Nakata felt that his life had lost all meaning, wishing he could die at that very moment. Liu Yang, however, wore a triumphant expression and remarked, You see, this cannot be said to be my coercion, can it? Perhaps you should all follow your captain's example and submit to me. Inoue spat contemptuously, Pa. My father is a naval colonel. If you don't let me go, you will surely die. Is that so? Liu Yang replied coldly. He then slowly tightened his grip around his hand. Crack, crack, crack. With Liu Yang's movement, the ice enveloping Inoue began to shrink relentlessly, compressing his body as if it aimed to crush him. Inoue screamed in agony. Every cell in his body felt as if it were being pulverized, radiating unbearable pain. His bones began to fracture, splintering and piercing through his muscles, even breaking the skin, starkly exposed within the transparent ice. Yet, as Liu Yang continued to tighten his grip, the once sturdy bones began to shatter. The intense pain compelled in no way to scream. "Ah, it hurts. My body hurts. Help me, Dad, save me. I was wrong. Please, spare me, big brother. I will do whatever you ask." But Liu Yang did not relent. His hand tightened further. Inoue felt as though his body was about to be reduced to a pulp. Crack! With a sharp sound, the ice suddenly compressed into a mass, and Inoue was instantaneously transformed into a puddle of blood. Bones, muscles, hair, skin, everything amalgamated into a singularity, merging into the ice. Not only was there no whole corpse, but not even a single intact cell remained. Liu Yang coolly remarked, "Noisy. I detest those who love to wail." The remaining 3 ability users stood in stunned silence. Nakata, who had been ready to meet his demise, now fell silent. They were indeed unafraid of death, but they had never anticipated Inoue would meet such a gruesome end. Witnessing his body slowly crushed into a pool of blood, with every cell flattened, was a horror far worse than being crushed by a steamroller. They certainly did not wish to share the same fate. "Oh, now you understand the value of silence? Excellent. Then it will soon be your turn." Liu Yang stepped closer to the 3 remaining survivors. Their faces instantly contorted in terror as they trembled and asked, What do you want? Please, don't come any closer." Yet, Liu Yang had already placed his finger on one of their foreheads. Soon enough, he ensnared the 3 with his soul chains. Ultimately, the 3 knelt before Liu Yang, respectfully declaring, "Master, please command us." Seeing these 4 ability users from the Little Japan Empire transformed into his loyal dogs brought immense joy to Liu Yang. The Z could be utilized to propagate, while the other 3 male ability users would also serve their purposes. This spectacle left Lin Dong and the others nearby utterly astounded. Their leader, Liu Yang, had effortlessly subdued these ability users. They were even kneeling and calling him master. This was astonishing. It is well known that the Little Japan Empire excelled at brainwashing, with their troops being the most fanatical and perverse. They even had a notorious suicide squad. Under the Empire's indoctrination, they would unhesitatingly sacrifice their lives for the Empire's interests. If mere civilians possessed such resolve, one could only imagine the willpower of ability users. Yet, here they were. These individuals had pledged their allegiance to Liu Yang, becoming his loyal followers. How utterly unfathomable. At that moment, Liu Yang addressed Lin Dong. "Gather everyone in the base. I have something to say." "Yes, Boss Liu Yang." Lin Dong immediately nodded in agreement. After witnessing Liu Yang's display of power in subduing these formidable ability users from the Little Japan Empire, Lin Dong and the others' admiration for Liu Yang reached its zenith. Truly, the King of Kings, the pride of the Dragon Empire, such strength was unparalleled. In less than a day, he avenged their fallen brothers at the base. Following a leader like him instilled a deep sense of security. Half an hour later, Lin Dong returned, informing Liu Yang, "Boss, everyone has been gathered and is ready to listen." Liu Yang nodded, saying good. He then instructed the 4 ability users from the Little Japan Empire to crawl behind him as he proceeded outside. Outside, over 500 remaining individuals had gathered in the open area of the base. Although most were women, children, and the elderly, they had heard from Lin Dong and the others that a super strong individual had come to eliminate the invaders, and excitement radiated from each of their faces. Upon seeing Liu Yang emerge, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Liu Yang raised his hand, signaling for silence. The cheers abruptly ceased, and the entire base fell silent as if a pin drop could be heard. Liu Yang then proclaimed, "I am Liu Yang. The ones lying behind me are the ability users from the Little Japan Empire who invaded our Dragon Empire. They were responsible for the slaughter of the leadership within this base. Now, I have killed the mastermind and tamed all of his companions, turning them into my servants. Long live Master Liu Yang! Long live Master Liu Yang! Liu Yang! Liu Yang! Liu Yang!" Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, the crowd erupted as if ignited, their cheers deafening. They had long known that the higher-ups of the base had been murdered, causing widespread panic and prompting many to leave the base in search of new refuge. Now, witnessing someone eliminate the invaders on their behalf filled them with exhilaration. Liu Yang raised his hand once more, and the crowd fell silent again. "Thus, starting today, I'm the leader of this base. I will establish new rules, and I hope everyone will abide by them. Otherwise, those who do not comply will have but 2 choices: Leave the base or die. Liu Yang continued. Hail Master Liu Yang. We will certainly obey the rules. Anyone who disobeys, we will be the first to oppose. The crowd cheered on. Who wouldn't want a super strong individual to lead their base? With such a powerful figure at the helm, who would dare invade the base again? Originally, they had lost 4 ability users, leaving the base in an unprecedented state of vulnerability, with many strong men having already left. Now, with a new strong ally to support them, their future seemed much more secure. Thus, no one voiced any dissent. Every individual joyously welcomed Liu Yang. Chapter 94. Return to the Villa District. After all was said and done, Liu Yang exchanged a few words with Lin Dong, leaving behind a substantial quantity of potatoes at the base for him to distribute, ensuring each survivor received a share of 50 pounds for cultivation. After all, the only path to sustainable development lay in the planting of food, which would instill greater hope among these survivors. At this early stage of the apocalypse, foraging outside still yielded food, but as time passed, the availability of resources would dwindle, making collection increasingly arduous, with zombies growing ever more formidable, posing immense dangers beyond the base. Therefore, a strategy for self-sufficiency was imperative. As Liu Yang surveyed the warehouse brimming with potatoes, Lin Dong, Ergo, and others stood astonished beside him. He never anticipated that Liu Yang possessed such an abundance of resources. Lin Dong incredulously exclaimed, Boss Liu Yang, are you truly entrusting me with all these potatoes for distribution? Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had never encountered such a wealth of resources, which could very well be valued at the cost of thousands of lives. Countless individuals would likely go mad over these supplies. Yet, Liu Yang had entrusted them entirely to him, a testament to the absolute trust Liu Yang had in him. This level of confidence left Lin Dong somewhat flabbergasted. Liu Yang continued, Of course, once you take charge of the distribution, you will have full responsibility for this base. I will only return occasionally to check in. However, everyone must adhere to the rules I have established. Those who do not will be expelled from the base. Do you understand? Understood, understood. We will certainly abide by Boss Liu Yang's regulations. Lin Dong promptly nodded in agreement. Liu Yang proceeded furthermore. If any survivors wish to join this base, they will all be welcomed and provided with potato seeds. As long as they follow the rules, they can integrate into this community. No problem. Lin Dong replied earnestly. This had always been their standard practice, welcoming new survivors into the base, as a larger populace would only strengthen their collective. Liu Yang added, in the case of beautiful female survivors, ensure they are assigned a unified living space. Although Lin Dong was puzzled, he nodded in affirmation, no problem, boss. After relaying a few more instructions, Liu Yang finally waved them off, saying, all right, begin distributing the potatoes and make sure to document everything. Remember to collect 200 pounds back from them in a year. Understood, boss. Lin Dong and the others nodded before departing. Liu Yang turned to the 3 supernaturals from the Little Japan Empire and instructed them, You 3, I have a mission for you. Here is what I need you to do. After assigning the task, he addressed Z, come with me. You rank high among the Earth-level superhumans, possessing considerable strength, and being female, you can help protect my women. Liu Yang's villa would never accommodate another man. However, among his women, only Bai Hu and Chun Dan had awakened their powers. The others had yet to do so. Thus, a powerful protector was essential. And Z fit the bill perfectly. She possessed Earth-level abilities, making her a formidable adversary against ordinary superhumans and Tier 3 zombies alike. With her presence in the villa, Liu Yang could rest much easier. Moreover, the Little Japan Empire's incursions into other territories were driven by 3 primary motives: to seize wealth, land, and women. Liu Yang intended to employ their tactics against them in kind. Once his strength was sufficiently enhanced, he would not hesitate to venture into the Little Japan Empire, ensuring they understood the dire consequences of invading the Divine Dragon Empire. At that time, the men would perish while the women would remain, transformed by Liu Yang's superior genes to eradicate their inferior lineage. Yes, master, Dizzy replied respectfully. The other 3 superhumans from the Little Japan Empire then departed. Liu Yang, accompanied by Dizzy, soared into the sky before all the survivors of base number 2, propelling towards the villa at supersonic speed. As Liu Yang broke the sound barrier, all the survivors at base number 2 widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to contain their admiration. The newly arrived boss, Liu Yang, flies so swiftly, his speed must surpass that of an airplane. Indeed, his power is astounding. It's no wonder he can subdue those Little Japan Empire survivors in an instant. I heard Boss Liu Yang is ranked first among superhumans globally. There's no one stronger than him in the entire world. Really? Who said that? I overheard Lin Dong and Ergo discussing it. Wow, that's incredible. No wonder we follow Boss Liu Yang. It's an honor. Absolutely. Even Lin Dong, as a superhuman, could not help but express his envy as he watched Liu Yang's graceful figure depart. Boss Liu Yang is simply magnificent. How I envy him. If only I could fly. Ergo, standing nearby, shook his head and advised, don't envy too much. Seriously, without significant power, it's best not to fly recklessly. It's quite a terrifying experience. Just recalling the sensation of being whisked through the air at supersonic speed by Liu Yang made him feel queasy and nauseous. Feeling good is secondary. Looking cool is what matters, Lin Dong nonchalantly remarked. Meanwhile, 1 minute later, Liu Yang had already returned to the villa. Upon entering with Dizzy, all the women turned curious gazes towards her. What a beautiful woman. She possesses a unique aura. Her movements are so light and agile, akin to a graceful deer. She is clearly no ordinary person. Only Chan Dan and Bai who exhibited such a lively demeanor. It was evident that Dazi was a superhuman. Even the baseline attributes of a Tier 1 superhuman are double those of ordinary humans. And each of their movements revealed a distinct difference from the average person. They were more agile, swift, and precise. Even their walking posture could be discerned at a glance. Thus, upon seeing Dazi, the women immediately recognized her as an exceptionally powerful superhuman, perhaps even stronger than Bai Hu. At that moment, the women felt a wave of trepidation. They had never interacted with such a formidable female before. Liu Yang, observing their expressions, smiled and said, "Everyone, there's no need to be anxious. This is Dazi, a superhuman from the Little Japan Empire, and she is now my newly acquired follower. I am her master. From now on, she will coexist with all of you in the villa and will be at the forefront to protect everyone's safety in times of danger." A superhuman from the Little Japan Empire? At the forefront to protect everyone's safety? Everyone was momentarily taken aback by Liu Yang's words. They hadn't anticipated that merely a month into the apocalypse, a superhuman from the Little Japan Empire would arrive at the Divine Dragon Empire. Moreover, judging by Liu Yang's description, it was evident that this individual was an invader, Liu Yang's adversary, who had simply been subdued by him. Thus, within the villa, she could not claim the role of mistress, but could only serve as a bodyguard. Just as the women were processing this astonishing revelation, Dazi spoke, her broken Chinese echoing. "Hello everyone, my name is Dazi. Liu Yang is my master. I will protect him and those around him, even at the cost of my life." Chapter 95, Evolution of Powers. Listening to Sakura Tao's proclamation, the women were taken aback. Liu Yang was her master? She would protect him and his companions, even at the expense of her life. My goodness, what manner of superhuman from the Little Japan Empire is this? Has she truly been completely tamed by Liu Yang? They exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of bewilderment. Could it be that Liu Yang's impressive musculature was indeed so formidable that it could conquer even the denizens of the Little Sun Empire? Truly, he was as powerful as a tempest of level 8. Who could forget that the imperialistic ambitions of the Little Sun Empire were deeply ingrained in the minds of its citizens? Their historical mission was to invade and subjugate the Dragon Empire. Although they had met with failure time and again, their relentless efforts to fulfill their ravenous ambitions persisted. Each citizen had been thoroughly indoctrinated. Yet now, a powerhouse like Dazi had also succumbed to Liu Yang's prowess. One must admit, Liu Yang was indeed remarkable. The women gazed at the admiration evident on Liu Yang's face as they entered his room, each having experienced his strength. However, it seemed that Liu Yang had grown even stronger, for how else could he have captured the unwavering loyalty of the abilities users from the Little Sun Empire? If Liu Yang were to grasp the thoughts swirling in these women's minds, he might find himself at a loss for words. Who conquers foes with mere physical prowess? Can one truly rely on such a method for subjugation? Not even Liu Yang himself would place his trust in that. To vanquish an adversary, one must employ resolute measures and supernatural abilities. Only those whose very souls were ensnared and controlled could be genuinely trusted by Liu Yang. After dining with the others, Liu Yang returned to his quarters to rest, his mind beginning to ponder the challenges that lay ahead. The evolution of zombies, though swift, had yet to produce level 3 zombies whose intelligence could rival that of humans. Thus, the greatest threats remained other abilities users. Now that he had attained the pinnacle of the heavenly rankings, he had attracted the attention of nations across the globe. Even the Little Sun Empire had dispatched abilities users to confront him. Surely, an increasing number of troubles would seek him out. Liu Yang contemplated that. While his strength was indeed formidable, further enhancement was necessary for added security. He glanced at the ability advancement scroll in his possession. Initially, he had deemed it unnecessary to utilize, as the zombies and abilities users around him posed no threat. However, now he felt it prudent to advance. After all, those abilities users from the Little Sun Empire had once threatened him, claiming to belong to an ancient lineage that transcended ordinary abilities users. If such superlative beings truly existed, Liu Yang wished to avoid their wrath. Thus, continuously enhancing himself remained paramount. As for which ability to advance, Liu Yang had long since made his decision. His most vital offensive ability, freezing. The freezing ability was exceptionally versatile, whether employing ice needles to pierce foes' heads, utilizing ice shields for defense, encasing himself in icy armor, or enveloping enemies in frost to control their movements. Therefore, advancing the skill would undoubtedly bolster his capabilities. As for other abilities like dark space or future prediction for virus defense, he felt they held little significance for his objective of controlling zombies. Having made his determination, Liu Yang addressed the system. Use the ability advancement scroll. Advance the freezing ability. Shortly thereafter, he received a notification from the system. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your ability advancement was successful. You have acquired the advanced ability Eternal Freeze. Liu Yang reviewed the system's explanation. Eternal Freeze. Level 8. The host's freezing ability now operates at an accelerated speed with an expanded range and enhanced durability of ice. Furthermore, the ice you create and control will transform into eternal ice, impervious to melting unless you personally thaw it. Staring at the notification, Liu Yang was momentarily stunned. The freezing skill had evolved into Eternal Freeze. It froze faster, farther, and harder, and it would never melt. On the surface, it didn't seem particularly powerful. Liu Yang decided to test it. With a mere thought, an ice dagger materialized in his hand. When he flicked it, the ice produced a metallic chime. Liu Yang felt the vibrations in his fingers, realizing that this ice was indeed different. The ice created by Eternal Freeze was more resilient than that produced previously. In the past, when his ice needles pierced the zombie's head, they would shatter upon impact, dispersing into countless ice shards. However, with the current Eternal Freeze, the ice needles could penetrate a zombie's head without causing any damage. Just one needle would suffice to control and penetrate the skulls of numerous zombies. Furthermore, when crafting ice armor and shields, he would no longer need to expend mental energy to maintain the frozen state, as it would never melt. This would conserve a considerable amount of his mental energy. Yet, he still felt it lacked something. Holding the ice dagger, he aimed to test its power and swung it at a glass cup on the table. Whoosh! The ice dagger seamlessly sliced through the glass, which remained untouched. It was cleaved in two, as if the dagger had penetrated before the cup even realized what had occurred. Witnessing this, Liu Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth was happening? This ice dagger felt comparable to the blacklight blade. To further test it, he plunged the dagger into a concrete wall. Whoosh! The ice dagger embedded itself into the wall effortlessly, as though it were penetrating tofu, offering no resistance whatsoever. Liu Yang exclaimed in surprise, "Good heavens, it's truly remarkable. Does this mean that my freezing skill, having evolved into Eternal Freeze, can indefinitely create capabilities rivaling the blacklight blade? And the ice produced by Eternal Freeze will never melt. This implies that the ice dagger will persist indefinitely, unaffected by the passage of time." Liu Yang glanced at the blacklight blade beside him, shaking his head and remarking, "This old companion has been with me for such a short while. Perhaps it's time for retirement." He grasped the blacklight blade in one hand and his newly created ice dagger in the other, stating, "It's time to test just how durable my Eternal Freeze truly is." The two blades clashed together instantaneously. Ding! A piercing metallic sound resonated through the room. Subsequently, the blacklight blade shattered in response. Witnessing this, even Liu Yang was taken aback. His ice dagger proved to be harder and stronger than the blacklight blade. Chapter 96, Infinite Flight. Liu Yang had once treated the blacklight blade as a beloved partner, but now it lay broken in two, and instead of sorrow, excitement illuminated his face. Their essay saying, "Out with the old, in with the new." If the former blacklight blade was a beautiful and exquisite lover, now, in the presence of Eternal Freeze, it pales in comparison. To put it metaphorically, The old blacklight blade was merely a fast food companion for Liu Yang, only serving to cut zombies. Yet Eternal Freeze could cater to Liu Yang's every need, akin to a comprehensive service. Not only could it transform into a weapon to slay zombies, but it could also serve as a shield, armor, and control enemies. Its capabilities far exceeded those of the blacklight blade. Thus, even with the blacklight blade shattered, Liu Yang felt no regret. Oh Blacklight, you were indeed formidable. But now that the version has updated and you haven't leveled up, who can you blame? Liu Yang gazed at the intact frozen greatsword in his hand. With a mere thought, the sword shattered into crystalline fragments, scattering into the air. When he desired to wield it again, he could effortlessly conjure it back into existence with another thought. This was certainly more convenient than carrying a physical weapon. Reflecting on this, Liu Yang remarked, "The power of Eternal Frost is indeed remarkable. It essentially grants me the ability to infinitely forge weapons sharper than the blacklight blade. Moreover, they do not melt and can be preserved indefinitely. It seems I must take the time to craft one for each of my women as well." Then, an epiphany struck him, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he murmured, "I possess the ability to control ice. If I envelop my entire body in a suit of frozen armor and manipulate the ice to enable flight, does that mean I can soar without relying on the powers of the Dark Cloak?" The thought invigorated him. Previously, he had witnessed debates about how Magneto flew. Some claimed he wore iron undergarments. Others suggested he had iron plates on his feet, while some believed it was his helmet that allowed his entire body to levitate. The theories varied wildly, each more absurd than the last. Now that Liu Yang could encase himself in a suit of frozen armor, the prospect of soaring through the skies was tantalizing. With a thought, the ice rapidly enveloped him, forming a thin, transparent layer of frozen armor that was nearly invisible unless scrutinized closely. This armor, with a hardness surpassing that of diamonds, was more than sufficient to withstand bullets. The attacks of ordinary superhumans posed no threat to him. In no time, Liu Yang completed the encasement of his frozen armor and, with another mental command, he truly took flight. An expression of exhilaration spread across his face. He couldn't believe he was actually flying. However, he noted that it consumed a considerable amount of mental energy, necessitating focused concentration. Furthermore, his control over the ice was swifter than the speed afforded by the Dark Cloak. A tiny ice needle could surpass the force of a rifle. The speed of the ice needle was at least double that of a bullet. Given that a rifle bullet travels at 800 meters per second, that meant the speed of his ice needles could reach at least 1600 meters per second. If I can control my flying speed, could it not also reach 1600 meters per second? He opened a window, soared into the sky, and then sped away into the distance. As he suspected, his velocity had reached nearly 3 times that of the Dark Cloak, 1600 meters per second, which is 4 times the speed of sound, and with no cooldown time. As long as his mental energy was sufficient, it could be utilized indefinitely. Truly invincible. As Liu Yang flew through the sky at incredible speeds, his excitement grew. The Dark Cloak rustled behind him, yet it served no purpose now, as his flight was no longer dependent on it. However, the flight capabilities of the Dark Cloak were not limited to granting him the ability to fly. It could also bestow flight upon objects he touched, which explained why he had effortlessly lifted a bus into the air. If he were to use his ice powers to propel a bus, the mental energy consumed would be immense. He would likely exhaust his energy in no time. Thus, the Dark Cloak still held its utility, especially when he needed to carry heavy loads. Liu Yang hovered above the villa area, surveying the entire neighborhood. As his gaze fell upon the walls surrounding the villas, a thought crossed his mind. The walls stood only a few meters high, a mere formality against high-tier zombies and superhumans, who could easily leap over them. Liu Yang deemed it necessary to raise the height of the walls. Suspended in midair, he waved his hand downward. With a whoosh, crack, 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 eternal frost began to envelop the walls, encasing them entirely. And then it continued to rise until it reached a height of 50 meters. Thus, the entire villa complex was surrounded by a transparent block of ice towering 50 meters high. This ice was harder than diamonds and remarkably smooth. Even a tier 3 zombie would struggle to ascend it. The new walls were exponentially more formidable than before. Moreover, being transparent, they did not hinder the villa's natural light, appearing crystalline and exquisite. With the protection of this solid, transparent ice wall, Liu Yang's villa area was finally impervious to zombie invasions. After completing this task, he returned to his room and lay on his bed, a smile gracing his face. He had not anticipated that his ice powers would become so formidable after advancing. Now, he could encase himself in frozen armor and fly at speeds reaching 4 times the speed of sound. He could forge weapons sharper and harder than the blacklight blade, all without the risk of melting. Additionally, he could conjure a 50-meter-high wall to safeguard the villa area. With the powerful, superhuman disease among them and this towering barrier, the villa complex was indeed a fortress. This realization brought him a sense of reassurance. Liu Yang was even curious about the rewards he might receive for achieving a 30-kill streak. The ability advancement scroll he obtained from a 20-kill streak had significantly enhanced his strength. Perhaps a 30-kill streak would yield even greater rewards. At that point, his power could ascend to new heights. Those who claimed that a single individual could not contend against an entire empire, Liu Yang was determined to prove them wrong. Once his strength was sufficient, a mere minor empire would be but a flick of his wrist. The next day, Liu Yang rose from bed feeling invigorated. Descending the stairs, he discovered that the women were already bustling about in the kitchen. Upon approaching, he was surprised to see Dizzy preparing a meal. It was astonishing to him that this superhuman from the minor empire could cook. Liu Yang had never tasted Japanese cuisine before. After all, in peaceful times, it symbolized luxury that most ordinary people could not afford. Besides, any Japanese food he had encountered was prepared by average chefs, far from the authentic delicacies of the minor empire. Now, he was eager to sample genuine Japanese dishes. He stepped into the kitchen to take a look and noticed Hiyushi observing Desi at work. It was clear they were both intrigued by the process of making Japanese cuisine. This made Desi feel a bit shy. Her cheeks flushed as she said, "Everyone, please don't watch me like that. I'm getting nervous and don't know what to do next." Hiyushi reassured her, "It's all right. We're just here to learn. You don't need to be nervous." Zhaolina chimed in, Yes. We only wish to learn your cooking skills." Su Xiao teased, "You're not worried we might steal your techniques, are you? Don't be so stingy." Desi quickly shook her head, No. What I'm making is just simple sushi. If you want to learn, I can teach you. It's just that with so many of you around, I feel a bit anxious. Having only just joined the villa, she was not yet familiar with Hiyushi and the others. So being surrounded by so many people made her somewhat uncomfortable. She entered the kitchen at the break of dawn solely with the intention of preparing breakfast for Liu Yang before he awoke. After all, she now served as Liu Yang's maid, dutifully attending to his every need. The essence of the soul-binding chain is such that, once successfully invoked, the other party becomes utterly devoted to considering the desires of their master. This sentiment springs forth from the depths of the soul, arising naturally without the need for Liu Yang to expressly request it. Thus, Desi would strive to excel in all aspects for Liu Yang. Before long, Desi had meticulously crafted sushi and arranged it upon the long table, prompting everyone to gather around, their curiosity piqued by this novel Japanese delicacy. Hiyushi was the first to take a piece, and upon tasting it, her face illuminated with delight. Chewing the delectable morsel, she exclaimed in a muffled voice, "Delicious. Truly exquisite. I never imagined I could savor such delightful food, even in the apocalypse." Tang Mingting followed suit, exclaiming, "Indeed, it's absolutely scrumptious. I want to learn. Dizzy, you must teach me." "Why, yes, of course," Dizzy replied, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. As the praises poured in from the others, her face flushed with warmth. Chen Dansu and Su Xiao also indulged in the sushi, each offering effusive compliments. They were astonished to discover that not only was Dizzy beautiful, but she was also a formidable ability user, and her culinary skills were equally impressive. How fortunate Liu Yang was to have such exceptional women around him. It was indeed a source of considerable anxiety for them. At that moment, Liu Yang picked up a piece of sushi and took a bite, his expression revealing pleasant surprise. "It truly is delightful. Everyone, do indulge. You must nourish yourselves now that you're all expecting," he remarked, a mischievous grin gracing his face. The women blushed, lowering their gazes. Amidst the laughter and chatter, the meal came to an end. Liu Yang beckoned to Dizzy, saying, "Dizzy, please come to my room. I have something to discuss with you." "Oh, okay." Dizzy quickly nodded, obediently following Liu Yang into the room. Observing Dizzy being summoned, the other women exchanged surprised glances and hushed discussions ensued. Hiyushi remarked, "Wow, just after finishing the meal, and they're already getting into it?" Su Xiao added, "Liu Yang doesn't he even wait for the food to digest before engaging in activities? He should be cautious." Tang Mingting chimed in, "Exactly. Isn't he a bit too hasty?" Chun Dan interjected, "Dizzy just prepared our meal and has been busy in the kitchen for so long. She deserves a moment to rest." Hearing Chun Dan's words, Zhao Lina commented, Duzzy is likely Liu Yang's captive, so she won't be treated delicately. After all, she hails from the invading small Japanese empire. Even if Liu Yang has tamed her, she could never attain our status. Zhang Jingyu nodded in agreement. Lena makes a valid point. Plus, she is a powerful ability user. Liu Yang might exploit unimaginable strength with her. We must listen closely to discern how much stronger Liu Yang has become. We certainly cannot withstand it, Zhou Kiki remarked. Only a powerful ability user could withstand Liu Yang in his current state, right? He must have ascended to level 16, like a great tempest. Just like Sun Wukong. Wang Fifei added, don't say it, don't say it. That iron piece, just a slight touch leads to death. A mere scratch leads to ruin. Wang Psyche suggested. I suspect Liu Yang intends to deal with that little Japanese woman quite harshly. At the very least, he'll make her shed some skin. Zhou Kaiyuping nodded. I reckon by tomorrow, that little Japanese woman won't even be able to rise. Baihu interjected, it's not that dramatic. Ability users recover swiftly. I once battled Liu Yang myself. Upon hearing this, the others gazed at Baihu with admiration and envy, exclaiming, as expected of you, Baihu. Nearby, Zhao Yuding listened to the discussions about Liu Yang's formidable strength and the ferocity of his tempestuous nature. Rather than feeling fear, her heart brimmed with longing, and her breath quickened as she absorbed their words. Each woman here had ventured into Liu Yang's room and experienced his might, yet she had not yet tasted such enrichment. Every time the topic of Liu Yang arose, Zhao Yuding was filled with curiosity and desire. Though they all claimed Liu Yang was terrifyingly powerful, their expressions belied a sense of satisfaction and reminiscence. It was difficult to reconcile their fearful words with their longing gazes. This only fueled Zhao Yuding's curiosity about the extraordinary sensations one might encounter in Liu Yang's room. Unfortunately, despite residing in the villa for nearly a month, Liu Yang had not hinted at anything towards her, leaving her at a loss. As the number of inhabitants in the villa increased, her sense of presence seemed to diminish. This simply could not continue. She had to find an opportunity to enter Liu Yang's room and seize the moment. Chapter 98. The Source of the Virus. The women downstairs strained their ears to catch any sound from the upper floor. Yet after quite some time, they heard nothing from Duzzy. Confusion spread across their faces. Hiyushi, perplexed, inquired what is going on. By now, the main event should have commenced. Yet there's not a whisper. Su Xiao shook her head. Could it be that powerful ability users are truly this formidable? Under Liu Yang's might, they can remain utterly silent? Zhang Jingyu expressed. Then I too wish to awaken quickly. If I become an ability user, could I enter Liu Yang's room, even while pregnant? Baihu replied, you're dreaming. Unless you possess a robust constitution like mine and a healing ability, it's unlikely you could try entering Liu Yang's room while pregnant. Zhou Kiki asked, then Baihu, what do you think? Why is there no sound from upstairs? Baihu tilted her head in thought, but ultimately shook it. How would I know? I'm an ability user too, yet I wasn't as quiet as Duzzy. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Zhao Lina interjected, all right everyone, let us not dwell on this. It seems tonight there won't be any developments. Let's resume our activities. Moreover, what is so intriguing about this? You all seem addicted to eavesdropping. Wang Psyche retorted, oh, you're one to talk. Aren't you the most excited every time? Flushing, Zhao Lina quickly denied. Don't say such things. I've never been excited. And look at our villa, with so many girls and just Liu Yang as the sole male. Do you know how to describe this situation with a phrase? A phrase to describe it? The women wore puzzled expressions, tilting their heads in contemplation. After a moment, Hiyushi's eyes lit up. Could it be female dominance, male decline? Zhao Lina shook her head. Zhou Kiki, blushing, suggested, it must be too many monks and too little porridge, right? Zhao Lina again shook her head. Su Xiao ventured, perhaps demand exceeds supply? Zhao Lina still shook her head. Shindan proposed, how about too many wolves and too little meat? Zhao Lina shook her head once more. Then what is it? We're at a loss. Exactly. Don't keep us in suspense. We feel our descriptions are quite fitting. Yet you deny them. I refuse to believe you can come up with a phrase more apt. Just tell us already. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Zhao Lina chuckled and remarked, it's a matter of dire consequences. The crowd paused in confusion. Dire consequences? What on earth does that mean? Can it even describe our current situation? Zhang Lina nodded affirmatively, asserting, absolutely, and it is remarkably apt. The crowd tilted their heads in contemplation for a moment, and soon, all their faces flushed with embarrassment. Hiyushi even playfully pinched Zhao Lina's delicate arm. exclaiming, "Oh dear. Lena, you're so lewd, it's utterly intolerable. Indeed, indeed. You're far too risque. What little vixen you are." The atmosphere was filled with jovial banter. In a room upstairs, Liu Yang sat beside Dazi, who was comfortably perched on his bed. Their conversation was calm and devoid of any inappropriate undertones. Liu Yang inquired earnestly, "Please share with me all the intelligence you possess regarding the little Japanese empire. Tell me everything you know." Dazi nodded and replied, "Of course, master." Thus, she began to relay all the information she had gathered. The apocalypse was not a mere coincidence. It had its roots 6 months prior, when the nefarious little Japanese empire developed a genetic drug that augmented human strength. During its experimentation, a leak occurred, resulting in an escape from the laboratory, which ultimately triggered the zombie outbreak, the embryonic form of the zombie virus. Initially, the virus could only be transmitted through blood, allowing for a degree of control within a limited area of the little Japanese empire, leading to the rapid quarantine of that city. The government of the little Japanese empire believed they had contained the disaster, yet they were oblivious to the evolution of the virus, which eventually adapted to airborne transmission, sweeping across the entire nation. Once they realized the virus was spiraling out of control, they intentionally disseminated it globally, for they believed that if their nation was to suffer, then all should share in the calamity. In truth, the virus had already begun to spread globally months prior. However, during the initial outbreaks, nations opted to suppress information to prevent widespread panic among the populace. By the time the virus erupted on a global scale, several months had already elapsed since its initial emergence. Now, Dazi had been subjugated by Liu Yang, becoming his servant. Deep within her heart, her thoughts revolved solely around Liu Yang, leading her to refer to her former empire, the little Japanese empire, with disdain as the wretched little Japanese empire. Listening to Dazi's revelations, Liu Yang's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The virus was intentionally spread by the little Japanese empire? It had already begun to manifest globally months ago, but the information was suppressed? Dazi nodded, confirming, indeed. Moreover, when the virus first appeared, so too did the emergence of those with abilities. For instance, the one you have underfoot, Nishiyama Kenta, had already become an ability user months ago, and has since evolved into a level 3 ability user. Research indicates that this virus seems capable of altering human genetics. A significant portion of the population was transformed into mindless zombies, while a smaller fraction remained unchanged, and an even smaller group was mutated into ability users. Accompanying the emergence of these ability users was the mysterious stone tablet, which manifested in the research facilities of the little Japanese empire months ago, shocking everyone. Despite attempts to study the tablet, researchers found nothing. It appeared that nothing on Earth could damage it, not even a mere scraping for dust. Over time, the number of these tablets proliferated across the nation. Ultimately, researchers concluded that these tablets seemed to appear alongside ability users. When a sufficient number of ability users congregated within a certain vicinity, the tablets would materialize. Thus, the quantity of tablets worldwide continued to grow. As Dazi spoke, Liu Yang was once again struck by disbelief. The tablets had already appeared prior to the apocalypse, rather than surfacing afterward. In that moment, Liu Yang grasped the terrifying nature of the information bubble surrounding the lower classes. What they saw and heard had been meticulously filtered, rendering the truth entirely inaccessible to them. The things concealed from them would forever remain unknown. This was the tragedy of living in the lower echelons of society. They were unaware that the zombie virus had emerged months prior and were oblivious to the very manner of their demise. Chapter 99. The Ninja Clan? Liu Yang pondered aloud. So, the outbreak of the apocalypse and the zombie virus, all of it was orchestrated by the little Japanese empire? Dazi affirmed, yes. It is the backlash of the little Japanese empire's genetic research. It remains a mystery how their scientists discovered this ancient virus capable of altering species genetics. They believed they could control this ancient virus, yet their endeavor culminated in failure, resulting in over 70% of humanity transforming into zombies. However, the little Japanese empire still holds an advantage, having been the first to discover and exploit this virus. Thus, their ability users awakened earlier than those in other nations. Nishiyama Kenta's ascendance to the top of the leaderboard is not merely due to his strength, but because he was among the first successful test subjects months ago, becoming one of the first to reach level 3 ability status. Yet this only serves to highlight your own formidable prowess, master. Although Nishiyama Kenta became an ability user months before you and was the first to undergo the tablet test, his position at the top was short-lived, swiftly overtaken by you. The disparity between individuals is truly vast. Your innate talent eclipses that of Nishiyama Kenta by an insurmountable margin. After speaking, Dazi gazed at Liu Yang with admiration. The little Japanese empire was the first to experience the outbreak of the virus and the emergence of ability users. Logically, one would expect them to possess a significant advantage, boasting a plethora of powerful ability users on the leaderboard. Unfortunately, even the top-ranked Nishiyama Kenta was quickly surpassed by Liu Yang. Clearly, the little Japanese empire, despite the apocalypse, retained no advantages whatsoever, remaining a dilapidated empire incapable of rising. Liu Yang queried Dazi, "What is Nishiyama Kenta's actual strength? What are his abilities?" If there were anything that piqued Liu Yang's curiosity about the little Japanese empire, it was the former top-ranked individual. Prior to Liu Yang's participation in the tablet test, Nishiyama Kenta had held the #1 position. Liu Yang was eager to ascertain the magnitude of the gap between himself and this former champion. However, Dazi shook her head, replying, "My rank is too low. I have not yet encountered Nishiyama Kenta. I am merely a team leader, while he is the commander of the Ability User Battalion, a genuine general. Hence, I have never laid eyes upon him, nor do I know the nature of his abilities." After a moment of contemplation, Dazi continued, "However, there's a rumor circulating within the Ability User Battalion that General Nishiyama is the fastest to clear the 10th stage, surpassing another top 10 competitor of the little Japanese empire by a full day. Thus, it is said that his strength is unparalleled among the top ranks." Upon hearing this, Liu Yang furrowed his brow. The 10th stage? Clearing it a day faster than another? Does it truly take a day to complete? Liu Yang found himself incredulous. When he cleared 100 stages, it took him merely a little over half an hour. How could these individuals take an entire day or even several days to reach the 10th stage? What a collection of inept individuals. Peach remarked, "It is said that the 10th level of the heavenly ranking is exceedingly difficult. There are 10 third-tier zombies leading over 100 second-tier zombies, in addition to thousands of ordinary first-tier zombies. Even the most powerful ordinary ability users would struggle to exterminate such a multitude of zombies due to insufficient mental strength. Furthermore, one must remain vigilant during the battle against zombies to avoid being harmed, lest they become infected with the virus, resulting in failure to clear the level." Thus, Nishiyama Sanda, the first ranked on the heavenly ranking, has only managed to reach the 10th level. According to rumors within the ability user forces of the Little Sun Empire, it is believed that the top 200 on the heavenly ranking have only reached the 10th level, albeit with varying completion times. After speaking, Peach glanced at Liu Yang and cautiously inquired, "Sir, you haven't surpassed the 10th level, have you?" Liu Yang casually replied, "Of course. Is the 10th level really that challenging?" Back in the 10th level, he had effortlessly wielded the black light blade, cutting through enemies with ease. Third-tier zombies could barely withstand 10 seconds in his presence, and 100-second-tier zombies posed no threat whatsoever to him. Naturally, for other ability users, this presented a formidable challenge. Ordinary users possess limited mental strength, incapable of reaching Liu Yang's enhanced level of 1,500 points. A typical third-tier user has around 300 points. If they were to engage in battle using their abilities, their mental strength would be nearly depleted after a few uses, forcing them to recuperate on the sidelines. They cannot wield their powers with the same boundless vigor as Liu Yang. Moreover, ordinary users lack immunity to the zombie virus, meaning that any injury could lead to infection. Hence, they must exercise greater caution during combat. This may explain why Nishiyama Sanda could only clear the 10th level. Liu Yang then inquired, "Do you know what abilities Nishiyama Sanda possesses? Some abilities may not be particularly effective against zombies, but could prove to be extraordinarily potent against other humans. Therefore, it is conceivable that Nishiyama Sanda's abilities might be specialized, making him struggle against zombies." Peach shook her head, responding, "For ability users, their powers are of utmost importance, serving as their trump card. Typically, they do not disclose their abilities lightly. Thus, very few are aware of what Nishiyama Sanda can do." Liu Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, if an ability were to be exposed, others could devise countermeasures, placing the user at a disadvantage during combat. After all, not everyone possesses multiple abilities like Liu Yang. However, it is impossible to keep secrets from Liu Yang, given his foresight in future projections. The first time he encounters an opponent's ability, he can simply project and engage in combat during the simulation to discern their powers and combat prowess. This way, even when faced with formidable enemies, Liu Yang can discover methods to defeat them through his projections. By the way, before Inoue died, you seem to mention that your little sun empire has some ancient races that are exceedingly powerful. Where are they? Liu Yang asked again. Peach replied, they're the ninjas. Unlike ability users, their strength has been honed over thousands of years, making them born-killing machines. They possess a will that ability users do not, rendering them a more formidable existence than ability users. Liu Yang commented, ninjas? If you have such powerful ninjas, why not deploy them? Peach responded, because even the president of the Little Sun Empire cannot command the ninja clans. And the Divine Dragon Empire also has ancient martial clans whose strength is on par with the ninjas. Chapter 100. Shall we sleep together? The martial clans of the Divine Dragon Empire? Liu Yang was taken aback. During the peaceful era, he had never heard of any martial clans within the Divine Dragon Empire. He had only seen martial artists in movies. Even Peach from the Little Sun Empire was aware of the existence of martial clans in the Divine Dragon Empire. Yet Liu Yang, a citizen of the Divine Dragon Empire, had never even heard of them. It seemed his previous status had been too low to encounter such powerful individuals. These formidable beings likely inhabit their own unique circles, inaccessible to ordinary people. They might even deliberately obscure their information to keep it hidden from the masses. However, that was in the past. He was now among these powerful beings. The ability users from the Little Sun Empire had already approached him, and it was only a matter of time before those from the Divine Dragon Empire would do the same. At that point, he could extract even more information. Liu Yang inquired, how strong is the so-called ninja clan of your Little Sun Empire? Peach shook her head and replied, the ninja clan is the most enigmatic race within the Little Sun Empire. They rarely appear in public view, as if they belong to a higher echelon. Even Nishiyama-sanda has probably never encountered a true ninja. To them, ability users are no different from ordinary people. Therefore, even though I am a high-ranking ability user, my status is still insufficient. I know that even the president of the Little Sun Empire must show them due respect. Liu Yang nodded in understanding. All right, although your strength is the second strongest in this villa area, after me, it likely falls short when compared to the ability user forces, placing you at the level of a squad leader. Your knowledge is limited. Forget it. I won't press you further. You may leave now. Peach hesitated, looking at Liu Yang, and said, Sir Liu Yang, would you like me to attend to you for the night? Liu Yang shook his head. No need. Oh. Peach replied with a hint of disappointment before exiting Liu Yang's room and heading downstairs. It was understandable. With so many beautiful girls in Liu Yang's villa, staying overnight in his room was no easy feat. It appeared she had been overthinking it. Oh, by the way, take this dagger. It is exceptionally sharp and should enhance your combat abilities, Liu Yang said, handing Peach an icy dagger. He had crafted it using his eternal freezing ability. The dagger appeared crystalline and transparent, encased in a delicate sheath, quite exquisite. A transparent dagger? Peach was taken aback. She then accepted the icy blade from Liu Yang. Feeling its chill in her hands, her face lit up with astonishment as she exclaimed, is it made of ice? Liu Yang nodded. Indeed. It is an extraordinarily sharp ice dagger. I have prepared one for each of you. Do not underestimate it. This dagger is incredibly sharp. Peach, half convinced, tested the dagger against another weapon she possessed. Clang! The two weapons clashed, and the icy dagger effortlessly cleaved her weapon in two. Peach's expression shifted to one of shock and delight as she exclaimed, it's truly sharp. This weapon is renowned in the Little Sun Empire, crafted by a master blacksmith specifically for me. I never imagined it could be severed so easily by the icy dagger. As a highly ranked ability user, Peach's strength was already impressive. It was merely her encounter with Liu Yang that had left her without any display of prowess. Had she faced ordinary ability users like Ma Fei-Yun or Scarred Mouse, she would have been a true war goddess, capable of wreaking havoc and scathe. Now, with this sharp, icy dagger, her power would ascend to new heights. Moreover, women naturally have an affinity for beautiful things. This icy dagger, with its crystalline allure, perfectly aligned with feminine aesthetics. However, Peach still had one question. She turned to Liu Yang and asked, Sir Liu Yang, this weapon won't melt on its own? Will it? Is it necessary to store it in the refrigerator when not in use? Huh. Liu Yang could not help but laugh out loud. He remarked, you can use it without worry. Just store it like any ordinary weapon. Ha! All right, I understand now. Thank you, Lord Liu Yang, for this magnificent weapon. Does he also wear an awkward smile? No need for thanks. Liu Yang waved his hand and replied. After Desi left the room, a contemplative expression emerged on Liu Yang's face. It seemed that this world was far more complex than he had initially imagined. Superhumans did not simply emerge after the onset of apocalyptic warfare. Previously, Liu Yang had been an ordinary citizen, which meant his information was at least months outdated. Superhumans were essentially a result of the small Japanese empire's genetic virus research. Success would yield superhumans, while failure would lead to becoming a zombie. Furthermore, some individuals were immune to airborne transmission, but no one could evade bloodborne transmission. As zombies evolved, they became increasingly intelligent, resembling humans more closely. It was difficult to assert that zombies were not a new kind of humanity. Perhaps the distinction between zombies and superhumans was not as pronounced as one might think, merely a difference in the evolutionary process. Would they ultimately converge on the same path? Zombies and superhumans, both new forms of humanity? Liu Yang shook his head. Never mind those distant thoughts for now. His immediate priority was to ascertain the true strength of the small Japanese empire. There was no need to worry about superhumans, the former top of the heavenly rankings. Rishang Shantian had only cleared the 10th level of the stone tablet. One could easily surmise the limitations of such strength. It was merely inconsequential. What truly concerned Liu Yang was the ninja clan. He had initially believed that the ninjas of the small Japanese empire were mere legends, but to his surprise, they were indeed real. Could it be that the ninjas of the small Japanese empire were as formidable as those depicted in animations? In those animations, ninjas could summon meteors, pilot Gundams, and even create moons. If that were the case, confronting them head-on with his current abilities might prove inadequate. He would need to continue his cautious development. Moreover, the Divine Dragon Empire also possessed martial artists. Yet, their true power remained a mystery. However, with his ability to predict the future, even if he encountered a formidable opponent, he could first conduct a simulation. Even if the ninjas were as powerful as those portrayed in anime, Liu Yang would remain unfazed. As his strength increased, he had seldom utilized his future prediction skill, assuming it to be a mere trinket. Now it appeared he had underestimated its significance. When faced with unknown adversaries, future prediction would serve as Liu Yang's trump card, his life-saving ability. Chapter 101. Yuding's visit? Downstairs, the group of women saw Dazi exiting Liu Yang's room, their faces displaying astonishment. Was this time frame too brief? It hadn't even been half an hour. Moreover, there had been no sounds emanating from upstairs during that period. This left everyone feeling quite let down, while simultaneously filled with curiosity about Dazi. Was this newly arrived female superhuman truly so powerful that she could withstand Liu Yang's might flawlessly? Moreover, she had managed to conclude matters so swiftly? Did it imply that this superhuman named Dazi had awakened some extraordinary ability, such as vibrating 10,000 times in a minute, compelling Liu Yang to surrender in less than half an hour? Hiyushi directly inquired, Dazi, how did you come down so quickly? What method did you employ to conclude matters with Liu Yang so swiftly? Upon hearing Hiyushi's question, Dazi was momentarily taken aback. Her face a portrait of confusion as she replied, Quick? Was it quick? I find that puzzling. Wasn't it just a conversation? Must it take a long time? Zhao Lina exclaimed, That was far too quick. When we entered Liu Yang's room, it took us at least 1 or 2 hours to emerge. How could you be done in under half an hour? Su Xiao added, Yes. How did you manage that? You didn't use some special ability, did you? Dazi was once again bewildered, responding, No. What on earth? Does chatting require superpower? The remarks of these individuals left Dazi thoroughly confounded. Zhang Jingyu lamented, I wish I could become a superhuman too. My brother has already become one. Why haven't I? She cried, Woe is me. Is my talent truly so lacking? If I were a superhuman, I wouldn't have to fear entering Liu Yang's room. I'd visit him every day. Bai Hu interjected, Don't be silly. Ordinary superhumans can't just visit Liu Yang every day. Only someone like Dazi, a top-tier expert, might have that chance. Observing the ongoing discussion, Dazi remarked in confusion, What is going on? I only know that chatting in Liu Yang's room is normal. Must only superhumans be allowed to chat? Hiyushi was taken aback, saying, It was merely a chat? The others had assumed it was something more intimate. Zhao Lina's face relaxed with relief as she exclaimed, You scared me. I thought Liu Yang had transformed from a powerhouse capable of hours of battle into someone who could finish in half an hour. It turns out it was just casual conversation. Wang Fifei also patted her chest, saying, So that's how it is. It seems superhumans aren't all that superior to us in that regard. Shindan concurred, Exactly, you frightened us. We thought the top-tier expert, Dazi, was truly that formidable. The expressions of the group reflected a sense of reassurance. Thankfully, the gap between them and the top-tier expert, Dazi, wasn't as vast as they had feared. Zhao Yuding's face lit up with excitement. Since Dazi had only spent half an hour in Liu Yang's room chatting, did that not mean she still had a chance tonight? It seemed imperative for her to seize this fleeting opportunity and swiftly enter Liu Yang's room. Otherwise, who knew when she might have another chance like this? At this moment, such a perfect opportunity lay before her, and she had to grasp it. Otherwise, it could be the only chance in her life. Once missed, it might never return. After all, Liu Yang seemed to possess an uncanny charm with women, as if he could attract a new one to the villa every day. This was a rare opportunity. The group relaxed, resuming their activities. Yet, Zhao Yuding, driven by an inexplicable impulse, ascended the staircase, preparing to go upstairs. Initially unnoticed, Hiyushi caught sight of her. "Hey, Yuding, where are you going?" Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Yuding froze, startled. She had intended to sneak upstairs unnoticed, but had not anticipated being spotted by Hiyushi. Her cheeks flushed, and she fell into a state of embarrassment, stammering, I just wanted to go upstairs just to take a look." Hiyushi replied, "You aren't secretly trying to sneak into Liu Yang's room, are you?" At this remark, all eyes turned to Zhao Yuding. Initially, after learning that Dazi had merely spent half an hour chatting in Liu Yang's room, they found it somewhat dull and were ready to resume their activities. Now, seeing Zhao Yuding stealthily heading upstairs, excitement reignited among them. Could it be that instead of hearing about Dazi's battle, they might instead witness Zhao Yuding's encounter? Their expressions turned intensely curious. Under the scrutiny of so many gazes, Zhao Yuding felt even more bashful, struggling to find her words. Finally, she gritted her teeth and declared, Yes, I just wanted to go into Liu Yang's room to chat with him." With that, she hastily quickened her pace, fleeing upstairs. Zhao Lina exclaimed, "Wow, I never thought it would take this long for Yuding to muster her courage." The star Su Xiao chimed in, "Indeed. I once thought Liu Yang and Zhao Yuding shared only a platonic friendship. I never imagined she could no longer resist." Chen Dan remarked, "However, it is quite understandable. Who wouldn't be fond of an exceptional man like Liu Yang?" The women nodded in agreement, responding, Indeed, your reasoning is quite sound." Meanwhile, Liu Yang, who had intended to rest in his room upstairs, was startled when a sudden knock echoed at his door. Puzzled, he thought, Peach had just left after I summoned her. Who could be seeking me now? Could it be that the women have come to request their own exquisite weapons after seeing Peach's? This notion intrigued him, as he had indeed been contemplating the opportunity to craft weapons for everyone. Although most of the women in the Villa District had not awakened any extraordinary abilities, even ordinary individuals wielding such sharp weapons could effortlessly slice through zombies, particularly the first-tier ones, ensuring their own safety. Naturally, facing second-tier zombies might pose a challenge. "Come in," Liu Yang called out toward the door. The door swung open, revealing not the throng of women he had envisioned clamoring for weaponry, but rather an unexpected visitor. Upon seeing her, Liu Yang's expression shifted to one of surprise as he inquired, "Yu Ting, what brings you here?" Zhao Yuting was among the first to enter the Villa District, yet Liu Yang had not insisted she enter his room for any particular reason. This was partly due to her previous act of shielding him during a perilous situation, and partly because he had never lacked female companionship in the villa, thus failing to remember her. Now, her initiative to seek him out left him astonished. Chapter 102, A Direct Confession. As Zhao Yuting stepped into Liu Yang's room, the eyes of Hiyushi and the others downstairs widened in disbelief. Chindan commented, "Who knows? Perhaps she merely wishes to chat with Liu Yang?" The women collectively scoffed. Who would believe that? Inside the room, Zhao Yuting's cheeks flushed as she stood before Liu Yang, appearing somewhat flustered, her heart brimming with nervousness and shyness. Observing her demeanor, Liu Yang felt perplexed. Why has she come to find me? And why does she seem so bashful, as though I have compelled her? Liu Yang said, "Yu Ting, you needn't feel obliged to seek me out. I regard all of you equally, even if we lack a close bond. I consider you no differently than Hiyushi and Lina." Zhao Yuting bit her lip, her face aflame, and retorted, "That is not true. You do not treat me equally at all." Liu Yang was taken aback. Hadn't he treated her fairly during her stay at the villa? Why did her words carry such a tone of resentment? Have I done something to offend you? Liu Yang tilted his head, pondering for a while, but could not ascertain how he had wronged Zhao Yuting. "I don't think I have ever treated you unfairly. Did I not maintain the same demeanor towards you as I did with the other girls?" Zhao Yuting shyly insisted. "There is indeed a difference." Liu Yang, now even more perplexed, directly asked, "Then please enlighten me. In what way have I targeted you? With her face still flushed, Zhao Yuting replied. You have invited the other girls to be your women, yet you have never asked me. Stunned into silence, Liu Yang found it hard to comprehend how not asking her equated to targeting her. His intention had merely been to avoid pressuring her, as she had assisted him during their perilous simulations. Yet, it seemed that this consideration had been misconstrued as exclusion. Yuting, you are exceptionally beautiful, with a splendid figure. Your long legs are the most exquisite among all the girls, so it is certainly not due to your appearance. I simply did not wish to force you into anything. You are just like the others, and you needn't feel pressured or concern yourself with their opinions. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Zhao Yuting's expression morphed into one of exasperation. How infuriating! How can he still not grasp my intent after all I have said? Unable to contain herself any longer, Zhao Yuting boldly declared, What do you mean by forcing? Do you think you are punishing them? You are actually rewarding them. But what about me? I have no conversation, no way to engage. You have never even asked if I wish to be your woman. Liu Yang stood dumbfounded as Zhao Yuting unleashed her passionate confession. He had never anticipated that the women viewed their relationships in such a light. He had assumed they were compelled by necessity, seeking food and safety in the villa rather than out of desire. Not coercion, but reward, Zhao Yuting affirmed with determination. Exactly. You are so handsome and powerful. What girl wouldn't be enamored? If not a reward, then what is it? I like you too. I want to be your woman. Faced with Zhao Yuting's sudden confession, Liu Yang was utterly bewildered. In his memory, Zhao Yuting had always been reserved, perhaps even socially anxious, maintaining a quiet presence in the villa. It appeared she had been harboring her feelings for too long, and the fervor of her declaration was indeed a rare occurrence. Moreover, her quiet demeanor had stemmed from a lack of common interest with the other girls, a detail Liu Yang had overlooked. Realizing this, Liu Yang acknowledged, Well then, since you have so boldly expressed your feelings, I shall no longer decline. From this moment forth, you shall be my woman. Shen Ziajin and Huang Xiaxia exchanged glances, remaining silent. One was a doctor, and the other a nurse. They understood that Liu Yang would not seek them during this period due to their professional identities. At times, they mused about how much easier their lives would be if they were not bound by such roles. Alas, they wondered how long they would have to wait. Chapter 103, Distribution of Weapons. The following day, Liu Yang awoke feeling rejuvenated. After freshening up, he descended the stairs alongside Zhao Yuting. In the kitchen, Chun Dan, Su Xiao, Peach, and the others were busily preparing breakfast. As Liu Yang took his seat at the dining table, breakfast was promptly served. While enjoying their meal and engaging in conversation, Liu Yang announced, Yesterday, I crafted an ice dagger for Peach. It is remarkably effective. If any of you desire weapons, I can create them for you. Weapons made of ice are exceptionally sharp and resilient, and they will never melt, perfect for self-defense. Upon hearing this, the women's faces lit up with delight. Piyushi inquired, Are these weapons truly powerful? Just how formidable are they? Liu Yang replied, They surpass my previous black blade in strength. Really? That sounds incredibly powerful, Wang's psyche exclaimed, her expression brimming with excitement. Initially, she sought refuge within a secure shelter, a fortress constructed from steel measuring several centimeters in thickness. Yet, Liu Yang's black blade effortlessly pierced through this formidable barrier, a testament to the weapon's extraordinary might. Now, the revelation that Liu Yang could forge even mightier armaments was astonishing, and the prospect of each person receiving one was nothing short of remarkable. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words, Piyushi's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, Is it truly that powerful? Hurry, give it to me. I can hardly contain my eagerness. Can we only receive one? Liu Yang chuckled. Do you wish for more than one? Piyushi blushed and mischievously replied, How naughty. A few wouldn't be out of the question. Zhao Lina, standing nearby, burst into laughter, remarking, Haha, Yushi, you're quite the cheeky one. You're already with child, so you mustn't be so frivolous. Su Xiao chimed in, Indeed, while others are content with one, you desire several? Can you even wield that many? Cautioning her to take care, Zhou Kiki added, Yushi is undoubtedly the most mischievous among us. As the laughter echoed, Liu Yang found himself perplexed. What was so amusing about wanting a few weapons? After all, his ability to produce weapons was limitless. Distributing 10 to each person would not be an issue. However, given the durability of these ice-forged weapons, he reasoned that one would suffice for most scenarios. Turning to Hiyushi, he inquired, Do you truly wish for several? If you insist, I can craft them for you. Flushed, Hiyushi replied, Oh dear, I was merely jesting. One is more than enough. Liu Yang nodded. Very well. What type do you desire? A dagger, short sword, long sword, or great sword? The choice is yours. However, considering your stature and the fact that you have yet to awaken your abilities, I would recommend a dagger or short sword instead. He cautioned. These weapons are exceptionally sharp. Even a small dagger can sever a zombie's head with a single strike. Liu Yang's ice blades were known for their keen edge, capable of slicing through hair. He felt it necessary to warn the women, lest they accidentally harm themselves. I want a great sword, Hiyushi declared. A great sword? Are you certain you wish to wield such a large weapon? It seems somewhat inappropriate for a lady, Liu Yang remarked, surprised by her choice. He imagined Hiyushi brandishing a great sword, spinning through hordes of zombies, which struck him as quite comical. I simply prefer larger things, Hiyushi asserted confidently. Liu Yang nodded. Very well. I shall accommodate you. Only he could fulfill such a grand request. With a mere thought, a massive sword materialized in his grasp. The eternally frozen great sword, crystalline and translucent, measured around 7 or 8 centimeters in width and over a meter in length. Liu Yang had never seen a true great sword, crafting this one after the likeness of Garen's weapon. To his surprise, Hiyushi's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing it, and she eagerly took the ice great sword, swinging it with glee. This is just the size I wanted. It feels so powerful, and it's not as heavy as I imagined. I can handle it effortlessly. The ice great sword was indeed lighter than one forged from iron, as ice weighs less than half that of the same volume of iron. Seeing Hiyushi's exuberance, Liu Yang thought, I never expected her to have such a penchant for large weapons. Fortunately, my talents allow me to meet her desires. Even Zhao Lina chimed in, teasing, Yushi, you really do have a preference for the grand. Don't you know that sometimes bigger isn't better? I do prefer a short sword, just something to defend myself. After all, opportunities to fight alongside Liu Yang would likely be rare, and the weapon would serve primarily as a decorative piece. Just make mine exquisite and beautiful, she added. No problem. Liu Yang nodded, conjuring a short sword in his hand. Zhao Lina beamed at the sight of the weapon, exclaiming, It's lovely. Could you make the pommel shaped like a little bear? I adore bears. Of course. Liu Yang focused his thoughts, transforming the pommel into an adorable bear shape. Wow, it's absolutely precious. Love you, Liu Yang, Zhao Lina exclaimed, planting a quick kiss on his cheek before cradling the short sword and examining it with adoration. Wait, can we customize them like this? Hiyushi gasped, awestruck. Compared to her great sword, Zhao Lina's delicate short sword appeared far more charming. Had I known, I wouldn't have chosen the great sword. Su Xiao chimed in, I want a short sword too. Shindan added, I'll take a dagger. Wang's psyche echoed, I want a dagger as well. Soon, every woman possessed a beautifully customized weapon, with only Hiyushi opting for the great sword among a crowd of delicate daggers and short swords. Zhao Lina teased Hiyushi, Yushi, your great sword is so outdated. It looks rather unsightly. Hiyushi pouted, what do you know? All of your weapons combined don't even match the size of mine. So, you all prefer small things? Small can be cute too. But in terms of practicality, my great sword is far superior. Chapter 104. Encountering female espers after distributing the weapons and finishing breakfast. Liu Yang resolved to continue his search for supplies. While the emergence of the small empire's espers had introduced some minor interruptions to his life, his plans remained unchanged. His objective was to persistently gather resources while developing the survivor base, enabling its inhabitants to cultivate crops for sustainable growth. Moreover, the walls of the villa district had been heightened to 50 meters, constructed from solid ice. Even a level 3 zombie could not scale them. Furthermore, with a level 3 zombie on guard, Liu Yang could monitor the situation from miles away, coupled with the formidable presence of Peach, a powerful esper. Along with Baihu and Chundan, the villa district's strength surpassed that of many survivor bases. After all, Peach alone could easily dominate smaller bases. With Peach securing the area, Liu Yang felt confident venturing out to scavenge for resources. Additionally, with his ability to fly at 4 times the speed of sound, retrieving food would take mere minutes. He believed that even if Peach encountered a formidable adversary, she could stall for a few minutes without issue. However, the supermarkets, convenience stores, and large malls within a 50-kilometer radius had been thoroughly stripped bare. To continue his search, he needed to expand his range to 100 kilometers. For ordinary survivors, this distance might take several days to traverse, as they had to contend with zombies along the way. Yet for Liu Yang, it would take less than a minute. Regrettably, he had never ventured so far before and was unaware of where the markets and supermarkets lay, so he decided to cruise through the air. After several minutes of searching, He finally spotted a supermarket over 60 kilometers from the villa district. Without hesitation, he descended and entered the establishment. Had it been the old Liu Yang, he might have engaged in some tactical deliberation, but at this moment, his power had grown exponentially, rendering even level 10 zombies a mere nuisance. Thus, he strode confidently into the supermarket. Inside, numerous zombies had transformed into skin shedders, lying in wait under the leadership of a level 3 zombie, eager to ambush unsuspecting survivors seeking sustenance, only to convert them into their next meal. Unfortunately for them, this time, it was not an ordinary survivor who arrived, but the formidable Liu Yang. Upon spotting him, several skin shedders charged forward, leaping through the air like cannonballs from a distance of more than 10 meters. However, Liu Yang merely cast a glance, and an ice needle whizzed through the air, effortlessly piercing the skulls of one skin shedder after another, causing them to plummet from the sky. In mere seconds, all the skin shedders within his line of sight were eliminated. The level 3 zombie, leading a few level 2 zombies, turned tail and fled. Liu Yang's gaze followed them, and the ice needles pursued relentlessly. Bang! 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 The level 2 zombies collapsed instantaneously. The level 3 zombie, faster than the others, managed to cover considerable ground, but it was no match for the supersonic speed of the ice needles. Bang! With a dull thud, the level 3 zombie met its end as well. For an ordinary county base, such a horde of zombies would spell disaster. Yet, Liu Yang dispatched them in under a minute. This starkly highlighted the gulf between him and regular survivors. His freezing ability had now evolved into Eternal Freeze. With but a thought and a single ice needle, he could obliterate all foes within his vision in an instant. As he walked through the desolate, eerily silent supermarket, Liu Yang entered his favorite phase of scavenging. Regrettably, nearly a month into the outbreak, most fresh fruits and vegetables had succumbed to decay. Even the storable potatoes and sweet potatoes had rotted away, and the rice left exposed was collecting dust. As the intelligence of the zombies increased, they had begun to raid the supermarket's cold storage, where the frozen meats had long been consumed. Even vacuum-sealed chicken legs had been extracted by these creatures. Liu Yang shook his head, realizing that any form of meat seemed to attract their appetite, and they were no longer driven solely by primal instincts. The zombies had started actively seeking food, competing with survivors for resources. Only some rice, soybeans, flour, and canned goods remained for the taking. Liu Yang, however, wasted nothing, swiftly transferring all of these items into his dark space. Reflecting on the passage of time, he mused, as time progresses, the search for food will become increasingly arduous. Fortunately, my dark space is already brimming with resources. Yet the pressure on ordinary survivors will escalate, necessitating their integration into powerful survivor bases. Otherwise, as time goes on, those small groups of survivors will be overwhelmed by hunger and the evolved zombies. After collecting his haul, Liu Yang departed the supermarket, intent on the next one. With his newfound ability to fly at incredible speeds, his efficiency had significantly improved, enabling him to scour all supermarkets within a 100-kilometer radius in just one day. With diligent effort over a few days, he might even fill his 8th-level space to the brim. Upon exiting the supermarket, Liu Yang was taken aback as he encountered a group of over a dozen individuals approaching him, armed and evidently local survivors. They had intended to scour the supermarket as well, but were caught off guard by Liu Yang's earlier arrival. Among them were 2 strikingly beautiful women, who immediately caught Liu Yang's attention. These 2 women were likely also endowed with abilities, as their grace and movement and the aura they exuded suggested considerable strength, perhaps rivaling that of Baihu. Their beauty and statuesque forms made them prime candidates for motherhood, a thought that lingered in Liu Yang's mind. Female ability users were still a rare commodity, and with the system's demands for expansion, it seemed that the only way to acquire new abilities was through procreation with other ability users. Therefore, these 2 women appeared to be excellent prospects for such endeavors. As the women caught sight of Liu Yang's predatory gaze, one of them taunted, "Hey kid, the last person who looked at me like that ended up being fed to zombies. Are you seeking the same fate?" Nearby, a burly man added menacingly, "Who do you think you are, kid? You must not be from around here, daring to look at our sister Wano like that. Are you asking for trouble?" This group of survivors was comprised of the elite from a nearby survivor base, eyeing the supermarket for some time. However, the presence of zombies and a level 3 zombie had deterred them from entering until now, as supplies in the area dwindled, forcing them to take risks. The level 3 zombie was not insurmountable. They had mobilized 6 ability users, led by the formidable female ability user Lin Wanner, to clear the zombies and seize the supermarket. The food within could sustain them for a long time. Little did they expect that upon reaching the supermarket entrance, they would find Liu Yang emerging, triggering the confrontation that followed. Their anger at Liu Yang's presence was palpable. However, as fellow ability users, they recognized a distinct aura of strength emanating from him. He must also possess abilities. Otherwise, he would not dare to enter the supermarket alone. But even if he were an ability user, what did that matter? They numbered 6, plus a dozen elite survivors, nearly half the strength of their base. They were confident that Liu Yang could not possibly contend with them all. Moreover, the audacity of this newcomer to lecherously gaze at their goddess Wanner was intolerable. Wanner was not only stunningly beautiful, but also exceptionally powerful, garnering admiration from all. Now, this unknown interloper had the gall to ogle her. They were determined to teach him a lesson. Thus, they issued threats toward Liu Yang. However, upon hearing their menacing words, Liu Yang not only displayed no fear, but instead let out a cold laugh. His frigid gaze swept over the group, making the battle-hardened ability users shudder involuntarily, as if the very air around them had grown colder. The once boisterous burly man fell silent, instinctively taking a half-step back. Terrifying. That gaze felt like the very embodiment of death. Compared to Liu Yang's current icy demeanor, they would have preferred the earlier lecherous look. Brother, why not continue admiring the beauties? We wouldn't mind at all. Seeing the fear etched on their faces, Liu Yang felt a sense of satisfaction. He calmly stated, "Leave those 2 female ability users to me. The rest of you can scram." Upon hearing those words, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Good heavens! Was he truly attempting to forcibly seize a maiden? This individual certainly held himself in high regard. Regardless of his strength, such arrogance was unwarranted. Moreover, Sister Wanner was the object of unspoken affection for them all. The burly man, summoning his courage, spoke. "Kid, we are survivors from the Xiantai base, and Sister Wanner is the second in command there. Which base do you hail from to dare speak to her in such a manner?" He boldly named their base, hoping to intimidate his opponent with its reputation. After all, the Xiantai base was renowned in the vicinity as a formidable sanctuary for survivors. Within a radius of 50 kilometers, no base could rival its strength. Liu Yang's eyes sparkled upon hearing them claim to be from the Xiantai base, and he inquired, "Are there many beautiful women in your base?" The burly man was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. He had not anticipated Liu Yang would pose such a question. This fellow was singularly fixated on women, truly impervious to reason. After a few seconds, the burly man regained his composure and retorted, "Hey, I say, this isn't about beauty. Which base do you come from? Are you really intent on provoking us from the Xiantai base?" Liu Yang indeed cast a glance at him, then waved his hand. In an instant, every survivor felt a chilling ice needle pressed against their foreheads. The bone-chilling cold penetrated their minds, causing them to shudder involuntarily. After the apocalypse, these survivors had battled zombies and other survivors alike, each having danced on the precipice of death countless times. Yet this time, they felt the closest brush with mortality. Every individual sensed a threat to their lives, cold sweat soaking their backs. Powerful, unbelievably powerful. In that moment, they even wondered if Liu Yang possessed the legendary ability of telekinesis. They could sense that with a mere thought, the ice needles would puncture their skulls. Regret flooded the survivors' hearts. They should not have provoked such a formidable being. They never imagined their adversary would be so powerful. It seemed they were destined to perish here. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, they had committed their fair share of heinous acts. They simply had not anticipated encountering someone so formidable this time. They had thought they could easily handle one person, only to discover they were up against an overwhelming force. Liu Yang asked, "Can you now answer my question? Are there many beautiful women in your base?" The burly man, trembling, replied, "Yes, quite a few." Liu Yang, pleased with this response, smiled and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? There was no need to make it so unpleasant. Wouldn't you agree?" At that moment, Lin Wanner interjected, addressing Liu Yang. "Let them go. I will stay." Liu Yang shook his head and replied, "That's not possible. I had already given you a chance at the beginning, allowing you 2 women to remain while the others could leave. That opportunity has now vanished. I have decided to visit your base. Lead the way." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. To take him to their base? Was that not akin to inviting a wolf into the fold? The people here constituted a significant portion of their base's combat strength. Yet before Liu Yang, they lacked even the strength to resist, having already been subdued by the ice needles. Their lives were now in his hands. With a mere thought, he could end them all. If they truly brought him to the base, everyone inside would be in peril. Lin Wanner firmly refused. Impossible. We will never betray our base. The burly man added. That's right. Even if you kill us, it would be futile. Another burly man chimed in. And do you truly believe you can overcome all the ability users in our base? Our leader is exceptionally strong. Liu Yang's interest peaked. Oh, your leader is also a woman? That gives me even more reason to visit. Chapter 106. The base under siege, a survivor base led by a woman. How intriguing. This scenario reflected an imbalance of power, but it suited Liu Yang perfectly. The more female ability users, the better. By mingling with them, he might even acquire new powers. As for their refusal to lead him to the base, that was mere nonsense. Their ability to reach the supermarket indicated that the survivor base was nearby, certainly within 20 kilometers. With Liu Yang's flying capabilities, a simple ascent would allow him to locate the base effortlessly. Furthermore, should intimidation prove ineffective, he would not hesitate to employ his soul chain technique, transforming them all into his subservience within 5 minutes. At that point, they would willingly divulge the location of their base. Liu Yang possessed countless trump cards. When it came to dealing with these ordinary ability users, he had 1,000 methods to compel their submission. Moreover, he discerned the burly man's peculiar gaze towards Lin Wanner. Thus, he addressed the burly man. Quickly tell me the location of your base, or do you wish to witness your goddess meet her end right before your eyes? With that, Liu Yang approached Lin Wanner, extending his hand to caress her delicate face. The burly man's eyes widened in fury as he yelled, what are you doing? Stop. Don't touch Sister Wanner. Liu Yang chuckled, placing his hand on the slender waist of the female ability user, giving it a gentle squeeze, and said, You think I will cease simply because you ask? If you don't tell me the location of your base, my hand may venture beneath her clothing next. Witnessing this, the burly man was nearly driven to tears. No, quickly release Sister Wanner. Let her go. Direct your ire at me. I will tell you anything you wish to know. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang reluctantly withdrew his hand from Wanner's waist. Truly, the devoted were the most easily manipulated creatures, whether in the apocalypse or in peaceful times. At that moment, Wanner sighed and said, Fine, I will take you there. Just stop toying with us. With your strength, finding a surviving base nearby is trivial. You Haven T killed us not because you can't, nor because you need us as guides, but simply because you choose not to, at least for now. Lin Wanner had already discerned Liu Yang's formidable power. Their base was less than 10 kilometers away, and for such a powerful ability user, locating it would be a breeze. She understood that Liu Yang's threats were merely for amusement or other motives. Surprised by Lin Wanner's insight, Liu Yang remarked, You are quite clever. Not only beautiful, but also possessing a sharp mind. You would be an exceptional asset for expansion. Liu Yang realized that the beauty, referred to as Sister Wanner by her subordinates, was intentionally speaking to alleviate the burly man's guilt. She understood that he had already capitulated. Even if she refused to lead Liu Yang, the burly man would choose to betray the base because of her. This woman simply wished to spare the man from infamy, demonstrating her leadership qualities and her concern for her subordinates, which earned her their respect. At this moment, Lin Wanner smiled and remarked, You are quite handsome, and your strength is formidable. If you are not an enemy, I wouldn't mind engaging in something with you. Liu Yang responded, Whether I am your enemy depends on you. He paused and continued, Now, let us speak no more of this. I'm rather curious about what your leader looks like. Take me to your base. Let's go. Lin Wanner nodded and took the lead, striding ahead. Before long, the group arrived outside the Xiantai base. However, from a distance, they sensed something amiss. At that very moment, the Xiantai base was besieged by thousands of zombies who were relentlessly assaulting the stronghold. Liu Yang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this base would surpass his own bases 1 and 2 in fortification. The walls had been elevated and reinforced, crafted from concrete to a height of over 10 meters and a width of more than a meter. Merely constructing these walls must have demanded considerable effort. It appeared that this survivor base was significantly larger and more developed than his own. Inside, the survivors were atop the walls, fervently wielding their weapons against the oncoming horde of zombies. Witnessing the scene, Lin Wanner exclaimed, Oh no, it's a zombie tide. How infuriating. While we were out searching for resources, they dared to invade our home. This is all because those 2 level 3 zombies managed to escape last time. It seems they have taken advantage of our absence to exact their revenge, aiming to annihilate our base in one fell swoop. Damn it. Where did those two level 3 zombies find so many shed skin zombies? There must be hundreds and dozens of level 2 zombies, with the remaining level 1 zombies numbering in the thousands. Our base won't last long. We must go to their aid. Lin Wanner turned to Liu Yang and implored. Our base is surrounded by zombies. Now is not the time for human conflict. If it is breached, everyone inside will perish. I cannot demand your assistance, but I beg you to let us go, so we can eliminate the zombies first. Would you consider this? As they approached the vicinity of the base, the icy needles overhead followed them closely. Everyone understood that with a mere thought from Liu Yang, their lives could be forfeit. Hence, even in the face of danger, they could only act with his consent. Very well. Liu Yang nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the icy needles vanished from their foreheads. Upon hearing Liu Yang's words and feeling the threat to their lives dissipate, Lin Wanner was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a swift acquiescence from him. She inquired, "Aren't you afraid that we might flee? Or that we might join forces with the other ability users inside the base to confront you?" Liu Yang, with a confident smile, replied, "Not at all. Even if everyone in your base joined forces, they would not be my match." Lin Wanner remarked, "You are quite self-assured." Yet, there was something undeniably captivating about his confidence. She had never encountered such a powerful and handsome man before. Liu Yang chuckled. "What can I say? My strength speaks for itself. It's hard not to be confident." "Thank you." Lin Wanner sincerely expressed her gratitude to Liu Yang, then turned to the others. "Brothers, let us move. Join me in supporting the base and vanquishing those zombies." Inspired by their goddess Lin Wanner, the survivors rallied with renewed vigor, shouting in unison, "Let us follow Sister Wanner and eliminate all the zombies. Show them the might of the Xiantai base. Those two level 3 zombies must die this time. They cannot be allowed to escape again. Charge! Brothers, slay them.